Chapter 1. In the realm of Dragon Ball, within an uncharted universe, lies the planet Vegeta. On this particular day, within the very heart of the Saiyan Royal Palace, King Vegeta summoned all the elite warriors of Planet Vegeta. Their purpose, however, was to deliberate the fate of an infant. A Saiyan knelt before the throne, humbly inquiring, "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness for my impudence. I have heard that you intend to send my son Broly to the border planet." "Indeed," replied King Vegeta from his elevated seat. But your Majesty, I have heard that my son's destination is a desolate planet known as Vampa, where there is nothing but barren wasteland. Your son's potential is exceedingly high. He may pose a threat to the safety of our Saiyan race in the future. I am merely exiling him without intending to take his life. You should be grateful to me, Paragus." "What?" The Saiyan named Paragus rose to his feet, his fists clenched tightly, rage igniting within him uncontrollably. "Curse you, King Vegeta. You are envious of my son's potential, fearing he may threaten your own son's position. You scoundrel." King Vegeta sneered, "And what of it? By the time we finish our conversation, your son will have already been dispatched." "What?" Paragus exclaimed, hastily moving to the window to look outside. Yet, there were no signs of a spaceship launching from the cosmic launch pad beyond. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst through the door, exclaiming, "Paragus, rest assured, I have intercepted Broly's spacecraft." "Who are you?" Paragus and the others in the royal palace gazed at the intruder in astonishment, while King Vegeta stood up in fury, declaring, "Lin Chen, how dare you return?" The newcomer was named Lin Chen, though that was merely his name from a previous life. In this life, he was known as Lin Chen, a young Saiyan warrior who was wanted for his actions. The reason for his notoriety was that after awakening in this life, Lin Chen had abandoned the task assigned to him by King Vegeta and had vanished for 4 long years. "Lin Chen, 4 years ago, you defied my orders and fled, and now you dare to return? Are you seeking your own demise?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth and replied, "I have come to deliver a warning. Frieza is coming soon to annihilate our Saiyan race. If we do not prepare, the entire planet Vegeta will face destruction." At his words, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. The intermediate warriors present gaped in disbelief. Even Paragus appeared taken aback. The next moment, the room erupted into laughter. Everyone regarded Lin Chen's declaration as a mere jest. Preposterous. They, the Saiyans, were Frieza's most trusted allies. Why would Frieza seek to eliminate them? Lin Chen scoffed, recognizing the truth of his assumptions. Unless Bardock were present, no one would be inclined to believe him. Yet, after 4 years of anonymity in this world, he had returned to Planet Vegeta not to be ridiculed. "Silence," Lin Chen bellowed, then pointed at King Vegeta. "All Saiyans must obey the king's decree. If I cannot convince them, then I shall persuade you alone. According to Saiyan tradition, I challenge your royal authority." "What?" King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Lin Chen continued, "It is well known that your reign is secured by your grandfather, King Vegeta I, who led the Saiyans to conquer the Zephyrians and claim this planet. However, according to our Saiyan customs, the throne rightfully belongs to the strongest among us. Thus, I now challenge you. Should I prevail, I shall become the new Saiyan king." No sooner had Lin Chen spoken than an intermediate warrior leapt forward, exclaiming, "Impudent! Lin Chen, how dare you disrespect King Vegeta? You must first face me. Step aside. My only target is him." Lin Chen pointed at King Vegeta. "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Foolish." Veins bulged on King Vegeta's forehead. "Lin Chen, you, a mere lower-class warrior, dare to challenge me? Very well, I accept your challenge. I will show everyone the consequences of provoking King Vegeta." "Huh!" With a mighty roar, King Vegeta unleashed his full power, soaring from the throne like an arrow aimed at Lin Chen. However, bang! King Vegeta's punch was effortlessly blocked by Lin Chen with a single finger. "Damn it! How is this possible?" King Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. He had exerted all his strength into that punch. It was still repelled by Lin Chen's finger. "I am King Vegeta, the monarch of the Saiyans." King Vegeta quickly retreated a step, gathering his energy and unleashing a massive energy blast filled with his full power at Lin Chen. Yet, this energy blast was deflected by Lin Chen with a mere flick of his finger, soaring straight through the palace and into the sky. Boom! A tremendous explosion drew the attention of the surrounding Saiyans. Why? King Vegeta gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed. "I have fought for 4 years to prepare for this day. How could you, a Saiyan who has comfortably sat upon the throne, possibly compare to me? But your battle power? King Vegeta had been utilizing a scouter to gauge battle power. The device on his left, I had consistently displayed Lin Chen's battle power as a mere 2,000. Such devices cannot measure instantaneous battle power. I now control my energy. My true battle power is 10 times yours. 10 times? Not only King Vegeta, but the others present gasped in shock. If this were true, it was utterly astonishing. A battle power of 100,000? This would undoubtedly make him the strongest among the Saiyans. How could Lin Chen, a mere lower-class warrior, possess such strength? No way. How could you have a battle power of 100,000? I refuse to believe it. Absolutely refuse. As King Vegeta cried out in disbelief, Lin Chen suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing behind King Vegeta in an instant. With a single punch, King Vegeta fell unconscious. As King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, Lin Chen reached out, tugging off the circular necklace that symbolized his royal status. Lin Chen raised the necklace high and ascended to the throne that rightfully belonged to King Vegeta. From this day forth, I am the new king of the Saiyans. After 4 long years in the Dragon Ball world, he had finally reached this moment. Lin Chen knew that he could now commence the final step of his plan, to eliminate Frieza and avert the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He undertook this course of action solely because, upon his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to the most powerful selection system. The first task bestowed upon Lin Chen by the system was as follows. Choice 1. Defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward. Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Choice 2. Defeat the Kaioshin. Reward. Kaioshin's power. Choice 3. Defeat the God of Destruction and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward. Power of Destruction. Chapter 2. An impossible task. At first, upon learning that he had acquired a selection system, Lin Chen was filled with exhilaration. A standard feature for Traverser's coveted golden finger had indeed received one. However, upon seeing the 3 choices presented by the system, Lin Chen's countenance turned a sickly green, for he was well aware of the storyline. What the hell? What sort of options are these? Each one more monstrous than the last. Let us set aside the tyrant Frieza. Could he, a mere warrior with a battle power, not even reaching 10,000, possibly contend with the Kaioshin or the God of Destruction? While others were bestowed with novice gift packs upon receiving their systems, why did his system present him with tasks of hellish difficulty from the outset? Was this not a cruel joke? In that moment, Lin Chen contemplated abandoning the selection, but the system immediately countered. Tasks cannot be abandoned. One must choose one and complete it before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, or the host will be annihilated. Faced with the system's blatant threat, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and, without a second thought, selected the first option. Frieza, the Kaioshin, the God of Destruction. Off these, only Frieza presented Lin Chen with a theoretical chance of victory. Moreover, opportunities often accompany risks should he successfully accomplish this task. Lin Chen's future would undoubtedly be remarkably bright. The world of Dragon Ball is rife with peril, where even achieving the status of a Super Saiyan does not guarantee one's survival. However, should one attain the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, based on the prowess exhibited by the fabled Saiyans in the original narrative, Lin Chen would undoubtedly navigate any crisis he encounters in the future with remarkable ease. Following this realization, Lin Chen devoted himself to meticulous preparation for a span of 4 years, all in hopes of vanquishing Frieza before he could annihilate Planet Vegeta. Thanks to the insights provided by the system, Lin Chen had accurately discerned the temporal context of his arrival. The year 733 of the Age of the Gods, precisely 4 years prior to the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Time was of the essence, and given that Kakarot had yet to be born and Prince Vegeta was merely an infant of 1 year, finding allies proved to be an arduous challenge. Confronting Frieza, therefore, seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, after a thorough analysis of the plot, Lin Chen unearthed a glimmer of hope for achieving his objectives, contingent upon his ability to surpass a battle power of at least 60,000 and garner the support of all Saiyans. Thus, in pursuit of this goal, Lin Chen escaped during a mission and embarked on a solitary odyssey through the cosmos. During the first year, Lin Chen endeavored to enhance his battle power through rigorous training. The body he inhabited possessed a mere battle power of 2,000, placing him among the lowest echelon of Saiyan warriors. Though his physical age was only 14, allowing for potential growth, the prospects were dim. Throughout that year, Lin Chen faced numerous challenges, managing to elevate his battle power to 10,000, still a far cry from his target of at least 60,000. Consequently, in the second year, Lin Chen altered his strategy. He had to concede that his body lacked the innate talent of Kakarot and Vegeta. The prospect of augmenting his power to 60,000 within the remaining 3 years appeared formidable. Thus, in the second year, Lin Chen dedicated an entire year to uncovering the whereabouts of Namek. In the current predicament, the only method Lin Chen could conceive for a swift enhancement of his abilities was to venture to Namek. This was not due to a desire to wish for power through the Dragon Balls, as such an outcome was unattainable. Even the Eternal Dragon had its limitations. Moreover, with Lin Chen's current strength, it was inconceivable for him to defeat Namek's guardians. Therefore, his true objective lay in forging an agreement with the Grand Elder, seeking to unlock his potential. The Grand Elder of Namek possessed a unique ability to unveil human potential. In the original story, guided by him, both Krillin and Gohan, initially possessing battle powers of merely 1 or 2,000, experienced a tenfold increase in strength. Should Lin Chen receive the Grand Elder's assistance, the fulfillment of his aspirations would be within reach. Upon locating Namek, Lin Chen immediately journeyed to the planet, spending an entire year there. As a fearsome Saiyan notorious throughout the cosmos, Lin Chen's audience with the Grand Elder was not without its obstacles. Initially, the Namekians, upon recognizing him as a Saiyan, assumed he was there to attack the planet and launched an immediate assault. Even after Lin Chen articulated his intentions, the Namekians remained skeptical of his words. They insisted that to meet the Grand Elder, he must first endure their challenges. Thus, Lin Chen spent another year on Namek, successfully navigating through various trials of wisdom, courage, and combat prowess, ultimately gaining an audience with the Grand Elder and forging a special pact. As a result of this agreement, the Grand Elder fully unlocked Lin Chen's latent battle potential, granting him a formidable power exceeding 110,000. In a span of 4 years, Lin Chen transformed from a low-level warrior to a Saiyan possessing a battle power of 110,000. The hardships endured during this journey were profound, yet every moment proved worthwhile. Seated upon the throne, Lin Chen reflected on the past 4 years, raising his gaze to address the stunned assembly before him. Esteemed colleagues, I am aware that some among you may harbor doubts regarding my legitimacy. However, according to tradition, as the newly appointed king, I am entitled to a week's respite. Should you wish to challenge my authority, you must await the conclusion of this week. After 1 week, should I be defeated, feel free to depose me or take my life. But until that moment arrives, I shall not permit any mischief. My forthcoming orders may seem peculiar, yet compliance is imperative. Firstly, today's events must remain confidential among us Saiyans. It is imperative that Frieza remains unaware of our change in leadership. Secondly, to the intermediate warriors present, I require you to immediately eliminate all of Frieza's subordinates on Planet Vegeta, sparing only those tasked with communications to relay false reports of tranquility to Frieza's forces. Our actions in the coming days must remain shrouded in secrecy. Lin Kai. For beneath the throne, King Vegeta had regained consciousness, prostrated on the ground, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Lin Chen. What are you planning to do? Lin Chen cast a glance at King Vegeta and declared, What am I planning? I intend to lead all Saiyans in rebellion against Frieza. At this proclamation, the gathered Saiyans fell into stunned silence. Rebellion against Frieza? A revolt against the tyrant who dominated the universe? Had Lin Chen lost his mind? Despite the skepticism surrounding Lin Chen's words, the command of the king was not to be disregarded. Thus, on this day, Lin Chen's clandestine plan for a Saiyan rebellion commenced. Chapter 3. Defying Fate, Protecting Planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen's Saiyan rebellion plan unfolded, outwardly, everything remained unchanged. The elite Saiyan forces, led by intermediate warriors, swiftly subdued the Frieza forces stationed on Planet Vegeta, compelling the communication officer to relay false messages to Frieza. Report, Commander. All is well on Planet Vegeta, there are no changes. Meanwhile, Lin Chen personally led a contingent of Saiyan warriors to swiftly eliminate the Frieza operatives tasked with monitoring King Vegeta. After encrypting the communications devices, Lin Chen summoned all team leaders of the Saiyan squads to elucidate his strategy. It was widely acknowledged that Frieza, as the Emperor of the Universe, possessed strength that far surpassed that of anyone on Planet Vegeta. Even in his first form, he boasted a battle power exceeding 530,000, not to mention his 3 additional forms. Victory seemed unattainable. Even the prideful King Vegeta did not believe the Saiyans had any hope of defeating Frieza. Lin Chen shared this sentiment. However, amidst the impossible, Lin Chen glimpsed a sliver of hope for their mission to slay Frieza. This is due to an immature mastery of power. Frieza, in his quest to control his own strength, has perpetually maintained himself in his first form. The combat prowess of this form is precisely the level at which Lin Chen could eliminate him. For as soon as Lin Chen undergoes his great ape transformation, he can temporarily attain a combat power exceeding 1 million. A combat power of 1 million is more than sufficient to defeat Frieza, who possesses merely 530,000. Do not dismiss this as impossible, for in the original narrative, to acquire the strength necessary to triumph over Frieza, Vegeta, with a combat power of at least several hundred thousand, nearly fell to Krillin, who had only around 20,000, by cleverly diminishing his own energy. Therefore, if Lin Chen acts swiftly, striking when Frieza is unprepared, before he can transform, it is indeed conceivable that Lin Chen could turn the improbable into reality, defeating Frieza with a mere combat power of 100,000. An astonishing notion. Yet, upon closer reflection, it surprisingly emerges as a genuine possibility. Lin Chen summoned all Saiyans to gather in the capital, preparing for the impending arrival of the tyrant. Though they were incapable of inflicting harm upon Frieza, they could assist Lin Chen in diverting Frieza's attention. Frieza was not alone. He commanded a formidable army, the Frieza Force. Relying solely on Lin Chen would likely result in Frieza transforming before he even approached. Dissent regarding Frieza's plans was not absent. Since submitting to Frieza and his father, King Cold, the Saiyans had endured a life of humiliation, yet overall, their existence remained relatively peaceful. Moreover, serving as Frieza's subordinates and conquering one planet after another aligned well with the Saiyans' bloodthirsty warrior nature. Thus, they found no reason to betray Frieza. To this, Lin Chen needed only a single statement to persuade the former King Vegeta, subsequently leveraging his influence to sway the others. King Vegeta, you must understand why Frieza sought to annihilate Planet Vegeta. A few years ago, did you not provoke Lord Beerus? Beerus? At that moment, King Vegeta fully believed Lin Chen's words. When Prince Vegeta was merely 3 years old, King Vegeta had indeed angered the god of destruction, Beerus. It was under Beerus's directive that Frieza planned to obliterate Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta realized that if Lin Chen spoke the truth, Frieza would not spare Planet Vegeta. Thus, he relinquished his grievances and chose to ally with Lin Chen, ensuring the success of his plan. Under his persuasion, many Saiyans, albeit reluctantly, ultimately complied with the orders. Additionally, among the lower-class warriors, Lin Chen found his ally in Bardock, the father of Son Goku, an esteemed elite warrior with considerable respect among the lower-class fighters. Bardock had acquired the ability to foresee the future after being struck by the magical punch of a Kanassin during his squad's invasion of the planet. He stood resolutely by Lin Chen's side, having witnessed in his dreams Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta, with King Vegeta among the mid-class warriors and Bardock among the lower-class fighters. They became Lin Chen's right and left arms, refining the final plan. Thus, a few days later, on the very night Bardock had foreseen, all Saiyans gathered in the capital of Planet Vegeta, gazing up at the sky. Bardock, is the time drawing near? Lin Chen inquired softly, his eyes fixed on the heavens. Beside him, Bardock replied quietly, Yes, your majesty, Frieza will arrive shortly. The fate of all Saiyans rests upon this moment. King Vegeta added nervously, We will prevail. Lin Chen offered a comforting remark. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. In the next moment, the detectors on all the Saiyans present registered an overwhelming surge of energy readings. Many were left in stunned disbelief. Indeed, just as their King Lynx had foretold, Frieza had arrived uninvited with his formidable army. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his expression grave. Shortly, he was poised to create a miracle, should his plan succeed. It would undoubtedly culminate in an unprecedented battle of the weak triumphing over the strong, far surpassing the original narrative. Whether he could fulfill his mission and acquire the legendary Saiyan Bloodline hinged on this pivotal moment. Former King Vegeta, Paragus, you may commence your respective teams. King Vegeta and Paragus nodded in acknowledgement. In this operation, each of them led a squad of elite warriors, yet neither was tasked with direct engagement. Their objective was to create artificial moons on the surface. Once the moons were destroyed, they were to replace them, ensuring the continuous presence of an artificial moon in the sky. Although devoid of immediate danger, the creation of each artificial moon consumed a substantial amount of their energy. Only such high-ranking warriors could afford the exertion of constant production. Fear not, King Lynx, for the sake of the Saiyans. In the next instant, dazzling orbs of white light formed in their hands. Several warriors hurled the luminous orbs into the sky, and before long, radiant spheres resembling the full moon adorned the heavens, emitting a glow akin to that of Earth's moon. These spheres were the artificial moons crafted by King Vegeta and his team. With the birth of these moons, all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta sounded the clarion call to attack Frieza. Chapter 4. Assassination of Frieza. Acquisition of the legendary Saiyan Bloodline. As the skies of Planet Vegeta filled with artificial moons, waves of Blutz waves cascaded down to the surface. Blutz waves are a unique energy produced during a full moon, which Saiyans can absorb, transforming alongside their tails into a form known as the Great Ape. As the three moons illuminated the Saiyans below, their bodies began to swell, their protective suits stretching to accommodate their growing forms. A wild, feral, and potent aura emanated from these Saiyans. Their tails elongated, and regardless of gender, their heads protruded significantly while their teeth sharpened like those of beasts. Before long, the ground was overrun by terrifying great apes towering over 20 meters high. Saiyans, charge! Bardock, transformed into a great ape, beat his chest and roared, soaring into the sky. Behind him, countless great apes ascended, heading for Frieza's spaceship, now soaring into the stratosphere. Generally, the transformation into a great ape renders Saiyans irrational. However, such chaos is not entirely uncontrollable. Trained Saiyans can retain a sliver of reason to accomplish their objectives. This time, all Saiyans shared a singular focus, to obliterate the Frieza army in the sky. As this throng of colossal apes launched from the planet, the Frieza army in the cosmos quickly detected their presence. Lord Frieza, the Saiyans have transformed into great apes. What? Those lowly Saiyans, what do they intend to do? A rotund pink alien in Frieza's company exclaimed in panic. Calm down, Dodoria. They are merely wild monkeys. There is no need to fear. Let the soldiers on the ship engage. A handsome alien advised. Yes, I understand, Mr. Zarbin. Dodoria nodded and promptly issued orders. Quickly, let the soldiers on the ship take action and intercept these wild monkeys. While Dodoria hastily relayed orders, Zarbin turned to the seated Frieza and remarked. It seems the Saiyans were well prepared. Your plans may have been a colossal shockwave erupted from Lin Chen's mouth, hurtling directly toward Frieza. The immense wave engulfed the cosmic tyrant, who had yet to transform, leaving him only enough time to exclaim, "How dare you!" before he vanished into a mere shadow, dissipating into the cosmos. The shockwave, having consumed Frieza, did not disappear. Instead, it followed Lin Chen's movement and struck Frieza's spacecraft with devastating force. King Frieza, the occupants aboard the vessel screamed in despair, ultimately turning to dust along with their ship. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first option. Reward, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Shall the bloodline be fused immediately? The long-awaited voice of the system echoed in Lin Chen's mind. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. After spending 4 arduous years, he had finally accomplished what seemed an impossible feat, defeating the cosmic sovereign Frieza with a mere combat power of 100,000. Chapter 5. The Future Choices, the Saiyan Empire. Host. Shall the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline be fused immediately? As Lin Chen reverted from the great ape form back to his human shape, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. System, will there be any side effects from the bloodline fusion? Lin Chen inquired. The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline possesses a unique trait that grows stronger in the face of adversity. The greater the injuries sustained, the more formidable the power becomes. However, to acquire such strength, modifications to the host's body are necessary. How long will the modifications take? 5 years. What? It requires 5 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated, turning his gaze behind him. After the battle concluded, the remaining Saiyans gradually reverted to their human forms, gazing with exhilaration at the spot where Frieza's spacecraft had once occupied. We have slain that tyrant. The Saiyans are invincible. Long live King Lin Kesai. Although many had initially harbored doubts about attacking Frieza, their pride surged once he was truly vanquished. Yet, amidst the jubilant Saiyans, Lin Chen understood that this was not the time for celebration. Although they had temporarily eradicated Frieza and averted the impending doom of Planet Vegeta, had Frieza truly perished? Familiar with the storyline, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying vitality of the Frost Demon race. While they lacked the regenerative abilities of the Namekians, even if Frieza were to be obliterated, there remained a possibility of revival. Furthermore, one must not forget Frieza's father, King Cold, and his lesser-known older brother, Cooler, who might one day seek retribution for Frieza's demise. To that end, he must devise a strategy. Otherwise, he could awaken 5 years later to find Planet Vegeta in ruins. Thus, he declared, System, do not fuse the bloodline for now. Await my command. Understood. The system, in agreement, provided a new prompt. Ding. Sensing the host's crisis awareness. The strongest choice has been triggered. Option 1. Abandon Planet Vegeta and become a wandering Saiyan. Reward. Title. King of the Lonely Saiyans. Effect. Combat Power 1,000,000. Option 2. Undertake a timed pursuit of the Frost Demon race. Reward. Acquire a servant from the Frost Demon lineage. Option 3. Protect Planet Vegeta and establish the Saiyan Empire. Reward. Instant transmission ability of Jebit. The system kindly reminded that the rewards for this selection would be granted in advance. But if the host failed to execute the chosen action, annihilation would ensue. Just as the previous choice was completed, a new selection emerged. Observing the 3 rewards presented by the system, Lin Chen began to deliberate. The first option was easily dismissed. A mere 1,000,000 combat power could be effortlessly attained once he fused with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. The second choice appeared appealing, hinting at the possibility of having a Frost Demon as an underling. However, upon further contemplation, Lin Chen discarded this option as well. This choice concealed a trap. How long was the timed pursuit to last? If it was 5 years, he would barely awaken from his slumber before the time was up. Moreover, if he chose not to fuse with the bloodline, how could he possibly pursue the frost demons? Thus, this option 2 is set aside. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. The reward has been delivered. Now, please protect Planet Vegeta. Should Planet Vegeta be destroyed, the host will face immediate obliteration. After Lin Chen made his choice, mere seconds later, the system's prompt rang in his ears. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding the use of instant transmission filled his mind. Jebit's instant transmission differs slightly from Goku's. It allows one to reach any planet in the universe without the need to sense energy, though it cannot pinpoint a specific individual. In other words, Lin Chen can now traverse the cosmos at will, no longer wasting precious time on space travel as he once had. Even planets he had previously visited, like Namek, could now be reached in an instant. Next, it was time to prepare for the fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. In 5 years, he must secure a safeguard for Planet Vegeta to ensure that the Saiyans would not fall into the clutches of annihilation once more. Not long after, within the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, outside, the jubilant Saiyans who had triumphed over the cosmic tyrant reveled in their victory, indulging in copious amounts of their favorite meats and fine wines. Inside the palace, however, Lin Chen, as the principal architect of this victory, was privately conferring with 3 Saiyans, King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus. Lin Chen is about to enter a 5-year seclusion. During this period, in order to ensure the preservation of Planet Vegeta, he has formulated a plan, yet mere contemplation is insufficient for security. It must be said that the Saiyan race is rather troublesome. Despite their average strength being unremarkable in the vast cosmos, many alien races possess innate superiority over them. Nonetheless, the Saiyans proudly deem themselves a warrior race, inherently drawn to chaos. Over the span of 5 years, Lin Chen can guarantee that enemies will not intrude, but it is far more challenging to ensure that the Saiyans will not cause their own turmoil. Thus, he requires individuals capable of maintaining order during his absence. The former King Vegeta and the elite warrior Bardock emerge as Lin Chen's ideal candidates. King Vegeta commands respect, while Bardock possesses the calm judgment and a hint of humanity that the Saiyans lack, alongside the precognitive abilities acquired from the Kaioshin. With these two at the helm, the likelihood of suppressing the Saiyans' restless ambitions increases, preventing them from instigating unnecessary conflict. As for Paragus, he himself is devoid of remarkable abilities. However, his son Broly remains a ticking time bomb concealed within Planet Vegeta. At merely 1 year of age, Broly exhibits a battle power of 10,000. In 5 years, he is destined to evolve into an extraordinarily formidable Saiyan, yet this also poses significant peril. Any misstep could lead to the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Therefore, Lin Chen's strategy involves relocating Broly to a different environment, allowing him to mature in tranquility. According to Lin Chen's recollection of the narrative, as long as Broly remains unprovoked, he is, in his natural state, a child who enjoys social interaction, is filial, and values friendship, traits reminiscent of Son Gohan. He is ill-suited to coexist with the brutal Saiyans, but would fare better among certain peaceful races. After appointing Paragus to the position of advisor to the Saiyan army, thus establishing him as the third in command after King Vegeta and Bardock upon Lin Chen's departure, he successfully secured the authority to oversee Broly. Paragus harbors no suspicions regarding Lin Chen's intentions, for without him, it is likely that the father and son duo would have already faced exile at the hands of King Vegeta. Chapter 6. The Reemergence of Choices, Arrangements for Broly. In the Saiyan nursery, all newborn Saiyans are placed into a communal care facility, later dispatched to different planets according to their potential. However, with Lin Chen's ascension to the throne, this protocol is set to undergo transformation. Following Lin Chen's decree, newly born Saiyans will no longer be sent to other planets for tasks but will instead remain on their home planet to grow and develop. In the 5 years of Lin Chen's absence, Planet Vegeta had to unite all the Saiyan strength for self-preservation. He would not permit the already sparse population, with its below-average combat power, to commit the grave mistake of dispersing their forces. However, there was one infant that warranted Lin Chen's particular attention. This infant was none other than Paragus's child, Broly. Standing before Broly's incubation chamber, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Even without a detector, he could sense that the child within the chamber possessed a power level comparable to that of Bardock, who stood beside him. Indeed, this was the power of the legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Although he too would soon inherit the legendary Saiyan blood, Broly's strength could potentially pose a threat to him in the future. Ding. The system detected the host's intent to kill Broly and activated the strongest options. Option 1. Immediately eliminate Broly to eradicate potential future threats. Reward: 1 vial of legendary Super Saiyan Serum. Combat Power 1,000,000. Option 2. Exile Broly to Planet Wampa. Reward: 5 vials of Super Saiyan Serum. Combat Power 500,000. Option 3. Personally care for Broly or have someone else tend to him. Reward: Broly's allegiance to the host. Combat Power 100,000. Note: Broly may still lose his sanity in the future. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to face yet another choice at this juncture. However, as he contemplated the three options before him, he began to deliberate. Whether it was to vanquish Broly or to exile him, both appeared to be commendable choices. The serums, it seemed, were special items capable of granting one the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In contrast, the third option, which merely promised Broly's future loyalty, seemed somewhat superfluous. System. I choose option 3. Ding. The host's selection was successful, and the reward has been granted. The host is advised to redeem the choice promptly. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a surge in his strength, a tangible enhancement to his abilities. In this lifetime, although Lin Chen is a Saiyan, he harbors no intention of living with the cold-heartedness typically associated with his kind. In fact, he plans to rectify the prevailing atmosphere of slaughter and oppression within the Saiyan community. Thus, whether it be the first or second choice, Lin Chen never contemplated them from the outset. As for the third option, it was indeed part of Lin Chen's original strategy, hence he naturally opted for it. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly activated Broly's incubation chamber, liberating him from the nurturing liquid. Perhaps due to the effects of the system's rewards upon his release, Broly did not exhibit the typical volatility of a Saiyan child. Instead, he gazed at Lin Chen with a docile demeanor, remaining silent. Observing his son in such a state, Paragus felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was his son, and they were about to part ways. Moreover, it was crucial to note that his son, at merely 1 year of age, already possessed a combat power of 10,000. If he could remain by his side, Paragus would have no other concerns aside from Lin Chen. Contemplating this, Paragus stated, "Your Majesty Lin Chen, King Vegeta is cunning and self-serving. I fear that once you depart, he may raise the banner of rebellion once more. Might you consider leaving Broly by my side, as a companion to me and Bardock?" Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Paragus, who immediately felt the weight of pressure and lowered his head. Bardock's expression changed abruptly, for some reason. He sensed that the pressure exerted by Lin Chen was now significantly stronger than before. "You need not worry about King Vegeta. He understands the gravity of the situation. Planet Vegeta has yet to emerge from its crisis, and he will not act recklessly." Lin Chen understood that although he had dealt with Frieza, it was the god of destruction, Beerus, who had initially decreed the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Once Beerus awakened from his slumber, the fate of Planet Vegeta would be sealed in destruction. If King Vegeta did not wish to bear the burden of being a sinner among the Saiyans, he had no choice but to obediently follow Lin Chen's directives. "Very well, I shall take Broly with me now. Remember to assist King Vegeta diligently. Subsequently, Planet Vegeta will undergo a transformation. There is no need for concern. Simply adhere to my plan for the next 5 years." "Yes." Paragus and Bardock bowed in response. Lin Chen was on the verge of executing a teleportation maneuver when the sudden sound of a baby's cry pierced the air. He cast a glance and was abruptly reminded of an important matter he had nearly forgotten. The wailing infant was none other than Bardock's son, Kakarot, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Alternatively, he could be referred to as Son Goku. However, at this moment, Goku was merely an infant comparable in age to Broly. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze directed at Goku, Bardock immediately interjected, "My apologies, Your Majesty, that is my child, Kakarot." Lin Chen responded, "Bardock, after I depart, ensure that Kakarot is sent to a planet known as Earth." "Earth?" Bardock pondered. "If your foresight still holds merit, you should grasp the significance of my words." "Indeed." Bardock nodded. Before they triumphed over Frieza, he had experienced a rather peculiar dream, wherein he witnessed his son Kakarot embarking on a grand adventure on an unfamiliar planet. Lin Chen smiled faintly. With that, everything was perfectly arranged. In the next moment, he seized Broly and executed instant transmission. As Lin Chen and Broly suddenly vanished before their eyes, Paragus and Bardock were taken aback. Paragus exclaimed in astonishment, "They vanished? Your Majesty Linkus, this is truly terrifying." "By the way, Bardock, what did His Majesty mean when he asked you to send your son to that Earth? Could it hold the future for our Saiyan race?" Bardock responded with a solemn expression. Not long thereafter, a mysterious force enveloped Planet Vegeta in the cosmos. Although the Saiyans on the planet had received early warnings from the palace, they remained awestruck by this power that altered the very fabric of reality. Once the force dissipated, the Saiyans were astonished to discover that their planet Vegeta had shifted from its original position in the galaxy to an unfamiliar new star system. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, the Saiyans began to obey Lin Chen's orders and entered a 5-year period of dormancy. Shortly after Planet Vegeta's disappearance, a spaceship arrived at the orbit where it once resided. Aboard the vessel, several extraterrestrial beings clad in battle attire gazed in disbelief at the vacant starfield. Is it true? Planet Vegeta has truly disappeared? Was it destroyed? But if it was destroyed, shouldn't we see fragments of the planet? Regardless of what has happened to the Saiyans, let us not forget our purpose. Wait. The detector is reacting. My heavens. Is that really Lord Frieza's life signal? He is still alive. Chapter 7. 5 years later. The fusion legend of the Super Saiyan Bloodline time swiftly passed, and 5 years had flown by. On the alien world known as Namek, An astonishing column of water erupted suddenly from the ocean's surface. An enormous aquatic creature was propelled skyward by the water column, soaring thousands of meters above sea level before plummeting back down. At that moment, a black-haired, tailed youth emerged from the depths, colliding with the colossal beast and instantly extinguishing its feeble life. The boy then lifted the creature and flew toward the shore. There, the mightiest of the Namekians, Nail, stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching youth. "Uncle Nail, I have one. You need not worry about me going berserk, right?" The boy chuckled while holding the beast. Nail replied, "Broly, I can see that you are now able to control your rage freely. That is commendable." Though his tone was devoid of warmth, it was imbued with genuine concern, for as Broly's guardian, Nail had lived alongside him for 5 years. As Broly discarded the beast's carcass onto the shore and began roasting its meat, Nail reminisced about 5 years ago. Back then, a Saiyan named Linkus, who had spent some time on Namek, had brought the 1-year-old Broly before the Grand Elder. This Saiyan not only wished to entrust Broly to the Namekians, but also requested the use of the Dragon Balls. Nail had always found it perplexing that the Grand Elder granted all of Linkus's requests without hesitation. When Nail inquired about the Grand Elder's intentions, he was met with a bewildering response. The Grand Elder believed that these two Saiyans might one day become the saviors of the Namekian people. Saviors? Nail scoffed. He was uncertain about Linkus, but he knew that Broly had nearly become the harbinger of destruction for the Namekians. Nail had never anticipated the existence of someone like Broly, a naturally gifted warrior. Despite being merely a child, Broly's power grew exponentially. Fortunately, although his strength increased daily, Broly was a well-behaved child who rarely caused trouble. However, there were moments when danger would trigger an uncontrollable emotional outburst. In the first year after Broly's arrival, Nail could restrain him. Yet by the second year, after one of Broly's frenzies, he possessed power far surpassing Nail's own. Fortunately, when Linkus had come to Namek, he seemed to foresee Broly's potential for emotional instability. During his summoning of the Namekian dragon, he utilized a wish to create a calming flute, capable of soothing any enraged individual, and entrusted it to the Grand Elder. This flute had allowed Namek to escape destruction on several occasions. As Nail reflected on the past, Broly had already consumed the entirety of the beast. He patted his distended belly, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Uncle Nail, I am full. I saved a piece of meat for you. Don't you want any?" Broly asked. "I previously mentioned that Namekians only require sunlight and water to thrive. Well, then, I shall eat it myself." Nail watched Broly feast, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Despite being a demon, Broly was, overall, a good child when he was not in a frenzy. His demeanor was quite likable to the Namekians. Speaking of Broly, it seemed that 5 years were nearing their conclusion. Nail suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Broly put down the meat he was holding. "Really? Uncle Nail, does that mean Brother Linkus will be emerging soon?" "It is very possible. Shall we go take a look?" "Okay." Broly swiftly finished the last morsel of meat and took to the sky, hastening toward a specific location deep within the ocean, not waiting for Nail. Nail did not call him back, but instead flew alongside him. Namek was an island planet, with the majority of its surface covered by vibrant green oceans. Deep within the largest oceanic expanse, a luminous sphere had appeared 5 years prior. This sphere had glowed like a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding waters. Should any being capable of sensing energy be nearby, they would detect a powerful aura emanating from within the sphere. After a considerable flight, Broly and Nail finally arrived at the oceanic region where the light sphere resided. Through the water, Broly immediately sensed the distinct difference from before. Indeed, Uncle Nail, Brother Linkus's energy is even stronger than before. It feels as though he is about to awaken. Sweat beaded on Nail's forehead. Without Broly's prompting, he had already noticed the changes below. The Scion's aura was undeniably greater and more formidable than ever. Damn it, what has that Scion been doing down there for these 5 years? Just as Broly and Nail hovered above the ocean's surface, within the luminous sphere beneath the waves, Lin Chen's consciousness was gradually awakening. 5 years ago, after meticulously preparing everything, he began to merge with the legendary Saiyan Bloodline deep within the ocean of Mike Star. During these 5 years, his consciousness was entirely severed from his physical form, while his body disintegrated into fine particles within a luminous sphere, only to be reconstituted and reborn. At last, the 5-year period had come to an end, and Lin Chen's body was finally reconstructed. In the next moment, an immense force pulled Lin Chen's consciousness back into his corporeal form. Within the glowing sphere, a flash of green light illuminated the space, and Lin Chen, who had been in slumber for 5 years, finally opened his eyes. Ding! The host has successfully merged with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chen was greeted by the mechanical synthesized voice of the system. He clenched his fists tightly, a surge of joy coursing through him. At long last, success had been achieved. It was truly unexpected that merging with the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan took a full 5 years. One could only wonder if it was the system's inadequacy or the formidable challenge of integrating the legendary Super Saiyan's bloodline that caused such a delay. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more, informing the host that his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was indeed a perfect one. although it took 5 years. It also eradicated the residual effects of the legendary Super Saiyan's uncontrollable power, ensuring that the host would no longer have to fear losing his sanity in the future. Chapter 8. Awakening in the First Battle Against Cosmic Pirates. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart leapt with joy. The legend states that the greatest flaw of the Super Saiyan lies in the inability to control their immense power once fully unleashed, leading to a state of madness where they become mere killing machines, consumed solely by battle and slaughter. Lin Chen's initial plan was to merge his bloodline first and then seek a solution, but unexpectedly, the system facilitated a complete resolution for him. As the saying goes, a setback may turn out to be a blessing. Upon reflection, spending 5 years merging the bloodline seems worthwhile. System, may I inquire about my combat power? Lin Chen asked. Certainly, assessing combat power is one of the system's functions, the system replied, promptly displaying several lines of text in Lin Chen's mind. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 550,000. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, key control. Over the course of 5 years, his combat power increased from 100,000 to 550,000. While this rate of progress may not be considered rapid, it is merely the beginning. With Lin Chen's awakening, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline will truly come into play. By the way, system, am I now able to transform into a Super Saiyan? The host's S cells are currently insufficient. It is estimated that combat power must reach at least 1,000,000 for the S cells to enable a true transformation. At present, you can only enter the pseudo-Super Saiyan state, the system responded. Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Is that not a concept from the earliest theatrical releases? Lin Chen suddenly pondered. The bloodline you have merged is indeed from the Ultra Instinct version of the legendary Saiyan, which differs slightly from Dragon Ball Super, the system clarified. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief, for the bloodline ability of the legendary Saiyan in the Ultra Instinct version was indeed more formidable. Yet it was also prone to uncontrollable power surges. With the assistance of the system, he could at least rest assured that he would not unexpectedly lose control and harm his comrades. After assessing his own condition, Lin Chen raised his head. He had sensed 2 familiar auras hovering above him, unmistakably belonging to Broly and the Namekian Nello. System, assess their combat power. Lin Chen commanded. In the next instant, he beheld the combat power readings displayed by the system. This feature was extraordinarily more effective than the combat power detectors of the Frieza Force, eliminating any concerns of malfunction due to excessively high power levels. Nello, 42,000. Broly, 230,000. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before he succumbed to slumber, Broly's combat power was merely 10,000, yet now it had surged to an astounding 230,000, an almost 23-fold increase. Truly, he was indeed a remarkable individual, possessing the legendary Saiyan bloodline. Meanwhile, upon the ocean's surface, both Broly and Naru noticed the luminous sphere beneath them gradually fading. Initially, they presumed Lin Chen would emerge at any moment, but as time passed, the depths remained eerily silent. Uncle Naru, could something have happened to Brother Linkus? Broly inquired with a hint of urgency. Stay calm. The energy below has not vanished yet. He may have merely awakened, Naru reassured. Just as Naru's words trailed off, a figure suddenly materialized before them. Ah, Broly. Naru. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's awakening, Broly erupted into joyous laughter and rushed towards him. Brother Linkus. The two embraced. And Lin Chen, observing Broly's cheerful demeanor, found it challenging to reconcile this vibrant version of Broly with the brooding, introverted character from the original narrative. It was indeed a sound decision to allow him to grow on Namek. Linkus, what exactly have you been up to these past 5 years? Why has your aura changed so dramatically? Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Naru remained wary of him. Lin Chen smiled, ready to explain, when suddenly his expression changed, and he lifted his head. Broly and Naru mirrored his action. The three of them sensed a multitude of immense and malevolent energies approaching Namek. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The trio then beheld a colossal spaceship descending from the atmosphere. Could it be the vessel of Frieza's army? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow as he beheld the spacecraft before him, identical in model to the one he had once obliterated belonging to Frieza. Could it be that Frieza or some other member of the Frozen Demon clan had arrived? No, the aura emanating from that vessel was significantly weaker than Frieza's. It must be a small squadron. He had already utilized his system to scan the newcomers, discovering that the most formidable among them possessed a combat power of merely 170,000. In comparison, even in his initial form, Frieza's combat power soared to 530,000. Thus, the individuals aboard that spacecraft were evidently just some high-ranking officers, rather than members of the Frozen Demon clan. Those wretched invaders. This is the ship of the cosmic pirate Lord Pagan. Immediately summon the leaders of your planet to meet us. Otherwise, we shall annihilate this world. We grant you but 10 minutes. As the vessel penetrated the atmosphere, a tremendous clamor erupted from within, echoing across the entire planet. Enraged by the audacity of the intruders, Nilu gritted his teeth, eager to charge out and teach them a lesson. However, Broly restrained him, exclaiming, "Uncle Nilu, there is someone aboard that ship whose presence surpasses even yours. Allow me to confront them." As the two debated, Lin Chen interjected with a smile, "Enough, Broly. I have been dormant for 5 years. It is time for me to stretch my limbs. You need not compete with me." With that, Lin Chen soared into the sky, propelling himself towards the spacecraft. After 5 years of inactivity, his muscles were yearning for movement. Since these individuals were not affiliated with Frieza's Legion, he felt no need for restraint. "Lord Pagan, the sensors have detected an approaching presence." While Lin Chen was still in flight, the spaceship in the sky had already detected his presence. Inside the vessel, a cosmic being shouted. Seated in the command chair was a cyclopean giant, the commander of this troop, known as Pigeon. Propping his head with one hand, he inquired, "Who is it? Is that a Namekian? Perhaps a Saiyan?" The monitor aboard the ship revealed the silhouette of the newcomer. Upon seeing Lin Chen's hair and the tail behind him, the extraterrestrials quickly discerned his identity. A Saiyan? Pigeon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Who would have thought to encounter a Saiyan here on Namek? Those damned Saiyans vanished without a trace after severely injuring Lord Frieza 5 years ago. And yet here stands one." He commanded, "Mobilize the troops. Capture him alive." Rising to his feet, his massive fists clenched tightly, he continued. "The recently resurfaced King Cold is recruiting formidable warriors to rebuild his Cold Legion. I initially intended merely to gather information about the fabled Namekians to present as a gift to King Cold, but to stumble upon a Saiyan is truly fortuitous. Listen up, everyone. If we can capture this Saiyan and extract information about the whereabouts of the other Saiyans from him, King Cold will surely reward us handsomely. Perhaps I might even be granted the title of Legion Commander. So we must seize him." "Yes," came the resounding roar, and figures began to launch themselves from the spaceship. Chapter 9. Unyielding. The legendary power of the Saiyan Bloodline. A multitude of warriors clad in battle attire surged forth from the spaceship. All of them fierce soldiers under the command of the notorious pirate Pigeon, who had pillaged over 100 planets. Each was a ruthless brigand, nearly 100 strong. They formed ranks before the spaceship, awaiting Lin Chen's approach. In no time, Lin Chen had flown to confront them. "So this Saiyan truly has come? Ha ha. They say Saiyans are like rabid dogs in battle, attacking anyone they see. Surely, he does not intend to challenge us?" Amidst the laughter, one extraterrestrial activated a scanner. "Let me assess his battle power. 15,000. 15,000. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, the other cosmic beings erupted into laughter. A battle power of 15,000 might be commendable among Saiyans, yet before their overwhelming numbers, it paled in comparison. "Enough dilly-dallying. Let us capture him quickly. We still need to hunt down those Namekians." At that moment, the voice of their leader Pigeon crackled through their communicators. Instantly, one of the aliens shot toward Lin Chen. "Hey, Saiyan over there, come along quietly, and we can spare you some hardships." Lin Chen gazed at the battle power detectors affixed to their faces, refraining from making any rash movements. Acquainted with the plot, he recalled that these detectors also served as communicators, capable of transmitting everything occurring in their vicinity to the far reaches of the universe. He harbored no fear of these individuals. Rather, he was apprehensive that should he dispatch them, he might attract even more adversaries. "Who are you? Are you minions of Frieza?" Lin Chen inquired. "Ha ha ha, are you deaf? Did you not hear what we just proclaimed? We are the Pagan Pirate Group. However, in the near future, we shall become subordinates of King Cold." One of the extraterrestrials replied. King Cold. Lin Chen recalled this name. The king of the Kurds, the father of Frieza, had long been renowned throughout the cosmos, even before Frieza's rise to power. However, more than this, Lin Chen was more concerned that the individuals before him were merely scattered mercenaries, entirely unrelated to Frieza or any other formidable force. With this revelation, he felt liberated from any concerns. Thus, it was decided, "Let you perish here." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as a powerful energy blast tore through the sky, instantly vaporizing a cosmic warrior. With the elimination of one foe, the energy of the blast remained unyielding, crashing into the spaceship behind the crowd, causing it to sway precariously. "Damn it! My ship!" Pagan, aboard the vessel, roared in fury, leaping out and shouting at his dazed subordinates. "You worthless fools! What are you waiting for? Capture him!" Enraged, the remaining cosmic warriors finally regained their composure and unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Lin Chen. A barrage of energy blasts and cannon fire from the spaceship surged towards him, engulfing his position in a chaotic maelstrom of energy, rendering him momentarily invisible. "Brother Lin Kex." In the distance, Broly sensed the turmoil and grew frantic. His hair stood on end as his aura expanded. Yet, a hand rested upon his shoulder, calming him. "Do not be hasty, Broly. Have you not noticed? Lin Kex's aura remains unscathed. He is merely testing his strength." "Oh really?" Broly's chaotic energy dissipated at the words. Meanwhile, above in the sky, the cosmic warriors halted their relentless assault, staring at the acrid smoke before them. their faces twisting into sinister grins. Oh dear. Perhaps we were a bit too vigorous just now. Surely that Saiyan is nothing but a pile of ashes by now. That fool, who dared provoke the pagan pirate crew. Wouldn't it have been wiser to surrender? However, at that moment, some of the cosmic beings suddenly noticed a figure within the smoke. What's happening? Could that Saiyan still be alive? As the haze cleared, they were astonished to find Lin Chen, whom they believed to be dead, floating unscathed in midair. How is this possible? They gasped in disbelief. He is completely unharmed. Such an attack, even our leader Pagan would not emerge unscathed from it. But this Saiyan, not only is he alive, but there isn't a scratch on him. What is going on? His battle power was supposed to be only 15,000. Lin Chen surveyed his physique with satisfaction, clenching his fists. Indeed, the body infused with the legendary Saiyan Bloodline had become indomitable. Are you finished? If so, it is now my turn. Lin Chen scoffed, commencing the full release of his aura. In an instant, a tempest arose, and towering waves surged towards the shore. At that moment, the Namekians on the planet sensed an overwhelming presence. Nearby, Naru felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That Lin Kasai was truly a monster. In the sky, the sounds of beeping and explosions echoed. As Lin Chen unleashed his full aura, the battle power detectors atop the extraterrestrial beings erupted one after another, instilling a sense of panic among them. Before the detectors shattered, many had already seen Lin Chen's battle power exceed 25,000. Meanwhile, aboard their spacecraft, the aliens received an even more precise reading through the ship's battle power detector, 550,000. Lord Peijen, that fellow's battle power is 550,000. What? Peijen gasped, turning to shout. You must be mistaken. It's impossible. Lord Peijen, the battle power detector on this ship is the most accurate in the universe. Peijen quickly realized that the ship's readings could not be erroneous, for this spacecraft had been purchased at a high price from the Frieza Force, identical in model to Frieza's own vessels. However, just as they were engulfed in dread, Lin Chen's voice resonated once more from the distance. Do not be too astonished just yet. The real spectacle is about to unfold. As Lin Chen laughed heartily, he gradually elevated his combat power, and simultaneously, the aura surrounding him began to transform into a brilliant golden hue. Rarely does a target present itself so conveniently, and Lin Chen was determined to test the limits of his current strength. At that moment, even those extraterrestrial beings incapable of sensing energy felt the palpable danger permeating the air. Chapter 10. The Limits of Power, Mimetic Super Saiyan Monstrous. A creature. On the spaceship of Pagan, the crew members were filled with dread as they observed the readings from the combat power detector soaring uncontrollably. Unlike the portable detectors carried by the combat personnel, the ship's detector was larger and more cumbersome, yet it boasted a higher threshold, capable of precisely measuring a maximum combat power of 1 million. This was the highest value detectable since the invention of combat power detectors. Currently, as Lin Chen underwent his transformation, the readings on the spaceship continued to escalate. 700, 000, 800, 000, 900, 000, 1, 000. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion rocked the vessel. A surviving crew member, barely clinging to life, managed to communicate through the ship's external communicator. Pagan, my lord, that individual's combat power has surpassed 1 million. 1 million? Upon hearing this, not only Pagan but all the extraterrestrials outside stood in stunned silence. 1 million? In this world, apart from the Ice Demon clan, could there truly be another being with such terrifying combat capabilities? A roar erupted, drawing the attention of those momentarily frozen in shock. At that moment, Lin Chen's aura had completely transformed into a radiant golden light. Not only that, his hair stood on end, shifting from its original black to a deep purple black. Lin Chen let out a sigh, feeling that he had reached his limit. At this moment, although he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had already entered the stage of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. This state, while not yet a true Super Saiyan, possessed a strength akin to that of one. System, what is my current combat power? Lin Chen inquired within his mind. Host combat power, 9 million, the system replied. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that, according to the original work, the Super Saiyan transformation was capable of amplifying one's battle power by 50-fold. Although he was currently merely in a simulated Super Saiyan state, logically, he should have experienced at least a 10-fold increase. Yet somehow, he found himself lacking even a 7-fold enhancement. System, could it be that you have erred in your calculations? The system's computations were, without a doubt, flawless. Never mind. Lin Chen temporarily suppressed his doubts. Now was not the time to investigate the reasons behind them. Just as he was pondering the inadequacy of his combat prowess, a group of cosmic pirates in the distance was frantically seeking an escape. They were overwhelmed. Flee. This being cannot possibly be a Saiyan. He is a demon. A demon indeed. I understand now. He must be that Saiyan. The one who severely injured King Frieza must be this Saiyan. We have encountered him. At that moment, amidst the cacophony of cries in the sky, a sudden, booming shout silenced everyone. A bunch of worthless fools, quiet down. The towering figure of Pagan soared out from the crowd, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed at all present. What is there to panic about? Do you not realize that a Saiyan could not possibly possess a battle power of 1 million? It must be a malfunction in the detector, merely a Saiyan monkey. As Pagan's words lingered in the air, his eyes widened in astonishment. When he glanced down, he was horrified to find a hand emerging from his own abdomen. Lin Chen's voice echoed softly in his ear. Could it be a malfunction of the detector? You may discern that for yourself. Lin Chen's palm erupted with a blinding flash, and the weapon wielded by Pei Jin was effortlessly pierced through, shattering into countless fragments. As the smoke dissipated, Pei Jin vanished from the sight of all present. A formidable warrior with a combat power of 170,000, he could command respect and navigate freely across the cosmos. Yet, before Lin Chen, he could not withstand even a single strike. Flee! Quickly flee! The words of Lord Pei Jin rang false. His combat power was indeed a staggering 1 million. A Super Saiyan. This Saiyan must be the legendary Super Saiyan. Amidst the cacophony of fear, none dared to remain. All the cosmic pirates hastily retreated toward their vessels. The still smoking ships began to pivot, preparing to accelerate away. Do not even think of escaping. Lin Chen concentrated all his energy into a single point, and a golden aura surged forth with his roar. Suddenly, a beam of golden energy erupted from his being. The luminous beam, akin to a comet, cleaved through the heavens, engulfing the cosmic pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, leaving the cosmic pirates no time to utter a cry before being entirely consumed by the radiant beam. Confirming that none had escaped, Lin Chen smiled, returned to his usual demeanor, and swiftly reappeared beside Broly with a flash. Brother Lynx, Broly exclaimed with excitement as he rushed to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen chuckled as he affectionately patted his head, then turned to Neru and said, "That moment just now should be considered a promise fulfilled, wouldn't you agree? When we meet the Grand Elder shortly, remember to testify on my behalf." Neru nodded, yet internally he was astonished. Years ago, when Lin Chen first encountered the Grand Elder, he had bargained for an enhancement of his potential by promising to protect the Namekians 3 times in the future. At that time, Neru had dismissed Lin Chen's words as mere bravado, even with the Grand Elder's support to bolster his strength. He found it hard to believe that someone with such limited abilities could genuinely safeguard the Namekians. However, he was taken aback to witness, 5 years later, the Saiyans' prowess had escalated to extraordinary heights. Among the cosmic pirates they had just faced, several possessed strength that was palpably superior to his own. Had Lin Chen not intervened, relying solely on the Namekians' power, they would have likely faced utter catastrophe. Yet, the Saiyan before him had effortlessly vanquished their foes, rescuing the Namekians once again. The Grand Elder's prophecy was indeed accurate. This Saiyan had truly become the savior of the Namekians. Utilizing Lin Chen's instantaneous movement, the 3 soon arrived near the Grand Elder's abode. At that moment, several Namekian elders were already seeking the Grand Elder's assistance regarding the Cosmic Pirates broadcast they had previously heard. The arrival of Lin Chen and his companions rendered the elders momentarily speechless. The threat had been averted. At that moment, the venerable elder, frail yet commanding, spoke. "The cosmic pirates have been dealt with by the Saiyan Lin Kex. If there are no further concerns, you may return to your villages and reassure your people." The elders gazed at the suddenly appeared trio, rendered mute by surprise. Finally, one of them broke the silence. Lin Kex, you have awakened." Lin Chen had spent an entire year honing his skills on Namek, traversing nearly every village of the Namekians. Thus the elders were no strangers to him. Indeed, Lin Kex replied with a smile, "The elder was correct. I have resolved the matter of the cosmic pirates. You may return with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances before nodding and departing, entrusting everything to the most reliable elder. Chapter 11. Return to Planet Vegeta. Once the elders of the Namekian villages had left, only the elder's guard, Nelu, remained to oversee the situation. After their departure, the venerable elder remarked, "Young Saiyan, your strength has surpassed all expectations. Have you perhaps become a Super Saiyan in these 5 years?" "Super Saiyan? What is that?" Broly inquired, bewildered. Yet Lin Chen nodded, replying, "Not yet. But I am very close." "Indeed, it was wise to forge an agreement with you," the elder mused. "Had it not been for your intervention, Namek would have faced dire calamity." "You need not thank me. I will fulfill my promise to you," Lin Kex assured. Lin Chen stated, "My purpose for coming here this time is, in fact, to bid you farewell. Elder, I intend to take Broly back with me. After my departure, you may summon the Eternal Dragon to create a communication device that allows you to reach me at any moment. Whenever you find yourselves in peril, I shall be able to come to your aid without delay." The elder smiled and replied, "I understand, young Saiyan. You are a person of your word. The Namekians will forever cherish your friendship and kindness." Lin Chen smiled gently and patted Broly's shoulder. "Broly, bid them farewell. You may not return here for a long time." Upon hearing this, Broly's face was filled with a sense of regret and reluctance. Goodbye, Elder. Goodbye, Uncle Naru. Farewell, Broly. Do not forget the cultivation within your heart. A rare expression of sorrow appeared on Naru's face as well. He then took out a short flute and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the tranquility flute that you had the dragon create. In the past year, Broly has learned to control his emotions, so I have not used it even once. After he departs, it will serve no purpose for us, so I shall give it to you. Lin Chen took the flute, a precious instrument of tranquility. Although Broly remained fiercely loyal to him, the legendary Saiyan Bloodline's inherent ferocity could one day drive Broly into madness. With this flute in his possession, Lin Chen could at least alleviate his concerns about the worst-case scenario. After completing this task, he placed a hand on Broly's shoulder, touched his forehead gently with his index and middle fingers, and said, "All right, farewell, everyone." With a swift motion, the two Saiyans vanished from sight. Naru, inform the elders to prepare for summoning the dragon. The Grand Elder sighed, giving the command. I have a foreboding feeling. Although we have narrowly escaped this crisis, the threat from Namek will undoubtedly return soon. The Grand Elder lamented. Linkus is correct. We need a means to summon him at any moment. Hearing this, Naru slowly bowed his head. He longed to contradict the Grand Elder and assert that he could protect Namek. However, reflecting on the cosmic intruders from earlier, Naru recognized his own limitations. Despite being the strongest on Namek, formidable beings abound throughout the universe. 5 years ago, utilizing the immense power of the dragon, Lin Chen relocated Planet Vegeta to the fringes of the universe. Though distanced from the core, this move granted Planet Vegeta an unprecedented tranquility. Prior to preparing for the fusion of the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, Lin Chen entrusted the planet back to King Vegeta, devising a 5-year plan for the Saiyans. According to this plan, the Saiyans would conserve their strength over these years, altering their previous ways of incessant warfare in anticipation of Linkus' return. During this time, all Saiyans were prohibited from leaving Planet Vegeta to prevent the disclosure of its new location. Thus, Lin Chen envisioned a temporary period of peace before returning to Planet Vegeta. However, Lin Chen was astonished upon returning with Broly to witness a scene of desolation. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the earth parched, trees withered, and the ground littered with animal bones. The entire planet seemed to have reached the brink of extinction, enveloped in a heavy, melancholic atmosphere. Linkus' brother. Is this what Planet Vegeta has become? Broly gazed around in bewilderment. Having left Planet Vegeta at a young age, he had no memories of his homeland and assumed it was a barren world. Yet Lin Chen knew well that Planet Vegeta was never meant to be such a wasteland. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how this transformation could have occurred. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an immense energy emanating from afar, near the Saiyan royal capital. This presence was even more powerful than Lin Chen's own. What? Could it be that Frieza and his cohorts have located Planet Vegeta? Yet, this energy, while colossal, felt strangely different. Just then, Broly pointed to the ground and exclaimed, Linkus' brother, there are many weak energies over there. Upon hearing the words, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the direction indicated and indeed discovered a multitude of presences congregating in a particular locale. In contrast to the vast and somewhat daunting energies emanating from the royal capital, the number of auras here was considerable, yet their quality was rather low. Are they Saiyans? Broly, let us investigate. Indeed, Brother Lin Kex. The two immediately soared into the sky. Along the way, they were met with a desolate landscape. How infuriating. What on earth is happening? Lin Chen suppressed the fury within him and quickened his pace. Before long, the two arrived at the location from which the peculiar aura emanated. However, as they surveyed the surroundings, they found themselves in a desolate mountain range, devoid of anything noteworthy. How strange, Brother Lin Kex. Are we mistaken? Broly inquired, puzzled. No, follow me. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips as he suddenly accelerated towards a towering peak. With a resounding crash, Lin Chen collided with the mountain. Yet, beneath this mountainous facade lay an expansive chamber, where several young Saiyans huddled together under the protection of a few adult female Saiyans. Gazing in terror at the unexpected intruder, Lin Chen was taken aback to discover that the majority of the Saiyans present were merely children. At that moment, a Saiyan with an extravagant spiky hairstyle soared into the air, exclaiming, "You all must flee. I shall confront him." Vegeta. Hearing the astonished cries of the young Saiyans below, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Was this the youthful incarnation of Vegeta? Lin Chen remained still, for just before Vegeta launched a punch towards him, Broly had already positioned himself in front of Lin. How audacious. Broly effortlessly seized Vegeta's fist, and the overwhelming force compelled Vegeta to clench his jaw tightly. He never anticipated being subdued by a child of similar age. But how infuriating. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Chapter 12, A Twist of Fate. The invasion of the Drellis Legion faced with Broly's formidable strength, Vegeta's pride flared once more. Regardless of the fact that he had never encountered the two individuals before him, he gritted his teeth and abruptly withdrew his fist. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta thrust his palm forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts akin to a machine gun, all aimed directly at Broly's face. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy blast struck Broly squarely, enveloping the cavern in a cloud of dust that blotted out the light, while debris fell from the ceiling in the wake of the shockwaves. Yet Vegeta did not relent. His energy continued to surge, preparing for his most powerful attack, which was on the verge of being unleashed. However, as Vegeta's aura intensified, the cavern seemed on the brink of collapse, trembling under the strain. Prince Vegeta, stop immediately. This place is going to cave in. Everyone flee. The Saiyans below cried out in panic as they scattered in all directions, frightened by the falling boulders. At that moment, from within the swirling dust, an unscathed Broly emerged, delivering a punch directly to Vegeta's abdomen, who was still gathering energy. Vegeta's power-up was abruptly interrupted, and he doubled over, expelling the contents of his stomach onto the ground. With a stern expression, Broly prepared to pursue, but Lin Chen's voice rang out. That's enough, Broly. They should be our allies. As Vegeta fell, the precarious cavern gradually returned to tranquility. A group of young Saiyans rushed anxiously towards the fallen Vegeta. Among them, a young Saiyan with hair cascading down to his waist helped the incapacitated prince, asking nervously, Prince Vegeta, are you alright? Get away, Raditz. I am Vegeta. Ugh. Vegeta could not hold back and retched again. What on earth is happening? Why are you all here? Lin Chen descended to the ground with Broly, addressing the group of children before him. Faced with Broly, who had effortlessly defeated Vegeta with a single blow, the children instinctively recoiled in fear. Even Raditz trembled, his legs quaking. As for Vegeta, he remained utterly immobile at that moment. Who are you? Are you allies of Darius? Among the frightened Saiyans, only one female Saiyan gathered her courage to confront Lin Chen and Broly directly. Upon hearing the name mentioned by the female Saiyan, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Darius? He recalled that this individual was a Saiyan from the original film series, who had departed from Planet Vegeta long ago to form his own legion, wandering the cosmos. Utilizing seeds of the Tree of Might, which they had somehow acquired, they sought out suitable planets across the universe to cultivate the tree, thereby enhancing their own strength through the fruits it bore. Could it be that the desolation of Planet Vegeta was a result of the Tree of Might? And was that terrifying aura emanating from the tree? If so, everything began to make sense. I am Linkus. At the mention of this name, shock spread across the faces of the Saiyans present. Linkus, a name that has become legendary on Planet Vegeta. Linkus? Are you truly King Linkus? The female Saiyan exclaimed with excitement. You have been missing for 5 years, haven't you? I have returned. The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan had altered Lin Chen's appearance slightly from the past. If it weren't for Lin Chen's acquaintances, it would indeed be somewhat challenging to recognize him at this moment. Upon seeing Lin Chen nod, the female Saiyant's expression shifted dramatically in the next instant. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, leaving both Lin Chen and Broly exchanging bewildered glances. Your Majesty Linkus, you have finally returned. How wonderful. If you had not come back, Planet Vegeta would have faced annihilation. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted the other person on the back, offering comfort. Stop crying. Please tell me what happened on Planet Vegeta. The female Saiyan ceased her tears and began to elucidate the events that transpired on Planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen had surmised, the matter was indeed connected to the rogue Saiyan, Dales. Ever since the dragon had relocated Planet Vegeta to the fringes of the universe, the Saiyans, under the leadership of King Vegeta, had embarked on a new way of life. Raiding and conquering were no longer their pursuits. Instead, their daily routine revolved around training, anticipating the return of their true king, Lynx, in 5 years. As 5 years swiftly passed, most Saiyans gradually acclimated to this regimen. However, just at that moment, a spaceship disrupted the tranquility of Planet Vegeta. The vessel's owner was none other than the traitor of the Saiyan clan, the lower-class warrior Dales. Remarkably, Dale's journey bore some resemblance to Lin Chen's. As a fellow lower-class warrior, he had unexpectedly murdered his comrades during a mission and subsequently vanished without a trace. Years later, upon his return, he had transformed into a formidable force, accompanied by 5 alien warriors forming the Dale's Legion, whose prowess was equally impressive. Dale showcased his overwhelming strength upon arriving at Planet Vegeta. He effortlessly defeated King Vegeta, and even Bardock, who had become the strongest warrior on Planet Vegeta, was no match for him. After easily conquering them, Dales proclaimed himself the new king of the Saiyans and planted a mysterious seed known as the Spirit Tree in the royal capital. According to Dales, the Spirit Tree was a plant capable of absorbing the life essence of the planet and bearing mystical fruits that significantly enhanced the combat abilities of those who consumed them. Following his victory over King Vegeta, Dales utilized these fruits as bait to entice a faction of Saiyans to pledge their allegiance to him. Currently, these individuals were gathered in the royal capital, awaiting the maturation of the Spirit Tree's fruits. Your Majesty Lynx, King Vegeta and the other loyal Saiyans are assembling around the royal capital, intending to thwart the maturation of the Spirit Tree's fruits. Lord Bardock has stated that if the tree is destroyed before the fruits are harvested, Planet Vegeta can be revitalized. We, who are unable to assist, can only be tasked with watching over these children. King Vegeta said that if they fail, these children will be the last seeds of the Saiyans. Upon hearing the female Saiyant's words, a slight smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. He had not anticipated that his wish to relocate Planet Vegeta would inadvertently lead Dale's Legion to stumble upon it. He recalled that in the original narrative, Dales and his companions had been evading Frieza's forces while searching remote star systems for a suitable planet to cultivate the spirit tree. It was unforeseen that he would accidentally discover the hidden Planet Vegeta. Indeed, this was a case of ironic fate. Chapter 13. The True King of the Saiyans, Dales. Ding. Crisis detected on Planet Vegeta. Strongest choices triggered. Choice 1. Ignore the crisis on Planet Vegeta and seize all spirit tree fruits. Reward, Energy Ball Technique. Choice 2. Intimidate Dale's Legion. Recruit all members for personal use and seize all spirit tree fruits. Reward, King Kai Fist Technique. Choice 3. Eliminate all members of Dale's Legion and destroy the spirit tree. Reward, 10 spirit tree fruits, 50 times gravity chamber. Upon seeing the choices presented by the system, Lin Chen made his decision without hesitation. I choose 3. Planet Vegeta would henceforth serve as Lin Chen's stronghold, having expended a wish from the Namekian dragon to relocate it. He could not simply stand by and watch it be drained by the spirit tree. As for the rewards, techniques could easily be learned from King Kai given sufficient time. However, the 50 times gravity chamber appeared far more enticing. Although the 10 fruits offered in choice 3 were not plentiful, they would suffice. Moreover, according to the storyline, Dale's group likely possessed seeds of the spirit tree. If he could acquire them, he could cultivate them on another planet, thus preserving his beloved Planet Vegeta. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Please complete the task promptly. Lin Chen regained his consciousness and turned to the female Saiyan, assuring her, rest assured, I shall promptly deal with those individuals. Upon hearing this, the Saiyan's expression brightened, and she lowered her head, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded slightly, ascending into the sky. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly looked down and smiled at the female Saiyan, inquiring, by the way, what is your name? Your Majesty Hanasia, she replied. Her cheeks flushed, but you may also call me Hannah. Lin Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further, and soared into the sky alongside Broly, leaving the cave behind. Once they departed, the other female Saiyans quickly gathered around, exclaiming to Hannah, Hannah, congratulations. Has King Lynx taken a liking to you? You are truly impressive. Had I known, I would have emerged earlier to converse with His Majesty. Amidst their laughter, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Raditz. We must follow them and see for ourselves. But it's dangerous outside. If you're afraid, stay here, but I have to witness Lynx's power with my own eyes. Vegeta's jaw was set tight, his expression one of discontent. Merely a child at Lynx's side left him feeling dwarfed. What, then, was Lynx's true strength? As the prince of the Saiyans, he should have been the mightiest. Yet now 2 individuals had emerged who far surpassed him. This was intolerable. I will confirm their strength with my own eyes, and one day, I shall surpass them. I will reclaim my father's throne. At that moment, on Planet Vegeta, in the Saiyan royal capital, the once glorious city had been reduced to ruins. The capital was now dominated by a colossal tree, the fabled Tree of Might. At the edge of this monumental tree, a group of Saiyans gazed up at it. Filled with rage, Bardock, you foretold that His Majesty Lynx would come to save Planet Vegeta, yet why has he not appeared? The fruits of the Tree of Might must be nearing maturity, right? Among them, King Vegeta, his forehead bandaged, glared furiously at the tree that had destroyed his palace. Had it not been for Bardock, he would have commanded an attack long ago. However, Bardock, one of King Vegeta's appointed aides, had warned him of Lynx's impending arrival. Bardock possessed foresight, a fact that King Vegeta was well aware of, and it was his counsel that had restrained the king from acting rashly. Yet, as time wore on, the king's patience began to wane. King Vegeta, endure a little longer. The Dales faction is too powerful. Without His Majesty Lynx's assistance, even our desperate efforts may prove futile. By King Vegeta's side stood another Saiyan, Paragus, also appointed by Lin Chen as an advisor, whose words compelled the king to bide his time. Just then, the scouters warned by the Saiyans emitted a series of urgent beeps. Laughter erupted above them. Ha ha ha. Is that not King Vegeta? Have you perhaps reconsidered and decided to ally with His Majesty Dales? King Vegeta and his companions looked up in terror. A group of Saiyans surrounded a cadre of 6 individuals hovering above them, traitors who had defected to Dales. Among them were 5 key members of Dale's forces, alongside the sinister Saiyan. Dales himself. Upon realizing their presence, cold sweat broke out on King Vegeta's brow, while Bardock gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the Saiyan intent on destroying his homeland. What stung Bardock even more was that this Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Dales, get off Planet Vegeta at once. The true king of the Saiyans is about to return. When that time comes, you and your minions will find no refuge. King Vegeta shouted. Oh, Dales smirked. a bloodthirsty grin curling at his lips. The true king you speak of, could it be that fellow named Lynx? I have heard of him. A mere warrior with a power level of only 100,000 dares to call himself king? Beside Dales, a scion with a scant tuft of hair chimed in, indeed. King Vegeta, open your eyes. The true king of the Saiyans is none other than His Majesty Dales. His power level has reached an astounding 300,000. Nappa, when did you become such a coward? What happened to the pride of the Saiyan elite? King Vegeta snapped, his fury ignited upon seeing Nappa, once his loyal guard and a noble among Saiyans, now groveling at Dale's feet after the invasion. Pride? How dare you utter such words? Where was your pride when you begged Lynx for mercy? Nappa retorted, turning to Dales with a sycophantic smile. Your Majesty Dales, allow me to deal with these disobedient fools. Go ahead, Dales replied, a smile spreading across his face. Chapter 14. He is the true king of the Saiyans, though Dales had envisioned the day he would reign over Planet Vegeta countless times. He had never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. He had merely been searching the fringes of the universe for a planet suitable for planting the Tree of Might, only to inadvertently stumble upon the long-lost Planet Vegeta. Initially, upon discovering it was the missing Saiyan world, Dales felt a flicker of panic. News of the Saiyans' rebellion against King Frieza and their subsequent victory had spread throughout the cosmos. Dales had feared encountering the powerful warriors responsible for wounding Frieza, but upon discreetly investigating, he learned that the Saiyans had outsmarted Frieza rather than defeating him in direct combat. The strongest warrior on this planet possessed a power level of less than 30,000, while Dale's power had already soared to 300,000. Thus, Dale's campaign commenced. With his overwhelming strength, he not only succeeded in planting the Tree of Might, but also enlisted many Saiyans as his subservients. Once a lowly warrior, he had now ascended to the pinnacle of Saiyan society. The taste of power was exquisite. Go, Nappa. But if possible, recruit even more followers for me. Without a sufficient number of subjects, my title as King of the Saiyans would be utterly hollow. At your command, my lord. With Dale's permission. Nappa sneered as he descended before King Vegeta and his entourage. King Vegeta, this is your final chance. Surrender and submit to His Majesty Dales, or face death. Just you? King Vegeta scoffed. Of course, you would not comprehend the greatness of His Majesty Dales. Nappa proclaimed to the gathered Saiyans. The Lynx once led us to victory over Frieza. He also forced us to hide in fear, unable to venture off-planet. Such a prison-like existence is unworthy of Saiyans. But under His Majesty Dales, we can return to the thrilling life we once knew, and more importantly, Dales possesses the fruits of the Tree of Might. By following him, everyone will have the opportunity to partake in the fruits. Behold, this is the power of the Spirit Tree's fruit. Huh, Nappa roared, unleashing his aura, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon every Saiyan present, akin to a tempest. Their power detectors emitted incessant beeping sounds. 30,000. King Vegeta gazed at Nappa, who was once merely his subordinate, in disbelief. Though Nappa had significantly increased his strength over the past 5 years, prior to his betrayal, his combat power was a mere 10,000. How could he have tripled it in just a few days? Could it be that the fruit of the Spirit Tree is truly so miraculous? Even King Vegeta felt a tremor of uncertainty, and the other Saiyans were no less affected. Some were gripped by fear, while others displayed expressions of longing, clearly shaken. Sensing the trepidation of those around him, King Vegeta clenched his jaw and suddenly charged forward. Bluster all you want, Nappa. I shall show you who truly belongs to the royal bloodline of the Saiyans. He swung a punch, only to have it effortlessly caught by Nappa. With a cold smirk, Nappa taunted, King Vegeta, shall I remind you? You are no longer part of the Saiyan royalty. With that, he delivered a devastating blow infused with overwhelming power directly to King Vegeta's head. Bang! Blood splattered as King Vegeta emitted a pained cry, his body hurtling backward like a meteor across the horizon. Yet, Nappa pursued the retreating King Vegeta, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath him, creating a deep crater where King Vegeta lay. Nappa planted his foot on the fallen king, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, Saiyan royalty? King Vegeta. Do you see? This is the true power bestowed upon me by the real king of the Saiyans. Before me, you are but an ant. Furious, King Vegeta struggled to rise, only to be forcefully pressed down again by Nappa's foot, his face buried in the ground. Humph, a worthless fool, Nappa spat, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining Saiyans. Save for Bardock and Paragus, all other Saiyans recoiled in fear at his gaze, retreating a step. So, do you now understand who the true king of the Saiyans is? Just as Nappa's words hung in the air, a sudden disturbance rippled through the sky. The crowd looked up, and in the next moment, 2 figures materialized in midair. Who could they be? The emergence of Lin Chen and Broly has instilled a sense of vigilance in Dale's faction. Lin Chen remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands behind his back. As countless gazes converged upon him, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Darius glanced around at the Saiyans, who appeared as though they had seen a ghost, and barked, "What is the matter? Who is he after all?" On the ground, The once fearsome Na Ba took several steps back, trembling uncontrollably in fright. No one answered Darius's inquiry. However, from the ranks of Bardock and his companions, Paragus suddenly knelt in Lin Chen's direction, raising his fists in salute and proclaiming, "He is the hero who led the Saiyans to defeat Frieza, the true king of our Saiyan race, His Majesty Lin Chen." Following Paragus, Bardock also dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to His Majesty Lin Chen." His Majesty. After Bardock's declaration, the second, third, and fourth Saiyans who had not sided with Darius all knelt in reverence, their voices ringing out in unison. Meanwhile, the newly loyal Saiyans at Darius's side, much like Na Ba, wore expressions of trepidation. Although Lin Chen had not appeared before them for 5 years, his formidable reputation lingered. Witnessing this spectacle, Darius snorted derisively and activated his power level detector. The reading, however, perplexed him. 5,000? How can this fellow possess only 5,000 power? The little one beside him has a power level of 10,000. These Saiyans must be out of their minds. How dare they call someone with a mere 5,000 power the true king? Without a moment's hesitation, one of Darius's subordinates surged forward, aiming to knock Lin Chen to the ground. Upon seeing this, Na Ba shouted, "Lord Kako, be careful. That Lin Chen possesses a power level of 100,000. What? Kako?" Still processing Na Ba's warning, was suddenly met by Lin Chen's sweeping kick. A dull thud resounded as Kakao was propelled backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the tree of consciousness with a resounding smack, splattering into a gruesome mess. Chapter 15. Lin Chen, brother, they are so weak. No, it cannot be. Witnessing Kakao's transformation into a puddle of flesh, Darius's remaining 4 subordinates wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. Unlike the traitorous Saiyans, these 4 had followed Darius for years, consuming the fruits of the tree of consciousness, and their power levels had surpassed 30,000. Previously, when suppressing the Saiyan King, they had displayed their formidable strength, with no Saiyan able to withstand even 10 moves against them. Yet now, they were stunned to realize that Kakao, their second strongest member, had been effortlessly dispatched by a mere 5,000 power level individual. "There's nothing surprising about it," Darius remarked. "It seems that fellow can manipulate his power level. He must have momentarily boosted his strength. 5 years ago, his power level was already 100,000, and in these intervening years, he has undoubtedly grown even stronger. It is no wonder you are no match for him." Darius then soared past his subordinates, heading toward Lin Chen. "Let me have a word with this boy." "Humph. The true king of the Saiyans? There can only be one, and that is I." "Understood, my lord. If that is the case, we shall handle the other boy." Darius's subordinates then drifted toward Broly. Noticing this, Lin Chen remarked, "Broly, it seems they are coming for you." "It's all right, brother Lin Chen. They are quite weak." Broly replied, displaying no fear. At this declaration, the Saiyans below fainted in disbelief. To them, Darius's subordinates were like monstrous beings. How could this young Saiyan dare to deem them weak? Did that not imply they were inferior even to him? Amidst the crowd, Bardock was taken aback and excitedly patted Paragus on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that Broly?" "Broly?" Paragus gazed at his son in disbelief. After 5 years apart, he could hardly recognize the immense transformation his son had undergone. The calmness and composure before him were a stark contrast to the child who would cry and rage at the slightest provocation. "Little brat, the last one who spoke to us like that is already dead." The 4 subordinates of Darius charged forward in fury, but just as they were about to reach Broly, he suddenly unleashed his energy. A tempest surged forth, and the overwhelming aura rendered the 4 unable to move. What? Beep, beep, beep. The onlookers were stunned to see Broly's power level skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Boom. When the reading surpassed 20,000, the detectors exploded in a shower of sparks. Yet, it was evident that Broly's power continued to escalate. Someone quickly retrieved a backup communicator and shouted, "Spaceship? Inform me of that boy's power level at once." "Lord Dietz, what is happening?" "There is an energy before you with a power level reading of 230,000. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left dumbfounded. 230,000. Are you mistaken? How can this be? This Saiyan boy cannot possibly possess such immense power. The detector must be malfunctioning. However, the communicator insisted, "Impossible, my lord. The detectors on the spaceship are super large models, capable of measuring up to 1,000,000, 230,000. From afar, Darius overheard their conversation through the communicator, incredulity washing over him as he learned that this young Saiyan possessed a power level of 230,000. He could hardly believe it. Darius himself had a power level of only 300,000, achieved through the absorption of several planetary life essences and countless fruits from the tree of consciousness. How could a clearly still adolescent Saiyan possess such colossal strength? How infuriating. Is this the limitation of lower-level warriors? Hey, don't look over there. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out from behind Darius. He quickly turned around to see Lin Chen, hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile on his face. Darius scoffed. Lin Kex? Very well. I shall deal with you first before turning my attention to that boy. Without further ado, Darius raised both hands and unleashed a torrent of azure energy waves, all of which struck Lin Chen. After the blast, Darius panted, a smirk plastered on his face as he surveyed the dust-covered sky. He then glanced back toward Broly, eager to dispatch Lin Chen swiftly to assist his subordinates. However, upon turning back, he was met with the shocking sight of all his remaining subordinates laid low on the ground by Broly. Remarkably, none of them were dead, having grown up on Namek. Broly, much like Gohan from the original tale, had become a good-hearted individual, disinclined toward killing. You little brat. Upon witnessing his subordinates sprawled on the ground, Dales's demeanor turned icy as he prepared to eliminate Broly. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted. Hey, your opponent is me. No, it can't be, Dales exclaimed in horror, turning around to see that as the dust settled, Lin Chen remained suspended in the air, utterly unscathed. How is this possible? Dales struggled to comprehend the situation. Hadn't those individuals claimed that Lin Keisai possessed only 100,000 in battle power? Dales refrained from using his own scouter and instead contacted his crew aboard the ship. This is Dales. Immediately confirmed the battle power of the other Saiyan. Sir, we were just about to inform you that the battle power of that Saiyan is 550,000. 550,000. Impossible. How could a Saiyan possibly possess 550,000 in battle power? Could it be? Have you also consumed the fruit of the tree of might? Why can't a Saiyan have 550,000 in battle power? Dales, you are utterly oblivious to the true potential of the Saiyans, Lin Chen replied indifferently. Whoosh. Lin Chen's form suddenly vanished from the spot, only to reappear before Dales in the next instant. He thrust his right knee forcefully into Dales' abdomen. With a gasp, Dales expelled a mouthful of bile, his body curling into a contorted shape reminiscent of a thoroughly cooked shrimp, his features twisted in agony. Such power. Incredibly overwhelming. Why is this Saiyan so formidable? Dale's mind was entirely inundated with feelings of shock, humiliation, rage, and despair. A subtle smile curved at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he spoke with unparalleled arrogance. You managed to retain consciousness after enduring a punch from me? Impressive. You truly deserve your battle power of 300,000, Dales. Let us spar. I seek to stretch my muscles. Stretch your muscles? Do you take me for a fool, Dales? The air crackled with fury as Dales erupted, radiating an overwhelming aura of rage before launching a frenzied assault on Lin Chen. Chapter 16. The Resurrected Planet Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with the sounds of fists and feet colliding, akin to the roll of thunder. Against the backdrop of the towering spirit tree, Lin Chen and Darius engaged in a breathtaking clash. At times, they were separated by vast distances, only to collide once more in mere seconds, traversing both heaven and earth. The swiftness of their movements rendered them nearly invisible to the onlookers, who could only hear the resounding explosions echoing above. Among the spectators, only Broly could keep pace with their astonishing speed. Is this the power of His Majesty Lin Kex? Truly formidable. He is even stronger than he was 5 years ago. The observing Saiyans gasped in awe, their mouths agape. Meanwhile, the betrayers and Darius's legion, trembling with fear, quietly began their retreat towards the spirit tree. Hurry. Take this opportunity to escape, urged Daba amidst the fleeing crowd. Lord Daba, must we truly flee? Fool, can we possibly contend with such a level of combat? Quickly. Return to the spaceship. Daba reasoned that, given the circumstances, Lin Kex's return after 5 years clearly placed him above Darius in strength. If they did not escape now, would they wait until Darius was definitively defeated? As for seeking Lin Kex's forgiveness, let us not forget that he is a Saiyan. Saiyans never show mercy to traitors. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Darius exerted all his strength, only to find himself increasingly constrained. He could sense that Lin Chen was not fighting at full capacity. Yet he was still being toyed with. Why? Lin Kex, show me your true power. Lin Chen paused momentarily, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Very well. He had grown weary of the game. Indeed, the 300,000 combat power of Dales was considerably more formidable than that of the previous cosmic pirates. In the next instant, an immense force collided with Dales' visage. Time seemed to stand still as Dales distinctly felt his features contort, his teeth shattering upon impact. Then, as time resumed its natural course, Dales was propelled like a cannonball, tracing a brilliant arc through the air before crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree, leaving a substantial dent in its surface. Lynx! Dales exclaimed, exerting all his strength to extricate himself from the trunk, his voice echoing with fervor. I am Dales, the sovereign of the future cosmos. How could I possibly be defeated by you? In the next moment, Dales soared upwards, directly towards the crown of the spirit tree. Beneath those branches, numerous spirit tree fruits dangled temptingly. However, these fruits still bore a hint of immaturity, clearly not yet ripe. Yet, Even these unripe fruits possessed the capacity to augment combat power. Dales could no longer afford to await their maturation. He was determined to enhance his strength immediately and vanquish Lynx. As he beheld the spirit tree fruits within arm's reach, Dales envisioned victory beckoning him, picturing himself, enhanced in power, ruthlessly trampling Lynx beneath his feet, relishing in the torment he would inflict. Lynx observed the direction in which Darius was flying and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Perfect, he thought, a group of people perched in the trees. Let them vanish along with the spirit tree. As a divine entity, the spirit tree could not be easily destroyed by ordinary attacks. In the original tale, it was only through the absorption of the spirit tree's fruit that Sun Wukong was able to unleash the energy blast that obliterated this towering giant. Though Lin Chen was not adept at the spirit bomb technique, he possessed skills that surpassed it. With a fierce roar, a golden aura began to emanate from him, instilling a sense of inexplicable pressure upon all the Saiyans present. Vegeta, witnessing the radiant golden light surrounding Lin Chen, instinctively recalled an ancient legend passed down among the Saiyan royal family. Meanwhile, Dales, who had just plucked the deepest colored fruit from the Tree of Might and was about to consume it, sensed the unusual aura below him, an imprint of fear etched into every Scion's DNA regarding the legends. Lin Kex? He pondered, disbelief washing over him, gritting his teeth. Dales bit into the fruit he held. The moment he swallowed it, he felt a remarkable transformation within him. The injuries inflicted by Lin Chen's earlier fury healed instantly, and his lost strength not only returned but multiplied exponentially. Activating his communicator, Dales declared, "This is Dales. Inform me of my current combat power. My lord, your combat power has exceeded 600,000. 600,000? Ha! Dales erupted in laughter. The soil of Planet Vegeta was indeed conducive to nurturing the Tree of Might. Even an immature fruit could enhance his power so significantly. He surmised that once all the fruits matured, his strength would ascend to even greater heights. Not even Lin Kex, nor the Frost Demon clan that dominated the universe, would stand a chance against him. However, before Dales could revel in his triumph, a desperate cry erupted from his subordinate. My lord, there is a formidable power nearby. It seems to belong to that Saiyan. Lin Kex, what is his combat power now? 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. No. It must exceed the limit. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated nearby, prompting Dales to turn and witness a plume of smoke rising from the direction of his mothership. Flee. Quickly. Inside Dales' mothership, an explosion ensued due to the energy levels exceeding their limits, triggering a chain reaction. Survivors screamed as they fled towards their sole pillar of hope, Dales. However, at that moment, everyone noticed a luminous flash beneath the Tree of Might. Transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan, Lin Chen focused on the tree, raising one hand towards it. Without performing any elaborate technique, he simply condensed his energy into a green orb and propelled it towards the tree. The orb, resembling a basketball, moved slowly, yet shortly after it penetrated the tree, a towering beam of light erupted from its trunk, soaring to the treetop and ultimately engulfing Dales and the treacherous Saiyans. I refuse to accept this. I am the Saiyan King. Dales' final desperate cries echoed within the light. With a deafening rumble, the ground shook violently, a cataclysmic energy burst forth, radiating dazzling white light that enveloped much of Planet Vegeta. Under the terrifying aura, the Saiyans collapsed to the ground, succumbing to their fears, believing their doom was imminent. Yet, moments later, the branches of the Tree of Might, which had previously cast a shadow over half of Planet Vegeta, transformed into countless golden specks. These specks spread across the planet like snowflakes. The true nature of these specks was the life energy extracted by the Tree of Might. As this energy sank into the earth, the once barren land rejuvenated as if nourished by rainfall, restoring vitality to all living things on Planet Vegeta. In that moment, the planet on the brink of destruction was reborn. Chapter 17, Lin Chen's Ambition, New Choices Arising. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to eliminate all members of Dales' army and destroy the Tree of Might. Reward, 10 Tree of Might fruits and a gravity chamber with 50 times the gravity. Ding. Rewards have been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. 3 days had passed since Lin Chen's victory over Dales in the revival of Planet Vegeta. During this time, the Saiyans, under King Vegeta's leadership, commenced the reconstruction of the royal capital. The first structure to be restored was the Saiyan Palace, which had been ravaged by Dales and his cohorts. In a corner of the palace, Lin Kex lay fast asleep, cradling Hanaxia, the first female Saiyan he encountered upon returning to Planet Vegeta, who had become his consort, enjoying his exclusive favor. However, a sudden knock at the door jolted them awake. Big brother Lin Kex, King Vegeta, and the others request an audience. Upon hearing Broly's voice from outside, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up. I understand, Broly. Tell them to wait in the council chamber. Your Majesty. Hanaxia's long legs coiled around him like a serpent, her expression filled with longing. Your Majesty, ignore them. I still want. Saiyan women were known for their fierce passion, both in life and in the bedroom, and Hanaxia was no exception, which captivated Lin Chen. Yet he knew that if he remained lost in such indulgence, his own doom would not be far off. Thus, he coldly pushed Hanaxia away. Enough. You should get up and accompany me to meet King Vegeta and the others. Seeing Lin Chen's first display of coldness in 3 days, Hanaxia understood to cease her advances and promptly nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, Lin Chen, accompanied by Hanaxia and Broly, who now served as his personal guard, arrived at the council chamber. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus had been waiting for quite some time. Their purpose was not only to report on the progress of the royal capital's restoration over the past 3 days, but also to request new directives from Lin Chen. 5 years had swiftly passed, and it was time for Planet Vegeta to undergo transformation. Previously, Lin Chen had refrained from making many arrangements due to the necessity of slumbering. Now that he had returned as a king, the plans he had once hesitated to implement could now be set in motion. He permitted King Vegeta to lift the ban on interstellar travel, no longer restricting the Saiyans from leaving Planet Vegeta. Simultaneously, Lin Chen commanded Paragus to establish new laws to instate order within the previously Might-is-Right Saiyan society. Lin Chen's ambition is to establish his own Saiyan empire in the near future. Although the current Saiyans are feeble, his aspirations are grand. Envisioning a future where his followers will possess an entire legion of Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan 2s, and even the mightier Super Saiyan gods. At that time, Lin Chen will stand as the pinnacle of the Saiyan empire, wielding power that rivals the divine. When that moment arrives, he will face the god of destruction, the angels, and even the Omni King without fear. To achieve this, he must undertake a comprehensive transformation of the Saiyans. Well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, Lin Chen perceives the present Saiyans as a once great nation that has fallen from grace. Historically, the Saiyans not only gave birth to Super Saiyans, but also to Super Saiyan gods who could contend with deities. Yet, the current Saiyan kingdom, excluding anomalies like Lin Chen and Broly, comprises a race with an average battle power of less than 10,000. How did this decline come to pass? After analyzing the plot, Lin Chen concluded that everything stems from the Saiyans' descent into a barbaric and ignorant existence. According to the narrative threads of the original work, the ancient Saiyans were, in fact, a race that cherished peace and embodied a profound sense of justice. This is evident from the 2 pivotal factors that determine a Saiyon's strength, the S-cells and the heart of justice. S-cells are essential for a Saiyon's transformation into a Super Saiyan, and these cells can only flourish in a tranquil and stable environment. As for the heart of justice, it is a prerequisite for ascending to the status of Super Saiyan God. One must ponder, if the Saiyans had always been as warlike and bloodthirsty as they are now, how could they have possibly birthed the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God in the past? The only plausible explanation is that Saiyans were not inherently aggressive and bloodthirsty, nor were they selfish by nature. There must have been some external influence that precipitated their transformation, leading to the decline of their combat prowess to its current state. Lin Chen's current task is to restore the Saiyans to their original forms. This transformation may prove to be a formidable challenge, yet it is not entirely unattainable. Soon, the younger generation of Saiyans will mature, and they shall become Lin Chen's most significant allies in reshaping the Saiyan Empire. Ding. The detection of the host's desire to enhance the Saiyan strength has activated the ultimate selection. Option 1. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 1,000 Saiyans to exceed 10,000. Reward: 5 vials of S-cell serum. Each vial can enhance the S-cells of 1 Saiyan by 20. Option 2. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 50 Saiyans to exceed 100,000. Reward: a time chamber. Option 3. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 5 Saiyans to exceed 500,000. Reward: talent, beginner martial arts genius, granting a 30 probability of directly mastering any technique performed before the talent's possessor. Has it manifested? Lin Chen had long anticipated the emergence of this new system selection. He had begun to decipher the pattern behind the appearance of these choices. They typically emerged when he faced significant decisions. He examined the 3 options before him, deep in contemplation. The difficulty of the choices escalated progressively, yet the rewards grew increasingly enticing. The first reward would allow Lin Chen to forge a 3rd Super Saiyan, aside from himself and Broly. The second reward would grant him the immensely coveted Time Chamber, a rare ability to manipulate time within the universe of Dragon Ball, a phenomenon that had only been witnessed on Earth and in the realm of the gods of destruction in the original narrative. The final option, however, holds immeasurable value for Lin Chen at this moment. Lin Chen now possessed a bloodline and strength, yet he lacked a formidable combat technique to match his capabilities. If he were to acquire this reward, he would merely need to observe others employing their techniques once, with a probability of mastering them directly, a remarkably convenient prospect. As a side note, the author acknowledges that the power scaling in Dragon Ball becomes rather erratic in later stages. Thus, certain aspects have been reinterpreted based on personal understanding, and any inconsistencies are to be excused. In Chapter 18, there are 3 rewards, and I desire them all. Contemplating his options, Lin Chen suddenly perceived a potential loophole in the selection process. System: what occurs if I fulfill the conditions for all 3 choices simultaneously? Although each of the 3 selections was progressively more challenging, they were not mutually exclusive. If Lin Chen possessed the capability, he could indeed achieve all three requirements at once. The system seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing before responding. This selection permits the host to choose all options, but should any single choice remain unfulfilled, the host will face annihilation. Please choose wisely. Choose wisely. Opportunities, of course, coexist with risks. System, I desire all three rewards. With a notification confirming his choice, Lin Chen was instructed to complete the tasks promptly, as a countdown of 1 year commenced. In the next instant, a constantly changing timer materialized in his line of sight. From that day forth, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta entered an era of collective training. All Saiyans, regardless of age or gender, commenced fervent cultivation. In the 5 years since Lin Chen's disappearance, the Saiyans had already begun to adopt a fervor for training due to restrictions on leaving Planet Vegeta, resulting in a significant overall strength increase compared to their prior confrontation with Frieza. However, regrettably, nearly no Saiyan on this planet understood the correct methods of cultivation, and historically, they had never developed a training habit. Consequently, their strength augmented at a sluggish pace over those 5 years. Upon grasping this situation, Lin Chen promptly devised a comprehensive training regimen for the Saiyans to follow. Simultaneously, he selected the 50 most talented Saiyans and granted them the opportunity to train in a 50-fold gravity chamber, hoping they could elevate their combat power by at least 100,000 within a year. As for the task of surpassing a combat power of 500,000 for more than 5 Saiyans, Lin Chen recognized the formidable challenge it posed. After all, he had spent 5 years merging his bloodline and had only achieved a combat power exceeding 500,000. Even Broly, who bore the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, had only attained 230,000 in 5 years. Both he and Broly experienced similar growth rates despite their legendary heritage. As for the ordinary Saiyans, breaking their limits within a year through conventional means was utterly implausible. Fortunately, Lin Chen had alternative methods at his disposal. On this particular day, Lin Chen gathered King Vegeta, Paragus, Bardock, Hanasea, and Broly together. These 5 were the subjects he intended to utilize for accomplishing the 500,000 combat power task. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Chen presented them with 5 spirit tree fruits. Consume these. The spirit tree fruits? Upon seeing the large red fruits, King Vegeta and the others instantly recognized them. Were these not the very fruits that had been used to entice the Saiyans during the Dorious Rebellion? Your Majesty, how do you possess these? Did you not destroy all the spirit tree fruits? Paragus inquired, perplexed. That is of no concern to you. Eat them quickly, and your strength will increase significantly. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, the 4, excluding Broly, hesitated no longer and began to devour the spirit tree fruits. In mere moments, they completely consumed the fruits. Instantly, they felt a tremendous transformation occurring within them, as a blazing and vast energy surged throughout their bodies. This energy not only induced a sensation of expansion within them, but also rendered their minds exceptionally clear. Instinctively, all 4 released their auras. Power. I feel filled with power. King Vegeta exclaimed, his fists trembling with excitement as he sensed the overwhelming force within. This strength is astounding. Bardock shared his delight, clenching his fists. Who knew the spirit tree fruits possessed such marvels? Hanasea and Paragus echoed their exhilaration. Observing the jubilant 4, Lin Chen utilized the system to assess their combat powers. Among the group, Bardock exhibited the most significant enhancement, reaching an impressive 400,000 combat power. King Vegeta closely followed suit. Paragus and Hanasea were slightly weaker, but had also surpassed 300,000. Truly, these divine fruits were as extraordinary as rumored. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his attention to Broly, who was still holding the spirit tree fruit without taking action. Broly, why do you not eat? Broly hesitated before responding, Brother Linkus. This item is so precious. Why do you not partake? I have already tasted one. To be candid, this fruit's effectiveness in boosting combat power is more pronounced for those with lower strength. After a certain threshold, its impact diminishes. The fruits of the spirit tree that Lin Chen bestowed upon them were, in fact, the rewards he acquired upon completing his task. After vanquishing Dales, Lin Chen had the opportunity to taste one, only to find himself somewhat disillusioned. Prior to this experience, he had harbored the belief that the spirit tree fruit would directly augment his combat prowess. However, upon consumption, he discerned that the true essence of the spirit tree fruit lay not in enhancing combat strength, but rather in amplifying spiritual power. The elevation in combat capability was merely a consequence of the fruit's nourishing and fortifying effects on the body. Yet, Lin Chen's physique had already been reinforced due to the fusion with the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, rendering the fruit's impact on his combat strength negligible. After consuming a single fruit, Lin Chen's combat power increased by approximately 100,000, bringing his current baseline to 650,000. Prior to this, he had lamented the day he had exerted excessive force, dismantling Dale spacecraft and leaving no seed of the spirit tree behind. However, Upon understanding the fruit's true purpose, he felt no further regret. Broly, this fruit may not significantly benefit you either, but it will aid in your emotional control. You should consume it promptly. Upon hearing this, Broly hesitated no longer and obediently consumed the fruit. As anticipated, after ingesting the spirit tree fruit, Broly's aura did not experience considerable growth. In fact, the boost to his combat power was less than Lin Chen's, amounting to a mere 70,000, elevating his strength from 230,000 to 300,000. Although the 5 of them had yet to reach the threshold of 500,000 in combat power, with a year remaining, they should have no trouble achieving that goal through the enhancements provided by the spirit tree fruit. King Vegeta, and you lot, after consuming the spirit tree fruit, you must devote yourselves to training. Within a year, if anyone fails to exceed a combat power of 500,000, do not blame me for being unkind. Yes, King Vegeta and the others nodded promptly before taking their leave. Broly appeared to have something to say, but was pulled away by his father, Paragus. Meanwhile, the remaining Hanasia, her face flushed, rushed to Lin Chen's side, wrapping her arms around his. Your Majesty, I feel significantly stronger now. I wish to engage in a battle with you for 300 rounds to test my limits. Bardock, why are you still here? As Lin Chen was about to agree, he suddenly noticed the presence of another individual in the room. Bardock, cradling the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly and said, Your Majesty Lin Ku, there is another matter I wish to report. Chapter 19, The Imminent Journey to Earth. Is there a shortage of medical equipment? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After Hanaxia's departure, Bardock finally elucidated his purpose for remaining. According to his account, all Saiyans have commenced their training utilizing the novel methods imparted by Lin Chen. However, subsequent to this, a series of new challenges began to emerge. Among these, the most pressing issue is the insufficiency of medical apparatuses on Planet Vegeta. Historically, the Saiyans had not engaged in technological development, and many of the advanced devices on their planet were acquired through conquest or trade with extraterrestrial beings. In the past, when they were subservient to Frieza, he had bestowed upon them 3 healing devices, similar to the advanced technology that had once treated Son Goku on Namek in the original narrative. Unfortunately, with only 3 such devices available and thousands of Saiyans inhabiting the planet, it is evidently inadequate. The training regimen that Lin Chen provided the Saiyans is an enhanced version derived from the training methods of Goku and Vegeta in the original tale, aimed primarily at relentlessly pushing the Saiyans to their physical limits. This training methodology naturally poses a high risk of injury. If there were an ample supply of healing devices, the situation would not be dire. However, the current scarcity of medical apparatuses has resulted in numerous Saiyans experiencing delays in their training due to the lack of timely treatment. This oversight was indeed my fault. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that his plan had encountered a flaw. Upon hearing this, Bardock promptly reassured, Your Majesty need not worry. I can immediately dispatch someone to seek out civilizations possessing the technology of healing devices. Should that prove unfeasible, we may resort to launching an assault on Frieza's planet to seize some. Lin Chen shook his head and said, No. What we require is not merely a few or several dozen treatment devices, but rather at least several hundred or even thousands. Leave this matter to me. Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded in agreement. Shortly after parting ways with Bardock, Lin Chen, utilizing his ability of instantaneous movement, appeared on Earth. Accompanying him was Hanaxia, clad in battle attire, her face adorned with a combat power detector. As Lin Chen's newly appointed queen, Hanaxia clung to him closely, insisting on following him when she learned he was heading to another planet. Your Majesty, is this Earth? The gravity here is remarkably low. Indeed, this is Earth. Lin Chen gazed around at the familiar yet somewhat alien surroundings, a wave of emotion washing over him. This marked his inaugural visit to Earth since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to his current incarnation as a Saiyan, Lin Chen felt a diminished emotional connection to Earth. Nevertheless, it remains the epicenter of the Dragon Ball narrative and an indispensable component of Lin Chen's future plans for a Saiyan empire. From the original text, it is evident that the offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings possess innate strengths surpassing those of pure-blooded Saiyans. Thus, Lin Chen had long intended to establish formal relations between the 2 planets at some point in the future. Unforeseen circumstances, however, related to medical equipment, have prompted him to embark on his journey to Earth ahead of schedule. Although in the original narrative, the Saiyan Raditz mocks Earth as a primitive planet, the level of civilization on this world far exceeds the Saiyans' expectations. Moreover, this planet is home to numerous brilliant inventors. Lin Chen's current quest leads him to the illustrious Dr. Brief, a brilliant inventor residing in West City. He is also the father of Bulma, one of the most pivotal female characters in the Dragon Ball universe. The highly sought-after healing device, urgently needed by the Saiyans, rests solely in his capable hands. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen takes to the skies with Hana. Heading towards West City, Dr. Brief is not only a genius but also the founder of Capsule Corporation. His stature is comparable to that of Edison in Lin Chen's original world, a renowned scientist and an exceedingly wealthy entrepreneur. Thus, upon arriving in West City, Lin Chen effortlessly locates Dr. Brief's residence, which stands as the largest edifice in the city, adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem atop, making it easily identifiable. As Lin Chen prepares to knock on the door, he is suddenly startled by the sound of crying emanating from within Dr. Brief's home. "Do not be afraid, Bulma. My dear, keep an eye on Bulma for me." "Of course, my love," replies Mrs. Brief. At that moment, Dr. Brief stands protectively before his wife and daughter, arms outstretched. Before them, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, stands accompanied by three peculiar beings resembling bioengineered humans. Nearby, several security personnel from Capsule Corporation lie incapacitated. The old man sneers. "Very well, Dr. Brief. As long as you comply and come with us, no harm shall befall anyone. Furthermore, we shall return your other daughter to you." "Your other daughter, Ties? You have captured Ties?" Dr. Brief gasps in shock. "Indeed, make your choice swiftly. Dr. Willow is awaiting us." The old man raps his cane against the ground. Just then, a voice interjects. "I'm afraid Dr. Brief cannot accompany you." "Who?" The old man turns to see a man and a woman entering, clad in peculiar armor-like attire, both unfamiliar to him. "Darling, are they your friends?" Mrs. Brief queries, puzzled. "No, I do not know them." Dr. Brief shakes his head, equally bewildered. What is happening today? Not only has the long-absent assistant of Dr. Willow, Dr. Chen, suddenly appeared, claiming that Dr. Willow wishes to see him, but now two complete strangers have also materialized. From behind Mrs. Brief, a curious little girl with twin ponytails peeks out, eyeing the newcomers with intrigue. The unexpected visitors are none other than Lin Chen. After a swift assessment of the situation, Lin Chen discerns the unfolding drama, recognizing the identity of the individual attempting to abduct Dr. Brief. If his memory serves him correctly, this man is Dr. Chen, the assistant of Dr. Willow, who is renowned in the Dragon Ball universe alongside Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army as one of the three premier scientists of the human world, proficient in biotechnological advancements. In the related film, Dr. Willow sought to resurrect himself by seizing the body of the world's strongest individual, only to be thwarted by Goku's spirit bomb. To Lin Chen's astonishment, Dr. Chen has appeared several years earlier than anticipated, and right in Dr. Brief's abode. As Dr. Chen notices the two intruders, an instinctive sense of danger washes over him, though he dismisses it as improbable. After all, he is accompanied by three bioengineered beings, products of Dr. Willow's cutting-edge technology, each capable of annihilating a tank division. Turning to Lin Chen, Dr. Chen demands, "Who are you two? This is not your concern. Leave at once." Lin Chen's lips curled into a mischievous grin, while beside him, Hanasia wore a look of disdain. How dare someone with a mere combat power of 10 speak to His Majesty Links in such a manner? She scoffed. "Trash? You dare label Dr. Kachin as worthless? Attack. Teach this woman a lesson." Dr. Kachin angrily slammed his cane and commanded the three bioengineered beings. At his words, the three monstrous creatures resembling genetically modified humans immediately surrounded Lin Chen and his companions. "Your Majesty, what are these? Why do they resemble genetically modified humans?" Hanasia inquired. Seemingly unfazed, her curiosity piqued. "They are likely biological weapons akin to genetically modified humans," Lin Chen replied. Hanasia chuckled. "Creatures with combat power not even reaching 200 are considered weapons?" Noticing that the two showed no signs of fear, Dr. Kachin's sense of danger intensified, prompting him to order. "What are you waiting for? Attack." The three bioengineered beings leapt towards Hanasia. At that moment, however, she narrowed her eyes and raised her finger at them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three invisible blasts shot forth, instantly reducing the bioengineered beings to mere piles of flesh. What? Dr. Kachin gasped in shock. What had that woman just done? How could three immensely powerful bioengineered beings be dispatched so effortlessly? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized his initial instincts were correct. These two strangers were indeed perilously dangerous. "Well, do you have any last words?" Hanasia coldly approached Dr. Kachin, instilling a profound terror within him. "Stay back," Dr. Kachin shouted, abruptly discarding his cane, his left hand transforming into a Gatling gun. He was no longer an ordinary man. To extend his life, he had transformed himself into a half-cyborg. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the Gatling gun, striking Hanasia. Yet, amidst the hail of bullets, she remained unscathed, coldly raising her right hand as a radiant light erupted from her palm. "Wait," Dr. Brief suddenly cried out. Though he was perplexed by the unfolding events, he sensed that Dr. Kachin was in grave danger. It mattered little if he perished, but his daughter remained in Dr. Willow's grasp. However, Hanasia paid no heed to Dr. Brief. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated as a violent shockwave obliterated Dr. Kachin. Mrs. Brief and little Bulma screamed in terror, while Dr. Brief stood frozen. Anguish etched across his face as he called out, "Ties." "Hello, Dr. Brief. I am Lynx, though you may call me Lin Chen. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you," Lin Chen stated. Enraged, Dr. Brief retorted, "Collaboration? Are you aware of what you just did? That individual kidnapped my eldest daughter. You have killed him, but what will happen to her? How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner?" Hanasia suddenly flashed before Dr. Brief, poised to strike him. Having witnessed her formidable power moments ago, Dr. Breve instinctively closed his eyes in terror. Wait, Lin Chen interjected, halting her. Dr. Breve, you need not fear or be angry. I may know the whereabouts of your daughter. Dr. Breve opened his eyes, intrigued. You know? Lin Chen remarked. That individual we encountered earlier must be an associate of Dr. Willow, correct? I recall his base is situated in a place known as the Zulumai Snow Mountain. Zulumai Snow Mountain. Dr. Breve was momentarily taken aback. Dad, the Zulumai Snow Mountain is precisely where Dr. Willow's former research facility was located. A youthful voice chimed in from the side. Lin Chen and Dr. Breve turned their heads to see that the speaker was none other than the little girl, Bulma. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Bulma instinctively hid behind Mrs. Breve, timidly stammering, I read about this in a book. Dr. Breve, do you know the location of the Zulumai Snow Mountain? Dr. Breve unconsciously pointed out, it's approximately northwest of West City, over 2,000 kilometers away. He then realized. Why do you ask this? I am going to fetch your daughter. Hannah, you stay here. Remember to be polite to Dr. Breve and his family. With that, Lin Chen activated his instant teleportation. The Breve family stood in stunned silence as he suddenly vanished. He disappeared? Meanwhile, at the distant Zulumai Snow Mountain, within a massive fortress-like research facility, a girl who bore some resemblance to Bulma, but sported golden hair like Mrs. Breve, appeared to be around 20 years of age with short hair, was vociferously cursing in one direction. Despite her hands and feet being shackled, her fervent movements could not be restrained. You brain freak, pervert, mad scientist. Let me go? One of my friends is a galactic patrolman. If you don't release me soon, I'll make sure he locks you away in the galactic prison. Not far from this irate beauty. A brain enclosed in a container emitted a dull sound. Dr. Kaioshin, answer me quickly. What on earth are you doing? This brain belonged to the mastermind behind this incident, Dr. Willow, who had extracted his own brain to prolong his life, placing it within the body of a robot. As Dr. Willow continued to call out for the missing Dr. Kaioshin, a figure suddenly appeared beside the blonde beauty. The girl, previously in the midst of her tirade, abruptly ceased her cursing, gazing at the suddenly materialized Lin Chen with a bewildered and confused expression. Excuse me, how did you just appear? Lin Chen glanced at the girl and inquired, Are you Tai Si, the daughter of Dr. Breve? Upon seeing her nod, Lin Chen subtly moved his fingers. In the next moment, the shackles binding Tai Si's hands and feet were shattered. I am a friend of your father, here to rescue you. Hold on to me. Lin Chen extended his hand towards Tai Si. My heavens, how did you accomplish that? Tai Si gazed at the shattered shackles, utterly astonished. Soon after, her face lit up with excitement as she seized Lin Chen. Hey, are you an extraterrestrial? That thing around your waist, could it possibly be a tail? Come on. Tell me. As Lin Chen was about to respond, Dr. Willow in the distance finally noticed the sudden intruder. Who are you? How did you breach my research facility? Chapter 21. Collaboration with Dr. Breve. No sooner had Dr. Willow spoken than three shadowy figures emerged from the surroundings, encircling Lin Chen and Tai Si. These figures were grotesque in appearance. One was large and rotund, resembling an inflated balloon. Another was entirely green, adorned with numerous tentacles, and the last appeared the most normal. A red-haired muscle-bound man. Who am I is not for you to know, Lin Chen retorted, grasping Tai Si's hand and gently lifting her off the ground. Wait, you can fly? Tai Si exclaimed in astonishment, glancing beneath her to find no evidence of flames or propulsion. How could they be soaring through the air? You little brat. Do you think you can escape? In the presence of my 3 bioweapon warriors, crafted from the pinnacle of biochemical technology, where do you think you can flee? Jesse Missos. A billow seized them. As Dr. Willow commanded, Lin Chen and Tai Si soared upward, disregarding the ceiling above them. Just as they were about to collide with the roof, Tai Si instinctively squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. However, at that moment, a radiant light burst forth from Lin Chen's fingertips, creating a skylight in Dr. Willow's facility. What? My research facility, reinforced with super alloys, has been breached so easily? Dr. Willow gasped in disbelief. In the open sky, Tai Si felt no impact from hitting the roof, but suddenly noticed a rapid drop in temperature. She cautiously opened one eye, nearly screaming upon realizing their altitude. Are we in the sky? This feeling is incredible. Achu. Noticing Tai Si shivering, Lin Chen extended his other hand, sending warmth her way. Tai Si instantly felt a surge of heat enveloping her. This is amazing. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Are you an alien? Soaring thousands of meters high, Tai Si exhibited no fear, proving that the Breve family was indeed extraordinary. Yes, Lin Chen replied. I am Lin Chen, a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta? Saiyan. Tai Si's expression transformed as she processed the information. Are you here to invade Earth? Tai Si had heard tales of Saiyans before, as she had a friend named Gak, who was also an extraterrestrial. You must have heard about them from Gak, right? You know Gak? The galactic patrolman Gak? I've heard of him, Tai Si remarked. That unreliable fellow is surprisingly well known. Casting a glance at Lin Chen, she noticed him spreading his fingers toward the ground. What are you doing? eliminating any future threats to your family. Dr. Willow will not relent. Having saved you this time, you may come after your family again. I cannot afford to constantly watch over you, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. With a swift motion, a sphere of light shot from his palm. The sphere sped away, retracing their path before plunging back into Dr. Willow's research facility, landing before the 3 bioweapons and Dr. Willow himself. The group stared in bewilderment at the glowing sphere. But the next moment, it erupted in blinding light, unleashing an overwhelming energy that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Consequently, the deranged scientist Dr. Willow, who harbored dreams of world domination, along with his untested bioweapon warriors, was consigned to oblivion. Boom. As Tai Si gazed at the massive sphere that consumed the entire facility, she stood frozen in shock, her body trembling. Oh my goodness. Gak was right. You are indeed a dangerous group. Hey, I just saved you. To say that is rather ungrateful, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Oh, I'm sorry. Tai Si quickly regained her composure, her expression serious. Let's start over. Hello. I am Tai Si, the eldest daughter of Dr. Brief. Thank you for saving me. Lin Chen smiled at the short-haired girl before him, suddenly realizing that she was quite intriguing. Lin Chen was unaware that beneath his smile, the heartbeat of the girl before him began to quicken uncontrollably. In the city of West, within the abode of Dr. Brief, he hastily concluded the inquiries from the police and rushed back to his living room. There, Mrs. Brief was graciously serving delectable cake and milk tea to the lingering Hanasaya. Upon witnessing his daughter Bulma curiously poking at Hanasaya's tail while she devoured the cake, Dr. Brief felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This troublesome girl, does she not consider the circumstances? Is she not afraid that provoking the extraterrestrial could endanger their entire family? Just then, 2 figures materialized in the center of the living room, Lin Chen and Tai's sister. Your Majesty, Tai's. Upon their return, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Bulma leaped to embrace her elder sister. Mrs. Brief, visibly moved, enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace, while Hanasaya rose to her feet, offering Lin Chen a piece of cake. Your Majesty, you must try this. The food on this planet is exquisite. Lin Chen smiled gently in refusal, then turned to the still-dazed Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, I have safely brought your daughter back. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. As for Dr. Willow, he shall no longer trouble you, forever. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses. Is that so? Well then, I am grateful, Mr. Lin Chen. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Oh dear, just as we have rescued our daughter, must you discuss business so soon? I am preparing a delightful feast to properly host our guest. Mrs. Brief interjected, visibly displeased. Madam, please prepare the meal. Dr. Brief and I can discuss matters while we wait for you, Lin Chen suggested. Hanasaya, Lin Chen called out. Allow me to assist you, dear madam. I am quite curious about how you managed those things earlier. Hanasaya immediately seized the Tai sisters and ushered Mrs. Brief into the kitchen, creating space for Lin Chen and Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, I shall be straightforward. I have come in hopes of obtaining your assistance, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief rubbed his hands together. Mr. Lin Chen, with your prowess, I am uncertain how I might be of help to you. Lin Chen shook his head and said, although we Saiyans possess greater strength than the inhabitants of Earth, we lack the ability to develop advanced technology. Thus, I hope to receive the technical support of Dr. Brief and the Capsule Corporation behind you to provide us Saiyans with technological products. Chapter 22. Journey to Karen Tower Technological Products? Dr. Brief looked on with caution. Mr. Lin Chen, with all due respect, you already appear quite formidable. The weapons of Earth. No, Doctor, you misunderstand me, Lin Chen interjected. To be frank, there are only 2 technological products I require at present. One is the healing chamber, and the other is the gravity room. Dr. Brief was taken aback. Healing chamber? Gravity room? Lin Chen glanced around and pointed towards the garden outside. Doctor, let us proceed over there. I have something to show you. With that, Lin Chen made his way towards the garden. Dr. Brief was quite affluent, for his garden was as expansive as a public park. Lin Chen casually selected a flat terrain and with a wave of his right hand, summoned a healing device he had brought from Planet Vegeta from the system space. The sudden appearance of the healing device left Dr. Brief utterly astonished. How did you manage that, Mr. Lin? Is it a universal capsule? No. You may consider it a peculiar talent of mine, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. After patting the healing device, Lin Chen stated, this is the healing apparatus we are currently utilizing, capable of restoring severely injured individuals to full health in a remarkably short time. Doctor, I request that you replicate it completely and manufacture 100 units for us. Additionally, I require at least 10 gravity chambers, capable of adjusting artificial gravity. Our planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Thus, the gravity chambers must be able to accommodate at least 20 times the gravitational force. These items are of paramount importance to us Saiyans. The gravity chambers can be delayed, but I hope you can fulfill the order of 100 healing devices within a month. Dr. Brief appeared troubled and said, Mr. Lin, given your kindness in saving my family and ties, I am willing to agree to these requests. However, I have never dealt with either the healing devices or the gravity chambers before, and I am uncertain if I can truly produce them. Indeed, Dr. Brief was a genius who had invented numerous extraordinary technologies. Yet even geniuses have their limitations. Lin Chen required two essential items, one pertaining to biotechnology and the other to gravitational technology, both of which were realms unfamiliar to Dr. Brief, thus leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged. Daddy, if it's a treatment device, we already have a prototype, so it shouldn't take long to replicate one. After that, we can have the robots mass produce it. Startled, both Dr. Brief and Lin Chen turned to see Bulma darting out from behind a tree. The young girl gazed at the treatment device Lin Chen had produced with excitement, smiling at her father as if seeking his praise. Really? Bulma, are you confident? Dr. Brief asked, his expression one of astonishment. Yes. By the way, Lin Chen, do you have an existing prototype of the gravity chamber? If so, I should be able to replicate that quickly too. I've been researching anti-gravity systems recently. Dr. Brief chuckled awkwardly, addressing Lin Chen. Forgive me, Mr. Lin Chen. This is my daughter Bulma. Despite her young age, she is an exceptionally talented genius, perhaps even more so than I. Is that so? Lin Chen was not surprised by Dr. Brief's words, as Bulma could indeed be considered one of the most intelligent characters in the Dragon Ball universe. Thank you, Bulma. You've been a tremendous help. If you have any wishes, feel free to tell me, and I shall make them come true, Lin Chen said with a smile, gently ruffling Bulma's hair. Upon receiving his affectionate gesture, Bulma's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Lin Chen, I heard my sister say that you can fly. Could you take me for a flight? Is it really that simple? Lin Chen inquired. Yes. Bulma nodded vigorously, her determination evident. Dr. Brief, may I take Miss Bulma for a brief flight? Lin Chen asked. Of course, please do, Dr. Brief replied. Though a hint of concern lingered, he dared not refuse. Lin Chen promptly grasped Bulma's hand, and together they ascended into the sky. My goodness. I am truly flying, exclaimed Bulma with delight. Truly. She was the sister of ties, exhibiting no fear of flight whatsoever. Instead, she eagerly urged, Brother Lin Chen, could we go a bit faster? Of course, he replied. Lin Chen pulled Bulma close, enveloping her in his embrace, and then began to accelerate, with his aura shielding them. Their speed surpassed that of a fighter jet in mere moments, yet Bulma felt no discomfort whatsoever. Her cheeks, however, were flushed with a rosy hue, indicating that this flight had left a profound impression on her. Bulma, shall we return now? He inquired. Oh no, Lin Chen, can we fly a little longer? She replied eagerly. Just a little longer? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before a spark of inspiration ignited within him. In that case, how about I take you to see the celestial beings? The celestial beings? Where? Do they truly exist in this world? Bulma glanced around, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. This world is rich with legends of celestial beings, and despite being a prodigious child, Bulma was equally fascinated by myths and tales. Yes, just wait a moment. I shall take you to see them right away. Lin Chen intended to take Bulma to the locations of Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple, both of which were already part of his planned route. Since he decided to take Bulma out for an excursion, he opted to advance their journey. Korin Tower, situated in a remote area far from the human realm, required several hours of air travel from West City. However, with Lin Chen's remarkable speed, they arrived at the towering Korin Tower in no time. As they approached, the cat sage began to tremble in fear, pondering, what an overwhelming aura. How could that alien possibly know of this place? Inside the Heavenly Temple, the deity's green visage turned pale, wondering if the extraterrestrial had discovered his presence. Wow! Bulma exclaimed as she gazed at the distant tower, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. As a human from Earth, she had never been aware that such a place existed. That tower was likely taller than any structure on the planet. Why had she never heard of it before? Lin Chen, is that where the deity resides? That is Korin Tower, the abode of the sage. The deity's dwelling is even higher. Even higher? Bulma found the day exhilarating, having encountered an alien. And now she was on the verge of meeting a sage and a deity. Her small face flushed with excitement. Moments later, Lin Chen had already taken Bulma to the main hall of Korin Tower. Lin Chen, where is the sage? Where can I find him? Upon landing, Bulma looked around eagerly, completely ignoring the bewildered cat sage nearby. Ahem. The cat sage coughed. I apologize, but I am the sage. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen, the cat can talk. He is not merely a cat, he is a sage. Chapter 23, The Choice for Earth, a Sage? Bulma was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter as she lunged toward the cat sage, eager to pet the large white cat. However, the cat sage was not inclined to allow her to do so. Just as he was about to leap away, a sudden force enveloped him, rendering him motionless. The cat sage glanced at Lin Chen, who stood with arms crossed in the distance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fat cat, you are a sage? Bulma stroked the cat sage's fur and pinched its chubby face. Lin Chen, you're deceiving me. It's just a cat. At that moment, Lin Chen retracted his control over the cat sage. Instantly, the cat sage appeared to come back to life, gasping for air while exclaiming, I am a sage. Not just a cat. Wow, it really can talk. All right, Bulma, I have matters to discuss with him. Lin Chen approached the cat sage, a dangerous aura causing the fur on the latter's body to stand on end uncontrollably. Are you not an extraterrestrial? How do you know of this place? The cat sage inquired, bewildered. Not only am I aware of this location, but I also know that you possess celestial beings. Hand over your celestial beings to me. Lin Chen replied. Before the healing device is complete, Corinth's celestial beings will suffice for the time being. Although this usage may seem wasteful, it pales in comparison to the threat of being obliterated by the system. No, you are an unknown entity. The celestial beings cannot be given to you. Before the cat sage could finish speaking, Lin Chen waved his hand, and an enormous fish, markedly different from those on Earth, suddenly appeared before the cat sage. This is a fish from Planet Vegeta. Give me the celestial beings, and I have 100 more here. Meow? I will give them. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, the cat immortal immediately changed his tune. No cat can resist the allure of fish, and neither can an immortal. Cat immortal. Cultivate more varieties, and I can bring you fish from across the universe. After swiftly consuming the immortal beans left by the cat immortal, leaving only the seeds behind, Lin Chen soared once again, accompanied by Bulma, towards greater heights. The heavenly god temple awaited just above. Effortlessly breaking through the barriers of the heavenly god temple, Lin Chen and Bulma gently descended upon its sacred grounds. The young girl was filled with exuberance, but her joy was quickly replaced by surprise. Not far away, the green heavenly god and the black Bobo were already waiting. Lin Chen cast a glance at the two individuals. The true identity of one was that of the god of Namek, who appeared rather reserved, while the other, Mr. Popo, maintained an expressionless demeanor. Welcome, esteemed guest from another world. The god of Namek greeted them. Hello, god, Lin Chen replied, introducing himself. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Bulma expressed her astonishment. Brother Lin Chen, is this really the god? Indeed, he is the god. I am Popo, the servant of the divine, Mr. Popo stated. Yes, he is truly the god. Are you slightly disillusioned? Lin Chen remarked. Bulma nodded, feeling as if her fantasies about the divine had been shattered. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here on this occasion? The god inquired cautiously. Lin Chen inquired, I wonder if you could summon the Shenlong for me directly? The deity murmured. Summoning the Shenlong requires locating the 7 Dragon Balls, but even I am unaware of their whereabouts. Bulma, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Lin Chen, what are Dragon Balls? To which Lin Chen elucidated. They are mystical orbs capable of granting wishes. After a brief explanation, he continued, since summoning the Shenlong is not feasible, we shall let it be. My primary purpose for this visit was to show Miss Bulma around and acquire some senzu beans. Tiansei, taken aback, offered, if that is the case. Would you like me to guide you through this place? No, we have been out for quite some time. It is time to return, Lin Chen replied. Oh, Brother Lin Chen, I still wish to explore, Bulma protested. Enough, Bulma. Dr. Brief and the others must be anxiously awaiting our return. Lin Chen held Bulma's hand, preparing to teleport away when the god approached him and inquired, Mr. Lin Chen, do you not have any thoughts regarding Earth? Thoughts? Lin Chen turned his head. With your strength, conquering Earth should be a trivial task, yet you merely engaged in transactions with mortals. I fail to comprehend. Lin Chen smiled slightly. With his current prowess, subjugating Earth would indeed be effortless, but why would he choose to do so? Ding. The system detected the host's confusion regarding Earth's fate and activated the ultimate choices. Choice 1. Unify Earth, transforming it into a Saiyan colony. Reward. Enhancement of the Grand Elder of Namek's potential. Choice 2. Annihilate Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Reward. Technique. Energy Scythe. Choice 3. Maintain the status quo, allowing the Dragon Ball storyline to unfold smoothly on Earth. Reward. Increase in battle power by 100,000. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of these formidable choices in his mind, Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the system was intent on stirring up trouble. Among the 3 options, the reward for the third choice was almost negligible. In contrast, the first 2 choices offered Lin Chen the capability to swiftly complete his current task or acquire a formidable technique. Regardless of perspective, the first 2 options appeared far more advantageous. However, Lin Chen did not dwell on it for long and opted for the third choice. System, I choose 3. As a transmigrator, his familiarity with the storyline served as Lin Chen's greatest asset. Altering the narrative could prove detrimental to him. Moreover, there were many beloved characters on Earth. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Rewards have been granted. In the next moment, Lin Chen's body subtly strengthened. Lin Chen turned around and smiled at the celestial deity, saying, Perhaps it is because I hold a fondness for this planet and its inhabitants. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the celestial deity appeared taken aback, while Mr. Bobo maintained his impassive demeanor. After meeting with the celestial being, Lin Chen returned to West City with Bulma. In the ensuing days, Dr. Brief and Bulma commenced their work on the replication of the healing device. Lin Chen returned to Planet Vegeta once more, delivering an abundance of senzu beans sufficient to fill 3 large vats for King Vegeta and his kin to utilize. Simultaneously, he dispatched a gravity chamber with a 50-fold increase to Earth to be temporarily studied by Dr. Brief and his team. Everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. On this particular day, Lin Chen found himself amidst a place known as Baozi Mountain. He floated in the air, gazing down below. Since he had made the decision to preserve the Earth in its original state, thoughts of Son Goku resurfaced. He wished to see how this protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga was faring in his life. Although Planet Vegeta had not met its demise prior to Lin Chen's slumber, he had instructed Bardock to send Son Goku to Earth. Hence, Goku arrived on Earth at the same pivotal moment as depicted in the story, observing the youthful Goku. Just as he remembered, practicing his punches, Lin Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. True to the original narrative, the Goku before him possessed a mere combat power of 10. Though living alone, he was free from want, yet he tirelessly honed his abilities. Throughout the entire Dragon Ball saga, only Goku could truly embody the term martial arts fanatic. It was precisely this diligent spirit that enabled the young Goku to evolve from a lowly Saiyan warrior into one of the mightiest fighters in the universe, as depicted in the original tale. Although Lin Chen, by lineage, surpassed Goku, he felt considerably lacking in diligence. After all, his future was fraught with numerous perils. Near threats like the enigmatic Frieza, and distant ones like the god of destruction Beerus, who would awaken decades later. The challenges that lay ahead were indeed formidable. Therefore, he could not afford to become complacent. Chapter 24. Galactic Patrolman Gak. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. During this time, Hanasia was sent back to Planet Vegeta by Lin Chen for training, while he resided alone at Bulma's home, spending his days training in the 50-fold gravity chamber, awaiting the completion of Dr. Brief's therapeutic device and gravity chamber development. Due to sharing meals and resting with the Brief family, Lin Chen's relationship with them gradually deepened. In fact, Mrs. Brief teased Lin Chen several times about his bond with her two daughters, suggesting that he might consider marrying one of them, even though he was already involved with Hanasia. After all, Lin Chen was a king, and having multiple wives was quite customary. To this, Dr. Brief surprisingly concurred, even expressing envy. It seemed that these two individuals indeed shared the same straightforward disposition as portrayed in the original narrative. Lin Chen naturally denied this notion. Although he was originally a fan of Dragon Ball, he had never considered developing any romantic involvement with a female character from the past stories since arriving in this world. His relationship with Taija was purely based on physical needs. However, Taija seemed to harbor certain intentions, frequently engaging Lin Chen in conversations about the tales of the Saiyans whenever he exited the gravity chamber. She claimed it was for the purpose of gathering material for a new novel. Unlike Dr. Brief and Bulma, Taija was a literary enthusiast, currently a moderately well-known science fiction author. As for the younger Bulma, although she pretended to be oblivious to what her parents were discussing, every time she found herself alone with Lin Chen, her cheeks would flush, and she displayed a particular interest in his medical apparatus and the research conducted in the gravity chamber. Occasionally, when she witnessed Lin Chen conversing with Taija, a hint of melancholy would flicker across her small face. It was clear to any discerning observer what she was contemplating. One day, within the confines of the 50X gravity chamber, a tremendous explosion reverberated, enveloping the room in a swirling haze. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen lay on the ground, his expression contorted in pain. Yet, after a few breaths, the agony began to fade, and he soon found himself able to rise. Remarkably, during this entire ordeal, he had not consumed a single senzu-bean. Previously, after sustaining near-fatal injuries from a full-force energy blast, he now emerged unscathed. This extraordinary regenerative ability was a testament to the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Through a month of rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Lin Chen had gradually confirmed that the legendary Saiyan bloodline within him was indeed distinct from Broly's. According to the system, his bloodline was an ancient variant of Broly's Super Saiyan lineage. While it did not possess the same rapid growth rate and strength as Broly from this world, it endowed him with remarkable regenerative capabilities and exceptional defensive prowess. This unique combination allowed Lin Chen to train without the need for senzu-beans. Merely resting on the ground would suffice to restore him from a near-death state, a phenomenon bordering on the miraculous. After a month of training, Lin Chen had acclimated to the peak of 50x gravity, resulting in an impressive increase of 200,000 in his battle power, bringing him close to the formidable threshold of 1 million. Host: Lin Chen battle power, 890,000 bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline skills. Instant transmission, key control. At that moment, the communicator in the room chimed, and Taija's voice resonated from within. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the door, pressing the communicator to inquire. What is the matter? Do you recall the Galactic Patrolman, Jack, whom I mentioned previously? He has arrived. Is that so? Please hold on. I shall join you shortly. Jack is indeed the esteemed friend of Tai's, the Galactic Patrolman. Lin Chen harbored a notion concerning the future of the Saiyans, a thought that perfectly aligned with the assistance he sought from Jack's Galactic Patrol organization. Thus, he had instructed Tai's to reach out to Jack and persuade him to visit Earth. As Lin Chen finished wiping the perspiration from his forehead and donned his attire, he emerged to find Tai's engaged in conversation with an alien resembling a miniature Ultraman. This extraterrestrial was none other than Jack, as mentioned by Tai's. Greetings. Lin Chen approached and greeted the two individuals. Hello, he said. Jark responded in kind, but upon noticing the tail at Lin Chen's waist, he was taken aback. A Saiyan? Yes, indeed, I am a Saiyan. You may call me Lin Chen or Lynx, Lin Chen replied with a smile. However, Jark, now on high alert, drew his laser gun and urgently urged Tai Si, step aside. This individual is a ferocious Saiyan. I will cover you. You must flee with your family at once. It is best to escape Earth, the farther the better. Suddenly, with a clang, Tai Si struck Jark on the head with a frying pan she had produced from seemingly nowhere. You foolish man, I told you Lin Chen is a friend. I brought you here to meet him. What? But he is. Lin Chen interrupted the two. Mr. Gak, your direction is commendable. The Saiyans have changed from what they once were. I summoned you at Tai Si's request, as she mentioned you are a super elite within the Galactic Patrol. There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. True to Lin Chen's recollections, Gak was a man of great pride and sensitivity to his image. Upon hearing Lin Chen's flattery, he immediately became puffed up with self-importance. Super elite? Well, she speaks the truth. So, Mr. Saiyan, what is it that you seek from me? I wish to meet the Galactic King. The Galactic King? Gak's demeanor shifted to one of caution. What are your intentions? Do you mean to assassinate His Majesty the Galactic King? Certainly not. In fact, I too am a king. I am the current ruler of the Saiyans. Seeking to discuss a potential collaboration with your Galactic King. Lin Chen smiled at Jack and said, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. I do not have the luxury of time. I hope you can agree immediately. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand, surprisingly holding Jack's laser gun, which he had taken without noticing. He then crushed the laser gun into a metal sphere and tossed it back to Jack. Looking at the lump of metal in his hand, Jack chuckled, I didn't expect you to be the king of the Saiyans. Well then, we can depart at once. Although Jack was a Galactic Patrol officer, his strength was only marginally superior to that of an average Earthling. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's display of power, he immediately became docile and compliant, refraining from any further resistance. Before long, under Jack's guidance, Lin Chen pinpointed the location of the Galactic King and, along with Jack and Ties, executed a teleportation. Shortly after the three vanished, Bulma, brimming with excitement, rushed over and exclaimed, Brother Lin Chen, the healing device and gravity chamber are ready. However, upon seeing the gravity chamber door wide open, Bulma came to a halt. At that moment, Mrs. Brief walked by. Mom, where's Brother Lin Chen? Lin Chen. Ties mentioned they are going on a long trip and are unsure when they will return. Bulma's initially exuberant expression immediately fell. Noticing this, Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes and teased. Oh dear, Bulma, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Not at all. Mom, don't say such things. With that, the little girl stormed off in a huff. Author's note, a group has been established, 6654-84057. Everyone is welcome to join, to learn about upcoming plot developments. Participate in the strongest choices, and influence the protagonist's direction, all within the reader group 6654-84057. Chapter 25, The Saiyan Peacekeeping Force Following a Wave of Spatial Distortion. Jack and Ties discovered that their surroundings had transformed dramatically. The location they now occupied had shifted from Earth to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, a place Jack was intimately familiar with. What kind of magic is this? How astonishing! Jack exclaimed. This is Lin Chen's instantaneous movement, Ties explained. Having already accustomed herself to several teleportations with Lin Chen turned to Jack with a smile and said, Mr. Jack, please take me to meet the Galactic King. Jack cautioned him, Lin Chen, do not entertain any improper thoughts. This is the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. If you dare to act recklessly, the Galactic Patrol will not let you off easily. Lin Chen reassured him, rest assured, I am genuinely here to discuss a collaboration. Lin Chen would naturally refrain from acting impulsively, for he recalled that within the Galactic Patrol lurked a formidable and enigmatic expert, Mel's, of uncertain strength. This individual was suspected to be of equal caliber to the angelic race, akin to Vis. Given Lin Chen's current capabilities, provoking such a being would be tantamount to courting death. The trio then proceeded towards the office of the Galactic King. Along the way, many individuals expressed their curiosity upon seeing Jack's return. Jack, weren't you on Earth? Jack, you've returned? How come we didn't see your spacecraft? Tai Si observed the unfolding scene and remarked, Jack, it seems you are quite well liked. Of course, I am a super elite. Lin Chen wore a bemused expression. Shortly thereafter, the trio finally encountered the Galactic King. Although Tai Si had known Gak for many years, it was her first time meeting his superior, and she found herself momentarily stunned. The reality of the Galactic King was quite different from her expectations. He was, in fact, a green octopus-like creature adorned with a crown. Gak, what brings you back? Who are they? The Galactic King quickly noticed the sudden appearance of outsiders. Gak solemnly bowed to the Galactic King and hurried over, whispering in his ear, Say, Saiyans. The Galactic King was taken aback, his body trembling slightly in apprehension. One of his guards stealthily made his way toward a button in the room. Lin Chen suddenly shot a fierce glare at the individual, unleashing a restrained yet formidable aura that sent the guard crashing to the ground. No need to be alarmed, everyone. Although I am a Saiyan, I come bearing goodwill. What is it that you truly desire? Inquired the Galactic King. Galactic King, I have come to propose that the Saiyans offer their services to the Galactic Patrol, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the Galactic King was momentarily taken aback. Offer us their services? What does that imply? Lin Chen then articulated his plan. The Saiyans, now under Lin Chen's control, had been prohibited from raiding and invading other planets. However, this restriction left them devoid of practical combat experience. The combat prowess honed in the training rooms inevitably has its limits, and to transcend those limits, actual combat is indispensable. Since the Saiyans could no longer engage in nefarious activities, Lin Chen intended to guide them along the path taken by the Saiyans of the 6th universe in the original narrative. In that universe, the Saiyans earned their keep by protecting other planets, acting as hired hands to eliminate villains. Familiar with the original work, Lin Chen understood that aside from Meru's, the strength of the Galactic Patrol was rather modest. They often dealt with mere bandits and were utterly helpless against more formidable foes, such as the Frieza force. However, the current Saiyans had the capability to confront such threats. What say you, Your Majesty the Galactic King? If you consent, the Saiyans can become a special operations unit of the Galactic Patrol. I propose to name this unit the Peacekeeping Force. Should there arise any particularly troublesome criminals, the Saiyans can be dispatched. The Galactic King, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? This idea is quite intriguing. But can you guarantee that the Saiyans will not cause chaos? Their past reputation is far from commendable. That was in the past, under my governance. The Saiyans will walk the path of righteousness. Very well then. Thank you, Galactic King. I shall have my subordinates reach out to you for the specifics. After securing this agreement with the Galactic King, Lin Chen did not linger long and returned to Earth accompanied by Tais and Gak. As they departed, a Galactic Patrol officer rushed in, laser gun in hand. Your Majesty the Galactic King, where are the Saiyan ruffians? I heard that a vicious Saiyan came to attack you. Ah, Meruz. Fear not, it was all a misunderstanding. The officer named Meruz paused, and upon learning of Lin Chen's intentions, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. A king among the Saiyans seeking to lead his kind toward redemption? Such a figure has emerged in this universe's Saiyan lineage? A month later, Planet Vegeta. At this time, the training fervor on Planet Vegeta had reignited. In gravity chambers constructed by the Capsule Corporation, Saiyans of all sizes engaged in rigorous training. Occasionally, those who sustained severe injuries in the gravity chambers were swiftly transported to treatment devices, also provided by the Capsule Corporation. Thanks to Dr. Brief and Bulma, Lin Chen's Saiyan enhancement program was back on track. He had already completed over half of the first task assigned by the system, to elevate the combat power of over 1,000 Saiyans beyond 10,000 within a year. The other two tasks were progressing smoothly, and it seemed that timely completion within the year was merely a matter of time. In light of these developments, after transporting the equipment from Earth back to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen also commenced his own training, only to soon discover that he appeared to have hit a plateau. The 50 times gravity chamber was no longer sufficient for him. One day, after exiting the training room, Lin Chen glanced at his current combat power. 1 million points. 2 months prior, he had increased his power by over 200,000 in just 1 month. However, in this past month, he had only surpassed an increase of slightly over 100,000. The rate of growth had evidently diminished significantly. Indeed, the 50 times gravity chamber was nearing its limits for him. Perhaps it was time to return to Earth. He wondered if Dr. Brief had completed the development of the 100 times gravity chamber. Before departing for Earth, Lin Chen had previously commissioned Dr. Brief to develop higher gravity chambers as compensation for the Science spacecraft technology, along with several other technological devices related to the Science. Now that a month had passed, it was time to check on Earth. However, before leaving, Lin Chen naturally wanted to confirm the situation with the Science. Chapter 26, Broly and Vegeta. Following the agreement with the Galactic King, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta officially became a special armed force within the galaxy. Over the course of this month, Saiyans who had reached their limits were dispatched to participate in peacekeeping missions, assisting the Galactic Patrol in dealing with ferocious enemies they could not contend with. Bardock was appointed as the commander of this unit, fully responsible for liaising with the Galactic Patrol and organizing missions. Just before Lin Chen prepared to head to Earth, he specifically summoned Bardock to confirm the status of the peacekeeping unit. Your Majesty, this month we have successfully completed 3 missions, all executed flawlessly. And those who participated in the missions, as you predicted, have surpassed their limits due to the battles. Bardock reported. Are there any grievances among the ranks? Lin Chen inquired. Historically, the Saiyans were conquerors, invaders, and killers. Now, they have transformed into guardians of peace, a change that would undoubtedly discomfort some. However, Bardock's response took Lin Chen by surprise. Your Majesty, there are few grievances. For those who partake in the missions, as long as there is combat, they are content, regardless of the purpose of such battles. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and came to a realization. Although the world often perceives Saiyans as inherently combative and naturally volatile, it is not accurate to label all Saiyans as innately malevolent. During the previous Darl's upheaval, those with a fundamentally wicked nature, who were unwilling to embrace a life of peace, had long since perished alongside Darls at Lin Chen's hands. Thus, those that remain are predominantly individuals with a disposition leaning towards neutrality or benevolence. Should the opportunity arise to visit the underworld again, perhaps it would be fitting to express gratitude towards Darls. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said to Bardock, "Very well. You shall take greater care of this area from now on. However, remember to prioritize safety during each operation, as the number of Saiyans has dwindled significantly, and we can no longer afford to sacrifice lives as we did in the past." Bardock nodded. "Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall be mindful of this." Lin Chen nodded and gestured for Bardock to leave. Shortly after Bardock departed, Hannah Xiao approached. "Your Majesty, are you planning to go to Earth?" "Indeed, Hannah. During my absence, I urge you to intensify your training. Among those who consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, your combat power has yet to surpass 500,000. Hannah Xiao blushed, responding, "Your Majesty, I understand." After her previous visit to Earth, Hannah Xiao became captivated by its culture and secretly returned to Vegeta with a computer filled with various television series. While others dedicated themselves to training, she busied herself with watching shows, consequently hindering her progress. Chastised by Lin Chen, Hannah Xiao, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, inquired, "Your Majesty, you aren't going to Earth for that young girl, Tai Si, are you? What nonsense are you speaking? Your Majesty, do not deny it. If you find Tai Si suitable, why not take her as a companion? Moreover, her sister seems quite interested in you as well. I believe she will grow into a stunning beauty. Did you not mention that the offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings are born warriors? As the king of the Saiyans, should you not set an example and first produce a hybrid for us to observe?" Lin Chen was rendered speechless. "Very well. I shall give it a try when the opportunity arises, though it requires the consent of others." Hanaxia chuckled softly, saying, "How could they possibly refuse? Although we hail from different planets, we are both women, and I can easily discern the thoughts of those two sisters." Having dealt with the affairs of the harem and governance, it was time for Lin Chen to prepare for departure. However, at that moment, someone sought his audience. "Broly wishes to see me?" Lin Chen gazed in surprise at Paragus before him. "Indeed, Your Majesty. It seems that Broly has been somewhat troubled lately. He appears reluctant to remain on Planet Vegeta," Paragus elucidated. In recent times, Broly had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peace on Planet Vegeta. It was said that several Saiyan children would frequently challenge him to duels, although their strength was negligible compared to Broly's. They took delight in using him as their prime sparring partner. Each time they were thoroughly defeated and spent days recuperating in the healing chamber, they would return, invigorated, to challenge him once more. This arrangement was seen as beneficial for the children's growth and strength, hence Bardock and King Vegeta did not intervene. However, Broly had grown weary of it all. The current existence he led was in stark contrast to his time on Namek. Broly, naturally inclined towards a tranquil life, found no joy in this new routine and had voiced his grievances to his father on several occasions. In this life, Paragus, having escaped exile, retained a balanced temperament and harbored only pure paternal affection for Broly, devoid of ulterior motives. Now, witnessing his son's distress, he could not help but seek assistance from Lin Chen. How could a Saiyan be so ill at ease in the life of Planet Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remarked, "All right, let us go and take a look." At this moment, on a verdant hillside located on the outskirts of the capital, stood a modest little dwelling, solitary on the mountainside. The appearance of this quaint abode starkly contrasted with that of the Saiyan architecture, resembling more closely that of the Namekians. This humble residence belonged to Broly. Disliking the boisterous and competitive nature of the Saiyans, Broly had departed from the royal city shortly after returning to Planet Vegeta. Choosing to live here in solitude, he seldom returned to the capital except when Lin Chen had matters to discuss. However, today, two young Saiyans stood outside Broly's home. "Hey, Broly, come out quickly. Let us compete once more. I must prove to you that I, Vegeta, am the second strongest Saiyan after His Majesty Links." "Vegeta, perhaps we should head back. You have already been defeated by Broly 4 times, Raditz suggested. "Leave if you wish, Raditz. I am determined to establish my superiority over Broly." "Broly, do not feign ignorance. I know you are inside. If you do not come out soon, I shall destroy this place." With that declaration, the youthful Vegeta began to gather energy in his palms, seemingly prepared to take action. Just then, the previously silent little house finally opened, and Broly emerged. "Vegeta, I have no desire to engage in contests of victory or defeat. Whether you aspire to be the second strongest or the strongest Saiyan matters not to me. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing my life." "How can that be? Among the younger generation, you are the only one I cannot surpass. If I cannot exceed you, how can I ever hope to surpass His Majesty Links? Broly, please, let us engage in a contest." Chapter 27. The Year of Choices realized whoosh. At that moment, a sound of the air being sliced open echoed. "Who is it?" Vegeta and Raditz's expressions shifted as they turned to investigate. When a familiar voice came into their view, both immediately knelt. Vegeta, Raditz, we pay our respects to your majesty. Rise. Lin Chen replied indifferently, his gaze fixated on Vegeta, narrowing slightly. To his surprise, the child that Paragus mentioned as disturbing Broly turned out to be none other than Vegeta, the second protagonist of the original story. It was no wonder. Among the younger generation, only Vegeta possessed the capability to exchange blows with Broly. Ever since Lin Chen introduced the training methods from the original narrative to the Saiyans, many had made significant strides in their strength. As the genius warrior second only to Sun Wukong in the original tale, Vegeta naturally experienced a considerable increase in his combat power due to the new training techniques. Currently, Vegeta's combat power had surpassed 20,000, making him the youngest Saiyan with the potential to exceed 100,000, aside from Broly. However, even so, he still paled in comparison to the monstrous abilities of Lin Chen and Broly. Vegeta, I have matters to discuss with Broly. You and Raditz may leave, Lin Chen stated. Your Majesty, may I ask you for a favor? Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, his expression laden with anxiety as he gazed at Lin Chen. What is it? Your Majesty, I have heard that Broly once lived with you for 5 years and became your disciple. Therefore, I too wish to become your apprentice. Vegeta declared. Oh. Lin Chen's brow twitched slightly, and a hint of astonishment flickered across his face. He never anticipated that the proud Vegeta would seek him out for mentorship. Could it be that the haughty Vegeta, too, has moments of being humbled? The thought of captivating the eternally proud character from the original narrative brought a subtle satisfaction to Lin Chen's heart. He smiled gently and expressed, Vegeta, you possess remarkable potential. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot teach you anything. What? Vegeta's expression immediately morphed into one of disappointment. Yet, Lin Chen's subsequent words rekindled his spirits. In truth, Broly is not my disciple. Our extraordinary strength is a result of our innate talent. It is inherent and cannot be learned, even if you desire it. Talent? Vegeta found this hard to fathom, for throughout his upbringing, his father, King Vegeta, had instilled in him the belief that he was the apex of Saiyans, a born warrior with royal blood coursing through his veins, the most gifted of fighters. However, he now realized that in comparison to Broly, his own talent was nearly insignificant. Observing the shock etched on Vegeta's face, Lin Chen chuckled softly and continued. But do not be disheartened. No matter how great one's talent, it merely determines the starting point and pace of one's growth. If you apply yourself diligently, in time, you may well catch up to Broly. Really? Can I truly catch up to Broly? And what about you, your Majesty Linkus? Can I surpass you? Perhaps that may not be out of reach, Lin Chen replied with a mysterious smile, withholding further words. After encouraging the future proud prince, Lin Chen sent the two children on their way. He then turned his attention to Broly. After more than a month apart, Broly indeed bore a hint of weariness upon his countenance. After observing the situation, Lin Chen pondered momentarily before suggesting, Broly, shall we journey to Earth together? Earth? Broly inquired. Indeed, it was evident that the life of a Saiyan was ill-suited for Broly, since Lin Chen had left him on Namek for 5 years. Broly's disposition had diverged entirely from that of a traditional Saiyan. He exhibited an uncharacteristic calmness and introversion. Despite his youth, he possessed an aura of sage-like tranquility. This was advantageous, as Lin Chen need not worry about Broly erupting into a fit of rage at any given moment. Given Broly's reluctance to reside on Planet Vegeta, it would be more fitting for him to settle on Earth, especially since Lin Chen was aware of someone there who would surely resonate with Broly. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen and Broly found themselves unexpectedly in the sacred world of the Kaioshin Earth. As Broly surveyed the serene surroundings of the Grand Hall, curiosity flickered in his eyes. Kai, Lin Chen called out. Moments later, the Kai and Mr. Popo approached. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here once more? The Kai began to perspire nervously upon seeing Lin Chen. The pressure he exerted was formidable. Before Lin Chen could elaborate, Broly exclaimed in astonishment, That's a Namekian. The Kai, taken aback, responded, Little one, you recognize me? Of course. Aren't you a Namekian? What brings you to Earth? A Namekian? I was once a Namekian? The Kai's realization of his own identity filled him with unprecedented joy. Consequently, when Lin Chen proposed that Broly remain in the Kai's domain, he readily acquiesced. With the Kai's guidance, Lin Chen felt at ease regarding Broly's well-being. As a Namekian, the Kai would be familiar to Broly, and their temperaments complemented each other remarkably. Lin Chen was confident that Broly would find happiness in this newfound environment. With his concerns alleviated, Lin Chen had no further attachments, and he swiftly departed for West City to resume his training. As time flowed by, a blink of the eye marked the passage of over 9 months. Ding. Congratulations, host. For fulfilling your objective, within a year, have over 50 Saiyans achieve a battle power exceeding 100,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for simultaneously completing 3 objectives. All rewards are now being dispensed. Reward: 5 vials of S-cells, a room of spirit and time, and the talent of a martial arts prodigy. In the gravity chamber set to a 50-fold increase, Lin Chen lay on the ground in slumber. However, upon hearing the notification from the system, he instantly sprang to his feet, fully alert. System, have I completed my task? Ding. Detection complete. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, and he soon discovered that his system space had indeed acquired 2 new items. One was a set of 5 S cells, a type of cell that grants Saiyans the potential to transform into Super Saiyans. Typically, such cells can only gradually develop within Saiyans living in a peaceful environment. The other item was a capsule containing a room of spirit and time. Furthermore, Lin Chen's skill bar had been enhanced with a primary martial arts genius talent, which would allow him to have a 30% chance of instantly mastering any unique techniques used in his presence. To receive 3 rewards at once for a year-long quest was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chapter 28. The Birth of the Super Saiyan and Combat Power Revision. Lin Chen deftly flipped his right hand, causing a test tube to drop into his palm. Within the tube, a faintly golden liquid shimmered, revealing a solvent brimming with S cells. System, how does one utilize this? He inquired. Simply ingest it to augment the S cells. Upon hearing this response, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the system. Typically, for a Saiyan to increase their S cells is an arduous task. Otherwise, the legend of a Super Saiyan being born once every millennium would not exist. However, Lin Chen had no need for this S cell, as his battle power had already surpassed 1 million. According to previous system indications, his body already housed sufficient cells to transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, this S cell was to be bestowed upon another. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen grasped the vial and, in an instant, teleported to Planet Vegeta, the royal palace of the Saiyans. Since he seldom returned, the palace felt somewhat desolate. Yet, within the room of Hanasia, the cacophony of animated conversation echoed. As Lin Chen pushed the door open, he found Hanasia engrossed in a soap opera. Upon noticing his arrival, she exclaimed in surprise, hastily shielding the computer screen, "Your Majesty. What brings you back? Hannah, have you been slacking off again?" He chided. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I have already achieved a battle power of 500,000. She defended herself. "Enough," he replied. "Since you are disinterested in training, I have a splendid gift for you." Lin Chen spoke as he handed 5 test tubes containing S cells to Hannah. Hannah cast a puzzled glance and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is this?" "Drink them all." "I shall explain shortly," Lin Chen replied. Hearing this, Hannah did not hesitate and consumed all 5 test tubes of S cells. After drinking the concoction, she grimaced, as it seemed the S cells were quite unpleasant. However, apart from that, she exhibited no further changes. "Your Majesty, might you now enlighten me about what that was?" Observing Hannah's lack of reaction, Lin Chen felt perplexed. The items provided by the system should undoubtedly possess some efficacy. "Hannah, do you not sense any alterations within your body?" "No, Your Majesty. Are you suggesting that you have administered poison to me?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Hannah, why not try to feel a bit of anger?" "Anger? Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I find it impossible to feel anger in your presence." Hanaxia replied with a slight chuckle. At that instant, a sudden sound of something tearing through the air echoed in the room, followed by an explosive blast. Hanaxia's expression instantly froze. The source of the explosion was none other than the computer she had brought back from Earth, which had been her constant companion, containing over 300 episodes of television dramas she had yet to watch. Unforgivable. Even Your Majesty cannot excuse this. Hanaxia felt a surge of heat rush to her face. And in the next moment, her hair began to move as if caught by an unseen wind, shifting from its original black to a brilliant gold. As her hair transformed completely into gold, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being. At that moment, every combat power detector on Planet Vegeta, which had been activated, suddenly exploded. Those that remained inactive nevertheless triggered alarms for high-energy readings. A piercing scream accompanied the blast as part of the outer wall of the Saiyan royal palace was blown away, and Hanaxia soared into the sky through the gaping hole. The ferocious energy continuously surged from her body, causing the entire planet to tremble beneath its might. In that instant, every Saiyan on the planet felt the oppressive atmosphere in the air, halting their activities to gaze toward the palace. They soon beheld Hanaxia, suspended in midair, her golden hair shimmering. "Who is that? Is it Princess Hanaxia? How has her hair turned golden?" "Golden hair? Aren't all Saiyans' hair black? How could the princess's hair change color?" Confusion enveloped the crowd regarding Hanaxia's transformation. Yet, a few recalled an ancient legend. "Your Majesty, you have returned?" King Vegeta arrived at the scene. Initially taken aback by Lin Chen's unexpected return, then astonished by the sight before him, a golden-haired Saiyan. "Your Majesty, could it be that Princess Hanaxia has transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Lin Chen remarked. King Vegeta's breath caught in his throat. A Super Saiyan, the legendary warrior said to appear once in a millennium, the mightiest Saiyan of all time? Their princess had become the fabled Super Saiyan? How could that be? Hadn't Hanaxia's combat power always been lesser than his? How had she transformed first? While others were engulfed in astonishment, Lin Chen felt a flicker of doubt. Why was Hanaxia's combat power so low after becoming a Super Saiyan? The best combat power detector on Planet Vegeta had a maximum detection range of merely 1 million. Thus, Lin Chen utilized his internal system's capabilities to assess Hanaxia's strength post-transformation. According to the system's observations, Hanaxia's combat power was a mere 11 million, an increase of less than 20 times. Previously, when Lin Chen transformed into a simulated Super Saiyan, he noticed discrepancies in his combat power enhancement compared to the original narrative, and it seemed the same was true for Hanaxia's transformation. There was indeed an issue at play. With this in mind, Lin Chen inquired internally, "System, I require a reasonable explanation." Beep. Host, do not doubt, in this world, the combat power increase for Super Saiyan's first transformation is limited to 20 times. Higher forms will yield greater enhancements. However, the first form of Super Saiyan has a cap on combat power. Exceeding this limit will yield only a slight increase in strength. What? Such a thing exists? What about my legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline? Beep. Host, the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline is equivalent to an ordinary bloodline, but upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, the combat power increase will reach 50 times, with no cap on combat power. Ah, so that is how it is. Lin Chen began to grasp that the transformation effects of Super Saiyans in this world were distinct from those he had previously known, or rather, they were more logically coherent. Fortunately, his legendary Super Saiyan form remained overwhelmingly powerful, an unfettered existence capable of utterly dominating ordinary Super Saiyans. In Chapter 29, The Clash of the Super Saiyans, the Saiyans were led into a realm of possibilities. Wow, Your Majesty, what have you given me? What is happening to me? At that moment, Hanaxia regained her senses. Feeling the surging power within her body, a mixture of curiosity and trepidation enveloping her. Whoosh! Lin Chen took a step forward and ascended into the sky. Hana, you have already become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? What is that? The legend of the Super Saiyan, in this era, is something even the Saiyans themselves scarcely remember, with only a handful possessing any knowledge of it. Lin Chen took a deep breath and deliberately spoke in a voice loud enough for the entire royal capital to hear, explaining to everyone, including Hana, that the Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior that appears once every millennium. In truth, it is merely a special transformation of the Saiyans, akin to the Great Ape transformation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can elevate one's combat power by several dozen times. By the way, Hana, your current combat power has already reached 11 million. 11 million? Me? Hana gazed at herself in disbelief, then turned her eyes towards the distant hills beyond the royal capital. A ki blast, seemingly requiring little effort from Hana, shot towards the barren mountain. Moments later, a visually striking mushroom cloud erupted in the distance. The shockwave from the explosion nearly knocked everyone in the royal capital off their feet. When the shockwave dissipated, the once there mountain had vanished. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the royal capital. All right, Hana, this is the homeland of the Saiyans. You mustn't destroy it. If you wish to understand your power, I shall accompany you. Your Majesty, you. At Lin Chen's words, Hana suddenly realized something and looked at him. She then saw Lin Chen's pupils transform into a striking blue, his hair standing on end. An even more terrifying aura than Hana's erupted from Lin Chen, swirling like a tempest in all directions. The Saiyans, already intimidated by Hana's presence, could no longer withstand the force emanating from Lin Chen. Many fell to their knees, surrendering to this fearsome power. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. After the flash, Lin Chen's hair had turned entirely golden. Super Saiyan? Your Majesty, you too can transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course, otherwise how could I uphold the royal standard? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. After his combat power surpassed 1 million, he had broken through the previous limitations of the pseudo-Super Saiyan transformation, gaining the ability to transform into a true Super Saiyan. However, at this moment, he had only transformed into a standard Super Saiyan, not the legendary form unique to his lineage. Like Hana, this transformation also amplified his combat power by 20 times. Initially, Lin Chen believed this multiplier might be due to the fact that his true Super Saiyan form was the legendary Super Saiyan, rather than this ordinary form. Now, upon seeing Hana, he understood that in this world, the combat power multiplier for Super Saiyans was indeed 20 times, with its own limits. Yet, it seemed Lin Chen had not yet approached that limit. His combat power stood at a staggering 20 million, nearly double that of Hana. Hana, go practice in the skies. I have yet to engage in combat since becoming a Super Saiyan. All right, Your Majesty, I shall challenge you to 300 rounds. As soon as she finished speaking, Hana shot into the sky like a rocket, with Lin Chen following closely behind. The two soared into the stratosphere of Planet Vegeta before coming to a halt. Without a starting signal, they both sprang into action simultaneously. Boom! The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed through the sky like thunder. Two streams of golden energy roared and clashed, causing the very air to tremble. The Saiyans on the ground were left awestruck by the astonishing battle unfolding above them. Is this the legendary power of a Super Saiyan? Father, King Vegeta, standing in a daze, suddenly heard his son's voice beside him. He turned to see his son, Vegeta, standing with a look of despair. Father, will I ever reach the level of His Majesty in this lifetime? Vegeta's youthful face was filled with hopelessness. King Vegeta took a deep breath, unsure of what to say, and simply placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Originally, King Vegeta had high hopes for his son, believing that with time, Even if Vegeta couldn't surpass Lin Chen, he would certainly exceed his own prowess and become the second strongest Saiyan after Link's. But now he realized how naive his expectations had been. Lin Chen and others had already reached an unattainable realm. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the two figures continued to clash, each collision creating dazzling sparks and fierce gusts of wind. Those winds, if they touched the ground, could instantly annihilate any Saiyan with a combat power below 100,000. The clash between Super Saiyans was indeed terrifying. Even though Lin Chen and Hannah were holding back, they could still unleash devastation with mere gestures. After nearly half an hour of combat, Lin Chen concluded the spar when Hannah began to pant heavily. Let us call it a day. Lin Chen reverted to his normal state, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Observing his relaxed demeanor, Hannah felt a profound shock. She had initially thought that becoming a Super Saiyan would make her invincible. Yet, not only could Lin Chen also transform into a Super Saiyan, but his strength seemed to far surpass her own, though their earlier engagement had been a mere exchange of blows. Hannah sensed that Lin Chen had barely tapped into half of his true power. Truly, he was worthy of being called Your Majesty, even as a Super Saiyan. He was still beyond her reach. With this thought, Hannah reverted to her normal form and floated beside Lin Chen. When they returned to the ground, they found the gathered Saiyans kneeling in reverence. Seeing their fearful expressions sparked an idea in Lin Chen. He suddenly proclaimed, "Everyone, you have just witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. But do you know? Hannah's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan is because of me. I made her a Super Saiyan." What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, many faces revealed shock, followed by expressions of yearning. If Lin Chen could grant Hannah the ability to become a Super Saiyan, did that not imply he could bestow the same power upon others? Noticing their expressions, Lin Chen smiled slightly and painted a hopeful picture for all the Saiyans. In my view, becoming a Super Saiyan is not an insurmountable challenge. As long as you possess sufficient determination, each of you may have the opportunity to become those legendary figures in the future. It all depends on your own efforts. We can also become Super Saiyans. Indeed, many faces shifted in response to Lin Chen's words. Not only Hannah, but they too could aspire to such heights. Lin Chen observed the astonished expressions of the onlookers, a smile gracing his lips as he chose to remain silent. As long as the Saiyans adhered to his guidance and diligently served him, granting all Saiyans the ability to transform into Super Saiyans was hardly an insurmountable challenge. After all, he possessed a system within himself. Chapter 30. The Enigma of Combat Power and the Choice of Martial Arts. As time flowed by, another year had elapsed. West City. Lin Chen emerged from the gravity chamber, his expression clouded with frustration. He found that he seemed to have encountered yet another bottleneck in his cultivation. Over the past 3 months, although Lin Chen's combat power had been gradually increasing, it was perplexing that he had been unable to fully transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen was uncertain of the underlying reasons. Nonetheless, he found himself unable to transform into anything other than the ordinary Super Saiyan form. The legendary Super Saiyan form, unique to the bloodline of the fabled Saiyans, remained beyond his reach. Lin Chen cast a glance at his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 1. 28 million Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Control of Ki, Elementary Martial Arts Talent. Upon observing his combat power, Lin Chen was reminded of a peculiar matter. After surpassing the threshold of 1 million in combat power, the rate of his growth had significantly slowed. Logically speaking, given Lin Chen's extraordinary bloodline, shouldn't his combat power be soaring like a rocket? Why then, despite his arduous training, had his strength only increased by a little over 200,000. This was indeed disheartening. Reflecting on it, during the original Story Cell saga, Son Gohan had trained for merely a year. Yet his combat power had soared from tens of thousands to several millions in an instant. Comparing his progress to that of others, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Lin Chen always sensed that there was something amiss. It seemed that in this world, once one's combat power surpassed 1 million, further enhancement became exceedingly challenging. This was evident in Broly's case as well. Despite possessing the same Saiyan bloodline, Broly's combat prowess, even without training, could still increase daily, and at a rate faster than Lin Chen's. However, Lin Chen recalled that during his visit to the Supreme Kai 3 months prior, he discovered that Broly's combat power had only risen to a little over 800,000, far from the exaggerated levels depicted in the original narrative. Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. At that moment, the ceiling of the gravity chamber behind him suddenly collapsed. The tremendous noise startled Dr. Brief and his family. They stood in astonishment at the wreckage of the gravity chamber. Taisi approached with concern and asked, "Lin Chen, what is the matter with you?" "Me? I'm perfectly fine," he replied. At this moment, Lin Chen regained his senses and glanced back at the gravity chamber, apologizing. "I'm sorry, doctor. It seems that the gravity chamber set to 100 times is no longer sufficient." "What?" exclaimed Dr. Brief as his cigarette fell from his mouth. "Have you truly acclimated to a gravity of 100 times? In fact, I became accustomed to it 3 months ago. Doctor, could you please devise a chamber with an even greater gravitational multiplier? How about starting with a maximum of 500 times? Lin Chen suggested. 500 times? Lin Chen, with your weight of 200 pounds, That translates to a staggering 50 tons. Can you handle that? Not an issue. I can gradually adapt. However, at 500 times gravity, the materials of Earth may be unable to withstand such immense density. I can begin developing the gravity chamber. But it would be best if you could procure some new high-density metals, or it may not be feasible. Understood. I will have the people of Planet Vegeta prepare it. After assuring Dr. Brief, Lin Chen also made a decision. Since the gravity chamber was temporarily unusable, he might consider alternative training methods. Ding. The system detected the host's desire to enhance his power and triggered the ultimate choices. Choice 1. Seek guidance from North Kai and learn any technique of the Kai. Reward. Evil Energy Pill. Choice 2. Consult Master Roshi and learn any technique of his. Reward. Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Choice 3. Inquire with the Supreme Kai and learn any technique of the deities. Reward. Gigantification Technique. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the most formidable selection presented to him. Given his current status as a novice martial arts prodigy, the prospect of acquiring mere techniques seemed somewhat trivial. However, he swiftly realized that the rewards offered this time were likely skills that he might not be able to master through his innate talents, either now or in the near future. The second option was the most comprehensible to him. It appeared to be a technique that would emerge after Sun Wukong learned to teleport, subsequently integrating it with the Kamehameha wave to create a unique move. The third reward seemed to embody the innate abilities of the Namekians, rather than ordinary techniques, akin to their remarkable cellular regeneration capabilities, which Lin Chen surmised he could not acquire through conventional means. As for the first choice, it was something he had never encountered before. System. What does the term Evil Energy Bomb signify? Ding. Host. The standard energy bomb merely absorbs a small amount of life energy, while the Evil Energy Bomb disregards the safety of the energy provider and absorbs all their energy. Consequently, the Evil Energy Bomb possesses greater destructive power, yet demands more time for absorption with each use, ultimately creating a wasteland of death in its wake. Understanding began to dawn on Lin Chen. If the standard energy bomb was akin to borrowing power from others, then the so-called evil energy bomb was a ruthless appropriation of another's energy for personal use, showing no regard for their survival. Thus, under equal conditions of energy provision, the potency of the evil energy bomb would likely surpass that of the standard energy bomb by several folds. The energy bomb, a signature technique utilized by Wukong numerous times to turn the tide in battle, was undeniably powerful. The fact that the evil energy bomb surpassed it in strength suggested that mastering it could provide him with a formidable weapon for reversal in critical situations. Lin Chen was suddenly filled with a sense of excitement. However, upon further contemplation, he ultimately decided to choose option 2. Although the evil energy bomb possessed immense power, its usage required an extensive charging time, much like a conventional energy bomb. Furthermore, employing it would drain the life energy of those nearby. If Lin Chen were to use it on Vegeta's planet, by the time he attempted to rescue his enemies, his own subordinates would have already perished. He had no intention of becoming a malevolent overlord. Instead, it would be wiser to learn from Master Roshi's techniques. As for the reward associated with the third option, while the ability to transform and grow in size could enhance combat prowess, it also bore significant drawbacks, such as the risk of being consumed by opponents, leading him to dismiss it outright. Very well, system. I choose option 2. Ding. Selection confirmed. Host, please complete the task promptly. After making his choice, Lin Chen turned to Tai Si and said, Tai Si, I am going on a journey to meet a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Tai Si inquired with curiosity. Yes, his name is Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. Master Roshi? I know him. Lin Chen, can you take me along? I wish to train under Master Roshi as well. Authors aside, the author shamelessly requests some support. Please shower me with your votes. Chapter 31. The First Encounter with Master Roshi. Master Roshi kneels upon hearing that Tai Si also wished to train. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then he raised his hand, pulling Tai Si close and kissing her gently. Silly girl, what martial arts do you wish to practice? In the year and more that Lin Chen had spent training on Earth, his relationship with Tai Si had flourished, and they had already established a bond. However, they had not yet married, and Tai Si had not expressed any desire for such a commitment. I wouldn't oppose your training, but if you truly wish to pursue it, why didn't you seek me out earlier? Lin Chen asked. Tai Si smiled and replied, you're not even from Earth. What could you possibly teach me? Master Roshi's reputation is renowned both domestically and internationally. It is only fitting to seek him out. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just as the two had reached their decision, Bulma unexpectedly chimed in, Brother Lin Chen, I too wish to learn martial arts. Both Lin Chen and Tai Si exclaimed in surprise. Tai Si, hands on her hips, retorted, Bulma, what mischief are you up to? What mischief? Sister, I merely desire to cultivate my martial skills. Bulma explained. In truth, she yearned to spend more time with Lin Chen. Although she still appeared as a young girl, Bulma had already begun to experience the stirrings of affection. In the original narrative, Bulma had been infatuated from her very first appearance. Now, though she was younger than when she first entered the story, she had already been captivated by Lin Chen. However, Her sister Taixi's prior relationship with him had forced the young girl to suppress her feelings. Lin Chen had not anticipated this turn of events. He merely thought it would be beneficial for Bulma to practice a bit, although the original narrative did not suggest that Bulma possessed any innate talent for martial arts. If she were to undergo some training, it would equip her with a measure of self-defense for her future adventures alongside Goku. Furthermore, given Lin Chen's strength, it was certain that he would not linger at Master Roshi's for long. If Taixi were to abandon her training prematurely, it would be one thing. But should she choose to persevere, Bulma's presence would provide companionship for the two sisters. Consequently, Lin Chen persuaded Taixi to agree to include Bulma. After bidding farewell to the briefs, he set off with the two sisters towards Master Roshi's island. Unfamiliar with the exact location of Master Roshi's residence, Lin Chen could not utilize instant transmission to arrive directly. Fortunately, he recalled that Master Roshi lived on an island amidst the vast ocean, so he flew directly in that direction with the sisters. Moreover, this time, Lin Chen carried with him a new power-level detector crafted by Bulma. This device, redesigned by Bulma based on the Saiyan's portable power-level detector, was slightly larger than its predecessor but possessed no upper limit for detection. In other words, this detector would not explode if it encountered a power level exceeding its maximum threshold. To ensure the accuracy of the device, Lin Chen had dedicated several days to assisting Bulma in creating prototypes. Master Roshi, who possessed an understanding of ki perception, was merely an ordinary old man when not in combat. Thus, it would have been quite challenging for Lin Chen to locate him solely through ki. However, with Bulma's new detector, he swiftly pinpointed Master Roshi's location. "Bulma, your detector is remarkably effective," he exclaimed. "Is it?" Bulma blushed at Lin Chen's praise. "I still have 100 more in the capsule I gave you. You can use them for now, and my father has the design plans. So if you need more in the future, he can produce them for you." At that moment, on a small island in the midst of the vast ocean, Master Roshi sat before the television, a scroll in hand, engrossed in a yoga class taught by a strikingly attractive instructor while attempting to staunch his nosebleed. Nearby, a turtle basked leisurely in the sun beneath the window. Suddenly, Master Roshi jolted upright, hastily exiting the room. "Master Wu-Tian, what is the matter?" the turtle inquired, trailing after him in confusion. "A formidable and terrifying presence is approaching us." Master Roshi's face was drenched in cold sweat. The aura he sensed was exponentially more daunting than that of the nightmarish demon King Piccolo he had encountered previously. Who could it be? What kind of terrifying strength is this? "Here they come." As Master Roshi spoke, his muscles began to swell, instinctively responding to the imminent danger. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing upon the sandy beach. Wow, is this really Master Wu-Tian's residence? What a secluded island. No wonder no one knows where he is. The once bulging muscles of Master Roshi deflated as he noticed the two sisters, his serious expression transforming into one of sheer delight. "Hello, beautiful ladies. What brings you here?" His gaze lingered on Taixi, who was dressed in a refreshing outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. However, in the next instant, he suddenly noticed Lin Chen striding towards them from behind the sisters. A sheen of sweat broke out on his brow as he realized that the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this man. Lin Chen gazed at the combat power detector, which revealed that Master Roshi possessed merely 20 units of combat strength. He silently mused that Master Roshi indeed concealed his aura in daily life. Were it not for Bulma's detector, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to discern the faint presence of Master Roshi amidst the vastness of the ocean. "Greetings, Master Roshi," Lin Chen said with a warm smile. "What brings you to seek me?" Master Roshi inquired, his expression betraying a sense of unease. Lin Chen said, "Teacher Wu-Tian, I am Lin Chen, and this is my girlfriend, Taiz. This is Taiz's younger sister, Bulma. We hail from the Western capital and seek your guidance in mastering the arts." "Seeking a mentor?" The turtle sage looked astonished. "Young man, you are far superior to me. Do you truly need to seek my tutelage?" Lin Chen replied, "Of course. Master Wu-Tian is renowned as the god of martial arts, possessing knowledge of various combat techniques. In contrast, I am merely acquainted with some brute strength, and I am in no position to compare myself to him. Furthermore, I am not the only one wishing to become his disciple. Taixi and Bulma also aspire to seek his guidance." Coughing lightly, the turtle sage felt a sense of elation, astonished by his own fame. Realizing that even formidable individuals sought to learn from him, he thought to himself that when he next encountered Master Roshi, he would have quite the tale to tell. Becoming a disciple is not out of the question, but there are certain prerequisites for my acceptance of students. The turtle sage began to articulate the conditions for apprenticeship when suddenly, a flash of white light caught his attention. Lin Chen had raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the distant sea. Boom! An astonishing mushroom cloud erupted from the surface of the ocean. Lin Chen turned his head, gazing innocently at Master Roshi, and inquired, "Master, what were you about to say?" He then noticed, "Oh, why are you kneeling on the ground?" "Teacher?" Master Roshi sniffled. "Welcome to the Turtle School." Chapter 32. A Twist of Fate. Panacea falls in battle. In the vast expanse of the ocean, there lies a desolate island, devoid of any inhabitants. Lin Chen gazed intently at the blazing sun, his hands raised high, gripping a colossal boulder that weighed no less than several tons. Suddenly, he hurled the immense stone into the sky, simultaneously bringing his palms together. from which emanated a deep blue radiance. Just before the last syllable of his incantation escaped his lips, his figure abruptly vanished from its original position. When he reappeared, he was soaring high above, nearly parallel to the ascending boulder. Power. As Lin Chen uttered the final syllable, a beam of radiant deep blue energy surged forth, engulfing the massive boulder. The energy wave, slicing through the heavens, cast its reflection upon the three onlookers below, their eyes wide with astonishment. The turtle hermit, witnessing the energy surge that dwarfed even his most formidable efforts, found his nose running once more. Meanwhile, Tais and Bulma, burdened by their turtle shells, erupted into jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Chen is truly remarkable." In the celestial expanse, Lin Chen gazed upon the fruits of his recent endeavor, a deep sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Indeed, the techniques bestowed by the system proved their worth. This instantaneous turtle school energy wave was not only capable of delivering an assault that far surpassed the limits of combat prowess, but it also boasted an instantaneous movement feature that was significantly more agile than the Jebit version he currently possessed. The Jebit instantaneous movement, designed solely to facilitate the movement of the Supreme Kai across the cosmos, lacked speed. While it sufficed against opponents of lesser strength, it became utterly ineffective when facing adversaries of comparable might. In stark contrast, the instantaneous movement embedded within the turtle school energy wave was perfectly suited for combat. It allowed for a seamless transition to any location within the line of sight, enabling a surprising counterattack in the heat of battle. Upon returning to the ground, Lin Chen smiled at the turtle hermit and inquired, "Master Wu Tin, how did you find my turtle school energy wave?" With a sigh, the turtle hermit replied, Lin Chen, I had already expressed that there was nothing more I could teach you, yet you remained unconvinced. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, Lin Chen, through coaxing the turtle hermit into demonstrating various techniques, had surreptitiously learned an array of skills, including the turtle school energy wave and the afterimage fist. His innate talent as a budding martial artist indeed proved to be exceedingly advantageous. Lin Chen had completed his task. Yet the cultivation journey of Tai Si and her companions was merely beginning. With little left to learn, Lin Chen naturally could not afford to waste time with the turtle sage, as he contemplated whether to visit the Supreme Kai next. A sudden communication request emanated from the combat power detector he had been carrying. The original combat power detector, aside from its ability to gauge combat strength and life signs, also functioned as a communication device. Its communication capabilities far surpassed Earth's technology, allowing for real-time communication even across vast distances of light years. Bulma had undoubtedly incorporated this feature into the new detectors. Presently, the communication request Lin Chen received was from Planet Vegeta. Most of the 100 detectors Bulma had initially crafted had been entrusted to King Vegeta and his cohorts. As the number of Saiyans with combat power exceeding 30,000 grew, the outdated detectors left behind by Frieza's army became obsolete. This new batch of detectors perfectly catered to King Vegeta's needs and was prioritized for deployment to the peacekeeping forces on missions. Beep. Lin Chen established the communication and inquired, King Vegeta, what is the situation? Your Majesty, we have just received a transmission from the Galactic Patrol indicating that Princess Hanazia's mission may be ambushed by the Frieza force. Frieza? Has he finally lost his composure? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Ever since the Saiyans formed a peacekeeping unit under King Bank's command, they had encountered the Frieza force on multiple occasions. As a former tyrant of the universe, Frieza had long been a formidable adversary, instilling fear in both the Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol. The Patrol had historically been powerless against Frieza's invasions and the destruction of civilizations. However, with the establishment of the Saiyan peacekeeping force, the Galactic Patrol finally acquired the means to retaliate. Consequently, a significant portion of the missions assigned to the Saiyan troops on Planet Vegeta had revolved around confrontations with the Frieza force. From thwarting planetary invasions to liberating colonized worlds, the Saiyans and the Frieza force had clashed over a dozen times. During this period, the Saiyans obtained definitive intelligence. It was revealed that Frieza, who had been defeated by Lin Chen in orbit around Planet Vegeta, was not dead but had been rescued by his father, King Cold. However, due to severe injuries, Frieza had been incapacitated for several years. King Cold, in his desperation to restore his son, not only reformed the Cold Force but also sent him to battle repeatedly, seeking methods and technology to revive Frieza. Recently, it was reported that Frieza had regained his mobility and combat prowess. Upon receiving this information, Lin Chen took precautions against Frieza's potential retaliation by advising Bardock to ensure that Princess Hanasia personally oversee every future peacekeeping operation. Although the Saiyans had significantly strengthened their capabilities, the only one who could confront the cosmic tyrant head-on was Hanasia, who had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, Lin Chen recalled having seen in an analysis of Dragon Ball that Frieza's ultimate power level exceeded 100 million, while Hana's transformation into a Super Saiyan had only elevated her power to a mere 10 million. This disparity caused Lin Chen to feel a tinge of apprehension. With this thought in mind, he bid farewell to Master Roshi and the others, and promptly executed an instant transmission, transporting himself directly back to Planet Vegeta. Upon his return, Lin Chen discovered that the situation appeared far graver than he had anticipated. In the Saiyan Command Center, he encountered a visibly distraught King Vegeta. What has transpired? Is something amiss? Indeed, Your Majesty, the king replied with a heavy heart. We have just received alarming news. Princess Hannah and the warriors assigned to this mission have entirely lost contact. King Vegeta continued, anxiety etched upon his face. We are currently liaising with the Galactic Patrol to ascertain the situation, but it is highly probable that Princess Hannah and her team have fallen victim to Frieza's wrath. Hannah is dead? Chapter 33, Ambush, Frieza's Revenge. Is Hannah dead? Lin Chen was utterly astonished. His queen, the one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Hannah, had been slain by Frieza? At that moment, aware of Lin Chen's arrival, Bardock and Paragus hastened to his side. Paragus spoke in a solemn tone. Your Majesty, do not be too distressed. This is merely a conjecture from the Galactic Patrol. The situation has yet to be verified, and it is possible that their communication device has malfunctioned. Lin Chen's brows furrowed, yet his heart was far from optimistic. After all, Hanasia's combat power was merely over 10 million, a stark contrast to what he knew of Frieza. In the Dragon Ball universe that Lin Chen was familiar with, Frieza had never mentioned the full extent of his ultimate form's battle power, but the prevailing belief was that when he unleashed his full strength in that form, his battle power hovered around 120 million. If Frieza's power in this world were indeed similar, then Hanasia would undoubtedly be no match for him, even at present. Lin Chen feared he could not triumph over Frieza, for even in his Super Saiyan transformation, he could only muster a battle power of slightly over 20 million. 20 million against 120 million, a battle destined for defeat. Nonetheless, Lin Chen had resolutely decided to venture to Hanasia's side. Should they still be alive? He would immediately escort them back to Planet Vegeta. If Hanasia and her companions had already perished, he would seek vengeance for them, even with the knowledge of being outmatched. He remained undeterred, reflecting on the original story, where Son Goku, with only a few million in battle power, dared to confront the great demon King Frieza. How could Lin Chen, possessing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, falter? To fight to the bitter end was the hallmark of one who bore the legendary Super Saiyan heritage. Which planet did Hanasia and her companions travel to? Provide me with the coordinates. Your Majesty. Bardock seized Lin Chen's arm. I implore you to reconsider. You are the king of our Saiyans. You must not act recklessly. Bardock, stand down. Lin Chen commanded fiercely. Yet, not only did Bardock refuse to yield, but even King Vegeta urged, Your Majesty, the situation remains unclear. Perhaps it would be wiser to await the Galactic Patrol's investigation before making a decision. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and said, King Vegeta, let us not forget, apart from Frieza, we Saiyans have another formidable adversary. If we cower before Frieza, how shall we confront that being in the future? Please send me the coordinates. King Vegeta was taken aback. He naturally understood that the formidable enemy Lin Chen referred to as the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed, in comparison to Beerus, what was Frieza? Realizing this, King Vegeta lowered his head and replied, I understand, Your Majesty. Before long, King Vegeta transmitted the coordinates of the planet Hanaxia, which they were to visit. Their mission was to travel to a planet known as Taiwi Star. This planet's civilization was even more primitive than that of Earth. Yet it produced a unique metal highly suitable for spacecraft construction. According to intelligence gathered by the Galactic Patrol, a group of space pirates had set their sights on this metal, intending to annihilate the planet's civilization and seize the resources for themselves. Since these pirates belonged to a highly combat-capable race, the Galactic Patrol could not handle them alone and thus called for Saiyan support. However, not long afterward, the Galactic Patrol received a tip-off revealing that there was an ulterior motive behind the attack. The space pirates were merely a decoy, not far from Taiwi Star. Frieza's army lay in wait, poised to ambush. Upon receiving the coordinates of Taiwi Star, Lin Chen immediately focused his senses and then instantaneously transported himself there. At that moment, in the vicinity where Taiwi Star should have existed, the planet was nowhere to be found. Instead, immense rock fragments resembling an asteroid belt aimlessly floated in the void of darkness. An enormous and grotesque figure stood among the debris, laughing maniacally. Haha, what splendid fireworks! Foolish Saiyan monkeys. Such beautiful fireworks to accompany your burial. You must thank me when you arrive in the afterlife. Haha. Frieza, his body half flesh and half machinery, maintained his third form, resembling a monstrous alien. And he laughed with a cruel glint in his eyes. Although the previous battle had left him in a disheveled state, and his wounds still throbbed painfully, he ultimately emerged victorious. Even the mightiest Super Saiyans were no match for him. Now, you wild monkey should understand. I, Frieza, am the most powerful being in the universe. Haha. In a distant region of space, a Frieza army mothership hovered ominously. The extraterrestrial crew aboard wore expressions of disbelief. None of them had anticipated that what was meant to be a meticulously planned ambush had almost turned disastrous for Frieza's army. Fortunately, their leader, Frieza, proved to be more skilled. Who would have thought that among the Saiyans, there existed the legendary Super Saiyan? No wonder Frieza had almost been defeated by the Saiyans before. They were truly terrifying. Thankfully, Saiyans could not survive in space. That female Super Saiyan had been careless. Otherwise, Frieza might have perished once more. Alas, the fighters on the planet had all perished alongside the Saiyans. Enough. Silence, shouted a creature with purple skin and two black horns protruding from its forehead. His voice compelled the others to instantly hush. This being was none other than Captain Jinyu, the top warrior of Frieza's army, aside from Frieza himself. With a stern expression, Captain Jinyu glared at the others. Are you all unaware of Frieza's temperament? If he hears what you just said, we will all perish here. I barely survived. And if anyone wishes to drag me to hell, I shall slay them first. Captain Jinyu clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Everyone had assumed that the ambush against the Saiyans would be foolproof. Having retained his memories after his high-tech resurrection, Frieza vividly recalled how the Saiyans had previously defeated him through their Awakens transformation. Hence, he was filled with confidence regarding his revenge plan. However, they had not anticipated that the Saiyans, whom Frieza's army had not encountered for years, had grown exponentially stronger. Chapter 34, The Terrified Frieza and Another Super Saiyan. In the past, although the Saiyans boasted of being a warrior race, they had been a source of ridicule within Frieza's army. Very few of them even surpassed a battle power of 10,000. Were it not for their ability to transform into Oozuru, they would likely have been regarded as mere fodder. Yet this time, when Frieza's hundreds of warriors attacked the less than 10 Saiyans on Taiwi Star, the Saiyans displayed an unprecedented prowess. Merely a handful of Saiyans managed to utterly rout Frieza's forces, leaving even the Jinyu force, which had joined the assault, nearly annihilated. Raikum, Berta, Jais, and Guldo, Frieza's four subordinates, were swiftly dispatched by a single female Saiyan. Had Frieza not personally intervened upon noticing the female Saiyans' extraordinary strength, even Jinyu might have met his end. The ensuing battle revealed to Jinyu why that female Saiyan was so formidable. She was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan. Even Frieza was powerless before her, having undergone 2 transformations, yet he was still left battered and bruised. Fortunately, in a fit of rage, Frieza seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, the planet-destroying ball, obliterating Taiwi Star, or else he might have been slain by the Super Saiyan yet again. Damn it. Those accursed Saiyans. I must reassemble the special forces. I wonder if I can find members as exceptional as Raikum and the others, Jinyu grimaced. At that moment, the energy detector on the bridge suddenly emitted an alarming beep. Jinyu looked up and inquired, "What is happening?" "Captain Jinyu, a high-energy reaction has been detected ahead." "What? Where?" "Right near Lord Frieza. It appears to be a Saiyan." Whoosh. Lin Chen emerged from the state of instantaneous movement, finding himself at the location of Taiwi Star. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that he had stepped into nothingness beneath his feet, and an overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloped his entire being in an instant. Lin Chen, in a state of panic, held his breath, only to soon realize that he found himself amidst the vast expanse of cosmic space. But where was Taiwi Star? Lin Chen glanced around and instantly grasped the situation. No wonder everyone, including Hanasiya, had lost contact. It turned out that TV Star had been annihilated. In this place, the only being capable of obliterating TV Star in an instant, leaving even formidable warriors like Hanasiya with no time to escape, was none other than Frieza. Where was Frieza? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen sensed a tremendous aura nearby. Turning his head, he was indeed met with the astonished visage of Frieza not far away. After surveying Frieza from head to toe, Lin Chen realized that the Frieza of old had indeed survived. He was now a mechanical Frieza, restored through the technology of extraterrestrial beings. However, unlike the original narrative, this mechanical Frieza had surprisingly taken on a third form, rather than the ultimate form depicted in the original story. Ah, how intriguing. Suddenly, a sinister chuckle, characteristic of Frieza, echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Due to the recent destruction of Planet TV, remnants of gas lingered in this cosmic expanse. Although devoid of oxygen and unbreathable, these gases were capable of transmitting sound. Let us see who dares to cross my path. Is that not the Saiyan who nearly brought about my demise? Frieza scoffed coldly, his demeanor shifting as he turned to Lin Chen with a fierce roar. You damned monkey. How dare you swagger back into my presence? Prepare to meet your end. With that, Frieza abruptly pointed a finger at Lin Chen, unleashing a violet beam of energy. Their past encounters had been fraught with animosity, and the last time, Frieza had barely escaped with his life. Upon seeing Lin Chen again, he cast aside any thoughts regarding the latter's sudden appearance and resorted to his lethal technique. The lethal attack, which had annihilated countless lives before, collided with Lin Chen, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light. Amidst the radiance, a cold smirk graced Frieza's lips. At last, you will pay for your transgressions, you wretched monkey. Soon, Planet Vegeta and all Saiyans will follow suit. Death? The only one who shall perish today is you. Frieza. In an instant, a voice penetrated Frieza's mind. The next moment, Lin Chen emerged from the blinding light, and upon witnessing his transformation, Frieza's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Golden hair. The Saiyan before him possessed the same ability to transform into golden locks as the female Saiyan he had encountered earlier. You are also a Super Saiyan? No, it cannot be. How could there be so many Super Saiyans? They are mere legends, not to be believed. Death beam. Before the last word had escaped Frieza's lips, he concentrated his fingers to conjure 3 violet beams, launching them once more at Lin Chen. Yet this time, he was astonished to see Lin Chen, with a mere glare, effortlessly deflect his ultimate technique with a swift motion of his hand. Boom. The diverging beams collided with a drifting meteorite, erupting in a dazzling display. What? How could my death beam be thwarted? Frieza, is this truly all you are capable of? Lin Chen utilized his own energy in place of words, directly shouting into the cosmos towards Frieza. hasten to unleash your full power. I seek vengeance for Hanasiya and all the Saiyans you have slain. Full power? A mere Saiyan wild monkey. Frieza's lips curled with disdain as his right hand formed 3 more violet beams, once again aiming them at Lin Chen. With a swift motion of his hand, Lin Chen effortlessly swatted away the 3 beams of light, sending them flying into the distance. Soon after, the 3 flashes illuminated the horizon. Ding! The beginner-level martial arts talent has been activated, granting him the ability to learn the skill, Death Beam. Witnessing the first manifestation of his initial martial arts prowess, Lin Chen remained neither sorrowful nor joyful. He merely let out a cold chuckle. After enduring so many strikes, it was finally time for me to retaliate. With that, Lin Chen wiped the smile from his face and charged directly at Frieza. Boom! Before Frieza could react, Lin Chen raised his fist and struck him squarely on the head. Whoosh! Frieza shot off like a cannonball, crashing into a towering rock formation, only to emerge from it and collide with another. This continued until he finally came to a halt after crashing into the 7th rock. What is happening? What is happening? How can he be so powerful? How can a Saiyan possess such strength? Frieza shouted, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Author's note, due to commitments during the day, there will only be one update today. The remaining updates will be completed after 6 o'clock in the evening. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 35, The Truth Revealed, Frieza's True Combat Power. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spacecraft, Captain Jinyu and his crew held their breath. Why? Why are there 2 Super Saiyans? Are the Saiyans truly this formidable? Can King Frieza emerge victorious? These Saiyans are simply terrifying. Of course, King Frieza has just slain a Super Saiyan. This Saiyan will be no exception. After one of the aliens uttered this, a profound silence enveloped the spacecraft. Then, someone nervously spoke up. Wait. Why is this Saiyan still alive? When did Saiyans become capable of surviving in space? As this voice echoed, a collective gasp resonated throughout the ship. Indeed. We are currently in the vacuum of space. Planet Vegeta has long since been obliterated. If that is the case, how has this Saiyan managed to survive in the cosmos? At this moment, Frieza on the battlefield pondered the same question. Staring incredulously at the approaching Lin Chen, he seethed in anger. Why? Why are you still alive? When did Saiyans learn to exist in a vacuum? Ordinary Saiyans cannot. But I am no ordinary Saiyan. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen wore an expression of indifference, transmitting his voice through the surrounding air. The legendary Super Saiyan? Absurd. Do you think this king would believe such nonsense? Frieza scoffed. However, at that moment, his extraordinary vision detected a faint aura enveloping Lin Chen. Frieza surmised that it was some form of energy shield. His assumption was correct. These energy shields were indeed Lin Chen's innate bloodline abilities inherited from his legendary Saiyan ancestry. If the vacuum cannot kill you, then this king shall take matters into his own hands. As Frieza's words echoed, he abruptly appeared before Lin Chen, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. To Frieza's astonishment, his fist met what felt like solid iron. Lin Chen exhibited no reaction, while Frieza's own hand throbbed with pain. Is this the extent of your power? Frieza, do you not possess another transformation? Unleash it. Or do you wish to repeat your previous folly of failing to showcase your full strength before meeting your demise at my hands? Lin Chen spoke with a cold demeanor. Yet a flicker of anger simmered in his eyes. This time, Lin Chen was genuinely enraged, not solely due to Frieza's slaying of Hanasiya, but because Frieza had not defeated her in an honorable duel. Instead, he had resorted to annihilating planets. My woman, how could she be slain in such a manner? Come. Frieza, unleash your full power. For those you have murdered, I shall defeat you in a fair confrontation. A mere Saiyan, worthy of my full strength? The malevolent energy erupted explosively, as Frieza was engulfed in a white aura, his fist raining down upon Lin Chen in a flurry of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Though silence reigned in the cosmos, the shockwaves from Frieza's punches reverberated throughout the space. Long live Frieza the Great. Frieza the Invincible. The aliens aboard Frieza's ship cheered with excitement, witnessing their master's relentless assault. Among them, only Jinyu appeared fearful, retreating incessantly. As the most powerful warrior on the ship, Jinyu could discern that despite Frieza's continuous attacks, the Saiyan remained utterly unscathed. The disparity between the two was overwhelmingly apparent. A Super Saiyan, so terrifying. How is this possible? After delivering thousands of punches, Frieza realized he had not laid a scratch on Lin Chen. My combat power of 3 million. Why can't I penetrate your defenses? Upon hearing Frieza's words, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, Frieza abruptly ceased his assault, distancing himself from Lin Chen. Very well, you wretched monkey. Since you demand my full strength, I shall grant your wish. Prepare to experience terror. My final form boasts of battle power exceeding 100 million. In the next moment, Frieza's malevolent energy erupted once more, and his physique began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Lin Chen watched in disgust as Frieza's body contorted, flesh tearing and spilling forth. Lin Chen was unaware that, in truth, Frieza was exceedingly reluctant to undergo his ultimate transformation. However, the reasons for his hesitation differed greatly from those of the original Frieza. The former Frieza refrained from transforming into his final form due to the difficulty in controlling his immense power. In contrast, the current Frieza dreaded the transformation because it inflicted excruciating pain upon him. When Frieza was slain by Lin Chen, he was in his first form. Therefore, When advanced technological means were employed to reconstruct Frieza's body, he was restored in the guise of his first form. Although the technicians endeavored to ensure that the mechanical body would not hinder Frieza's ability to transform, the artificial body was ultimately not his original flesh and blood. Each transformation brought him immense suffering due to the residual pain in his body, particularly during the transition to his final form, which was the most agonizing. Consequently, even when confronting Hannah Xiao previously, Frieza opted to transform only into his third form and, upon realizing he could not defeat her, chose to annihilate a planet rather than assume his ultimate form to secure victory. Yet now, faced with Lin Chen, who could survive in a vacuum, Frieza had no choice but to endure the pain and proceed with his final transformation. As the energy enveloping him erupted in a brilliant explosion, a diminutive Frieza finally materialized before Lin Chen. Breathing heavily and dripping with cold sweat, Frieza declared, "I apologize for the wait, Saiyan. This is the most powerful form you sought to witness." He raised a finger, sneering at Lin Chen. "Let me inform you in advance. My combat power exceeds 100 million. Upon hearing Frieza's proclamation, Lin Chen's confusion dissipated and a smile graced his face. 100 million? Frieza, I never imagined your capacity for boasting was so grand." Frieza, momentarily taken aback, darkened his expression and retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "Huh, Frieza, could you enlighten me on how you ascertained your combat power to be 100 million? As far as I know, the highest detection capability of the Frieza Force's power measuring devices was merely 2 million. How did you arrive at this figure of 100 million? Lin Chen inquired with a smirk. Frieza's expression froze in disbelief. Lin Chen chuckled, "Frieza, if I am not mistaken, your so-called combat power of 100 million is merely a fabrication of your own imagination, is it not? In truth, you are oblivious to the actual extent of your prowess. That figure of 100 million is nothing but a figment of your own invention. Regrettably, your true combat power stands at a mere 11 million, which is approximately 1/10 of your own estimation." Author's note: this is an alternative setting devised by the author. In the original work, Frieza's combat power is 120 million, yet the author has always found this perplexing. Given that portable detection devices register combat powers exceeding 100,000 is off the charts, even large-scale detectors would only accommodate a few million before reaching their limits. Such a scenario is depicted in the original animation, leading to the question of how Frieza could possibly ascertain that his power exceeded 100 million. Therefore, the author concludes that Frieza is indeed boasting. His true combat power is not nearly so formidable. Chapter 36, Overwhelming Dominance, The Emperor's Downfall. Utter nonsense. Frieza seethed with rage, though internally he felt a twinge of insecurity. For Lin Chen's assertions held an undeniable truth. Frieza's estimation of his ultimate form's combat power was entirely speculative. Since the invention of combat power detection devices, the maximum value they could ascertain was slightly above 2 million. While this figure sufficed for over 90% of beings in the universe, it proved ineffective against the Frost Demon lineage, upon reverting to their final or, rather, primal form. The combat power of the Frost Demons far surpassed the limits detectable by such devices. Consequently, Frieza and his father had only ever approximated their own combat capabilities. Frieza, in his arrogance, believed that his final form was exponentially stronger than his third form, estimating his power to be around 120 million. However, in reality, his assessment was astronomically far from the truth. Upon hearing Frieza assert that his battle power in the third form reached 3 million, Lin Chen felt an unsettling dissonance. For Bulma's device indicated that Frieza's battle power in that form was a mere 2,400,000. Later, upon witnessing Frieza transform into his final form, Lin Chen was astonished to discover that Frieza's battle power had only escalated to 11 million, a stark contrast to the over 100 million that Frieza had boasted about. Initially, he speculated that Bulma's power detector might have malfunctioned, but when he checked Frieza's power using his own system, the result was also 11 million. The 100 million battle power that Frieza had incessantly proclaimed was indeed shrouded in deception. Lin Chen had harbored thoughts of avenging Hannah, preparing for a fierce confrontation with Frieza. However, it turned out that Frieza's true strength was less than half of his own. Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. At that moment, Frieza was unleashing an enraged roar. How could my battle power possibly be only 11 million? Lin Chen pointed to the detector atop his head. Frieza, allow me to share a revelation. My combat power detector is a state-of-the-art invention, a stroke of genius with no limitations. It indicates that your combat power is merely 11 million. What? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Furthermore, my combat power exceeds 20 million. And the female Super Saiyan you previously vanquished possessed a power level of 12 million. Thus, you are exceedingly weak. You, a mere wild monkey, dare to claim that I, Frieza, am weak? How infuriating. Frieza seethed. Suddenly, he bent his left arm and pivoted his body, gathering energy. In the next moment, a formidable wave of energy erupted forth, akin to a blazing inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The full force struck Lin Chen. Yet, this was but the beginning. Frieza relentlessly unleashed wave after wave of fiery blasts towards Lin Chen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the technique Flame Wave. In the dark expanse of the universe, the crimson flames illuminated the surroundings for nearly a full minute. When Frieza finally ceased, panting heavily, a sinister grin crept upon his face. Did you dare to declare me weak? Now you comprehend my might, do you not? Alas, you are far too feeble. Suddenly, a voice resonated. And Frieza felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. His pupils dilated in shock. A chilling dread surged from the soles of his feet to his brain. As Lin Chen emerged from the haze of dust, he beheld the now thoroughly frightened Frieza, sensing the flicker of fear that danced within his eyes. Lin Chen let out a sigh. With Frieza in such a state, if Hanasia were not constrained by her inability to survive in a vacuum, she would surely be able to defeat him. Unfortunately, this Frieza was undeniably malevolent and cunning. Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes darted rapidly, for the first time in his life. He experienced the sensation of fear. Confronted with the threat of death, Frieza's heart raced as he thought, no, I must leave this place immediately. I need to seek refuge with my father. At this moment, I am no match for him. Only my father can protect me. Acknowledging that victory over Lin Chen was beyond his reach, Frieza's mind became singularly focused on escape. You wretch, I will ensure your demise, Frieza shouted. Raising his hand to conjure a swirling orb of purple-black energy, pulsating with frenetic power, and he forcefully directed it towards Lin Chen. Ding! The alert of his innate talent. A prodigious martial arts gift resonated in Lin Chen's mind as he learned the technique, Planet Destruction Sphere, just as the notification echoed in his consciousness. Frieza transformed into a streak of light, hurtling away in the opposite direction of Lin Chen, towards his awaiting spacecraft. Although Frieza could navigate the cosmos, traveling through space was not as efficient as moving on a planet. The swiftest means of interstellar travel was always facilitated by a spacecraft, not mere physical prowess. As Frieza gazed at the increasingly prominent vessel in the distance, he murmured to himself, once I reach my father, I shall train diligently. A mere handful of Saiyan monkeys. I shall never succumb to you. Born with formidable strength, Frieza had never engaged in training, firmly believing that with a modicum of effort, he could easily surpass that Saiyan. Before long, he was nearing the spacecraft, and he could even glimpse through the porthole the terrified faces of his subordinates. Yet, he suddenly noticed that his minions were frantically pounding on the windows, simultaneously gesturing wildly towards Frieza's rear. Behind me? Frieza turned to look back, only to behold a radiant blue light, as brilliant as the sun, materializing in the space behind him. Lin Chen brought his palms together, gazing intently at Frieza in the distance, silently uttering the words, Kamehameha. As he pronounced the word ki, Lin Chen's figure abruptly vanished from his original spot, narrowly evading the energy sphere hurled by Frieza. In the next instant, Lin Chen reappeared suddenly behind Frieza, causing him to startle and turn around in disbelief. How did you? Frieza began to speak, but his words remained unfinished. Lin Chen had just uttered the final word, gong. With a resounding shout, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that surged forth with an unstoppable force. I cannot perish, Frieza bellowed, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. He spread his palms wide, attempting to repel Lin Chen's Kamehameha wave. However, his hands barely held against the onslaught of energy for a fleeting moment before being utterly consumed by its terrifying power. In the next instant, even Frieza himself vanished within the radiant blue brilliance. Chapter 37, The Legend of the Dragon Balls Boom. The overwhelming energy erupted in the cosmos, appearing with astonishing speed and vanishing just as swiftly. Soon, tranquility enveloped the space once more. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he stared ahead, where, 1,000 meters in front of him, a grotesque figure floated in the cosmos. It was none other than the once mighty cosmic emperor, Frieza. Yet, his current form was but a mere shadow of its former self, reduced to less than a quarter of his original physique. Frieza's lower half had completely vanished. His arms were nowhere to be seen, and the portion of his head that had been mechanically repaired was now entirely gone. Nevertheless, astonishingly, signs of life still emanated from Frieza. Even after enduring Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha unleashed in his Super Saiyan form, Frieza had not succumbed to death. This tenacity of life was indeed terrifying. Lin Chen now somewhat comprehends why, despite both possessing the regenerative abilities of Namekian cells, Cell can resurrect even when his upper body is completely obliterated, while Piccolo can be fatally struck down by a single energy wave from Nappa. The distinction lies in the formidable vitality of the Frieza's Frost Demon lineage at play. Lin Chen drifted before Frieza, gazing at him intently, raising his right hand, poised to deliver the final blow. As if he sensed the inevitability of his fate, a glimmer of pleading appeared on Frieza's face. Please, I beg you, save me. Forgive me. Save you? I am not Sun Wukong. I possess none of his merciful disposition, Lin Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Although Frieza did not comprehend who Sun Wukong was, he grasped that Lin Chen was resolute in his intent to not spare him. Thus, the emotion of fear gradually morphed into despair, which swiftly transformed into rage. Saiyans, this time, you have triumphed, but at least I have taken numerous Saiyans down with me, including that female Saiyan. She must be your companion, right? Haha. Once we reach hell, I shall educate them well. Fool, they will not accompany you to hell. Lin Chen replied indifferently. What? Frieza was taken aback. Once you perish, I shall seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect Hanasia and the others. Even this TIE star can be restored. Dragon Balls? Thus, descend into hell. With a mere gesture, Lin Chen unleashed a golden energy beam, identical to Frieza's deadly attack, severing the villain's remaining right arm. A death beam? How did you replicate my technique? Frieza exclaimed, incredulously. Such trivial skills are easily mastered after a single observation. Frieza, let your demise come by your own hand. With that, Lin Chen fired 5 additional death beams, each one obliterating the remnants of Frieza's form. As the final beam hurtled towards Frieza's head, it was accompanied by his anguished cries of desperation. Thus, this notorious cosmic tyrant, feared across the Dragon Ball universe, met his ultimate fate. This time, Frieza's body was utterly shattered and vaporized, beyond the reach of any advanced technology to resurrect him. Having dispatched Frieza, Lin Chen turned his attention to the nearby ship of Frieza's forces, slowly extending his 5 fingers. The minions aboard the vessel erupted in panic. Flee. We must escape. They cried. Please, we only crossed paths with the mighty Frieza. Why must you unleash your wrath upon us mere underlings? A chorus of tears echoed among the extraterrestrial beings. However, just as the massive spaceship began to ignite its engines, a devastating energy wave surged forth, imbued with overwhelming power. The spacecraft exploded into fragments, and the inhabitants within were incinerated by the searing heat. Lin Chen suddenly furrowed his brows. Just moments ago, before the explosion of Frieza's spacecraft, he seemed to have glimpsed a small spherical ship making its escape. Should he pursue it? Lin Chen contemplated for a moment, dismissing the matter entirely. After all, the individual from Frieza's army was merely an inconsequential lackey, hardly worthy of his attention. Instead, he deemed it more prudent to hasten the resurrection of Hannah and the others. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen activated his instant transmission, departing from that space. Unbeknownst to him, aboard the diminutive ship that had fled prematurely, sat not a trivial subordinate, but the illustrious Captain Jinyu. This ace of Frieza's elite responded with remarkable swiftness upon witnessing Frieza being mercilessly slaughtered by Lin Chen. He promptly boarded the circular vessel designated for combat personnel, narrowly escaping disaster. Now, as he gazed at his former mothership vanishing amidst the shockwave, Jinyu wore a countenance marked by relief, panting heavily. Thank goodness I escaped swiftly. I never imagined the Saiyans possessed such terrifying power. But wait, Saiyans. I shall ensure the resurrection of Lord Frieza. Our Frieza force will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor, Captain Jinyu proclaimed fervently. Utilizing the advanced technology aboard the ship, the crew, including Jinyu, learned of the Dragon Balls when Lin Chen divulged the information to Frieza. While the others aboard the vessel exhibited little reaction, Jinyu recalled a legend he had encountered in the past. According to the legend, a mysterious race known as the Namekians possessed the extraordinary ability to create wish orbs. It was said that gathering 7 wish orbs could grant any desire. The Dragon Balls mentioned by that Saiyan must indeed be the wish orbs. The legend is true. Such things actually exist in this world. Just wait. I, Jinyu, will seize the Dragon Balls, resurrect Lord Frieza, and the Jinyu Force. Then, it will be our turn to exact revenge upon you. Captain Jinyu shouted within the confines of the spaceship. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the vast expanse beyond Planet TV, a circular ship identical to Frieza's mothership began to accelerate, veering away from TV. Lord Cooler. The life signs of Lord Frieza have vanished. A member of the crew reported, eliciting gasps of shock from everyone aboard. What? Lord Frieza is dead? Is the Super Saiyan truly that powerful? An egg-shaped spacecraft drifted into view, from which a voice somewhat reminiscent of Frieza's emanated. Silence. Frieza is eternally naive. After suffering at the hands of the Saiyans once, he has failed to learn his lesson. This is all his own doing. Upon seeing the occupant of the egg-shaped craft, the crew members immediately knelt in reverence. For seated within was none other than their master, the Cosmic Emperor and Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. Chapter 38, A New Choice. Targeting Broly? A small figure with blue skin, purple complexion, and white hair addressed Cooler. Lord Cooler, should we not go check on that? Lord Frieza may still be alive. After all, he didn't have to die last time. Frieza must pay for his foolishness. Cooler retorted. Savaja, we are returning. The subordinate, named Savaja, hesitated before nodding in agreement. Yes, my lord. Although Cooler's temperament was considerably more placid than the capricious and cruel Frieza, it did not imply that his orders could be disregarded. Upon hearing Cooler's command, the crew members promptly began to maneuver the ship, turning it back toward Cooler's territory. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that their leader, Cooler, wore a grim expression, his demeanor darkened considerably. In truth, Cooler's hesitation to command the ship closer was not born from a desire to abandon Frieza to his fate, but rather from fear. An adversary capable of surviving in the cosmos and effortlessly defeating Frieza was likely not even a match for Cooler himself. He dared not approach, fearing that the one who had slain Frieza might still be present, and he was reluctant to linger, apprehensive of drawing attention to their presence. The notion of Cooler, the mighty, fleeing in terror was something he had never contemplated before. The intense humiliation compelled Cooler to resolve firmly within himself. How infuriating. My Frost Demon clan is the strongest in the universe. Saiyans, await my return. I, Cooler, shall surpass the limits of the Frost Demons. The day my 4th transformation is complete will mark our inevitable encounter. At that time, I will avenge Frieza and uphold the honor of my Frost Demon clan. At this moment, Lin Chen had returned to Planet Vegeta, recounting his experience to King Vegeta and the others, while they lamented the demise of Queen Hannah and her companions. They also rejoiced at Lin Chen's total annihilation of Frieza. Your Majesty Linkus, now that Frieza is dead, the threats we face have diminished significantly. I believe we can unleash our full potential and take decisive action. King Vegeta proposed. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen inquired. Are you still contemplating conquering the universe? Certainly not. King Vegeta hastily shook his head, having spent considerable time with Lin Chen. He recognized that this ruler was entirely different from past Saiyans. While he harbored ambitions, they were of a distinctly different nature than Frieza's. Moreover, Lin Chen had repeatedly emphasized, including to King Vegeta, that the future of the Saiyans could not follow the path of conquest and destruction through violence. King Vegeta then suggested, Your Majesty Linkus. With Frieza now deceased, his subordinates will inevitably fragment. Frieza once conquered and controlled hundreds of planets, and the inhabitants of those worlds, much like the Saiyans, were subjugated under his tyranny. Since you wish for a Saiyans to become a force for justice, why not liberate those planets? To liberate the planets? Lin Chen was contemplating King Vegeta's words when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. A new choice has been detected for the host, triggering the Supreme Choice system. Option 1. Liberate over 70 territories of the Frieza Force. Reward, 50 vials of frozen demon serum. Option 2. Liberate over 70 territories of the Frieza Force, as well as over 50 territories of the Cooler Force. Reward, 20 vials of frozen demon serum and 1 tube of 100 cell reagent. Option 3. Liberate the Southern Galaxy, controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward, a card for experiencing the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation. This mission allows for only one choice, with multiple selections prohibited. Upon seeing the options triggered, Lin Chen immediately signaled King Vegeta to wait, indicating he needed a moment to consider. He then examined the 3 choices presented by the system. Among the rewards, there were several items Lin Chen had never encountered before and needed to clarify. System, what exactly is the Frozen Demon Serum? Ding. In response to the host, the Frozen Demon Serum can transform any intelligent race into the Frozen Demon Clan. Note, this Frozen Demon Clan refers to the original Frozen Demons, not the mutated forms like the Frieza clan. Original Frozen Demons? Does that mean they resemble Frieza's ancestor, Chilled? Lin Chen recalled this Frozen Demon, seemingly devoid of the transformation abilities possessed by Frieza and his ilk, thus its combat power was relatively low, yet it should still exceed 400,000. Consequently, this serum appeared somewhat superfluous for the Saiyans. However, should Lin Chen wish to recruit extraterrestrial beings of other races in the future, this serum could indeed prove valuable. Nevertheless, compared to the Frozen Demon Serum, Lin Chen found himself far more intrigued by the selection of the legendary Super Saiyan 2 Transformation Experience Card. System. What purpose does this experience card serve? Ding. Responding to the host, the experience card enables the host to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form for a duration of 1 hour. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? Now, that piques my interest. Lin Chen was acutely aware that the legendary Super Saiyan referred to by the system was indeed the fabled transformation he had yet to master. This transformation was a rare ability possessed solely by individuals like Lin Chen and Broly, who bore the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan within them. Furthermore, the Super Saiyan 2 was an even more potent evolution of this transformation. In the original narrative, the mere form of the legendary Super Saiyan held nearly limitless power, and the prospect of an even greater transformation was something Lin Chen had never encountered before. Yet, at present, he was unable to grasp the basic form of the legendary Super Saiyan, and the opportunity to experience a more formidable transformation left him quite intrigued. Both options 1 and 2 promised to augment Lin Chen's strength, while option 3 merely offered a fleeting hour of enhanced power. The dilemma of which path to choose weighed heavily on his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly stumbled upon another revelation. The liberation of the Southern Galaxy, controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan? Wait, did this choice not echo the storyline from the Dragon Ball movie? In that particular film, the legendary Super Saiyan was none other than a different incarnation of Broly. Having lived in this world for quite some time, Lin Chen understood that the Broly of his universe was the one from Dragon Ball Super. If that were the case, why did the mission propose that he eliminate another Broly? What was the meaning behind this? System, what is the name of the legendary Super Saiyan mentioned in option 3? Ding. Responding to the host, the individual is named Broly. Indeed. However, Lin Chen pondered, ISNT Broly on Earth? How could he possibly be in the Southern Galaxy? At this moment, Lin Chen was indeed filled with questions. Chapter 39. A Decision. Preparations for the journey to the parallel dimension. Ding. The system responded, indicating that the target was Broly from a parallel dimension, not from the host's current timeline. Upon hearing the system's reply, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. So, it was indeed Broly from a parallel dimension? How fortunate that he had inquired. Otherwise, how would he have accomplished this choice? Lin Chen understood that the Dragon Ball universe is, in fact, an immensely expansive realm. This world encompasses the concept of multiple universes, with a total of 12 distinct universes existing within it. In the universe where Lin Chen resides, it is but one among 12 parallel universes. The relationships between these distinct realms resemble that of various nations, each exhibiting significant differences. Take the Saiyans as an example. In the universe Lin Chen inhabits, They are a warlike and brutal race. However, in another universe, the Saiyans may embody a group fervently devoted to peace. In yet a third universe, the Saiyan race might not exist at all. Furthermore, Lin Chen is aware of the concept of parallel timelines existing within this multiverse. A parallel timeline refers to a world that arises within a universe due to certain circumstances, bearing similarities yet distinct differences from its counterparts. For instance, Lin Chen is acutely aware that the world he currently occupies is indeed a parallel timeline of a particular universe. His presence has altered the fate of the Saiyan homeworld, Planet Vegeta, sparing it from annihilation at the hands of Frieza. Outside of this reality, there lies another world that Lin Chen has yet to traverse, where, in his absence, Planet Vegeta meets the same catastrophic end as depicted in the original narrative. Currently, the system has assigned Lin Chen a mission to confront another Broly in a parallel timeline. The dilemma arises, how can Lin Chen access the parallel timeline as stipulated by the system? System, how do I complete the third option? Will you transport me to that parallel timeline? Ding. Responding to the host, you must devise your own means to accomplish the task. However, the system can offer a hint. In this universe, a method exists to reach your desired timeline. System, I choose option 3. After some contemplation, Lin Chen's curiosity compelled him to select what appeared to be the most challenging option. After all, the frozen demon serum presented in options 1 and 2 would prove less beneficial to him, as his subordinates primarily consist of Saiyans. Conversely, he was eager to explore the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation experience card. He was intrigued to discover its true nature. Ding. The host has initiated the selection. Please complete the task promptly. Given the considerable difficulty of this mission, the time limit has been extended to 3 years. With his new objective confirmed, Lin Chen issued fresh orders to King Vegeta and the others. Henceforth, the Saiyans would commence offensives against the territories formerly held by Frieza's army, liberating planets that had long suffered under Frieza's dominion. Although such actions would not yield system rewards, they would enable the Saiyans to accumulate valuable combat experience. The lessons learned from Hannah's demise underscored that mere strength is insufficient. 5 years of peace had dulled the Saiyans' memories of the brutalities of battle. As the Saiyan forces launched their assaults, Lin Chen returned to Earth. With a 3-year time frame for this system task, he resolved to resurrect Hannah and her companions first. Upon arriving on Earth, Lin Chen made his way to the Kame house. Upon his return, he observed Master Roshi instructing Tais and Bulma in martial arts. Master Roshi, Tais, Bulma. Lin Chen greeted and playfully teased Tai Si once more before articulating his intent directly. You seek this orb of mine. I have devoted many years to studying it. Yet I remain utterly perplexed by its nature. The turtle sage, with a bemused expression, raised the Dragon Ball that hung before his neck. Indeed, this object is known as a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total. When all are gathered, one may have a wish granted. What? Such marvel? The turtle sage exclaimed in astonishment, yet he willingly handed the Dragon Ball to Lin Chen. You possess such strength, surely. There must be an urgent matter at hand for you to desire this. I appreciate your generosity, Master Wu Tian. Lin Chen took the Dragon Ball and bid farewell to the 3 before instantaneously transporting himself elsewhere. However, after Lin Chen departed, a flicker of intrigue danced in Bulma's eyes. Could it be that the dragon of which Lin Chen spoke was indeed real? Having retrieved Master Roshi's Dragon Ball, Lin Chen next arrived at Mount Baozi. There, the solitary young Goku was hunting outside, and Lin Chen quietly felt a pang of guilt as he took the 4-star ball. Subsequently, he made his way to the Heavenly Temple. Brother Links. The first to greet Lin Chen was Broly, who had been residing there for over a year. Clad in attire reminiscent of a deity and having grown considerably, he was nearly unrecognizable to Lin Chen. Ah, Broly. Observing the kind-faced Broly before him. So different from the past, and recalling the task that required him to confront a certain Broly, Lin Chen marveled at his own prowess in transforming Broly into such a figure. How are you faring here, Broly? Lin Chen inquired. Quite well. Thanks to Brother Links for bringing me here. Every day, I have the opportunity to learn various new things alongside Mr. Bobo and the Supreme Kai. Broly replied. Lin Chen smiled and then lifted his gaze towards the approaching celestial being. After exchanging greetings, Lin Chen articulated his purpose, Celestial One. I have come this time with the hope that you might assist me in locating the remaining Dragon Balls. I currently possess 2. Lin Chen produced the 2 Dragon Balls he had diligently gathered. The celestial being glanced at them and remarked, Mr. Lin Chen, I believe I have previously mentioned that you are unaware of the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, are you not? Lin Chen interrupted the words of the celestial being. Celestial being, assist me this time, and I shall take you to see your homeland. The planet Mike? The celestial being's eyes widened in astonishment. When Lin Chen had previously brought Broly, the celestial being had learned that he was, in fact, an extraterrestrial from another planet. As an orphan from the stars, he had long yearned to return to his origins. However, the celestial being soon furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, No. I am the celestial being of Earth. I cannot be away from this celestial hall for too long. Lin Chen promptly said, Rest assured, it will not take long. I will teleport you to Namek in an instant. At this, the deity was finally moved. If it were just a matter of hours, it would indeed pose no significant issue. Thus, driven by a yearning to return home, the deity no longer dismissed Lin Chen and immediately instructed Mr. Bobo to gather the remaining Dragon Balls. Chapter 40. Resurrection, the Dragon of Two Planets. Is this truly Namek? When the deity first beheld the familiar terrain of Namek, his body involuntarily trembled. A profound sense of nostalgia surged from the depths of his soul, prompting him to take a deep breath. Even the air seemed to carry a familiar scent. Come, Divine One, I shall take you to meet the Grand Elder. Lin Chen gently patted the shoulder of the celestial being and then led him towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Shortly thereafter, the celestial being encountered his first Namekian, aside from the formidable Demon King Piccolo in his lifetime. Awaiting their arrival was Nilo, the Grand Elder's loyal guardian. He bowed to Lin Chen and remarked, "It has been a while, Mr. Lin Chen. The Grand Elder has sent me to welcome the wandering child of Namek back home." What followed was a harmonious scene of reunion, where the celestial being learned from the Grand Elder that he was the offspring of a Namekian named Kadas, who had sent him to Earth during the catastrophic climatic disaster on Namek. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chen silently observed from the side. After the celestial being and the Grand Elder reminisced, the Grand Elder finally addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Mr. Lin Chen, is your visit this time perhaps for the Dragon Balls?" "Indeed, Grand Elder. I wish to make a wish using the Dragon Balls. Will I need to undergo another trial?" Lin Chen inquired. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin Chen. The Dragon Balls of Namek are always at your disposal," the Grand Elder replied. Possessing a certain prophetic ability, he had foreseen that Lin Chen might assist the Namekians. Moreover, over time, he had noted that each encounter with Lin Chen revealed him to be significantly stronger than before. The Grand Elder deemed it worthwhile to cultivate a relationship with such a formidable ally. Upon receiving the Grand Elder's consent, Lin Chen swiftly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from various Namekian villages across the planet with his instantaneous movement. Once the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were assembled, the celestial being produced the 7 Dragon Balls he had brought from Earth. "Are these the Dragon Balls you crafted? You truly are an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan," the Grand Elder praised upon seeing the Earth Dragon Balls. "Thank you for your kind words, Grand Elder. Now, Lin Chen, shall we begin?" "Certainly." Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. "Eternal Dragon, arise. Fulfill my wish," the celestial being exclaimed. Simultaneously, Nilo uttered the incantation in Namekian to summon the Eternal Dragon. In the next instant, the skies of Namek were enveloped in darkness. The 14 Dragon Balls radiated golden light, and then 2 dragons, one large and one small, materialized from the shimmering glow. The Earth's Eternal Dragon and the Namekian Eternal Dragon appeared simultaneously in the same place, a phenomenon that had never before transpired in the original narrative, unfolding before Lin Chen and his companions. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen's first remark was, "Celestial being, your Eternal Dragon is rather diminutive." A bead of cold sweat trickled down the celestial being's forehead as he sheepishly replied, "Indeed, I still have much to learn compared to the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder chuckled softly, offering reassurance, "No need to worry. Appearance is but a fade. What matters most is that your Eternal Dragon is imbued with great power. And that is commendable." "Thank you, Grand Elder." The celestial being expressed his gratitude before turning to Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, please articulate your wish." Lin Chen nodded and first addressed Nilo, saying, "Mr. Nilo, my initial wish is to request the Dragon of Namek to restore Planet TV." He then turned to the Dragon of Earth and added, "Please resurrect the lives on Planet TV that were annihilated by Frieza." This was the reason behind Lin Chen's simultaneous summoning of the dragons from 2 planets. Lin Chen sought to resurrect not only Hanasea but also others. Yet the Dragon of Namek was incapable of reviving multiple lives at once. Thus, to achieve his goal, he had to rely on the Dragon of Earth. However, the Earth's dragon could grant but a single wish, and to resurrect those from TV Star, it was imperative to restore TV Star first. Consequently, Lin Chen endeavored to gather the Dragon Balls from both planets. Upon articulating his wish, the Dragon of Namek, Purunga, and the Dragon of Earth opened their eyes in succession. Purunga proclaimed, "Scion, your wish has been fulfilled. TV Star has been restored." Following this, the Dragon of Earth announced, "Your wish has been granted, Scion. Thank you for allowing me to reunite with my brethren. Farewell." With that, the Earth Dragon spiraled and transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, preparing to disperse across the globe. However, since they were currently on Namek, Lin Chen would not permit the Dragon Balls to scatter, as it would complicate their return to Earth. Therefore, before the Dragon Balls could take flight, Lin Chen leaped high into the air and caught all 7 of them. At this moment, on TV Star, numerous individuals stood up in bewilderment, including the previously deceased Hanasea and several Saiyans. "Frieza," Hanasea exclaimed upon her revival. But she soon realized she was on TV Star. How curious. Where are Frieza and the others? Hana Queen. A few recently revived Saiyans gathered around her, inquiring about the recent events. Many recalled that they should have perished already. Listening to their conversation, Hanasea suddenly remembered that she, too, had seemingly died when the cunning Frieza, unable to defeat her, had obliterated TV Star. Yet, why had they all returned to life? And how had TV Star been restored? Amidst the confusion, other extraterrestrial beings on the planet hastily boarded nearby spaceships, fleeing into the cosmos. These beings were warriors from Frieza's army. They had landed on the planet to ambush the Saiyans but had been annihilated along with TV Star, now resurrected. They were uncertain of the circumstances but recognized several Saiyans nearby. Among them was a female Saiyan who had fiercely beaten Frieza himself. They could not afford to remain and risk being slaughtered again. On the other side, on Namek, Naru addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Mr. Lin Chen, your wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Lin Chen, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I seem to have yet to decide on my second wish." Upon hearing this, the deities present collapsed in disbelief. Chapter 41. Captain Jinyu's survival tale. It is worth noting that Lin Chen initially summoned the dragon to resurrect Hanasea and her companions. Given that the dragon of Namek could not resurrect multiple individuals at once, he had to summon the Earth Dragon as well. However, Lin Chen had not contemplated any wishes beyond resurrection. What wish should he make? Lacking prior preparation, he had to think on the spot. Eureka! Purunga, for my second wish. Please reinforce Planet Vegeta so that it cannot be easily destroyed by external forces. Lin Chen has learned from the lessons of Hanasea. Even a Super Saiyan cannot always save a planet in time. Although Frieza is now deceased, the universe still harbors countless unknown and formidable adversaries. In the world of Dragon Ball, the destruction of a planet is a simple task. Even a power level of merely tens of thousands possesses the capability to annihilate a world. Lin Chen was not afraid of encountering formidable foes. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of someone acting with madness in his absence, launching a surprise attack on Planet Vegeta and obliterating the entire sphere. Such a catastrophe would be dire indeed. This notion was quite simple. Balanga emitted a resonating voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Moments later, he declared, "The second wish has been fulfilled. Now, for the third and final wish, do speak it forth." Lin Chen, please articulate your third wish, Nilo added. My third wish is to acquire the potential development technique akin to that of the Grand Elder. Lin Chen proclaimed with conviction. This ability had long been a source of envy for him, although the Grand Elder's potential development was not as formidable as the capabilities of the future old Kaioshin. It proved to be exceedingly beneficial in the early stages. With this power, Lin Chen could elevate the overall strength of the Saiyans, serving as a recompense for his previous inability to enhance his own forces. This wish is quite feasible, as Balanga's eyes once again glowed with crimson light. Lin Chen suddenly sensed a surge of knowledge merging into his mind. In the next instant, he observed alterations in his personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 1. 360, 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Key Manipulation, Beginner Martial Arts Genius Talent, Beginner Potential Development Technique. Techniques, Planetary Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Split Wave. Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist. Saya, your wishes have all been granted. Farewell. As he spoke, Balanga ascended into the sky, transforming once more into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across Namek. The sky regained its brilliance, and the resplendent sunlight bathed the earth, radiating warmth and serenity. Beholding the fulfillment of his wishes, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. He casually retrieved a spirit tree fruit from the system space and handed it to Nilo. This is a spirit tree fruit, capable of enhancing combat power. But its greater purpose lies in fortifying physical recovery and mental vitality. Present it to the Grand Elder. It will extend his lifespan, Lin Chen conveyed. Is that true? Thank you so much. Nilo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Lin Chen had an ominous premonition that he would soon require the mystical dragon of Namek once again. Thus, he presented a fruit from the spirit tree to the Grand Elder, hoping to foster camaraderie among them. At the moment Lin Chen was summoning the dragon to fulfill his desires, a circular spacecraft descended upon a planet located in a distant corner of the universe. This planet was known as Kurter 001, the stronghold of King Kurter, father of Frieza. As the spacecraft landed, it was immediately encircled by a group of extraterrestrial beings. Come out for inspection. Despite the spacecraft bearing the insignia of Frieza's army, its arrival had gone unannounced, prompting the Kurter troops to remain on high alert. Compared to Frieza's forces, the Kurter troops were far more disciplined. Soon, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a purple figure emerged. Do not attack. I am Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force under Frieza's command. Captain Jinyu? The aliens paused momentarily before quickly recognizing the infamous captain. Captain Jinyu. This is the domain of King Kurter. What brings you here? I have urgent news to report to King Kurter. Frieza has been slain. Jinyu replied with a stern countenance. Shortly thereafter, within the palace of King Kurter, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second transformation, the king received the grave news of his son's demise. In a fit of rage, King Kurter struggled to contain his power. What? My son Frieza is dead? Feeling the air around him tremble, Jinyu knelt in fear. I apologize. King Kurter. Frieza was killed by a Saiyan, one who appears to be the legendary Super Saiyan. Kurter waved his hand dismissively. A Super Saiyan? Ridiculous. That is merely a myth. Not a myth, my lord. We encountered 2 Super Saiyans, one of whom can survive in a vacuum. It was that Saiyan who brutally killed Frieza. And what of you? While Frieza perished, what did you do? King Kurter glared at Jinyu. My lord, I apologize. At that moment, I was aboard Frieza's ship. Their battle was beyond our capacity to intervene. However, I possess crucial information. Jinyu intended to reveal to King Kurter the intelligence he had unintentionally overheard regarding the Dragon Balls, which could resurrect Frieza. Yet, before Jinyu could finish, A beam of deadly light pierced through his body. Kurder, with a sullen expression, declared, "Since you cannot assist my son, why do you still draw breath?" As Jinyu lay on the ground, struggling to comprehend his imminent demise, he pondered why his loyalty to the Ice Demon clan had led to such a fate. Why? King Kurder turned away and issued a command to his subordinates. "Burn that wretch's corpse. He disgusts me." Yes. A lizard-like alien saluted and carried Jinyu's body towards the incineration chamber. However, just as the alien entered the burning room with Jinyu's corpse, a voice echoed within. "Exchange." A flash of purple light illuminated the chamber, only for calm to return moments later. Shortly after, the lizard alien emerged, wearing the signature grin of Captain Jinyu. "Hehehe, I will not perish so easily." Several days later, on Kurder 001, the world believed Jinyu to be dead. Unbeknownst to them, the Jinyu who had perished that day had his soul replaced by an unknown extraterrestrial warrior. Meanwhile, the true Captain Jinyu was in a bar on the planet, drowning his sorrows in solitude. He was unable to come to terms with being ruthlessly slain after he had come to inform King Kurder of the danger. For so long, he had taken pride in being part of Frieza's army, only to find that his pride and loyalty nearly cost him his life. That despicable King Kurder. "I serve the Ice Demon clan with unwavering dedication, and this is my reward? Were it not for my ability to exchange bodies, I would have perished long ago. The real fool is your dim-witted son, Frieza, yet I bear the blame." In a fit of rage, Jinyu smashed the table before him. At that moment, a robust alien approached him, lifting Jinyu off the ground. "Hey kid, you dare to break things in my bar? Hand over your money, or face the consequences." "Bah." Jinyu spat dismissively, forgetting that he was no longer the formidable Captain Jinyu of old. The alien's power detector beeped, and he laughed mockingly. "Aha. A fool with a power level of merely 5,000 dares to act tough." With that, the alien gripped Jinyu's head and dragged him towards the bar's back alley, where the patrons paid little mind to the scene. This was King Kurder's territory, where the law of the jungle prevailed, only the strong survived. Yet moments later, a voice resonated from the alley. "Exchange." A flash of purple light flickered, and soon after, the robust alien emerged, now housing Jinyu's soul. "Only 10,000 in power? Such paltry strength is still worthless." Jinyu scoffed. Simultaneously, a notion began to take root within him due to this confrontation. "I cannot continue like this. I require a stronger body. I must grow stronger. I will no longer allow my life to be dictated by others." Suddenly, Jinyu froze. His gaze fixated on a towering statue. It was the likeness of King Kurder. His expression turned cold as a sinister smile crept across his face. "Aha. How could I have forgotten? The best body for me is right before my eyes. King Kurder, you betrayed and humiliated me. I shall seize your body, and it will serve you right." Ha. Not long after, mysterious attacks erupted on Kurder 001, causing a great uproar. As elite members of the Kurder army fell victim to these assaults, the series of attacks is exceedingly peculiar. For the examination of the corpses reveals that the victims were slain at close range, yet curiously, there are no signs of struggle on their bodies. As the number of deceased continues to rise, with each possessing an ever-increasing fighting capability, a palpable sense of dread envelopes the entirety of planet Kurd 001. The king of Kurd, already consumed by rage over the death of his son, is further incensed upon learning of these events. A bunch of useless fools. The invaders must possess formidable combat skills, utilize the detectors to locate them. He commands. At his behest, the entire Kurd Legion mobilizes to scour the planet in search of suspicious individuals. Anyone not part of the Kurd Legion and exhibiting a combat power exceeding 10,000 is apprehended and subjected to interrogation. Despite these efforts, the perpetrator remains elusive. On a particular day, after receiving reports confirming the continued absence of the assailant, the king of Kurd erupts in fury, silencing his subordinates. "I will grant you 3 more days. If the culprit is not found within this time frame, you shall all meet your demise." As his subordinates hastily depart, a personal guard suddenly returns. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." The king of Kurd furrows his brow slightly, then smiles. "Very well, proceed." The guard steps forward, glancing around at the attendants in the room, and lowers his voice. "Your Majesty, I believe I have discerned the true identity of the culprit." "Oh, do tell. Could you ask them to leave first? I wish to disclose the identity of this individual in private." Upon hearing this, the king of Kurd gestures for his attendants to exit, who promptly form a line outside the room and close the door behind them. "Now, can you reveal who the assailant is?" the king inquires. "The assailant is me." The guard's declaration is followed by a sudden lunge towards the king, launching an energy blast. Boom. An explosive eruption occurs at the spot where the king stood, sending shockwaves throughout the palace, felt by all within. The attendants outside immediately realize the explosion originated from the king's chamber. "Quick, open the door," they shout, only to find it locked. In the chaos, the guard, the body now possessed by Captain Jinyu, charges into the smoke-filled room. Although he knows the energy blast poses no threat to the king, he still rushes forward. In the next moment, Jinyu is seized by the neck by the king of Kurd. "Haha, I never anticipated that my own guard would turn out to be the assailant. What were you thinking? Attempting to attack me? What was I thinking?" Jinyu chuckles. I merely wanted to be closer to you. The king's expression shifts dramatically. In the next instant, he watches as the figure he holds suddenly yells, "Exchange." Upon hearing this word, a name long thought dead echoes in the king's mind. His son had once mentioned this individual. "Dad, I've recently discovered a fascinating character. This being belongs to a rare race in the universe. They possess no combat prowess, yet have the ability to exchange bodies with other life forms. Before I encountered this individual, he had already exchanged with dozens of beings. I never imagined such intriguing entities existed in the cosmos. I plan to appoint him as captain and form a special forces unit. Gula commands the Gula Mecha Corps. I must have my own elite team. Oh, how intriguing. What is this individual's name? Jinyu. Jinyu. It dawns on the king that this individual is indeed Jinyu. Bang. Upon hearing the king of Kurd's shout, the guards outside no longer hesitate, shattering the door with a shockwave. "Your Majesty." Upon entering, they find the king grasping a lifeless guard. "Your Majesty, hee. You fools. He is the perpetrator behind the recent series of attacks." The king of Kurd tosses the corpse aside. "Clean up the scene and incinerate the body." With that, the king strides out of the room. Yes. The attendants kneel. Watching the king depart, they then gaze at the body on the floor, perplexed. This man was the king's guard. How could he dare to attack the king? Who knows? Perhaps he has lost his mind? Even as a guard, he should have understood the terror of the king of Kurd. Truly a fool, unbeknownst to them. The king of Kurd they speak of is the very corpse on the floor, while the one who just exited is Jinyu, who has usurped the king's body. Once Jinyu returns to the king's private chamber and secures the door, he can no longer contain his laughter. Ha! Power. I can feel the power. Is this the body of the ice demon race? The strength within this form surges and threatens to explode. The ice demon race can transform. Like the king of Kurd and Frieza, they have suppressed their power. If I were to transform, I would be invincible. Suddenly, Jinyu regains his composure. No. I am not yet invincible. Even in my ultimate form, I may not surpass the strength of a Super Saiyan. I must grow stronger. This body holds much potential yet to be unlocked. And the Dragon Balls. I shall use them for immortality. If I can attain eternal life, coupled with the body of an ice demon, I, Captain Jinyu, shall surely dominate the entire universe. Beware, Saiyans. Once I have surpassed the limits of the ice demon race, I will come for you. The mightiest ruler of the cosmos shall neither be Frieza nor the Saiyans, but I, Jinyu. Jack, does that Zuno truly know everything? Of course. Lord Zuno is the mightiest in the universe. His knowledge may well surpass that of your dragon. As Jack piloted the spaceship, Lin Chen and Tais were aboard. En route to a wondrous planet in the cosmos, this celestial body was home to a remarkable figure named Zuno. According to Lin Chen's recollections, Zuno was an omniscient and extraordinary being, possessing knowledge of all things. Lin Chen sought Zuno to discover methods of traversing parallel universes. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Chen had requested Tais to contact Jack, as he, despite his ability to teleport, was unaware of Zuno's location and thus relied on Jack for guidance. Tais, intrigued by the prospect of meeting such an all-knowing extraterrestrial, expressed her eagerness to witness this marvel. Originally, Bulma had also insisted on joining, but Lin Chen, aware of her true intentions, declined her request. After several hours of travel, impatience began to set in as they inquired about their remaining journey. How much longer until we arrive? Tais asked, her boredom evident. Jack estimated, perhaps another 2 hours. What? 2 hours? This spaceship is incredibly slow. Instant teleportation would be far more convenient, Tais retorted. Jack, feeling slighted, replied, please. This spaceship was a reward from the Galactic King for my valor in the TV Star War. I risked my life to earn this. Tais, intrigued, pressed on. Oh, the TV star? Lin Chen mentioned it. So, you died during that time? What's the afterlife like? Please tell me. Jack dismissed her curiosity, turning away. Tais, undeterred, grasped his shoulder and insisted, come on, don't be stingy. I could incorporate that into my new book. Jack, puzzled, responded, new book? Didn't Galactic Patrol Jack include? Indeed, it did. My current work is titled My Saiyan Boyfriend, and it has topped the bestseller list, surpassing the achievements of Galactic Patrol Jack. Tais declared triumphantly. Humph, then I shan't divulge anything, Jack retorted, turning away in feigned annoyance. Amidst their banter, they finally approached Zuno's planet, which mirrored its enigmatic inhabitant and its peculiar nature. The planet was modestly sized, only a few times larger than King Kai's, and appeared as a colossal wooden box encasing a celestial body. Its surface was adorned with vibrant hues, dominated solely by Zuno's palace. The palace, steeped in traditional aesthetics, featured a large escalator at its entrance, adding an odd touch to its overall appearance. As the trio ascended the escalator to the corridor before the palace, they encountered a long queue. Upon stabilizing their footing, several alien beings resembling samurai approached, clutching small notebooks. Tais, observing their unusual appearance, inquired, who among you is Zuno? We are not Zuno. We serve Lord Zuno. The alien samurai chorused in unison. They then encircled Lin Chen, stating, Lord Zuno has informed us of uninvited guests, and we have come to investigate. Uninvited guests? Tais echoed in confusion. Indeed. Lord Zuno does not meet with those who have not made an appointment, one of the attendants explained. What? Jack, why didn't you inform us? Ties exclaimed in frustration. Realizing that after hours of travel, they could not meet Zuno. Jack, equally bewildered, noted that it was his first visit to Zuno's planet, and he was unaware of such regulations. At that moment, the attendant flipped through the pages of his notebook and announced, if you wish to make an appointment now, you can be scheduled for 5 years from today. What do you say? Would you like to book? 5 years? Jack responded awkwardly, as a galactic patrol officer, is there no way to expedite this? Impossible. The attendant replied without hesitation. What now? Jack felt utterly at a loss. It's simple. Lin Chen smiled and stepped forward, stating, I have an appointment. Allow me to meet Lord Zuno. The attendant, taken aback, glanced at his notes and inquired, what is your name? Let me check. Lin Chen. My Saiyan name is Lynx. The attendant scrutinized the names and, with a hint of regret, replied, apologies, you are not on the reservation list. Before he could finish speaking, a golden light suddenly illuminated the space before him. In the next moment, Lin Chen transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a powerful energy wave down the corridor. How absurd. Planet Zuno is under the protection of Lord Zuno's might. You cannot harm this world. Boom. The energy wave collided with a distant forest, tearing through the ground and streaking out from the opposite side of Planet Zuno. Witnessing this spectacle, all the guards and guests widened their eyes in disbelief, some even shedding tears in shock. Excuse me, have you found my name? Yes. It's Lin Chen, right? Please, enter. The guests who had been in line immediately parted, creating a path for Lin Chen. Let us proceed. Lin Chen maintained his golden-haired form as he strode deeper into the corridor. Taisi was about to follow when she was halted by Jaka. Taisi. Is that the Super Saiyan? Indeed. Isn't it magnificent? His hair can turn golden. Lin Chen mentioned it could also change to yellow-green, red, and blue. After saying this, she cast a glance at Jaka and added, you aren't considering apprehending him for the destruction he caused, are you? Jaka quickly shook his head. Of course not. We are comrades, ha ha ha. Before long, the group arrived at a grand hall deep within the building, where they found a figure resembling a Japanese samurai seated atop a bull-like flying device. He was none other than the ruler of this planet, Lord Zuno. Besides Zuno, an attendant whispered in his ear, evidently reporting the events that had just transpired outside. Upon Lin Chen's entrance, Zuno adopted a stern expression and declared, you are the one who brazenly broke the rules to intrude? Do you have any objections? Lin Chen retorted. Zuno, however, remained silent, gazing ahead with an air of mystery. At this moment, another attendant standing beside Zuno spoke up. Please present your tribute. In truth, Zuno's requirements for tribute were quite modest. A kiss would suffice to answer one question, and if the tribute were a beautiful woman, the number of questions could increase. Yet, as the dignified Saiyan King, Lin Chen would not stoop to such trivialities. What constitutes a tribute? This? Lin Chen raised a finger, condensing a planet-destroying bomb in his hand. This was one of Frieza's most formidable techniques, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire planet. Zuno, recognizing the destructive potential of the move, hastily nodded. That is enough. You may ask 1, 2, or as many questions as you desire. Excellent. Lin Chen flicked his wrist and crushed the planet-destroying bomb. Now, listen closely. My question is, how does one traverse to a parallel universe? Zuno cleared his throat and began explaining in a manner reminiscent of reciting scripture. To traverse parallel universes, there are several methods. The first involves using a time machine. Theoretically, a time machine does not truly exist. Each use of a time machine is essentially a journey to a parallel universe. The second method is to become a Supreme Kai and utilize the specialized time rings. When different parallel universes emerge, green time rings are created, and using the corresponding ring allows one to reach various parallel universes. Before Zuno could finish, Lin Chen interjected, wait, Zuno, what I wish to know is the method to reach a specific parallel universe. Lin Chen realized that perhaps the question he posed was misguided. Zuno's response did not align with what he sought to uncover. The parallel dimension I wish to venture into is one where a legendary Super Saiyan has conquered the entirety of the southern galaxy. I am eager to discover how to reach this realm. Zuno paused for a moment, and then surprisingly replied, is the legendary Super Saiyan you speak of in that dimension named Broly? You know about this too? Lin Chen was immediately filled with astonishment and disbelief, unable to fathom how Zuno could possess such knowledge. Of course I know, Zuno replied. My extensive erudition stems from a unique ability akin to a form of prophecy. As long as something exists in this world, there is nothing I cannot comprehend. Impressive. Lin Chen found himself genuinely admiring this rather comical individual. Can you answer the question I posed earlier? Certainly, came the reply. To traverse to the temporal realm you mentioned, there are 2 methods. The first involves seeking the assistance of the Time King deity, Kane. The Time King deity presides over all parallel dimensions and possesses the ability to observe and freely access all temporal realms. However, it is worth noting that the Time King deity transcends all universes, existing independently beyond the dominion of the Omni King. Unless summoned by the Time King deity herself, mere mortals have no chance of encountering her. Lin Chen then inquired, what about the second method? As Zuno began to respond, he suddenly appeared to falter, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. Zuno's guards, witnessing this unusual behavior for the first time, rushed forward in alarm. However, at that moment, Zuno raised his hand, signaling them to keep their distance. The second method is to locate the Tomular PS metal, Zuno declared. Tomular PS metal? What is that? Lin Chen asked. It is an exceedingly rare metal in the universe, also known as the metal of time. The time ring of the Supreme Kai is crafted from this very metal. By the way, it has become extinct in our universe, Zuno explained. That is of no concern. I can summon it from the dragon, Lin Chen continued. What should we do once we find this metal? Zuno replied, acquiring the metal of time is merely the first step. Next, it must be taken to a place abundant in time and space, where the power of time and space can be infused into the metal. Before Lin Chen could ask further, Zuno interjected, a black hole is such a place. And infusing the power of time and space into the metal involves casting the metal of time into a black hole. Is that all it takes? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, skeptical of the method's reliability. Zuno nodded. Indeed, that is sufficient. However, this action will only open a temporal gateway. It will not allow control over which time and space the gateway leads to. Nevertheless, Zuno suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. My abilities indicate that if a Saiyan named Linkus undertakes this task, he could open a path to a specified dimension. Chapter 45, Preparations for the Journey to Parallel Dimensions. Me? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. How was he able to unlock the path to the designated space? Hey, are you speaking nonsense? Taisi exclaimed. Lin Chen doesn't possess any superpowers. How could he possibly achieve this? Zuno, without even glancing at her, retorted, you lack offerings, hence you are not permitted to question. What? You insufferable fatso. Woo-woo. Taisi's words were abruptly cut off as Jekka covered her mouth. For heaven's sake, Taisi is not Lin Chen. How could you speak to Lord Zuno in such a manner? Zuno continued, if it is not merely a matter of shared names, then it must be you. You possess a unique power. As long as you carry the metal of time and proceed to the black hole, you will be able to open the path to the designated space. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to grasp the implications of Zuno's words. The special power that Zuno referred to likely pertained to the system residing within Lin Chen's body. In other words, if he were to venture to a certain black hole while wielding the metal of time, his system might facilitate his journey to an alternate dimension where Broly exists. Is this what it means? Lin Chen silently pondered in his heart. Ding. Responding to the host. The system prohibits the disclosure of related information until the new function's triggering conditions are met. Does that mean it's assumed? Lin Chen chuckled and said, all right, I understand. Thank you. After saying this, he prepared to take his leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, is there a way for me to gain power that rivals that of a destroyer in a short time? You have exhausted your opportunity to ask, Zuno replied habitually. But he quickly noticed the energy sphere glowing on Lin Chen's fingertip. The first method is to undergo angelic training. Such training can rapidly enhance your strength. As for the second method, it no longer exists. Power can only be cultivated through one's own efforts. There has never been a shortcut to the pinnacle. Zuno closed his eyes, reflecting for a moment, then suddenly opened them again to gaze at Lin Chen. No, if it is you. Perhaps there is a way to ascend in a single leap. You truly are all-knowing. Lin Chen smiled and turned to Tai Si and the others, saying, let us return to Earth. As he watched Lin Chen and his companions vanish, the all-knowing Zuno sighed with relief. His attendant, filled with indignation, inquired, Lord Zuno, who exactly is that Saiyan? Should we seek the Kaioshin's assistance against him? Zuno replied, forget it. He is beyond our capability to confront. Even the Kaioshin would be powerless. Subsequently, Zuno solemnly instructed his attendant to close the gates, declaring a temporary cessation of visitors for the day. Upon returning from Zuno Star, Lin Chen commenced his preparations for this journey through time and space. Although the time metal, Tmuller PS, was said by Zuno to be non-existent in this world, Lin Chen understood that if he summoned the Eternal Dragon, he would undoubtedly secure a peace. However, the dragons of the two planets had recently been summoned, and Lin Chen would need to wait a minimum of 130 days before he could make his wish to the Namekian dragon. Though the wait seemed lengthy, it was fortuitous for Lin Chen. After all, he was about to venture into another parallel dimension, and while he had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he could not guarantee his safe return. The 130 days would provide him with ample time for rigorous training. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Chen trained diligently between Earth and Vegeta. At times, he would toil in a gravity chamber with a weight of 500 times that of Earth. At other times, he would spar with Hanasia, honing his skills in combat among Super Saiyans. Yet, Lin Chen felt that such arduous training was still insufficient. He was to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, a being of the same bloodline. Though this Broly bore a resemblance to the one Lin Chen knew, they were fundamentally different individuals. All of a Saiyan's negative emotions coalesced within him, and due to the adverse effects of his lineage, this Broly had long since lost his sanity, driven solely by the instincts to fight and kill. In the tales Lin Chen was familiar with, when Goku and his companions united the strength of 4 Super Saiyans, they were still unable to vanquish the formidable Broly. Ultimately, It was only through the collective energy of all the Z fighters concentrated into Goku that they managed to defeat him, albeit with great difficulty. Lin Chen was acutely aware that, given his current state, it would be a formidable challenge to confront not only the 4 Super Saiyans led by Sun Wukong, but even 4 Hannas at once. Unless he could rapidly enhance his abilities, his venture into the parallel dimension could very well lead to dire consequences. Time was fleeting, and the days until the Dragon of Namek's restoration were dwindling. Yet, Lin Chen felt he still fell short of his potential. Although his combat prowess had indeed improved compared to over 100 days ago, the rate of his advancement was insufficient in light of the formidable obstacles he was to face. Furthermore, Hanna lacked innate talent in combat, being inherently weaker than Lin Chen. Training with her offered him little in terms of new insights. Perhaps he should consider engaging in a battle against Broly from this world instead? A sudden thought emerged in Lin Chen's mind. The formidable adversary he would eventually confront in the future was none other than Broly from another realm. However, within this very world, there existed a Broly as well. Engaging in battle with this world's Broly might prove beneficial in preparing him for the confrontation with the otherworldly Broly. With this consideration, Lin Chen promptly made his way to the Divine Palace, where he encountered Broly and shared his origins. Brother Lin Kusi, do you wish to engage in a duel with me? Indeed, I may soon face a formidable foe and hope to enhance my strength. The assistance from Han Nasha is no longer sufficient, which is why I thought of you. Lin Chen gazed at Broly with a sense of delight. Although Broly was currently suppressing his aura, rendering his combat power detector to only register a mere 5,000 points, Lin Chen's own system revealed a different truth. He could distinctly see that Broly's combat power had surged to an astonishing 2 million. Lin Chen was well aware that since his birth, Broly had never engaged in training, yet he possessed a staggering battle power of 2 million. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. However, Broly's unique Super Saiyan lineage differed somewhat from Lin Chen's. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, Broly's bloodline could be classified as the Super Saiyan lineage from Dragon Ball Super, whereas Lin Chen's was derived from the Dragon Ball Super theatrical battle series. In terms of battle power enhancement, Broly's lineage far surpassed that of Lin Chen. Therefore, a confrontation with Broly would undoubtedly be beneficial for Lin Chen. Yet, to Lin Chen's surprise, Broly expressed some reluctance upon realizing Lin Chen's intentions, stating, "Brother Linkus, I do not wish to fight, even with you." Lin Chen replied, "Broly, we are merely going to practice a little. Brother Linkus, have you forgotten why I initially came to Earth?" Lin Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, when Broly and Lin Chen initially arrived on Earth, it was to escape the relentless challenges posed by the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Now, however, Lin Chen was yearning to engage Broly in a battle, which made him akin to those very challengers. "I apologize, Broly, I failed to consider your feelings." Recognizing his mistake, Lin Chen promptly offered his apology. Yet, he was soon beset by a dilemma. If he could not fight Broly, how would he enhance his strength? Chapter 46. The enigmatic Mr. Popo Lin Chen. If you seek to augment your power, I may possess a solution to assist you. Just as Lin Chen grappled with his predicament, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the side. Lin Chen turned his head and saw the celestial being speaking. "Celestial being? Can you assist me?" he inquired. "To be precise, it is not I who can help, but rather Mr. Bobo," the celestial being replied with a smile. "Mr. Bobo?" Lin Chen turned his gaze to the side, where Bobo stood with an expression that was nearly imperceptible. Could he truly assist him? Bobo's eyes, akin to copper coins, displayed no emotions as he innocently regarded him. "Since the celestial deity has spoken thus, I am willing to offer you some guidance." "How do you intend to guide me, Mr. Bobo? By the way, I have little time to spare." Lin Chen did not immediately refuse. Although it appeared that he was genuinely unaware of what Mr. Bobo could possibly teach him, given his mere few hundred combat power, he understood that Mr. Bobo was far more complex than he seemed. Perhaps he truly possessed insights that could benefit him. "Mr. Bobo likely had an understanding of your abilities, and conventional methods may prove ineffectual. Therefore, Mr. Bobo intended to guide you in a different direction. As for the matter of time, shall I take you to a certain location? Is that acceptable, Supreme Kai?" Mr. Bobo inquired, turning to the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai nodded and replied, "Mr. Bobo, do you wish to go there? Very well, you may escort Mr. Lin Chen." "Understood." Meanwhile, Broly expressed his apologies to Lin Chen. "I am sorry, Brother Lin Kex. I cannot assist you this time." "Do not worry, Broly. You are a good boy. Fighting is indeed not suited for you." Lin Chen pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse that a combat genius had turned out this way, yet he recognized that, for Broly, this life was what he truly desired. Then, Lin Chen followed Mr. Bobo deeper into the Supreme Kai's temple. He trailed behind Mr. Bobo, navigating several corridors as they descended toward the depths of the temple. At that moment, Lin Chen had begun to realize the destination Mr. Bobo intended to take him. "Is Mr. Bobo leading me to the hyperbolic time chamber? Are you familiar with the hyperbolic time chamber?" Mr. Bobo asked, glancing back, his expression remaining inscrutable. "Indeed. I actually possess one myself, currently situated on Planet Vegeta. The Spirit Time Room, now situated on Planet Vegeta." serves as a sanctuary for promising young Saiyans to hone their skills. While the gravitational conditions within the room are not particularly challenging compared to those of Planet Vegeta, the vast, open space presents a significant test for one's mental fortitude, making it an ideal environment for the young Saiyans to cultivate their willpower. Upon learning that Lin Chen possessed a spirit time room, Mr. Bobo's face registered a flicker of surprise. However, he merely opened his mouth in astonishment and refrained from further comment, continuing to lead the way. Eventually, after a considerable detour, the pair arrived at the very bottom of the temple, standing before a grand golden door. "We have arrived," Bobo announced, pushing the door open. "Since you are already familiar with the spirit time room, I shall refrain from elaborating. A year within this room equates to merely a day outside. Our training here should not impede your schedule, correct?" "Not at all," Lin Chen replied with a smile as he stepped inside. Before them unfolded a sweltering, low-pressure expanse, characterized by tenfold gravity. Without wasting any time, Lin Chen swiftly commenced his training under Bobo's guidance. It was at this moment that he finally comprehended the significance of the Supreme Kai's words. Mr. Bobo aimed to instruct Lin Chen in the mastery of energy control. "Lin Chen, although you currently possess immense power, your application of this strength is rather poor. If you were to unleash your full potential, wouldn't it be quite effortless for you to obliterate a planet?" Mr. Bobo inquired. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. This was also the reason he could only engage in practice battles with Hannah on Planet Vegeta, as that planet had been reinforced with the dragon's power. Were they to spar on another planet, a careless display of their might could potentially lead to catastrophic destruction. This is due to your inability to wield your power with precision. A true master, even when endowed with world-shattering strength, can exercise restraint to ensure that their power does not endanger others, Mr. Bobo remarked. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that in the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, the god of destruction, Beerus, had once engaged in battle on Earth. With Beerus's immense power, capable of obliterating a planet with a mere snap of his fingers, it was astonishing that after fighting for so long on Earth, he had not caused even a scratch to the planet. In fact, as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, some began to believe that the power hierarchy had collapsed, unaware that these top-tier warriors had mastered the art of controlling their strength. The earlier instances of tearing the Earth apart and penetrating planets had become avoidable for these skilled fighters. Mr. Popo continued. "I have heard from Broly that your training has always emphasized strength and physical prowess. While this is indeed beneficial for short-term power enhancement, mere strength and physique are far from sufficient for true growth. Therefore, in the forthcoming period, I shall teach you the mastery of Ki. Pay close attention." Lin Chen nodded. It was only after hearing these words that he realized why he had felt as though he had hit a plateau. The root of the issue lay in his control over Ki, which could not keep pace with his body and strength. It was akin to wielding a formidable weapon without the ability to handle it adeptly. Had he not heard Mr. Popo's words today, he might still be oblivious to the source of his dilemma. Just that one conversation made the experience of entering the time chamber with Mr. Popo worthwhile. However, Lin Chen was taken aback by what followed. Mr. Popo unexpectedly transformed him into a Super Saiyan and proceeded to engage him in a sparring match. "Mr. Popo, are you certain? With this punch, you could very well perish." Lin Chen couldn't help but inquire. "You may give it a try. Mr. Popo is indeed quite formidable," he replied. This prompted Lin Chen to recall the original Dragon Ball story where Mr. Popo had sparred with Super Saiyans, albeit children, yet still Super Saiyans. With that thought, Lin Chen smiled slightly. "All right, Mr. Popo, here I come." In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared right in front of Mr. Popo, his right fist aimed at Popo's face. Exercising caution, Lin Chen utilized only 50% of his strength, yet his speed reached its utmost limit. Strangely, despite the apparent potency of his strike, Mr. Popo merely tilted his neck and effortlessly evaded. "What?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Chapter 47. Breakthrough. Thorough preparation here. Your punches lack decisiveness. And here, your movements are excessive. A true attack must be clean and crisp. Furthermore, here, these are superfluous. You should restrain your ki during your assault. With your current approach, you might tire yourself out before your opponent even falls, Mr. Popo critiqued. Lin Chen realized that Mr. Popo's strength was indeed unfathomable. Despite not emanating an overwhelming aura, Lin Chen, in his Super Saiyan form, was unable to lay a finger on Mr. Popo. Astonishingly, while evading Lin Chen's attacks, Mr. Popo maintained the composure to observe Lin Chen's movements and offer guidance. This tranquility was utterly maddening for Lin Chen. How was he able to achieve such mastery? Lin Chen swept his leg, but Mr. Bobo effortlessly evaded the attack. Just as he was about to pursue further, Mr. Bobo raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, your mind is in disarray. Pause for a moment and recalibrate your state of mind." Lin Chen gasped for breath, gazing at Bobo, and inquired, "Mr. Bobo, who exactly are you? Did you not claim to possess remarkable abilities?" Lin Chen observed Bobo and could not help but utilize his system's capabilities. "System, what is Mr. Bobo's combat power?" Soon, Lin Chen beheld Mr. Bobo's attribute panel. Bobo combat power, 1000. 1000? Are you jesting with me? with his own normal combat power exceeding 1 million. How could he possibly be outmatched by someone with merely 1,000? At that moment, a flash of insight struck Lin Chen's mind. Mr. Bobo, could it be that you are an angel? Angels serve as the masters, servants, attendants, and overseers of the god of destruction. The strength exhibited by Mr. Bobo seemed to Lin Chen to align perfectly with this singular explanation. However, upon hearing this, Mr. Bobo's expression remained utterly unchanged. Angel? What is that? Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Chen refrained from further inquiry. If Mr. Bobo truly belonged to the echelon of angels, he must harbor some profound secret. Given Lin Chen's current capabilities, it would be prudent to avoid provoking him. Subsequently, under Bobo's guidance, Lin Chen continually refined his mastery over energy, striving to achieve a state of effortless control. Time passed swiftly. Before long, Lin Chen had nearly spent a year within the time chamber. While his combat prowess did not experience any dramatic leaps, his aura gradually began to transform. On a particular day, merely a day had elapsed since Lin Chen entered the time chamber. The divine temple remained as tranquil as ever, with Broly seated cross-legged at its edge, attentively observing the mortal realm below. This was a capability typically reserved for the gods, yet Broly had managed to acquire it during his time in the divine temple. During moments of ennui, he would utilize this ability to observe the lower world, thus passing the time. Suddenly, Broly's expression shifted, and he rose to his feet, murmuring, "This energy, it's Brother Linkus. Has he emerged?" As anticipated, shortly thereafter, the figures of Lin Chen and Mr. Bobo emerged at the entrance of the temple. Upon sensing Lin Chen's aura, the arriving deities could not help but remark, "Your strength remains largely unchanged, yet your presence has become significantly more composed." Indeed, this transformation was largely due to Mr. Bobo's influence. Lin Chen, having spoken, turned his head and bowed to Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, I am grateful for your guidance over the past year. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Do not forget that strength does not equate to everything, Mr. Bobo remarked. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, bidding farewell to Broly before employing instant transmission to return to the lower realm, preparing for the final departure. At this moment, Lin Chen's attribute panel had undergone a transformation. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 1, 560, 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Beginner Martial Arts Talent. Beginner Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Ki. Techniques, Planetary Destruction Bomb, Death Beam, Flame Rift Wave, Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Over the course of a year, aside from an increase of 300,000 in combat power, Lin Chen's most significant gain lay in the enhancement of his skills. The original skill of Ki control had evolved into perfect control of Ki. Although it seemed a mere addition of 2 words, Lin Chen understood that this change augmented his true strength by a full 30%. Now, as the Dragon Balls of Namek began to restore, it was time for Lin Chen to embark on this system task. However, given that he was to traverse parallel dimensions, the duration of his absence was uncertain, necessitating careful arrangements. Whether it was for Tais and the others or for Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen needed to ensure their well-being. Once all was settled, 3 days had elapsed. On Namek, as a deep rumble resonated, dark clouds gathered in the sky, plunging the eternally bright Namek into darkness, following a cacophony of thunder and lightning. The colossal form of Shinran Purunga materialized in the heavens. "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish." Purunga's voice echoed throughout the realm. "Now, Lin Chen, articulate your desire." Naru urged Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and articulated his desire. "I wish to obtain the time metal, Taimulip's metal." After Naru translated Lin Chen's words, Polona fell into a brief silence before responding. "The time metal, Taimulip's metal, can only be wielded by the god of the realm. What purpose do you intend to serve with it?" "I have my own intentions. Surely, you can conjure it?" Lin Chen replied. Polona declared with a resonant voice, "Indeed. But the time metal is a divine artifact. To acquire it, you must expend 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Very well. This time, when summoning the dragon, Lin Chen had no other desires beyond the time metal. 3 wishes it shall be." In the next moment, an unremarkable piece of silver metal materialized before Lin Chen. Though it appeared plain, as he grasped the metal, an unusual power surged through him. This force felt peculiar, prompting Lin Chen to refrain from prolonged contact, and he intended to store the metal in his system space. However, just as the time metal was about to enter the space, it unexpectedly rebounded. The time metal and Lin Chen's system space seemed to repel each other. Could it be that the temporal energy within the metal was incompatible with the system space? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving a box to place the piece of metal within, subsequently holding it in his hand. "Naru, I am departing now. This time, I shall venture to a distant realm. Should there be any urgent matters concerning Namek, you may reach out to Vegeta." With that, Lin Chen executed a technique of instantaneous movement, departing from Namek. Chapter 48. The System's New Function, Acquiring Time Points in the Vast Cosmos. Black holes are not particularly rare. These elusive phenomena, invisible to the naked eye, resemble traps scattered throughout the universe. Every civilization adept in interstellar travel meticulously marks them on their star maps. Having procured the temporal metal, Lin Chen's next destination was Vegeta. He tarried not for long, merely confirming the location of the nearest black hole to Vegeta before once again employing instantaneous movement to arrive beneath the starlit sky near the black hole. Even with the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen could not withstand the formidable power of the black hole. Thus, he materialized a considerable distance away from it. The moment he exited the state of instantaneous movement, Lin Chen swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, simultaneously enveloping himself in a protective energy shield. The black hole lay ahead. With a slight attunement to his surroundings, Lin Chen discerned the presence of the black hole. In one direction, he sensed nothing at all. Black holes possess the capacity to draw in all matter, including energy. Therefore, wherever he encountered an absence of sensation, that locale must indeed be the black hole. After an hour of flight, Lin Chen gradually began to perceive the astonishing gravitational pull of the black hole. Continuing further might invite peril. Thus, he halted and, adhering to Zuno's intel, retrieved the temporal metal. By casting the temporal metal into the black hole, he could open the gateway of time and space. Could my system govern the destination of this temporal portal? Lin Chen murmured softly, hesitating momentarily before casting the precious metal of time towards the black hole. He hoped that Zuno had not deceived him. Otherwise, he would ensure that Zuno faced the consequences. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, the rare metal, long lost to the universe, drifted slowly into the depths of the black hole. Suddenly, a radiant and shimmering light erupted from the metal, and Lin Chen witnessed the once solid form of the metal being contorted by an immense force, taking on bizarre shapes. Then, as if unable to withstand the gravitational pull, the metal shattered and vanished from sight. Had the precious metal of time, for which Lin Chen had expended 3 wishes, truly been lost in this manner? Just as Lin Chen was about to curse the unreliable Zuno, he suddenly beheld a series of gaping crimson rifts in space, resembling enormous bloodthirsty mouths, emerging from the very spot where the metallic essence of time had vanished moments before. These fissures expanded relentlessly until they culminated in a massive opening, wide enough for Lin Chen to pass through. Could this be the gateway to the realm of time and space? As Lin Chen was still in the process of confirming, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The passage of time has manifested, activating the temporal travel function. Please, host, consume time points to select the desired destination. Indeed. Everything unfolded exactly as Zuno had described. Lin Chen's system unveiled a new capability upon the opening of the temporal portal. Furthermore, according to the prompt, this new feature conveniently allows Lin Chen to choose the world he wishes to traverse. However, what exactly are time points? Ding. In response to the host, as you embark on your journey to a parallel timeline, there will be an interference with the target timeline. To mitigate the effects of this disruption on the fabric of time, the system requires a unique form of energy known as time points. The host can acquire time points by rectifying the historical events of the current timeline. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning of correcting the history of the current timeline. However, this time the system offered no explanation. Instead, it presented him with a countdown. Ding! A notification for the host. The newly emerged time portal remains unstable. The host must consume time points to confirm the destination within 1 hour, or the time portal will close. What on earth? Upon seeing the countdown before him, Lin Chen instinctively scratched his head. This system certainly enjoyed causing trouble. Had it possessed such a function, could it not have informed me beforehand? Now, I am given merely an hour. Where am I supposed to acquire time points? Wait a moment. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and in the next moment, he executed a swift teleportation, returning to Earth, to the Celestial Hall. Within the Celestial Hall, the divine beings were observing the next generation when suddenly, one of them sensed the familiar aura of Lin Chen approaching from behind. With a hint of surprise, he turned around and inquired, Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you back once more? Lin Chen gestured dismissively, saying, let us not dwell on that, celestial being. What about the Dragon Balls you received upon your return from Namek? The Dragon Balls? I have already secured them. My intention in creating the Dragon Balls was to provide humanity with a catalyst for realizing their aspirations. Yet alas, humanity. All right, celestial being. Please hasten to present the Dragon Balls to me. Lin Chen urged, his tone grave, startling even the celestial being. Oh. The celestial being, taken aback, had no choice but to summon Mr. Popo to retrieve the Dragon Balls, though at this moment, the Dragon Balls still resembled mere stones. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, Heavenly Deity, could you enlighten me on the corresponding star ratings of these stones? Certainly, came the reply. This one is a 1-star gem, this one is a 2-star gem, and this. Lin Chen meticulously noted everything in his mind, then promptly gathered all the Dragon Balls and tossed them into his system space. Heavenly God, I shall send these Dragon Balls back to the lower realm. Farewell. With that, Lin Chen vanished once more before the heavenly gods. Observing Lin Chen's swift departure, the heavenly god was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Mr. Bobo, what is Lin Chen attempting to do? Mr. Bobo replied, Heavenly God, it seems Lin Chen intends to return the Dragon Balls to the lower realm. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared at Sun Wukong's home atop the Bun Mountain. This time, the abode was once again empty, and Lin Chen did not linger long. He retrieved the 4-star ball, still in its stone form, from his system space and rolled it beneath Sun Wukong's bed. Next, he made his way to the Turtle Hermit's home, which similarly lacked occupants. Lin Chen, again, did not tarry. He placed the 3-star ball in a suitable spot before departing. Continuing to utilize his instant transmission, Lin Chen systematically deposited several Dragon Balls at various locations, including the castle of the Bull Demon King. Once all 7 Dragon Balls were accounted for, a prompt appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Historical correction confirmed. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point of time points. Lin Chen clenched his fist in triumph. The so-called correction of history merely entailed steering the world's trajectory back towards the narrative of the original Dragon Ball story. Initially, due to the incident with the Taiwi star, Lin Chen had instructed the Heavenly God to remove all Dragon Balls from Earth, which could have potentially disrupted the unfolding of the Dragon Ball saga in this world. However, having returned the 7 Dragon Balls to their rightful places, the story of the Dragon Ball universe could now continue. Chapter 49. Traversing Time and Space, a familiar yet unfamiliar world thanks to instant transmission. When Lin Chen returned to the time gate, only half an hour had elapsed. The rapid and frequent use of instant transmission was a novel experience for him, leaving him utterly fatigued and breathless. After a brief respite, Lin Chen gazed at the unchanged time gate and pondered, System, can I now confirm the target of the time gate? Ding. Please confirm the time and space you wish to travel to, host. Then let me proceed to the time and space where I can fulfill selection 3. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of energy emanating from his body. Striking the time gate, the blood-red hue of the gate began to shift, gradually transitioning to a deep blue. As the color stabilized, the system announced, Ding. The time gate has been locked. Please traverse promptly. With this directive, Lin Chen prepared to embark, but suddenly remembered an essential detail. Wait, system. How do I return after I pass through? It was crucial to clarify this matter. Ding. Upon traversing through the time gate, coordinates will be left at the original location. To return, the host simply needs to return to the original spot. However, once reopened, the time gate will vanish, and future use will require additional time points. Understood. So these time points essentially serve as a one-time round-trip ticket? With this realization, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and dove into the time gate. Here, in a remote corner of the universe, time was unknown. In the midst of a once quiet void, a blood-red fissure suddenly emerged from what should have been an empty expanse. This rift spread outward, ultimately forming a rectangular portal large enough for a person to pass through. Whoosh! A figure suddenly burst forth, and the rift that had transformed into the portal rapidly contracted, in the blink of an eye becoming a nearly imperceptible blood-red sphere. Was this the parallel universe where another Broly existed? The figure that emerged from the portal was none other than Lin Chen, who had traversed time and space. Gazing at the resplendent stars surrounding him, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and swiftly employed instant transmission towards the coordinates of Planet Vegeta etched in his memory. Upon reaching the location of Planet Vegeta in the original world, Lin Chen was not surprised to find the planet, having been relocated by the Eternal Dragon, absent. Where Planet Vegeta should have been, there was only an expanse of nothingness. Indeed, this was another world. With that settled, it was time to seek out Broly, whom Lin Chen recalled being in the Southern Galaxy. In his memory, tales of the legendary Super Saiyans rampage unfolded in the Southern Galaxy. This narrative was originally from the Dragon Ball movie Burning Hot Battle, Super Decisive Battle. The film recounted how, before Planet Vegeta's destruction, King Vegeta, fearing the threat posed by the Super Saiyan Broly, ordered his execution. Unbeknownst to him, both Broly and his father Paragus survived, using Broly's power to escape to the Southern Galaxy. Thereafter, Paragus wielded Broly's strength to wreak havoc across the Southern Galaxy, establishing new Planet Vegeta and plotting revenge against the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. Now, since the system tasked Lin Chen with liberating the Southern Galaxy from the clutches of the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen was naturally inclined to venture into the Southern Galaxy to uncover Broly's whereabouts. After a moment of focused contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly froze. Wait, where's the Southern Galaxy? Even in the original world, Lin Chen had never ventured to the Southern Galaxy, and his instant transmission required knowledge of the destination's location to activate. What was he to do now? Lin Chen scratched his head, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. In the next moment, he activated his instant teleportation once more, this time setting his sights on Earth. He recalled that in the narrative, Paragus had made a journey to Earth specifically to exact revenge on Vegeta. If he could time his arrival correctly, perhaps he could accompany them. However, he pondered whether the timeline of this world had progressed to the point where the events of the super battle had unfolded. Yet if not, it would not pose a problem. Lin Chen could simply seek out the guardian of this world to escort him to the afterlife, and from there, he could proceed to King Kai's planet, thus uncovering the location of the South Galaxy. Upon materializing on Earth, Lin Chen immediately discerned that the era of this world was likely several years ahead of his original timeline. due to his frequent visits to West City. Lin Chen always made it a point to land there first whenever he teleported to Earth. This time was no exception. However, as he appeared above West City, he noticed that the metropolis below was far more prosperous than the one he remembered. The city was adorned with numerous billboards he had never encountered before, leading him to conclude that this world had indeed advanced beyond his own, and the events of the Dragon Ball saga had likely commenced. He was curious, though, about how many years had elapsed since the Age of the Dragon. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen cleared his mind and began to sense the auras across the planet. It did not take long for him to identify several formidable presences, among which a few unmistakably belonged to Saiyans. One of these auras felt particularly familiar. Could it be Vegeta? Indeed, Vegeta was present on Earth, and since no battle had yet ensued, it indicated that the timeline must fall after Frieza's defeat. However, he remained uncertain whether they had already reached the narrative of the super battle. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen activated his instant teleportation once again. Appearing near Vegeta's location, he found himself amidst a grove of cherry blossom trees, and as soon as he materialized, the energy emanating from him caught the attention of those present. Who goes there? In an instant, Lin Chen was encircled by a group of individuals. Upon seeing these familiar faces, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Vegeta, Future Trunks, Gohan, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Oolong were all there. This timeline was indeed far ahead of his original one. It seemed the androids had already made their appearance. Hello everyone. Lin Chen waved and smiled at the group. However, his greeting did little to allay their suspicions. Vegeta scrutinized Lin Chen, first glancing at his battle attire, then fixating on the tail coiled around his waist, exclaiming, "A Saiyan? You are a Saiyan?" "Yes, I'm a Saiyan, known as Linkus, but you may also call me by my Earth name, Lin Chen." Chapter 50, A Different World. The timeline without the Cell Games. Impossible, Vegeta exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. The only Saiyans that exist in this world are myself, Kakarot, and our sons. There cannot possibly be another Saiyan. Observing Vegeta's disdainful expression, Lin Chen found himself compelled to agree that the grown-up Vegeta was less endearing compared to the younger version from his own timeline who had sought him out as a mentor. You are partially correct, yet I am indeed not a Saiyan from your world. I hail from another timeline. Another timeline? At this, the group was momentarily taken aback. Most of them struggled to comprehend Lin Chen's words, but it was worth noting that Bulma, the brilliant scientist, was present. She approached, cradling the infant Trunks in her arms. Another timeline? Are you a Saiyan from a parallel universe, much like Trunks? Bulma, step back. This individual is suspicious. Vegeta shouted, alarmed to see his wife approaching Lin Chen. Trunks, too, expressed concern. Mom, be careful. It's all right. He does not appear to be lying. The Bulma of this world was as carefree as the one from Lin Chen's timeline. Addressing future Trunks, she said, I believe he speaks the truth. Remember, Trunks, you yourself are from a parallel timeline. Upon hearing this, Trunks stood in stunned silence. Indeed, his mother had a point. He was from a future that existed in a parallel timeline. With this realization, the emergence of another Saiyan from a different timeline no longer seemed implausible. Say, how did you arrive in our world? Do you possess a time machine as well? Bulma continued her inquisitive inquiries. Lin Chen remarked, I actually found myself here due to an unforeseen circumstance, rather than through a time machine. My combat power detector happened to sense formidable individuals in this vicinity, prompting me to take a look. I never anticipated encountering all of you here. Observing the gathering's demeanor, Lin Chen deduced that they were hosting a cherry blossom viewing event, and his arrival coincided almost precisely with the moments preceding the unfolding of the intense battle narrative. In the storyline of the epic conflict, Paragus makes his appearance during a cherry blossom festival. Lin Chen harbored suspicions that Paragus could materialize at any moment. Thus he refrained from elaborating excessively. Fortunately, most of those present, aside from Bulma, were either solely focused on training or were individuals concerned only with culinary delights and beauty. Bulma, with her carefree disposition, noticed Lin Chen's reluctance to divulge more and did not press further. Consequently, the group swiftly shifted their attention away from Lin Chen's origins. Instead, Gohan and the others warmly invited Lin Chen, the wanderer from another dimension, to partake in their cherry blossom viewing party. Gohan even mentioned that he would introduce Lin Chen to his father upon his arrival. As the cherry blossom party recommenced, the group reclined on the grass and began to sing karaoke. The proud Vegeta retreated to a corner, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, resting. Everything unfolded just as it did in Lin Chen's memories of the exhilarating battles. Aware that Paragus was soon to arrive, Lin Chen chose not to hasten in seeking Broly, opting instead to allow the narrative to progress naturally. Furthermore, engaging in conversation with these familiar figures was a rare experience for Lin Chen. After all, many of them in his original timeline had either not yet been born or were mere children, while Lin Chen was most acquainted with them at their current age. As Krillin commenced his singing, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances of the Saiyans in this timeline from Gohan. He soon discovered that this parallel universe was indeed quite distinct from the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with. If one were to consider the original Dragon Ball as the primary universe, then Lin Chen's world could be deemed a parallel realm to it. This current world, similar to Lin Chen's, also constituted a parallel universe separate from the primary one. In this reality, the Cell games had not transpired. Although the androids and Cell had appeared in succession, the plot diverged once Cell absorbed Android 17, leading to a narrative that differed from Lin Chen's known Dragon Ball universe. In this world, to vanquish Androids 17 and 18, Vegeta, Goku, and others entered the hyperbolic time chamber, acquiring powers that transcended Super Saiyan. Consequently, during Cell's second form, Vegeta did not allow Cell to absorb Android 18 as he did in the primary universe. Instead, he decisively eliminated him. From that point, the story underwent a transformation. This world, devoid of perfect Cell, consequently lacked the Cell games. Humanity remained oblivious to the existence of such terrifying monsters, thus preserving peace. Much like the tranquility Lin Chen currently beheld. So it was. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Lin Chen unraveled a mystery that had long lingered in his mind. Previously, while watching the exhilarating battles, he had found it perplexing that, although it was said that the timeline of the exhilarating battles occurred 10 days prior to the Cell games, with the impending climactic showdown and the formidable Cell awaiting, why did Vegeta and the others journey so far to the South Galaxy? Moreover, with the world on the brink of destruction, why were people on Earth still queuing to enroll their children in tutoring classes? The answer lay in the fact that Cell had been defeated long before. Trunks, it appears your father is indeed a savior. Lin Chen could not help but remark to Trunks, who stood nearby. The latter lowered his head, his face flushed, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Bulma interjected with a laugh. Even if he is a savior, he is someone who cannot even sing well. Do you know why he hides away? It's simply because he feels embarrassed about not singing as well as Krillin. Laughter erupted among the others. Bulma. Vegeta suddenly leapt out from behind a cherry blossom tree. His face contorted with irritation. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, followed by the sudden appearance of a massive spaceship before them. They had arrived. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The others stood up, their expressions filled with vigilance. Trunks, is that ship? Gohan inquired. Indeed. It seems there is a Saiyan aboard. Trunks affirmed with a nod. Humph. What is happening today? Why is yet another Saiyan appearing? Vegeta questioned, returning to his haughty demeanor. No, I do not recognize the spaceship or the Saiyan aboard, Lin Chen replied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the spaceship finally descended onto the grass not far from them, and a throng of aliens clad in purple armor emerged, racing towards them. Chapter 51. The legendary Super Saiyan arrives at New Vegeta. As these unfamiliar extraterrestrials charged towards them, everyone adopted a defensive stance. Only Vegeta appeared indifferent, sensing that these aliens were merely weaklings. Indeed, the truth was evident. Beep, beep, beep. Under Lin Chen's combat power detector, the aliens' battle powers were uniformly around 1,000, merely cannon fodder. However, as they reached Vegeta, they collectively knelt before him, exclaiming, "All hail Prince Vegeta." Vegeta responded, "Who are you? What do you want?" "We have been searching for you, Prince Vegeta." A voice that Lin Chen found somewhat familiar called out. From behind the aliens, a Saiyan emerged. It was Paragus from this world. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed. "Yes, I am Paragus." Paragus knelt before Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta, we have come specifically to welcome you to New Vegeta as our king." New Vegeta? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Paragus continued, "Indeed, this is a new planet I have established. As you are aware, after our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, I have longed to rebuild our home, allowing the might of the Saiyan race to resonate throughout the universe once more. Yet, I cannot achieve this alone. Only under your leadership can this dream be realized." Humph. Vegeta sneered, dismissing the notion and turning to leave. The glory of the Saiyans, to him, was nothing but a relic of the past. He held no interest in it. Witnessing his disregard, Paragus played his second card. "Prince Vegeta, even if you are unwilling to restore the Saiyan Empire, do you not have any interest in dealing with the legendary Super Saiyan?" "The legendary Super Saiyan?" Vegeta halted. "Yes. Recently, a legendary Super Saiyan has emerged in the South Galaxy, possessing incredible strength and annihilating countless planets. Several planets near New Vegeta have already fallen victim to his attacks. And if this continues, our newly established New Vegeta may also face destruction. Your Majesty, as the king of the Saiyans, do you not wish to confront this rogue Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan?" Intriguing. Vegeta turned back, saying, "Very well, I shall go and investigate." Seeing Vegeta approach the spaceship, Trunks immediately interjected, "Father, don't listen to him. What legendary Super Saiyan? Aren't we Super Saiyans ourselves?" "What?" Paragus was taken aback. "Huh." Suddenly, Trunks unleashed his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to gauge Trunks' battle power. Earlier, Lin Chen had utilized the system to assess their individual powers and discovered that despite the two parallel universes, their power structures seemed quite similar. Even Vegeta, formidable as he was, possessed a base battle power of only 1.5 million, comparable to Lin Chen's. This was already on par with the power levels during the Cell Saga, indicating that Lin Chen's earlier estimations regarding battle power were indeed accurate. The true battle power in the Dragon Ball universe was not as exaggerated as depicted in the original story. where characters often boasted powers in the hundreds of millions and trillions. As one's strength increased, the increments in battle power became increasingly gradual, much like Vegeta, who, after the Android saga, still retained the ability to defeat Cell's second form, yet his base battle power remained around 1.5 million. Nevertheless, Lin Chen could not feel entirely at ease. After all, in this world, the power exhibited after transforming into a Super Saiyan remained undetectable by the system. Lin Chen was apprehensive that the battle power augmentation of the Super Saiyans in this world might differ from that of his own. If that were the case, it would indeed be troubling. Fortunately, upon observing the battle power of Trunks revealed by the system scan, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. 22 million. Trunks' base battle power was 1 million, which indicated that his transformation into a Super Saiyan provided a power increase of only 20 times, consistent with Lin Chen's world. What do you think? Both my father and I can transform into Super Saiyans. So, what fear could there be regarding the legendary Super Saiyan? Trunks proclaimed. Paragus gazed at Trunks in astonishment, then glanced at Vegeta, but soon regained his composure. You must be Prince Trunks, heir to the bloodline of King Vegeta. Regrettably, while you do bear a resemblance to the legendary Super Saiyan, there remains a disparity between you and that fabled warrior, as far as I know. What? Vegeta responded mildly with a smirk. Paragus, what do you imply? Your Majesty Vegeta? The Super Saiyan wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy seems to be the legendary warrior that only appears once in a millennium among our Saiyan kind. He embodies destruction and knows only slaughter. I have heard accounts from survivors of his attacks, and the appearance of that Saiyan differs from that of a prince in transformation. Most notably, the aura of the legendary Super Saiyan is a yellow-green hue, not the golden aura of a prince. Interesting. Paragus, we must head to New Planet Vegeta at once. I wish to witness this legendary Super Saiyan for myself. With that, Vegeta strode purposefully toward the spaceship, undeterred. What legendary Super Saiyan could possibly surpass Cell? He, now the invincible Super Vegeta, feared nothing. Dad, Trunks attempted to persuade him once more, but was interrupted by Paragus. Your Highness, why not join us? Trunks hesitated. At that moment, Lin Chen stepped forward. Trunks, let us go see together. I share your interest in the legendary Super Saiyan. Mr. Lin Chen, you too are a Saiyan? Paragus exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Lin Chen replied, crossing his arms. I am a wandering Saiyan. I wonder if I will be welcomed? Absolutely. The newly established Saiyan Kingdom welcomes every homeless Saiyan. Paragus smiled. Thus, Lin Chen boarded the ship alongside Vegeta. Concerned for Vegeta's safety, Trunks felt compelled to follow. Accompanying them were the drunken Master Roshi, who had forced his way onto the ship, and Gohan, Krillin, and Oolong, who were inadvertently drawn into the situation. Chapter 52. The first encounter with Broly and the attraction of the Ultra Bloodline New Planet Vegeta, situated in the southern galaxy. Paragus' spaceship, employing some unknown alien technology, transported them from Earth to this location in merely one day. On board, Paragus lavished praise on Vegeta to an almost absurd degree. Master Roshi, unable to contain himself, warned Trunks. Trunks, this Paragus does not seem trustworthy. You must be cautious. Trunks nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat in a corner, meticulously observing the naive Gohan and gathering various insights. Gohan, who is stronger, Vegeta or your father Goku? After Cell was defeated. Uncle Vegeta has been eager to spar with Dad, but Dad has been too busy, so I'm uncertain. Gohan furrowed his brow, pondering. Perhaps my dad is slightly stronger? Although Uncle Vegeta did defeat Cell, then Goku's battle power should indeed exceed that of Vegeta, correct? Lin Chen began to feel a sense of unease. As it currently stands, Vegeta is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan second grade. Given his present base combat power of 1.5 million, it is likely that Vegeta's ultimate strength surpasses Lin Chen's own. Moreover, Goku may have already attained the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, suggesting that his strength exceeds that of Vegeta. Yet, even with such formidable abilities, in the original narrative, they were utterly powerless before Broly. Could he truly contend with such a powerful adversary? While Lin Chen pondered these thoughts, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Detecting the host's doubts about himself, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Employ a strategy to defeat Broly and Paragus without allowing Broly to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward. Combat power 1 million. Choice 2. Collaborate with Goku and others to vanquish Broly. Reward. Combat power 3 million. Choice 3. Defeat Broly single-handedly. Reward. Combat power 5 million. A task based solely on combat power selection? It goes without saying that Lin Chen would opt for the highest reward. System. I choose 3. In truth, choice 1 would have been the simplest. The so-called bloodless strategy was already within Lin Chen's contemplation. This would involve immediately subduing Paragus and seizing the controller from his grasp, ensuring that Goku would not encounter Broly. If he could accomplish these 3 tasks and wait a few days, a comet would strike the new planet Vegeta, injuring Broly without killing him, while Paragus and his cohort would meet their demise alongside the comet, thus achieving the task effortlessly. As for choice 2, it mirrored the original storyline. Initially, Goku and the other three Super Saiyans, along with Piccolo, engaged in a fierce battle before ultimately defeating Broly. With Lin Chen added to their ranks, their chances of victory should increase significantly. However, regardless of whether he chose option 1 or option 2, both were ultimately acts of cowardice for Lin Chen. As the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen is destined to challenge the gods in the future. If he retreats here, how will he muster the courage to confront the divine later? Although at present he seems to be no match for Broly, Lin Chen is aware that he possesses one final trump card. Ding. The host has made a selection. Please complete the task promptly. Wait, system. I need to confirm. Does defeating Broly alone in a wheel battle count, or must I face Broly entirely on my own? This point must be clarified, otherwise, if Son Goku intervenes unexpectedly, I could jeopardize the completion of my task. Replying to the host, the system states that as long as the host ensures no assistance during the confrontation, it counts as defeating Broly alone, regardless of how many others Broly has fought previously. Reassured by this information, Lin Chen proceeded as the spaceship descended upon New Vegeta. Surveying the landscape, he observed a planet in a state of disarray, with towering structures rising from the ruins. Numerous diminutive green aliens were busily transporting materials to construct new edifices. However, Lin Chen understood that this scene was merely an illusion orchestrated by Paragus to deceive Vegeta. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Paragus and his entourage made their way to a distant palace. There, a ragtag army composed of scoundrels from across the galaxy hailed Vegeta's arrival. Amidst the throng, Lin Chen spotted his target, Broly of this world. Compared to the Broly from Lin Chen's universe, this version appeared frail and dispirited, his countenance bearing an expression of lethargy. Yet Lin Chen recognized that this was all a facade. Beneath Broly's calm exterior lay a heart brimming with brutality. Unlike the Broly from Lin Chen's realm, this Broly was devoid of any trace of benevolence, embodying pure malevolence. Your Majesty Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I hope you will elevate him in the future. Paragus simpered. Vegeta cast a cursory glance at Broly, showing little interest. Indeed, from Vegeta's perspective, Broly's energy was scarcely stronger than that of Gohan. However, Lin Chen, utilizing his system, discerned that Broly's base combat power had reached an astonishing 1.6 million, surpassing both Lin Chen and Vegeta. Currently, Broly's strength was being suppressed by a headband-like energy restraining device, which is why Vegeta perceived him as weak. Hello, I am Broly, Broly greeted politely. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, intending to proceed deeper into the palace. At that moment, a soldier suddenly reported, Report. The legendary Super Saiyan has appeared on Mamakato Star. What? Vegeta halted, exclaiming, Set off immediately. I must meet this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, come with me. The two swiftly made their way outside the palace. Seeing this, Trunks wanted to offer counsel but was rebuffed by Vegeta's retort, If you're scared, don't come. With Broly in tow, Vegeta exited the palace. Just as Broly brushed past Lin Chen and abruptly halted. Broly? Paragus inquired upon noticing his son lagging behind Vegeta, only to find Broly's gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his expression gradually shifting. Lin Chen discerned the reason. It was Broly who sensed the legendary Saiyan bloodline within him. Two individuals, both possessing the same bloodline, were acutely aware of the identical power residing within each other. The fabled Super Saiyan bloodline, a rare lineage that emerges once in a millennium, is, in truth, the true royal bloodline among Saiyans. However, there can only be one ruler, possessing the royal bloodline. Broly instinctively harbored animosity towards Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen was undeterred, maintaining a stoic gaze fixed upon him. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, an almost imperceptible aura clashing between them. Chapter 53, Fateful Encounter between Goku and Broly. Lin Chen and Broly locked eyes, an electric tension seemingly crackling between them. Broly's expression grew increasingly grim, an unmistakable hint of fury etching his features. Who are you? Broly gritted through clenched teeth. I am Lin Chen, but you may also call me Lin Kex. I am a Saiyan, Lin Chen replied. Lin Kex? The shared bloodline coursing through their veins began to draw them together. Broly, already prone to emotional volatility due to his transcendent bloodline, felt an overwhelming competitive urge surge within him upon sensing a similar lineage in Lin Chen, teetering on the brink of losing control. Broly. Paragus, noticing Broly's escalating agitation, hurried over, a control device illuminating in his palm. Broly, calm yourself. As Paragus acted, the headband on Broly's forehead also flickered to life. Moments later, Broly regained his composure and rushed after Vegeta. Once the spaceship ascended into the cosmos, Trunks dashed forward. Mr. Lin Chen, that person seemed quite dangerous. Indeed. I sensed a malevolent aura, Gohan chimed in. Do you think Vegeta will be alright out there with him? Krillin inquired, gazing at the vanishing spaceship. Rest assured, Vegeta should be fine, Lin Chen assured. From what I observed, it appears that apart from him, Broly only loses control upon encountering Son Wukong. I wonder what grudge he holds against Wukong, considering it all began merely because he was disturbed by Wukong's cries in his youth, leading to a lifelong resentment. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that when the system granted him the fusion of the super bloodline, it had eliminated the detrimental side effects. Although this rendered his super bloodline less formidable than its original version, at least he no longer had to worry about losing his sanity like Broly. After Vegeta and the others departed, Krillin and the others proposed a tour around the planet, and with little else to occupy his time, Lin Chen joined them. On new Planet Vegeta, despite the bustling activity near the royal palace, a short distance away revealed the dilapidated remnants of an abandoned cosmic city. What was the reason behind this? Why establish a Saiyan nation in such a desolate place? Krillin and Gohan were perplexed. Perhaps Paragus never intended to create a Saiyan nation at all, Lin Chen suggested. What? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening. Just then, Krillin suddenly pointed toward a construction site in the distance of the abandoned city. What is that place? Is it a mine? No, wait. It appears to be an energy factory. It seemed they were extracting energy from underground to transport it to the palace, which explained the lush greenery surrounding that area of the planet. At the construction site, numerous diminutive aliens could be seen laboring under the watchful eyes of Paragus' subordinates. Lin Chen, well-versed in the Dragon Ball storyline, recognized these aliens as the indigenous inhabitants of the nearby Shamo star. They had been captured by Paragus to construct this new Planet Vegeta. However, in truth, everything here was merely an elaborate fade. From the name of New Planet Vegeta to the opulent palace. It was all orchestrated for the sole purpose of allowing Vegeta to linger on this planet for a few more days. Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the sky. At this moment, although invisible to the naked eye, a comet was hurtling through outer space, rapidly approaching the new Planet Vegeta. In less than 2 days, this comet would collide with the planet, leading to the demise of all Saiyans beneath its impact. This was, in fact, the true objective of Broly's father, Paragus. While Paragus could have instructed Broly to eliminate Vegeta and his companions directly, he chose a more convoluted approach. Driven by his fear of Broly's power and the potential for him to lose control during battle. Unfortunately for Paragus, he ultimately miscalculated by overlooking one key individual, Bardock's son, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, whose influence on Broly was significant. As Lin Chen pondered the unfolding events, Son Gohan could no longer bear the plight of the Shamo people below and felt compelled to intervene. A group of warriors with power levels merely in the thousands stood no chance against Gohan and his friends. At that moment, Son Goku, who was tracking Broly's energy signature, instantaneously teleported to their location. Dad. Huh. Gohan. Krillin. What are you doing here? And another Saiyan? Goku inquired, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. Dad, this is Lin Chen. He is a Saiyan from another world. Gohan explained. Another world? Oh, nice to meet you, Lin Chen. You seem quite powerful. Perhaps we could spar some time? Goku proposed cheerfully. Certainly, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others shook their heads. Sorry, Lin Chen. But that's just how Goku is. He can't resist a challenge when he sees a strong opponent. No worries. I too am eager to test my strength against a formidable opponent. By the way, Mr. Goku, are you currently in pursuit of the legendary Super Saiyan? Lin Chen inquired. Huh, how did you know? Goku asked with surprise. Because we are also searching for the legendary Super Saiyan. Gohan elaborated on their mission. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Goku furrowed his brow. I'm tracking the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan. Could that individual be Paragus? Just as he finished speaking, Paragus' voice echoed nearby. So you have arrived, Kakarot. Are you Paragus? The group turned to see Paragus accompanied by a band of henchmen, seemingly drawn by the commotion. Paragus, recognizing familiar faces, grinned. Indeed. How about we share a meal together? Kakarot, you truly resemble your father, Bardock. Sure. Goku, unable to resist the allure of a meal, readily agreed. Consequently, the group proceeded to the palace for a grand feast. During their meal, Goku conveyed that the energy he sensed did not belong to Paragus. As the group began to speculate whether the legendary Super Saiyan could indeed be another Saiyan they had yet to encounter, Vegeta returned from his search. The well-fed group eagerly approached him, hoping to learn of his findings regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. Hey, Vegeta. Kakarot? Did you come here to get me killed? You're still the same, huh? I'm here to find the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta retorted. Then you've come for nothing. For the moment the legendary Super Saiyan is found, it will be I who eliminates him. You should leave. With that, Vegeta turned to depart. Goku chuckled. That Vegeta. Always trying to act tough. But suddenly, he froze, turning to see Broly following Vegeta as he exited the spaceship. Destined foes had finally crossed paths once more. Kakarot. Broly exclaimed, instantly recognizing Goku. In this world, Broly and Goku were born on the same day, and their incubation pods were placed side by side. Goku had cried out in fear upon sensing Broly's overwhelming power, which inadvertently instilled a profound fear in Broly, leaving an indelible mark on him. Now, confronted by Goku, Broly's energy surged uncontrollably, a palpable pressure enveloping the area, prompting immediate caution among those present. Is this the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan I have been tracking? Goku surmised. He had been commissioned by the King Kai to investigate reports of a legendary Super Saiyan wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy. The residual energy he sensed on a recently destroyed planet matched that of Broly's. This is bad, Paragus exclaimed in alarm, hastily activating the control device in an attempt to calm Broly. If Vegeta took notice, his plans would be utterly thwarted. Broly, calm down. Broly, Paragus called desperately. The control device illuminated on Broly's forehead, momentarily stabilizing his escalating energy. However, Paragus was perplexed. While Broly's energy had not increased, it also showed no signs of diminishing. What is happening? This is disastrous, Paragus realized, recalling how Broly nearly lost control upon encountering Lin Chen earlier that day, although he had swiftly regained control. Why is this occurring now? Paragus lamented. Paragus, what are you doing? Vegeta, who had initially turned away, sensed Broly's energy and quickly returned. Gazing at Broly, now radiating a golden aura akin to a Super Saiyan, he was taken aback. Paragus, what has happened to Broly? Vegeta inquired. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan we have been searching for, Goku shouted. What? Vegeta responded incredulously. King Vegeta, that cannot be. Broly is not the Super Saiyan. He is merely. Paragus attempted to argue, but was interrupted as Trunks flew in. Dad, Goku is right. Paragus is lying. Everything on this planet is a deception. The cities are in ruins. This man is full of deceit. You must be cautious. Aye, Paragus stammered. But suddenly, Broly's suppressed energy surged once more. Kakarot. Broly's power erupted like a volcano, soaring exponentially, his hair turning a striking crimson hue, transforming into the fall Super Saiyan. Lin Chen, sharing the same bloodline as Broly, immediately recognized the change. He had not anticipated that Paragus's control device would fail at such a critical moment. The narrative, altered by Lin Chen's presence, appeared to be advancing towards an inevitable confrontation earlier than expected. Boom. With a sudden, muffled explosion, the controller in Paragus's hand shattered, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. He had initially attempted to conceal his emotions, but now he relinquished all pretense. Damn it. Very well, Vegeta. You fool. Just like your father. Are you truly deceiving me? Indeed, Paragus exclaimed, casting aside his hand. What is there to cherish about this wretched planet? Moreover, it is on the verge of destruction by a comet. My true objective lies in the Earth where you now reside. I intend to use it as the stronghold for my and Broly's empire, ruling over the entire universe. As long as you and this planet are obliterated by the comet, Broly and I shall face no further obstructions. Although the plan has shifted, the outcome remains the same as long as you perish. Go forth, Broly. Without needing further instruction from Paragus, Broly advanced with heavy steps towards Son Goku. Kakarot. Kakarot. Freed from the suppression of the controller, Broly's aura surged, rapidly transforming from a potential Super Saiyan to a full Super Saiyan form, although the headband still exerted its influence, preventing his hair from turning golden and instead manifesting in a bluish-green hue. The power he radiated was undeniably that of a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen could distinctly perceive that at this moment, Broly's combat power had escalated to an astounding 32 million, far surpassing his own. However, this level of strength paled in comparison to Vegeta, who had once vanquished Cell, the fabled Super Saiyan. Utterly laughable. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power surging to 30 million. Yet, Vegeta's transformation was far from complete. His aura continued to swell. Suddenly, Vegeta's energy erupted like an explosion, a formidable force generating a fierce whirlwind that lashed against everyone present. Very well, let me witness the true power of the legendary Super Saiyan. His combat power soared to an astonishing 52.5 million. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of envy. Without a doubt, Vegeta had mastered the second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, which granted an incredible 35-fold increase in combat power. Although his base strength was inferior to Lin Chen's, Vegeta's transformation had already allowed him to surpass Lin Chen. It was no wonder Vegeta remained confident upon seeing Broly's transformation. Broly, your opponent is me, Vegeta shouted, his figure flickering as he swiftly approached Broly, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his neck. However, Broly appeared utterly unfazed, not even flinching as he continued his unwavering advance towards Son Goku. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. How could Broly withstand his full-force attack as if it were nothing? What manner of being was he? Meanwhile, Son Goku wore a grave expression. He withstood Vegeta's blow without a scratch. In that case, let us see what you've got. Kakarot. I'm not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. As Broly disregarded him entirely, Vegeta ascended into the sky, raising his hand to unleash a ki blast at Broly, entirely indifferent to Son Goku's presence nearby. Vegeta, stop. Boom. The ki blast struck Broly with pinpoint accuracy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yet the resulting shockwave sent everyone present reeling backward. Ha! What so-called legendary Super Saiyan? I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed maniacally, directing his gaze toward Paragus, ready to deal with the one who dared to mock him. However, his attention was suddenly drawn back to the center of the explosion. There stood Broly, completely unscathed. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Power of Legends. Vegeta's earlier strike had created a deep crater in the ground. The shockwave had nearly obliterated the surrounding palace, forcing even Son Goku to utilize instant transmission to escape to a safe distance. Lin Chen and the others, further away, had taken refuge in the air. Yet, Broly, who had directly endured such immense power, remained entirely unharmed, his aura showing no sign of waning. In fact, rather than diminishing, Broly's energy was still on the rise. How could this be? Sensing the astonishing power emanating from Broly, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Father, everyone, be careful, Son Goku shouted, realizing the shift in Broly's energy. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's face as he beheld the escalating battle power of Broly. 55 million, 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. With each surge in Broly's strength, the skies trembled and the earth quaked. Suddenly, a look of anguish crossed Broly's visage. Roar! Boom, boom, boom. In an unexpected turn, countless bolts of lightning manifested in the sky. These electric arcs pierced through the atmosphere, detonating midair and fragmenting into innumerable strands of lightning, which cascaded downwards, striking the ground. Thunderous roars echoed as numerous henchmen of Paragus, drawn by the commotion, were struck by these bolts, evaporating in an instant. Be careful, Son Goku shouted, shielding Gohan and the others from the oncoming lightning. Lin Chen exerted a powerful wave of his hand, scattering a flash of lightning. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Lin Chen, as the sudden surge of energy he had unleashed captured his attention. However, the focus of the crowd soon shifted to Broly. At that moment, the golden aura surrounding Broly underwent a transformation, shifting from its original hue to a yellowish green. Vegeta recalled a phrase uttered by Paragus upon their first encounter. The legendary Super Saiyan's aura is indeed yellowish green. This individual is already a Super Saiyan. Could there be further transformations? Unfortunately, Vegeta's thoughts were soon validated. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly suddenly roared like a beast, his muscles expanding dramatically. A brutal and ferocious energy emanated from him, sweeping outward. In the next instant, Broly's pupils gradually lost their color. A surge of yellowish-green energy erupted violently. Soon, everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of dread and a chilling aura. Ha! You are doomed. No one can save you now. Broly, in his current state, was beyond control. He would not relent until he obliterated the entire universe. Upon witnessing Broly complete his final transformation and finally become the legendary Super Saiyan, Paragus exclaimed in despair. Broly's long hair floated as his colorless eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. His physique had grown immensely, resembling that of a demonic deity. The legendary Super Saiyan. Under Broly's overwhelming presence, Vegeta involuntarily reverted from his Super Saiyan state, collapsing to the ground, his legs weakening as he knelt, gasping for breath. What is happening? Vegeta, do you feel it? Paragus crawled from a pit, a grim smile on his face. It seems your pure Saiyan bloodline has sensed it. The legendary Super Saiyan is the true bloodline of the Saiyan royalty. Before him, even Saiyans will instinctively feel suppressed. Aye. Vegeta attempted to resist, but found himself utterly incapable. An unprecedented terror gripped his heart. This feeling of fear and despair had only ever surfaced when he faced Frieza. He never expected it to resurface today. We will die. This thought was not confined to Vegeta alone. Sun Wukong and Lin Chen felt the same. Both being pure-blooded Saiyans, they too sensed the oppressive weight of their bloodline. So this is the true legendary Super Saiyan? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, straining to sustain his own body. He never anticipated that Broly's strength would be so formidable. Presently, Broly's battle power had surged to an astonishing 80 million. The legendary Super Saiyan form had amplified his strength by a staggering 50 times, rather than the typical 20-fold increase seen in this world's ordinary Super Saiyan transformations. Against such an adversary, could he truly triumph alone? Lin Chen could not help but smile bitterly. Kakarot. Broly glared at the face he loathed, a savage smile spreading across his features. I will shatter you to pieces. As soon as the words left his lips, Broly's foot suddenly surged forward, crushing the ground beneath him as he charged directly at Lin Chen. Father! Gohan shouted, attempting to assist Goku, only to be tightly embraced by him. Flee, Gohan! Even the battle-hardened Goku, affected by his bloodline, sensed the insurmountable gap between himself and Broly, his fighting spirit vanishing in an instant as he could only hold Gohan and escape. Broly pursued them relentlessly from behind. Observing the situation, Trunks called out to Lin Chen and followed suit. Mr. Lin Chen, please take Mr. Krillin and the others to safety. Lin Chen nodded, leading Krillin and the others away from Broly. According to his initial plan, Lin Chen would not intervene in the battle at the outset. He would only act when Goku and the others had been defeated, as otherwise, he could not fulfill the task of option 3. However, could he truly defeat Broly on his own? In the distance, Goku and Gohan were continuously evading Broly's relentless pursuit, while blue energy orbs rained down behind them, shattering the earth into fragments. Several times, both Goku and Gohan nearly fell victim to Broly's chase, but thanks to Goku's instantaneous movement technique, they narrowly escaped peril each time. Yet, after a brief pursuit, Broly suddenly halted. With a sinister grin, he conjured a blue energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards a nearby construction site. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, countless screams erupted as the lives of countless Shamo star slaves, resting at the sight, vanished in the brilliance. Haha, Kakarot. If you do not fight back, I shall annihilate this planet. You fiend. I will not allow you to succeed. Goku's eyes widened in fury as he and Gohan landed on the ground. Then he roared and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beside him, Gohan and Trunks also descended, each transforming into Super Saiyan form. Faced with the overwhelming aura emanating from the three Super Saiyans, Broly merely responded with a cruel laugh, charging forward without hesitation. Boom. A shockwave erupted instantly. Chapter 56, Overwhelming Disparity. Lin Chen joins the fray. Thud. 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 As Lin Chen led Krillin and the others away, the distant sky resonated with thunderous explosions. Mr. Lin, are Goku and the others going to be alright? Krillin asked, clutching Master Roshi. I am uncertain. Broly is indeed terrifying. Lin Chen replied. Aren't you going to help? Oolong, nestled in Lin Chen's arms, inquired. I will, but before that, you must board the spaceship and leave. This planet is on the brink of destruction. Upon hearing Lin Chen's warning about an approaching comet, the group was instantly struck with horror. What? What about Goku and the others? Fool. Isn't Goku capable of instantaneous movement? We are the ones who should be most concerned. We must flee at once. As soon as they touched down, the group hurried towards Paragus' spaceship. At that moment, Lin Chen also spotted Paragus fleeing towards the spacecraft. You all go ahead. I will confront that Saiyan. With a swift movement, Lin Chen found himself before Paragus. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Paragus immediately halted, declaring, if you wish to flee with me, then follow closely. Otherwise, step aside. Lin Chen responded, aren't you going to stay and accompany your son? Paragus retorted, Broly is no longer under my control. The current him will only hinder my efforts. Lin Chen sighed and shook his head. Paragus, in this world, you have indeed been forced by reality far too much. Allow me to grant you relief. What? Paragus was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended the implication of Lin Chen's words. He immediately released his imposing aura, intending to strike Lin Chen, but a hand was pressed against his chest. Paragus, you are a pitiful man. I lament your experiences in this life. However, rest assured, in another world, you are thriving. What are you saying? With a swift motion, a brilliant beam of white-blue light pierced through Paragus' heart. This man, who had lived a life rife with suffering and whose character had become selfish and extreme due to external influences, met his end at Lin Chen's hands. In truth, dying at Lin Chen's hands was a stroke of fortune for Paragus. Had Lin Chen not intervened, Paragus' fate would have been to be crushed to death by his own son Broly in a spacecraft, only to be discarded into a comet afterward. Witnessing Paragus' demise at Lin Chen's hands, Krillin and the others remained silent, showing no signs of sympathy. After all, had it not been for Paragus' manipulations, countless lives would not have been lost at Broly's hands. His hands were stained with blood akin to that of Frieza. Returning to Krillin and the others, Lin Chen swiftly re-entered the spacecraft, eliminating Paragus' subordinates before emerging to address Krillin. Mr. Krillin, this ship is now in your charge. Depart at your earliest convenience. I must check on Mr. Goku. Understood. Krillin nodded, but his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked towards the direction of Goku and the others' battle. Over there. The energy of Goku and his companions was rapidly diminishing. This is bad. It seems Goku and the others are in trouble. Krillin turned to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin Chen, I entrust this to you. I am merely an earthling, and I can no longer intervene in this battle. I understand. Leave it to me. Lin Chen nodded in farewell and soared towards the battlefield. On the way, Lin Chen sensed that Goku's energy was growing weaker, and it appeared that the group was nearing their limits. Just as he intended to hasten his pace, another unfamiliar energy abruptly invaded the scene. Is that Piccolo? Indeed. When Lin Chen arrived at the desolate city transformed into a battleground, he saw Piccolo feeding Senzu beans to Goku and the others. Revived, the 4Z fighters surrounded Broly, and Lin Chen coincidentally entered the scene at that moment. Broly cast a disdainful glance at him, scoffing, it doesn't matter how many come, to me. You are all nothing but trash. Who is this Saiyan? Goku asked Piccolo. His name is Lin Chen, a wandering Saiyan. Goku replied before turning to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, can you assist us? This guy is incredibly strong. Apologies, I am not inclined to collaborate. Should you all falter, I will intervene. Due to his mission, Lin Chen could only respond thus. Goku, hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment, while Piccolo, unaware of Lin Chen's capabilities, paid him little mind. After all, they were facing an unprecedented monster. If Lin Chen proved inadequate, his arrival would merely bring misfortune. Son Goku, enough chatter, let the four of us attack together. Piccolo shouted. All right, ha ha ha, if you obediently accept your fate, there will be less suffering. Why can't you understand? The legendary Super Saiyan lineage gradually erodes one's sanity as energy surges. However, Broly, having been suppressed by Paragus throughout his past, had not yet completely lost his wits. Though the enraged Broly charged forward fearlessly, it was the rational Broly that instilled a deeper sense of despair. After restoring their strength with the Senzu beans, Goku and the others resumed their assault. The battle power of the three Super Saiyans exceeded 20 million, and Piccolo, merged with the Supreme Kai, boasted over 30 million. Yet, their combined efforts were insufficient to even injure Broly. What was more disheartening was Broly's seemingly limitless stamina. The transformation into Super Saiyan typically allowed for only brief bouts of combat. The higher the transformation level, the greater the strain on the body. Thus, Super Saiyans were ill-suited for prolonged battles. However, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form appeared to defy this limitation. Since the battle commenced, Goku and his allies had consumed a Senzu Bean, bolstered by Piccolo and a revitalized Vegeta, who had reignited his fighting spirit. Yet, even with 4 Super Saiyans and 1 Super Namekian, they could not diminish Broly's energy in the slightest. Boom. Ugh. With a muffled grunt, Vegeta was slammed into a boulder by Broly's palm. A crater, reminiscent of an impact from a colossal meteor, formed on the boulder's surface, with numerous wide cracks spreading across it. Vegeta, trapped at the center of the crater, lost consciousness after Broly struck his head several times, reverting him from Super Saiyan form. Vegeta's fall signified the battle's end. Apart from Lin Chen, no one else remained standing. Is this how it ends? Humph. Trash is ultimately trash. Broly released his grip, allowing Vegeta to slump to the ground, and then, as if flaunting his might, he let out a deafening roar. In the midst of his roaring, a golden aura erupted from Broly, resembling a blazing golden flame, radiating magnificently. Yet at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Broly. Broly, hold off on celebrating your victory for a moment. Do not forget, I am here too. Chapter 57, Confrontation and the Fierce Battle with Broly. The figure that materialized before Broly was none other than Lin Chen. However, upon recognizing him, Broly's face contorted with disdain. Where did this garbage come from? Lin Chen remained silent, opting instead to transform directly into a Super Saiyan as his response. As his overwhelming aura surged forth, the incapacitated Goku and the others lifted their heads in astonishment. Lin Chen, he can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaimed in surprise. A glimmer of hope flickered in Trunks' heart as he thought, Mr. Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore an expression of fury, questioning, why didn't that fool help earlier? As for Vegeta, he wearily raised his head to glance at the scene before closing his eyes in resignation. It's futile, we are all doomed. Broly, upon witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, exhibited no signs of panic but rather a cruel smile, extending a finger towards him and declaring, even if you can transform, trash will always remain trash. Whether I am trash or not, you will soon find out. Lin Chen's form vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside Broly in the next moment. Lin Chen exerted force in his legs and suddenly swept a kick towards Broly's chest. The furious strength generated a shockwave accompanied by a sound of slicing air, a sight both imposing and fearsome. However, as the kick was launched, Broly did not even assume a defensive posture. He simply met Lin Chen's strike with his chest. Did you put in any effort? Broly revealed a maniacal grin. Lin Chen's complexion changed dramatically as he spun around, relentlessly striking Broly with his fists. Each blow was delivered with utmost force, potent enough to shatter the core of a planet if unleashed upon its surface. Even now, as his fists collided with Broly's form, they produced thunderous reverberations, each impact sending ripples through the air. Has it ended? Suddenly, Broly emitted a voice laced with disdain. Lin Chen's expression transformed instantaneously, his assault abruptly ceasing as he retreated swiftly. Almost simultaneously, a cerulean energy sphere abruptly coalesced in Broly's palm. With a thunderous blast, Broly swept his hand, sending the azure sphere hurtling towards Lin Chen with ferocious intent. This cerulean orb possessed homing capabilities. Even as Lin Chen leaped into the sky in a desperate attempt to evade, it was too late. He could only shield himself with his arms, bracing for the impact. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of smoke. Humph, is he dead? Broly mused, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, amidst the haze, a green light flickered to life. Another explosive blast, a sphere, nearly identical to the one Broly had just unleashed, surged forth from the smoke, colliding directly with him. However, unlike Lin Chen, Broly merely waved his hand dismissively, deflecting the energy sphere, which subsequently detonated above him. Your techniques are not particularly difficult to master. Lin Chen emerged from the smoke, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed Broly. How about this technique? Broly erupted into boisterous laughter, his hand aglow as he thrust forth yet another cerulean energy sphere, the small orb racing towards its target with alarming speed. Lin Chen realized that there was no way to evade this assault, so he raised his arms once more, bracing himself to withstand it. Yet, at that very moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The talent of a novice martial arts genius has been activated, acquiring the technique of Massive Meteor. Massive Meteor? This is bad. Lin Chen immediately relaxed his defenses, bringing his hands together. Simultaneously, the diminutive energy sphere in the distance unexpectedly expanded, its diameter suddenly increasing to several dozen meters. The force of this strike, should it collide with the ground, would likely obliterate the planet. Just as Lin Chen was on the brink of being engulfed by the energy sphere, his figure flickered and reappeared behind Broly. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure radiance pierced through the air, and a formidable surge of energy surged forth, completely enveloping Broly's form. What? He can also perform the Kamehameha? Wasn't that Son Goku's instant transmission just moments ago? Who exactly is this Saiyan? Witnessing Lin Chen's displayed technique, Goku and the others were left utterly astonished. The transformation of Lin Chen into a Super Saiyan astonished them, but what truly left them speechless was his ability to execute Goku's techniques. No wonder he preferred to fight alone. Mr. Lin Chen was indeed formidable, Trunks remarked with excitement. However, Vegeta clenched his teeth and countered, "No, it's futile. The gap is too vast." Vegeta's words were not unfounded. When Broly faced Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha, he unexpectedly turned around amidst the energy wave, sporting an eerie grin and asking, "What are you doing?" Just as the words left his lips, Broly charged towards Lin Chen as though wading through a river of energy. What? Bam! Broly's fist collided with Lin Chen's face. The overwhelming force of the punch transformed into a transparent shockwave, propelling Lin Chen like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a towering building. With a thunderous roar, the structure crumbled under the impact, and amidst the swirling dust, Lin Chen emerged, gasping for breath, swallowing the remnants of a Senzu bean. Had it not been for the Senzu beans, that punch would have rendered him powerless, much like Goku and his companions. Aha! It seems you're a bit tougher than them. Let's play a little longer. With a fierce roar, Broly lunged at Lin Chen, who steeled himself. Two radiant flashes streaked through the gradually brightening sky before colliding, unleashing a cacophony of sound. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with deafening roars as their fists met with tremendous force. Under the strain of their titanic clash, new Planet Vegeta began to tremble violently. The chaotic energy caused earthquakes, and mountains crumbled. Not far away, Goku and his comrades, having regrouped, gazed at Lin Chen confronting Broly, their eyes wide in disbelief. Their injuries were too severe, and though they had regained some strength, they were still far from being able to fight. This won't do. Although Lin Chen is powerful, he cannot match Broly, Goku stated. Despite the distance, they were not ordinary beings. They could sense the battle's intensity through their ki. Lin Chen's energy was steadily diminishing in the face of Broly's ever-increasing power. The outcome of this battle was becoming painfully clear. Piccolo, do you have any Senzu beans left? We need to help, Goku urged. Piccolo shook his head. Those were the last of them. At that moment, Gohan noticed something strange. Dad, why is Mr. Lin Chen's energy fluctuating so much? It's odd. The others turned their gaze towards the distant battle, and indeed, as Gohan had observed, Lin Chen's energy would plummet to nearly nothing, only to surge back up moments later. Chapter 58, Despair, a battle that cannot be won. It's the Senzu beans. That Saiyan possesses Senzu beans. The Namekian's keen senses allowed Piccolo to uncover Lin Chen's secret first. Earlier, none of the five had stood a chance against Broly, and Lin Chen alone could not possibly endure for long. Fortunately for this battle, Lin Chen had procured numerous Senzu beans from the cat sage of his world as a precaution, though it seemed that Senzu beans were scarce in the original narrative. In reality, there were at least dozens of jars within Korin Tower. The limited supply later stemmed from the presence of Yajirobe, who consumed them as a meal. At present, however, Yajirobe had yet to reach Korin Tower in Lin Chen's world, and due to Lin Chen's collaboration with the cat sage, the cultivation of Senzu beans had expanded significantly, resulting in Lin Chen possessing at least several hundred beans. What? Lin Chen actually has Senzu beans? Why hasn't he shared any with us? Goku questioned in confusion. Gohan contemplated before responding. Dad, perhaps Mr. Lin Chen intends to utilize the Senzu beans to enhance his combat capability? Enhance combat capability? Ah, I completely overlooked that approach. Goku exclaimed. Saiyans experience a significant power boost upon revival from the brink of death, a trait that had allowed Goku and Vegeta to rapidly enhance their strength in the past. Vegeta, however, scoffed, foolish. That applies only to ordinary Saiyans. Our bodies have been refined through countless battles. Such methods will yield minimal gains. If Lin Chen were present, he would undoubtedly agree with Vegeta's assessment. Since the battle commenced, he had come perilously close to death several times at Broly's hands, consuming dozens of Senzu beans. Yet the increase in his combat strength was negligible. Even with the amplification from Super Saiyan transformations, it was merely a few 100,000, hardly worth noting. Nevertheless, this was a realization Lin Chen had only come to today. After all, in his original world, he had never been so close to death since merging with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Suddenly, a beam of light sliced across the horizon, creating a massive chasm 100 meters wide, followed by a colossal energy sphere that erupted, forming a crater a kilometer in diameter. The energy orb lingered for a considerable time before gradually dissipating. Yet, as the orb began to fade, Broly heard a voice. Kamehameha. In the next moment, Lin Chen reappeared before Broly, forcefully pushing the shockwave forward. The thick beam of light engulfed Broly. However, as the light dissipated, Broly tilted his head, coldly smirking at Lin Chen. Didn't I say it was useless? Death beam. Lin Chen brought his fingers together and began to unleash Frieza's ultimate technique. A series of golden energy beams intertwined, forming an impenetrable net that descended upon Broly like an inescapable trap. Each energy ray harbored immense power, capable of piercing flesh with the slightest miscalculation. Yet, when these rays struck Broly, they failed to even breach his skin. Before the beams could reach Broly, they were intercepted by a shimmering golden-green barrier. A protective shield? Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and a bitter taste lingered at the corners of his mouth. What about this move? The planet-destroying bomb. What? In the distance, as Lin Chen pointed skyward and a purple energy sphere coalesced, Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback. This technique was no stranger to those present. How could he wield Frieza's attack? Forget that for now. Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks. Grab hold of me. Frieza's planet-destroying bomb, as the name suggests, possesses the capability to effortlessly obliterate a planet. With no time left aboard a spaceship, Sun Wukong could only devise a way to seize everyone, and then utilize instant transmission to escape. Don't touch me, Kakarot. I will not accept your assistance. Vegeta, however, extended his hand and brushed Sun Wukong aside. Father, Vegeta. Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen finally hurled the planet-destroying bomb towards Broly. Lin Chen showed no mercy this time. Regardless of the planet's destruction, he could still survive in the vastness of the universe. As for Sun Wukong and the others, he could always seek the Dragon Balls of Namek in this universe to resurrect them. In any case, when faced with a formidable adversary like Broly, hesitation was not an option. As Lin Chen hurled the planet-destroying bomb, Broly wore a cruel smile, intending to swat it away with his hand. However, as soon as Broly's body made contact with the bomb, his expression shifted dramatically. Frieza's planet-destroying bomb concentrated all energy into a single point, embodying the entirety of Lin Chen's power. Even Broly, caught off guard, found it difficult to withstand for a moment. The bomb capable of obliterating planets bore down upon him with incredible force, sending Broly hurtling backward like an arrow released from a bow, plummeting toward the ground. With a resounding crash, Broly was effortlessly driven into the earth, continuing his descent without relent. As he flew through the air, an unprecedented fury emerged on his face, for he had never before suffered such a significant defeat. Damn it! Suddenly, Broly's descent halted abruptly. Then, with a powerful thrust of his body and a push of his palms, he propelled the planet-destroying bomb skyward. Whoosh! The bomb ascended like a rocket, piercing through the ground and soaring upward, ultimately breaking free of the atmosphere. Moments later, high above the nine heavens, an additional sun seemed to emerge, its dazzling brilliance blinding everyone, accompanied by a deafening roar that resonated in all directions, nearly rendering them deaf. After a brief pause, the smoke cleared, and the storm subsided. Lin Chen cast his gaze downward, his pupils contracting sharply, and a cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Before him, Broly ascended slowly from the pit he had just emerged from, gasping for breath. Remarkably, his body bore no visible wounds, and his aura remained unwavering, even intensifying compared to before, with a combat power that had increased by an astonishing 5 million since their initial encounter. This was dire. It seemed he had overestimated his own capabilities. In that moment, Lin Chen could not help but regret his previous decisions. Had he known that the legendary Super Saiyan was so utterly formidable, he would have opted for a task that involved no conflict at all. Am I truly destined to lift a stone only to crush my own foot? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 59, Awakening the Legendary Super Saiyan Transformation. Just as Lin Chen was engulfed in despair, Broly floated upward, his body emanating a yellow-green aura as he approached Lin Chen. His gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, eyes glinting with cold light, a low growl resonating from his throat. My energy is surging. It's about to explode. Roar. Kill. 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 Suddenly, Broly's form faltered, and he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a fierce roar. A tremendous amount of energy began to coalesce around Broly, forming a sphere of immense power that enveloped him completely. Moments later, whoosh, 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 a barrage of green energy spheres erupted from Broly's body, causing violent explosions all around. Even Goku and the others, who were watching from a distance, were almost caught in the chaos. Fortunately, Goku swiftly activated instant transmission, transporting everyone to safety. However, the rest of the planet was not so fortunate. The minions who had managed to escape earlier, along with the Shamo Star slaves who hadn't boarded the spaceship, were entirely consumed by the green energy blasts. Lin Chen, closest to Broly, was bombarded by a relentless hail of energy orbs. Having already depleted much of his strength from the previous attack, he succumbed to the relentless onslaught, crashing to the ground, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, his hair reverting to black. Damn it! Lin Chen immediately summoned the remaining strength within him to retrieve the celestial bean from the system's realm. Just as he was about to place it into his mouth, he noticed Broly suddenly materializing above him. You are relying on that bean to restore your energy, aren't you? Broly remarked, a fierce glint in his eyes, as he descended rapidly. Thud! His legs came crashing down onto Lin Chen's wrist, firmly grasping the celestial bean. Oh! In an instant, Lin Chen's right hand was shattered into fragments. Broly let out a cold chuckle and leapt into the air, descending heavily once more, this time directly landing upon Lin Chen's abdomen. A spray of fresh blood erupted forth. How infuriating! The unprecedented agony filled Lin Chen with an overwhelming rage. Why was he still not transformed? Despite his dire condition, why could he not ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan? Danger is but an opportunity in disguise. Lin Chen resolved to confront Broly single-handedly, a decision not born of folly. His ultimate reliance lay in the legendary blood of the Super Saiyan coursing through his veins. This fabled lineage not only granted him the ability to transform into the mythical Super Saiyan form, with his combat prowess escalating as he matured, but it also bestowed upon him a remarkable trait. The legendary Super Saiyan grows stronger in the face of formidable foes. Lin Chen's aspiration was to awaken as the legendary Super Saiyan by challenging Broly. However, it now appeared that his hopes were in vain. Repeated severe injuries had not transformed him into the fabled warrior. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath him seemed on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen's body was utterly shattered, his aura barely detectable. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly sensed that countless cells within him began to tremble with fervor. Golden energy radiating throughout his being, only to be consumed and then erupt anew. This is bad. Lin Chen may not endure much longer. Everyone, lend me your energy. Grant me the power to vanquish Broly. As Lin Chen appeared to be on the brink of collapse, Son Goku struggled to rise, ready to make one final stand. Suddenly, an astonishing aura surged forth, leaving Goku momentarily stunned. How is this possible? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. It's Mr. Lin Chen's. Trunks questioned in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Vegeta trembled with rage. His teeth clenched. How can this be? The legendary Super Saiyan is said to appear only once every millennium. Why is that individual? In the distance, amidst flashes of lightning, Lin Chen, who should have been utterly defeated, began to levitate, radiating an awe-inspiring yellow-blue aura. Lin Chen's appearance has undergone a complete transformation. Now, he stands nearly as tall as Broly, reaching a height of over 2 meters, his physique adorned with robust muscles that rival Broly's in strength. The only distinguishing feature that sets him apart from Broly is the serene, emerald hue of his eyes, which still radiate tranquility. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Chen has finally ascended into the legendary Super Saiyan form. It becomes clear that to attain the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, one must also harness the power of anger as a catalyst. Lin Chen gazed at his powerful self, finally experiencing a moment of profound realization. It was no wonder he had struggled to break through in the past. During that time, he had sailed through life effortlessly, even effortlessly dispatching foes like Frieza. The version of himself back then was incapable of feeling genuine anger towards anything. Yet, it is precisely this intense anger that serves as the catalyst for the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, just as it does for the ordinary Super Saiyan form. In that moment of despair, Lin Chen's fury towards himself ultimately enabled him to achieve that transformation. Upon successfully assuming the form of the fabled Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's aura underwent a monumental transformation compared to before. This legendary form not only healed Lin Chen's injuries but also catapulted his combat power from a normal 6 million to an astonishing 80 million, a 50-fold increase, nearly on par with Broly. Unlike Broly, who was beginning to lose his rationality, Lin Chen retained control over his emotions even in this transformed state. He would not descend into a mere killing machine as Broly had. Feeling the potent energy coursing through him, Lin Chen smiled. His gaze swept towards Broly, and he beckoned with a finger. Roar. Attack. Suddenly, Broly let out a furious roar, his expression turning frenzied. He moved with the speed of lightning, instantly appearing before Lin Chen, his massive fist aimed at Lin Chen's face. With a resounding crack, Broly's fist was abruptly seized by another hand mid-flight. Lin Chen grasped Broly's hand and remarked with a smile, "How does it feel to be overwhelmed by power? After enduring so many blows from you just now, it's my turn." With a resounding thud, akin to a cataclysmic strike, Broly expelled an unknown liquid from his mouth, doubling over in agony. The formidable Broly, who had remained unflinching in the face of any assault, was now visibly pained beneath Lin Chen's punch. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Lin Chen's iron fists fell upon Broly like a tempest, relentlessly striking him from the heavens to the earth and back again. Broly appeared to have lost all capacity for reaction, resembling a mere punching bag, enduring Lin Chen's blows without any semblance of resistance. For the first time, Broly's aura began to genuinely wane. Chapter 60, Clash of the Supers. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen and Broly, two legendary Super Saiyans, engaged in a fierce confrontation, exchanging blows with relentless fervor, fist against fist, foot against foot. However, this time, Broly found himself devoid of the overwhelming advantage he previously held against warriors like Goku. Instead, he was being thoroughly dominated by Lin Chen. In terms of combat prowess, Broly still surpassed Lin Chen. Yet the current situation displayed Lin Chen relentlessly assaulting Broly from every conceivable angle, landing punches and kicks with precision. Even Broly's neck twisted under the barrage, suggesting that he was on the brink of defeat. In the spiritual time chamber, Lin Chen, under the guidance of Mr. Bobo, underwent rigorous training. At last, in a scenario where their powers were evenly matched, he finally demonstrated his prowess. simultaneously due to the ferocity of their battle. The new planet Vegeta seemed to be teetering on the brink of annihilation. The chaotic energy caused the very stones beneath their feet to defy the force of gravity and hover in the air, while mountains and rocks crumbled with thunderous roars. Not far away, Sun Wukong and his companions could only watch in disbelief. Even Sun Wukong had to concede that the conflict raging in the skies had surpassed their capabilities. Even if he were to gather everyone's energy and intervene, it might not make a difference. This intensity of battle leaves us with no opportunity to assist, Sun Wukong lamented. Scratching his head in frustration, he had never anticipated that Lin Chen would be so formidable. Had he known, he would have challenged him sooner. Son Gohan chimed in, Dad, I can no longer discern their movements. Vegeta, with a face full of bitterness, expressed his dissatisfaction. Ever since he had defeated Cell, he had believed he had surpassed Sun Wukong, claiming the title of the strongest Saiyan. Yet, this time he was confronted with two overwhelmingly powerful Saiyans, rendering him utterly despondent. For Vegeta, who had always taken pride in his identity as the Prince of Saiyans, this was nothing short of disgraceful. Just as Lin Chen relentlessly pummeled Broly, Broly suddenly curled his body tightly before abruptly unfurling it. A radiant yellow-green light enveloped Broly's form in an instant. Lin Chen's fist was obstructed by a radiant beam, as if striking against an impenetrable wall, producing a resounding thud. Ding! The novice martial arts genius talent has been activated, mastering the defensive technique. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his ears, Lin Chen momentarily ceased his onslaught, taking a brief respite. Broly, do you not consider yourself invincible? Why do you only know how to defend and not retaliate? Provoked by Lin Chen's taunts, Broly suddenly let out a thunderous roar. His entire physique trembled with the force of his cry, as waves of overwhelming energy surged through him. Has Broly's power escalated once again? Is it true that legendary Super Saiyans are indeed monsters? As the roar subsided, Broly grinned maniacally, his laughter directed at Lin Chen, entirely devoid of rational thought. In the midst of relentless combat, Broly's sanity had finally vanished. He had transformed into a beast solely driven by the instinct to fight. Driven by his frenzied consciousness. Broly charged recklessly toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen dared not to be complacent. He fully unleashed the insights into energy that he had learned from Mr. Bobo. As Broly once again augmented his strength, a noticeable gap in their powers began to emerge. When the disparity reached a certain threshold, the efficacy of technique gradually diminished. Although Lin Chen still maintained the upper hand, Broly was now capable of delivering effective counterattacks. Bang! Lin Chen's fist once again struck Broly, eliciting a grimace of pain upon the latter's visage. However, this time, before Lin Chen could retract his arm, Broly seized his forearm with one hand. In the next instant, a yellow-green energy sphere materialized in Broly's other hand. This sphere was forcefully pressed against Lin Chen's chest, subsequently propelled outward, resulting in a sudden explosion. It appeared that Broly had achieved a successful hit, for he roared once more, yet this time, his roar was abruptly cut short after mere seconds. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Lin Chen stood before him, unscathed, a similar yellow-green protective shield manifesting in front of him. Beneath the shield, Lin Chen gasped for breath. Having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he too possessed an almost limitless reservoir of power akin to Broly. Nevertheless, despite the boundless strength, fatigue still crept in. Lin Chen gazed upon Broly before him, realizing that a strategic reevaluation was imperative. Defeating the legendary Super Saiyan, a creature of such formidable prowess, could not be achieved through conventional means. With their strength so closely matched, a stalemate loomed. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes were drawn to something behind Broly. Unbeknownst to him, the son of new Vegeta had risen, revealing a massive white energy orb that dominated a significant portion of the azure sky. It was the comet. In Paragus' original scheme, he intended to use the comet to annihilate Vegeta and his companions, with the impact on new Vegeta occurring today. Unbeknownst to them, the battle between Lin Chen and Broly had persisted throughout the night, and the colossal comet was now perilously close to new Vegeta. An epiphany struck Lin Chen just as a torrent of energy blasts, resembling a cataclysmic tsunami, surged toward him. The barrage collided with his energy shield, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Amidst the haze, Lin Chen suddenly ascended toward the heavens. Broly, consumed by rage, pursued him relentlessly, hurling energy spheres with abandon. What were they attempting to achieve? Below, Goku and his companions watched in confusion as the two fighters soared ever higher, nearly breaching the atmosphere of new Vegeta. However, their concern was swiftly eclipsed by the looming presence of the gigantic comet. This is disastrous. The comet. Piccolo, where's your spaceship? Over there. Hurry. Vegeta, stop dawdling. As Goku and his allies fled toward the spacecraft, Lin Chen and Broly finally broke free from the atmospheric confines. Both warriors enveloped themselves in shimmering yellow-green protective shields and continued their relentless pursuit. With Broly in tow, Lin Chen approached the comet, halting just before it. Broly once again concentrated energy into a sphere, launching it toward Lin Chen. Initially no larger than a fist, the sphere swelled to an immense size midway through its flight. The colossal energy orb crashed into Lin Chen's form. Yet, in that instant, Broly realized that the figure enveloped by the energy sphere had suddenly flickered and vanished. Lin Chen had merely been an illusion. Chapter 61. Homeward Bound. I am the Saiyan King Illusory Fist. In the next heartbeat, Lin Chen materialized behind Broly, seizing him tightly. Oh, in that moment, all the power within Lin Chen erupted with a resounding force. He firmly grasped Broly and propelled them both headlong towards the approaching comet. The legendary Super Saiyan, unless faced with an insurmountable disparity in strength, is nearly invincible. The only conceivable method Lin Chen could devise to vanquish Broly was to utilize that comet. Even Broly, when confronted with a comet capable of effortlessly obliterating entire planets, could not possibly endure such an onslaught. However, as Lin Chen propelled himself and Broly towards the comet, even the mindless Broly sensed the imminent peril under the comet's immense pressure. He began to relentlessly pound his fists against Lin Chen's back, striving to break free from his grasp. Thud, thud, thud. Let go. Release me. Perhaps sensing the threat to his life, Broly unexpectedly regained his senses and shouted out. Simultaneously, he conjured two orbs of energy in his hands, pressing them forcefully against Lin Chen's back. Boom. Lin Chen had expended all his energy in suppressing Broly, leaving him no surplus to conjure a protective barrier. He could only grit his teeth and brace himself for the impending strikes. Fortunately, having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his body was as indomitable as Broly's. Yet this was merely the beginning. Broly, seemingly driven mad, unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Lin Chen's back. The explosions echoed like raindrops, and even Lin Chen, now a legendary Super Saiyan, began to feel a sense of dizziness. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his grip, summoning every ounce of strength to propel both himself and Broly toward the comet. Above them, the colossal comet loomed just within reach, its white gaseous aura filling the horizon. Let go. We shall perish together. No, only you will perish, while I shall endure. Instant transmission. In an instant, Lin Chen teleported to the surface of New Vegeta, his foot resting upon a shattered rock. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to the sky above. In the absence of Lin Chen, Broly finally ceased his movements. Yet at that moment, the comet loomed perilously close. There was no time to escape. Broly succumbed once more to madness. He spread his arms wide and let out a roar, emanating an overwhelming aura of energy. Remarkably, he intended to halt the comet with sheer willpower. As Broly's form collided with the comet, there was a fleeting moment when it seemed as though the comet had paused. Tragically, in the next instant, the colossal comet completely engulfed Broly, erasing his very essence in that moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the choice, defeating Broly alone. Reward, 5 million in battle power. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the choice, liberating the Southern Galaxy from the control of the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward, 1 experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Will you use the experience card immediately? No. It would be absurd to use the card now, especially with New Vegeta on the brink of destruction. With Broly's demise, New Vegeta was also nearing its end. Returning to his normal state, Lin Chen glanced around and finally pinpointed the location of Sun Wukong and the others. Lin Chen swiftly made his way towards their spacecraft, and as he drew near, he executed another instant teleportation, leaping aboard the vessel. Greetings, I have returned, he said with a smile, acknowledging Sun Wukong and the others before collapsing onto a seat, breathing heavily. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 6. 6 million bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline skills, instant teleportation, elementary martial arts genius talent, basic potential development technique, perfect control of ki. Techniques, planetary destruction bomb, death beam, flame ripple, turtle school energy wave, phantom fist, instant teleportation turtle school energy wave. This recent confrontation with Broly brought Lin Chen closer to death than ever since his arrival in this world. However, the rewards were equally astonishing. Not only did he acquire a card that allowed him to experience the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation, but his combat power also surged several-fold. Currently, his maximum combat power had reached an astounding 330 million, representing a qualitative leap compared to his past self. It was akin to overnight wealth, indeed. Choosing the most arduous challenges, despite the looming specter of death, proved worthwhile. Yet, Lin Chen's elation was fleeting as he regained his composure. Although 330 million seemed invincible, he recalled that the combat power boost from the Super Saiyan 2 transformation was double that of Super Saiyan 1. Moreover, there existed numerous adversaries in this world capable of rivaling Super Saiyan 2, not to mention beings like Beerus, who stood at the pinnacle of combat power. Transcending even the gods, he knew that he was far from invincible. His future held many paths yet to traverse. Mr. Lin Chen, are you truly departing? Trunks' voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. At that moment, the group was en route back to Earth, and Goku's party was already aware of Lin Chen's intentions to leave. Indeed, though our time together was brief, I have accomplished my purpose, and it is time to prepare for departure. Piccolo glanced at Lin Chen. He had previously learned from Gohan that Lin Chen was a Saiyan from a parallel universe. Suddenly, he inquired, "You didn't come to our world solely for Broly, did you?" Now, Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai, gaining divine wisdom, and thus, Lin Chen's intentions could hardly elude him. Yes, he affirmed. Goku then asked, Mr. Lin Chen, could you share some details about your world with us? Of course. Lin Chen replied with a smile, and he began to recount the circumstances of his other world. Upon hearing that in Lin Chen's world, the Saiyans not only survived but also triumphed over Frieza, embarking upon a new journey, Vegeta's face flushed with excitement. After sharing the tale of his world, Lin Chen realized it was time to return. He rose to bid farewell to Goku and the others. However, just then, Vegeta suddenly called out, wait, who exactly are you? The fact that you can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan suggests that you are no ordinary individual on Planet Vegeta. Lin Chen turned around and smiled at Vegeta, declaring, Vegeta, in my world, I am the king of the Saiyans. With that, Lin Chen activated his instant transmission, departing from the spaceship and returning to the very first place he arrived in this realm. System, open the time-space portal and let me go home. Chapter 62, An Unexpected Turn in 749E. The method to return to his original timeline was indeed as simple as the system had initially stated. Upon issuing the command, a surge of energy erupted from within Lin Chen, striking the dark void around him. In the next moment, the time-space portal that had brought him here swung open, emanating a familiar sensation that Lin Chen recognized. How to describe it? Perhaps it could be considered the essence of home. Without hesitation, Lin Chen leapt into the portal. Instantaneously, he found himself in a vibrant and peculiar dimension. Having had prior experience, Lin Chen understood that this realm existed outside the conventional flow of time. Based on his previous encounter, it shouldn't be long before he exited this space and returned to the current timeline. However, to his bewilderment, Lin Chen found himself lingering in this dimension far longer than anticipated. Gradually, a sense of unease began to creep in. System, what is happening? Why am I still here? Strangely, the system did not respond immediately. Instead, after a considerable pause, a message finally came through. Ding. The time anchor has vanished. Forcibly opening a time-space portal for the host. Wait, the time anchor has vanished? What does that signify? Lin Chen felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a portal materialized before him, and in an instant, he was drawn through it, returning to the real world. The scene reverted to the moment Lin Chen first traversed the time-space portal. Shortly after his departure, two figures suddenly appeared in this space. One was tall, while the other was diminutive, yet it was the shorter one who bore an air of authority. Lord Kaioshin, the anomaly in the time-space continuum is right here. How peculiar that it would manifest in this location. It may be the influence of the black hole. Jebbit, do not waste any time, prepare quickly. We must act swiftly, lest something breaches the time-space portal and disrupts the order of time. Understood. The two figures then raised their hands, directing their focus towards the area where the portal had previously appeared. Subsequently, an indescribable force was exerted upon this space. Time passed, and eventually, the two figures vanished. At that moment, a blood-red time-space portal reopened in the previously tranquil space. Lin Chen burst forth from behind the door, returning to the realm of reality. At the very moment he emerged, the portal of time and space vanished instantaneously. Lin Chen turned around, gazing into the surrounding void, confirming that he was indeed near the black hole where he initially opened the portal to time and space. But what had just transpired? System? I require an explanation. Ding. Returning to the host, an instability in the time anchor has been detected, resulting in a discrepancy between the host's return time and the original time. Speak plainly. Ding. Returning to the host, 6 years have elapsed in the current temporal dimension. What? 6 years? Lin Chen never anticipated that although he had only lingered in another dimension for a mere few days, a span of 6 years had elapsed in his original timeline. System. Are you pulling a fast one on me? Why has this occurred? Do not speak in riddles. I demand clarity. Ding. The system speculated that an external force had interfered with the portal to the dimension that the host had activated. After the host's departure, the coordinates left by the portal were erased, rendering the host unable to locate the point of exit upon his return. Erased? Who could be responsible for this? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to hasten to Planet Vegeta to ascertain its current state. It had been 6 years since his departure, and he wondered if any unforeseen events had transpired during his absence. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen materialized above Planet Vegeta. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity and tranquility, a stark contrast to the state of affairs 6 years prior. Ships traversed the skies, and a mere flicker of his senses revealed the presence of numerous extraterrestrial beings mingling with the Saiyans on the planet. As Lin Chen began his descent towards the planet's surface, a cacophony of sirens pierced the air. Several spacecraft adorned with flashing lights approached, and a group of Saiyans and aliens emerged, their expressions tense and vigilant, surrounding Lin Chen. This is Planet Vegeta. State your intentions, stranger, bellowed a Saiyan, adorned with a power level scouter. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow, for his scouter registered an astonishing power level exceeding 500,000 emanating from this enigmatic newcomer. Such strength rivaled that of elite warriors, save for those under the command of Princess Hanasia. The defense personnel, with their meager power levels in the tens of thousands, questioned whether they could withstand until the elite warriors arrived. Wait, this individual seems somewhat familiar. Have I encountered him before? Who could it be? Lin Chen observed the wary expressions on their faces, pondering whether, during his 6-year absence, numerous adversaries had invaded Planet Vegeta. Otherwise, why would these individuals appear so alarmed? Yet, what was the story behind these extraterrestrial beings? Alas, 6 years had indeed brought about significant changes. With this thought, Lin Chen continued his descent, noticing their silence. A young Saiyan, seemingly no older than a teenager, perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, unexpectedly unleashed a wave of energy toward Lin Chen. Fool! Attention, everyone! Prepare for battle immediately. Realizing that one of their own had fired the first shot, the commanding Saiyan recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly issued the order to prepare for combat. However, at that moment, the gathered crowd witnessed the energy wave collide with Lin Chen, only to vanish without a trace. Lin Chen, appearing unaffected, continued his descent. What just happened? All eyes turned toward the young Saiyan, who was equally perplexed. I used all my strength just now. Enough with the questions. Quickly inform the defense headquarters that someone has forcibly breached Planet Vegeta. Soon, dozens of Saiyans soared into the sky, heading towards Lin Chen, some emanating notably powerful auras. Is that Paragus? Recognizing a familiar presence, Lin Chen smiled. Moments later, it was indeed Paragus, accompanied by a group of young Saiyans, who ascended towards him. However, upon seeing Lin Chen's face, Paragus suddenly froze, then erupted in an ecstatic shout. Ah, it is His Majesty. King Lin Chen has returned. Paragus exclaimed excitedly, activating his communicator to announce over the public frequency. Everyone, King Lin Chen has returned. In that instant, the entirety of Planet Vegeta seemed to fall silent. Following this, a golden aura surged from the palace, racing towards Lin Chen. Your Majesty! Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Hanasia collided into Lin Chen's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. Chapter 63, The Changes on Planet Vegeta. After witnessing Hanasia's actions, the other Saiyans quickly understood the situation. Moreover, among those who were unfamiliar with Lin Chen, most of the younger Saiyans still remembered his visage. Upon confirming that the figure in the sky was indeed their long-absent king, the gathered Saiyans collectively knelt, bowing their heads in reverence towards Lin Chen. Hey, what is happening? Who is that person? What are you all doing? The alien beings on the ground looked on in confusion as their Saiyan companions halted their tasks to kneel on one knee, voicing their bewilderment. Silence. That is our Saiyan king, His Majesty Lin Chen. What? Lin Chen? He is Lin Chen? The aliens present gasped in astonishment. The reputation of King Lin Chen had become legendary throughout the universe. Even those who had never seen his face had heard tales of Lin Chen personally vanquishing the tyrant Frieza on planet Tiwis. However, it was later reported that King Lin Chen had embarked on a journey, having been absent for several years, and now, unexpectedly, he had returned? Your Majesty! Another figure soared swiftly from the capital of Planet Vegeta, racing toward Lin Chen. It was none other than King Vegeta. Lin Chen appointed 4 leaders to oversee the Saiyan kingdom, with only Bardock yet to make his appearance. Observing the entire planet come to a standstill because of him, Lin Chen smiled and proclaimed, I am Lynx. And I have returned. You may all withdraw. Yes. The Saiyans across the planet responded almost in unison. Moments later, order was restored throughout the planet. Only the few Saiyans who had encircled Lin Chen remained rooted in place, hesitant to make a move. Lin Chen cast a glance and waved his hand, saying, You may all return. It is only natural that after 6 years, you no longer recognize me. Upon hearing this, the individuals felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders and hurriedly retreated. Lin Chen then descended to the surface alongside King Vegeta and others. The closer they approached Planet Vegeta, the more Lin Chen noticed the transformations that had taken place. In the span of 6 years, magnificent edifices had risen from the ground, particularly in the capital district, which buzzed with life. Vessels came and went in a continuous stream, evoking the ambience of a bustling trade planet within the cosmos. At the heart of the city, a towering statue, soaring 100 meters high, stood proudly in the expansive plaza. Lin Chen glanced over and smiled, for the statue depicted his transformation into a Super Saiyan form. It was no surprise that the Saiyans had failed to recognize him earlier. After all, for the past 6 years, they had only seen him in his Super Saiyan guise, causing them to forget his original appearance. Upon entering the royal palace, Lin Chen returned to the long-cherished throne, while Hanaxia unreservedly perched herself on his lap. Bow before King Rinks. Below the throne, besides King Vegeta and others, several Saiyans had also arrived at the palace to pay their respects to Lin Chen, including 2 representatives from alien races. King Vegeta elaborated that these individuals were key officials responsible for various affairs on Planet Vegeta. One of the aliens was the ambassador of the Galactic Patrol stationed on Planet Vegeta, while the other was a representative of the Galactic Trade Alliance. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but inquire with curiosity what transpired over these 6 years. It appears that you have fared quite well. King Vegeta promptly began to elucidate the matter. In truth, although Lin Chen had been absent for 6 years, such a duration was not particularly lengthy for the Saiyans. In the past, while still in servitude to Frieza, the Saiyans frequently embarked on missions that required them to be away for several years. Those children who were exiled to lesser planets due to their low battle power often needed 6 or even 7 years to fulfill their assignments. Consequently, during Lin Chen's absence, Everything on Planet Vegeta remained on course, with no significant setbacks. After Lin Chen's departure, King Vegeta and his associates continued to heed his counsel, diligently developing and constructing Planet Vegeta. In terms of military strength, Planet Vegeta consistently collaborated with the Galactic Patrol Organization, simultaneously completing their assigned missions and organizing troops led by Princess Hanasea and Bardock. They launched offensives from Planet Vegeta against territories once held by Frieza, liberating planets that had been occupied. Over the span of 6 years, 70% of Frieza's domain had been liberated, granting countless indigenous inhabitants their freedom once more. During this period, the reputation of the Saiyans began to transform. Initially, when they commenced their tasks for the Galactic Patrol, some weaker races mistakenly believed they were demons come to invade, living in trepidation. When planets under Frieza's rule were liberated, some thought they had merely exchanged one tyrant for another. However, after a period of anxiety, the anticipated calamities did not materialize, leading these races to realize that the contemporary Saiyans were entirely different from the frightening tales they had heard. As the Saiyans' positive reputation spread, several weaker races even proactively reached out to Planet Vegeta, establishing a contractual relationship for the protection of their worlds by the Saiyans. Similar collaborations continued to emerge. With these partnerships, the necessity arose for personnel to reside on the planets to facilitate regular communication with the Saiyans. This ultimately resulted in an increase in extraterrestrial presence on Planet Vegeta. Beyond military endeavors, a cooperative venture initiated by Lin Chen on Earth had also allowed the Saiyan influence to penetrate the Galactic Trade Alliance. The versatile capsules from Dr. Brief unexpectedly became a bestseller across the cosmos. Initially, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta had no intention of marketing these capsules as trade goods. Most capsules brought from Earth were merely souvenirs collected by Hanasea during her visits. However, an unforeseen incident allowed the extraterrestrials on Planet Vegeta to witness the utility of the capsules, which rapidly gained popularity among other civilizations. As an advisor, Paragus played a pivotal role. Upon recognizing the commercial opportunity, he swiftly facilitated an agency agreement between Hanasea and Dr. Brief to represent and sell the versatile capsules on Planet Vegeta. While the Saiyans had little inclination towards wealth, they were decidedly unable to resist food, and their substantial appetites necessitated extensive imports from other planets to remain satiated. The remuneration from the Galactic Patrol had predominantly been exchanged for food. The excitement surrounding the versatile capsules introduced a new source of funding for the Saiyans. Consequently, food from various regions of the universe began to flow into Planet Vegeta, becoming a staple for the Saiyans, which even influenced their birth rate. Since the advent of the versatile capsules as a financial resource, the Saiyan birth rate had risen by a remarkable 10%. Chapter 64. The reward for the benefactor of potential development upon receiving this news. Lin Chen couldn't help but commend Paragus for his ingenuity. It was remarkable that he, as a Saiyan, had conceived the notion of engaging in commerce. Though it may seem absurd for Saiyans to participate in trade, the mere fact that he had contributed to an increase in their birth rate warranted a significant reward. It is important to note that the Saiyans in this world were already on the brink of extinction, even without Frieza's intervention. With a population of less than 10,000 on the entire Saiyan planet, the species faced a precarious situation. This issue persisted even after Lin Chen liberated the Saiyans from Frieza's clutches and closed Planet Vegeta to external contact for 5 years. Due to insufficient food supply, the number of newborn Saiyans remained low. However, thanks to Paragus's initiative, signs of improvement were finally emerging. According to Paragus's report, the current Saiyan population had surpassed 10,000. Almost every Saiyan household welcomed a new child. Even King Vegeta experienced a resurgence of vitality, welcoming a new son. "Well done, King Vegeta," Lin Chen remarked. "Your Majesty." "You jest," King Vegeta replied, his cheeks flushing. Hanasea then leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering, "Your Majesty, when shall we have our own child?" Lin Chen cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the topic. "King Vegeta, what is the current state of the Saiyan strength?" King Vegeta replied, "Your Majesty, after these 5 years, the number of warriors among the Saiyans whose battle power exceeds 10,000 has surpassed 2,000. Those exceeding 100,000 have exceeded 300, and apart from ourselves, there are 3 more who have surpassed 500,000. When discussing the achievements of the Saiyans over the past 6 years, King Vegeta was filled with immense excitement. Throughout his lifetime, the Saiyans had never been as powerful as they are now. Not to mention, in addition to these warriors, there are also Lin Chen and Hana, the 2 Super Saiyans, standing guard. All of this is a source of pride and honor for every Saiyan. Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the Saiyans' enhancement in strength. He nodded and inquired, "By the way, King Vegeta, what about the others? Aside from Hanasea, has anyone else attained the status of Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing Lin Chen mention them, King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he exchanged glances with Paragus. Both men knelt on one knee, their faces etched with guilt. "We apologize, Your Majesty. We have squandered your spirit tree fruits. Over the past 6 years, aside from Queen Hanasea, no new Super Saiyans have emerged among the Saiyans. In fact, our combat power has scarcely improved." "Oh?" Lin Chen replied, immediately activating his combat power detector to assess the two. Indeed, King Vegeta's combat power stood at a mere 690,000, while Paragus measured at least 600,000, showing little advancement compared to 6 years ago. As for Hanaxia, despite her ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, her base combat power was only 640,000, even less than King Vegeta's. What of Bardock? Lin Chen inquired. Bardock has been engaged in battles far and wide, and his combat power has increased significantly. Yet it remains at only 730,000. We are truly sorry, Your Majesty. It seems we have all reached our limits. Limits? Lin Chen smiled. Indeed, King Vegeta and Bardock, in terms of innate talent, do not quite measure up to the future generation of Vegeta, even with the latest training methods at their disposal. They have nearly exhausted their potential. Yet, have they truly reached their limits? Lin Chen held a different perspective, setting Hanaxia down. He rose to his feet and approached King Vegeta and Paragus. You both have excelled in my absence over the past 6 years. As a reward, allow me to awaken your potential. What? King Vegeta, feeling somewhat flustered as Lin Chen placed his hand upon his head, inquired, Your Majesty, what are you intending to do? I aim to awaken your latent power. Latent power? Does such strength truly exist? I feel as though I have reached my limits. No sooner had King Vegeta spoken than an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from him, drawing the attention of those nearby. Strength? Power. My strength has suddenly increased. King Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, immediately activating his scouter to assess his status. Incredible! My battle power has increased by 100,000. Your Majesty. What exactly did you just do? I merely awakened your latent potential. Not only that, your limits should also have been elevated. With diligent training, further enhancement is certainly possible. Lin Chen elucidated. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Following this, Lin Chen proceeded to use the potential awakening technique on both Paragus and Hanaxia, significantly augmenting their battle powers as well. Hanaxia, in particular, saw her power soar to 900,000 in one fell swoop. Remarkable. Your Majesty, how did you accomplish this? I shall refrain from elaborating on the method. In any case, what I just did was a reward for the three of you for the past 6 years. Lin Chen replied. King Vegeta. Present. King Vegeta responded. Disseminate this information. Henceforth, anyone who achieves merit during missions shall receive my rewards in awakening their potential. Understood, Your Majesty. King Vegeta replied with enthusiasm, while the Saiyan officials present felt a tinge of envy in their eyes. After bestowing rewards upon the trio, Lin Chen listened to accounts of events from the past 6 years before dispersing the assembly and returning to the palace to rest. In his chamber, Lin Chen embraced Hanaxia, fulfilling the void left by 6 years of absence. After an impassioned reunion, Hanaxia lay upon Lin Chen's chest, listening intently as he recounted the tales of his 6-year disappearance. Upon learning that Lin Chen had ventured to an alternate dimension, Hanaxia gasped in astonishment. An alternate dimension? No wonder we hadn't heard a whisper of Your Majesty these past 6 years. You were in another realm. The Saiyans of that dimension were reduced to mere remnants? The legendary Super Saiyan? I had thought we had transformed into Super Saiyans ourselves. It appears we are not the Super Saiyans spoken of in legend? As she absorbed Lin Chen's words, Hanaxia marveled. However, when she expressed her thoughts about a particular individual from that dimension, Lin Chen suddenly froze. Wait, Kakarot? Isn't he the son of Bardock? I recall his battle power was only 2 at birth. I never imagined he could also become a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen suddenly sat up and inquired, Kakarot is in trouble? I almost forgot. Your Majesty, what have you forgotten? Hannah, what month is it on Earth now? Lin Chen rolled out of bed, redressing himself as he inquired, what month is it? It seems to be September, right? Your Majesty, are you going out? Hannah asked. Apologies. Hannah, I must make a trip to Earth. Earth? Your Majesty, you don't mean to seek out Taisi, do you? No, I intend to meet with Kakarot. Lin Chen replied. Bardock's son? Why? Because a legend is about to begin. Lin Chen turned back, smiling. In September of the year 749 of the A.D. calendar. It marked the moment when Kakarot, known as Sun Yukong in the original tale, first embarked on his journey to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 65. A different story begins September 1st, 749 AD. Earth, Baozi Mountain. This was a tranquil area surrounded by towering mountains, remote and sparsely populated. Yet, on this day, the roar of engines echoed through the mountains. A rugged vehicle sped through the terrain, driven by a girl who was multitasking, glancing at her Dragon Ball radar while steering. There it is, the 4-star ball. Honestly, Master Rashi is utterly useless, unable to even perform the flying technique. If he could, I wouldn't have to work so hard. I've only gathered 2 so far. The girl complained, her mind wandering off into fantasies. What wish should I make when I summon the dragon? Should I ask about Big Brother Lin Chen's whereabouts? No. Taisi mentioned Big Brother Lin Chen is merely on a distant journey and will return one day. I cannot waste my wish on that. I should wish for Big Brother Lin Chen to fall in love with me instead. Yes, that's the plan. This youthful girl was none other than the now-grown Bulma. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, transforming the once little girl into a spirited young woman. Like in the original story, this world's Bulma was also on a quest for the Dragon Balls. In fact, Bulma's desire to collect the Dragon Balls had begun many years prior. Ever since she learned about the existence of such miraculous orbs, she fantasized about gathering them to win Lin Chen's affection. To that end, Bulma scoured tales regarding the Dragon Balls and, having eavesdropped on Lin Chen and his companions, discovered that collecting all 7 Dragon Balls could summon the Eternal Dragon to fulfill wishes. She even contemplated deceiving Master Roshi to obtain his Dragon Balls for research, hoping to create a tool to locate the Dragon Balls. However, just before Bulma could act, Master Roshi's Dragon Balls mysteriously went missing. Without them, Bulma could not develop the Dragon Ball radar. It wasn't until 6 years later when she stumbled upon a Dragon Ball in her home's storage that she successfully created the radar and embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls. While Bulma was lost in thought, a large fish suddenly appeared on the mountain road ahead. How could there be fish on a mountain road? Before Bulma could react, she realized it was a boy carrying a large fish. No time. As the vehicle was about to collide, Bulma hurriedly slammed on the brakes. With great effort, the car managed to stop just before hitting the boy, who was startled and jumped, pulling out a stick from behind. "You monster! You're here to steal my food. Aren't you? Witness my might." Sun Wukong threatened, preparing to strike the car. At that moment, Bulma leapt out of the vehicle. "Hey, you little brat. This is my car. What do you think you're doing?" "What? There's a monster hiding in the monster's belly?" Bulma, taken aback, felt her cheeks puff up in indignation. "How dare this little boy call me a monster?" Bulma retrieved her scouter and aimed it at the boy, bursting into laughter. "Ha! Your battle power is only 10, you weakling. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Having trained under Master Roshi for several years, Bulma, despite her average talent in martial arts, possessed strength far beyond the ordinary due to her esteemed mentor, with a battle power reaching 20. Putting her scouter away, Bulma discarded her backpack and charged at the boy, ready to throw a punch. "Bring it on. I'm ready for you." Seeing this, the boy raised his stick and charged at Bulma as well. However, after a brief exchange, he found himself flat on his back, defeated. "Ouch, this monster is so strong. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I lost." Seeing that the boy had lost the will to fight, Bulma dusted off her hands, preparing to leave. But just then, she noticed something resembling a monkey's tail behind the boy. "Wait, you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan?" "Saiyan? I'm not a Saiyan. I'm Sun Wukong." "Fool, I didn't ask for your name. I asked about your race." "Race? What is that? Can you eat it?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "I asked you if your tail is real?" "Of course." Wukong stood up, swaying his tail in front of Bulma. Upon confirming that the boy indeed resembled Lin Chen as a Saiyan, Bulma felt a sudden warmth towards Sun Wukong. "Considering you're a Saiyan, I'll forgive you. Next time you see a girl, remember to be polite." "Huh? You're a girl?" "Yes. Is that how strong girls are?" Bulma paused for a moment and replied, "I'm special." With that, she hopped back into her car, continuing on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong watched Bulma drive away, blinking in excitement. That girl is really strong. Grandpa was right. There are indeed many powerful people in this world. Caught up in his excitement, Wukong suddenly noticed the direction Bulma was heading. "Hey, isn't she going towards my house?" Curiously, he chased after her and, upon arriving home, saw Bulma joyfully exiting with his grandfather's 4-star ball. "Stop. That is my grandfather's heirloom. Nobody is allowed to touch it," Sun Wukong exclaimed, anxious to retrieve the Dragon Ball. However, with his battle power only half of Bulma's, he was easily subdued again. Still unwilling to relent, Wukong persisted, prompting Bulma to say, "All right, I'll show you." With that, Bulma produced her 2 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, eyes wide, exclaimed, "What? How do you have 2, Grandpa?" "That's a Dragon Ball." Bulma smiled. "Gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and you can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant you one wish." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong, somewhat understanding, nodded. "So, how about giving your 4-star ball to your sister?" "I assure you, I won't let you suffer any loss," Bulma proposed with a smile. "No, that is my grandfather's heirloom. I cannot part with it." Sun Wukong vehemently shook his head in refusal. Bulma, hands on her hips and brow furrowed, contemplated her next move. Although she was tempted to seize it by force, she decided against it, considering Wukong's Saiyan heritage. "Let us do it this way. I want to take your Dragon Ball. I just need to borrow it when summoning the Eternal Dragon. You can keep it otherwise." "How does that sound? Are you suggesting that I join you in the outside world?" he inquired. "Indeed. Are there many powerful individuals out there, like you?" Wukong asked with curiosity. "Haha. Many are even stronger than I," Bulma replied confidently. "Is that so?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, but I will only lend it to you once. It must be returned after use." "Agreed." Bulma grinned, satisfied with her cunning. Beyond merely deceiving Wukong for the 4-star ball, she sought a companion for her journey. While not her equal in battle, Bulma believed that, as a Saiyan, young Wukong possessed considerable strength compared to ordinary humans, making him an apt bodyguard. Throughout their journey, Bulma encountered various dangers. Although she could easily handle them now, she recognized that fighting could be detrimental to a girl's complexion. With Wukong by her side, her burdens were considerably lightened. Thus, albeit with some deviations from the original tale, Bulma and Sun Wukong embarked on their quest to find the Dragon Balls. Chapter 66. Wukong and Master Roshi. As the story unfolded, much like the original narrative, Sun Wukong and Bulma began their adventure to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. However, unlike the original, Bulma, influenced by Lin Chen's presence, transformed from a delicate girl into a formidable martial artist, even surpassing Wukong in strength. After departing from Baozi Mountain, they encountered an attack from a pterodactyl. The creature, intending to capture Bulma for a meal, was swiftly defeated by her in a single blow. Ironically, it was Wukong who faced Bulma's reprimands for failing to protect her from the assault. "Bulma, you are far more terrifying than the pterodactyl. Why do you need my protection?" he questioned in confusion. "What nonsense are you saying? I am merely a weak girl," Bulma retorted. Wukong could only shrug in response. Subsequently, they encountered bandits and robbers, where Wukong finally proved useful by dealing with the troublesome foes. As their journey progressed, their bond deepened. And Bulma was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wukong's combat prowess had begun to rise after several encounters. "Hey, Wukong, your battle power has increased a bit. It's now at 11. Battle power? What is that?" That evening, while traveling towards the east coast, they set up a mobile shelter for the night. After bathing, Bulma, feeling bored, checked Wukong's battle power with her scouter and noted the change. Battle power measures the strength of your abilities. The higher the number, the stronger the individual. Bulma explained. "Is that so? What is your battle power then, Bulma?" Wukong asked, intrigued. Mine is at 20 points, she boasted, feeling proud that she was unmatched among ordinary individuals. "Well, you truly are impressive," Wukong exclaimed. "How did you become so strong?" With a sigh, Bulma replied. "Don't even mention it. I trained under a lecherous old man for years to achieve this level." "Lecherous old man?" Wukong tilted his head in confusion. "Never mind that." Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "You, on the other hand, should truly be proud to be a Saiyan. You've already gained a bit of battle power in just a few days. If you continue fighting, you should surpass me soon." "Saiyan?" Wukong inquired. "Bulma, you keep mentioning I am a Saiyan. What exactly is a Saiyan?" Bulma elaborated. "Saiyans are actually an extraterrestrial race. They resemble humans but all possess tails, just like you." "Ah, so I'm not human?" Wukong pondered, scratching his head. "No wonder my grandfather told me I fell from the sky." Bulma chuckled at Wukong's innocence. "You, my friend, if it weren't for your tail and innate combat power, wouldn't resemble a Saiyan at all. Most of them are quite stoic. Regardless, Saiyans are incredibly powerful beings. Although you may be weak now, you will certainly grow stronger in the future." At this, Bulma clapped her hands. "Oh, once we find the Dragon Balls, would you like to visit my home? Several Saiyans come by each month. You could inquire about your origins." "Sure." Wukong nodded eagerly. The following day, just as in the original tale, they encountered the sea turtle lost in the mountains. This time, however, Bulma not only supported Wukong in rescuing the turtle, but also recognized it as Master Roshi's turtle. "You foolish turtle. I thought you were dead," Master Roshi exclaimed. "I couldn't help it. I never expected to get lost in the mountains," the turtle replied, relieved to see a familiar face. "Well, since we're acquaintances, I cannot let you perish," Bulma stated. Continuing their journey, Bulma brought the turtle along. After dealing with a tiger bandit blocking their path, they finally reached the seaside. To express his gratitude, the turtle asked them to wait a moment while he returned to the sea. "Bulma, where is he going?" Wukong inquired. "How would I know? Perhaps he's off to find that lecherous old man." Sure enough, as Bulma had anticipated, the turtle soon returned, carrying Master Roshi on his back. "Ah, so you two are the ones who saved my turtle," Master Roshi called out from a distance, but upon spotting Bulma, he was taken aback. "Bulma, what brings you here? What's wrong? Don't you wish to see me?" Bulma replied with a cold smile. "Not at all." Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He believed that promising Lin Chen to teach Bulma and her sister martial arts was the gravest mistake of his life. The two beautiful girls constantly fluttered before him. Yet he lacked the courage to even steal a glance, given their imposing backgrounds. Moreover, Bulma and her sister were quite domineering, even during yoga classes. They would not allow him any reprieve. He felt suffocated until he finally managed to send them away, only to encounter them again today. "Bulma, since we're all familiar, I won't bother with gifts," Master Roshi offered. "All right, considering you have nothing of value to give," Bulma retorted, suddenly pausing as her gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball necklace around Master Roshi's neck. "Isn't that a Dragon Ball?" "Indeed." Master Roshi produced the necklace, explaining. "I thought I had lost this. I found it while cleaning recently." "Perfect. You can give me that as a gift," Bulma declared triumphantly. As in the original text, Master Roshi initially intended to propose a condition, but upon contemplation, he decided to straightforwardly hand the Dragon Ball to Bulma. After all, this girl is the sister of Tais, whose boyfriend happens to be that formidable Saiyan, someone he could not provoke. The turtle remarked, "This child has also saved me." Adjusting his sunglasses, Master Roshi dismissed Bulma and turned to Goku, saying, "Since you are the one who saved my turtle, allow me to present you with a gift in gratitude." Subsequently, just as in the original narrative, Master Roshi gifted Goku a Nimbus cloud. Observing Goku soaring into the sky on the cloud, akin to a bird in flight, Master Roshi suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Hey, Bulma, why does this child have a tail?" "Naturally, it's because he is a Saiyan." "What? Lin Chen and Tais have a child?" Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course not. This is the child I encountered in the mountains. His grandfather is called Son Gohan. Master Roshi was taken aback, calling Goku down to confirm, and soon realized that this child was actually adopted by his former disciple, Son Gohan. It was truly unexpected that Gohan's adopted child turned out to be a Saiyan. Chapter 67. The Love of Parents. The dragon reappears. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Goku and Bulma's adventures continued. Much like in the original story, they acquired the 5th Dragon Ball in a small village plagued by monsters and simultaneously captured a pig named Oolong. To prevent Oolong from causing further trouble, they decided to travel together, encountering the desert bandit Yamcha. After a fierce battle, Goku and his companions proceeded on their journey, while Yamcha, unwilling to accept defeat, followed them from a distance. Throughout this ongoing adventure, no one, including Bulma, noticed that a solitary figure had been silently observing their escapades from above. This individual was Lin Chen, who had come to Earth. Upon realizing that the Dragon Ball narrative was nearing its commencement, Lin Chen promptly arrived on Earth, harboring a sense of pilgrimage, and discreetly monitored Goku and his companions' grand adventure without anyone noticing. Although the unfolding events differed slightly from what Lin Chen had previously known due to Bulma's newfound strength, the disparities were minimal. One day, after Goku and his companions resolved the troubles of Fire Mountain and began searching for the final Dragon Ball, Lin Chen suddenly detected the presence of another individual, aside from himself, who was also monitoring Goku and his friends from a distance. Is that energy signature Bardock's? To his surprise, Bardock was indeed on Earth. Sensing the other's aura, Lin Chen smiled slightly and swiftly moved closer. Sure enough, at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, Lin Chen encountered Bardock, whom he had not seen for 6 years, accompanied by a female Saiyan. Bardock. Upon hearing someone call his name, both Bardock and the female Saiyan were startled. However, their surprise quickly turned to joy upon realizing that it was Lin Chen. Your Majesty Lin Kex, you have returned. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. I wondered why I did not see you on Planet Vegeta. It turns out you came to Earth. Your Majesty Lin Kex, this is my wife, Jine. We actually came to see Kakarot. Through Bardock's explanation, Lin Chen learned that over the past 6 years, Bardock and Jine had taken the time each year to visit Earth and observe their child. After the relocation of Planet Vegeta, they could reach Earth in just a week using the latest high-speed spacecraft of the Galactic Patrol. However, they had only ever observed his growth from a distance. Bardock, do you wish to take Kakarot back to Planet Vegeta? No, Bardock shook his head, smiling at his wife. In fact, Jine had considered this idea. But sending Kakarot to Earth was your Majesty's decision. Moreover, I have glimpsed fragments of the future, although they are scattered images. I know Kakarot will embark on a new life on Earth, which will greatly benefit his development. Your Majesty, what brings you here this time? Me? I also came to see Kakarot. This child's future holds limitless potential. Really? Jine inquired excitedly, unable to contain her emotions concerning her child's future. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, expressing his belief that Kakarot might one day become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Jine was momentarily taken aback, as only 2 individuals on the entire planet of Vegeta had achieved such a transformation, with Kakarot's current battle power resting at a mere 10. Could he truly ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan? Your Majesty, is this truly possible? She inquired. We shall see. Kakarot's future holds the promise of hope for the Saiyan race, Lin Chen remarked, offering his insight on Sun Wukong. Both Bardock and Jine were visibly stirred by his words. Since assuming the throne of the Saiyan King, Lin Chen's judgments had never faltered. Thus, his affirmation of Kakarot's potential signified boundless possibilities ahead. Despite Kakarot's presently lamentable battle power, Lin Chen's confidence suggested that he would eventually defy the odds. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your words are more than sufficient. Jine and I shall take our leave now, Bardock expressed, preparing to depart. There's no need for such formality. Allow me to transport you with instant transmission, Lin Chen offered. After utilizing instant transmission to return Bardock and his wife to Planet Vegeta, he enhanced Bardock's potential once more, significantly elevating his battle power before returning to Earth. Meanwhile, the adventures of Wukong and his companions had progressed to the domain of King Pilaf. Although Wukong had made strides in his growth, and with Bulma as his ally, their combined strength remained relatively feeble. Caught in King Pilaf's trap, both Son Wukong and Bulma fell victim, ultimately succumbing to Pilaf's capture, along with all 7 Dragon Balls. When Lin Chen arrived back on Earth, he observed King Pilaf cradling the Dragon Balls in the plaza before his castle. Is he about to summon the Eternal Dragon? Lin Chen mused with a faint smile. Following the narrative's course, it seemed the wish would soon be squandered by Oolong. While Lin Chen intended to spectate Wukong's escapades, the opportunity to engage with the Eternal Dragon was too rare to overlook. Haha, I, Pilaf, shall become the ruler of the world, Pilaf exclaimed with exuberance in the plaza, flanked by his companions, the dog-headed Mayan Sho. Meanwhile, in the castle's underground dungeon, Yamcha and the others wore expressions of discontent. My Dragon Balls! Bulma seethed with fury, striking the wall with her fists. Each blow sent tremors through the structure, leaving Yamcha and the others dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Bulma harbored a strength surpassing even Wukong's. Despite her fury, Bulma's assault had little effect on the sturdy wall. Why can't I break through? This is infuriating. My Dragon Balls! My wish! Aya! Just then, Yamcha had a sudden epiphany. Wait, Wukong, use the Kamehameha. How did you know I could perform the Kamehameha? Wukong replied. Enough with the hesitation. Just do it. Bulma interjected with a commanding roar. All right. Sun Wukong promptly assumed his stance and directed his energy at the wall. Kamehameha. A white energy wave erupted, creating a small hole in the wall. While it wasn't large enough for an escape, it was sufficient for Oolong and Pure to squeeze through. Oolong, Pure, it's all up to you to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in the plaza, Pilaf successfully summoned the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. As Pilaf's words echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated with intense light, shooting skyward. Thunderous roars ensued as golden lightning struck down upon the Dragon Balls, with the sound of a mighty dragon's roar resonating through the heavens. The green figure of the Eternal Dragon materialized against the night sky. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant any desire you seek. The powerful voice boomed, reverberating across the wilderness. The onlookers, witnessing the manifestation of the Eternal Dragon for the first time, were momentarily rendered speechless. However, Pilaf quickly regained his composure and opened his mouth to declare his wish. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, gesturing towards Pilaf and his cohorts. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, lifting Pilaf and his group into the sky, whisking them away. Simultaneously, the figure extended 5 fingers towards Oolong and Pure, unleashing an invisible force that propelled them back towards the castle. Who is that person? What's happening? Bulma and the others, previously despondent, scrambled to peer through the small opening to discern the commotion outside. As they crowded around the hole, their gazes fell upon the figure. Tears welled in Bulma's eyes. Despite the distance, she recognized the silhouette. It's him. He has returned. The one who had driven away Pilaf's group and intercepted Oolong was indeed Lin Chen. In the original storyline, Oolong had taken advantage of the wish, conjuring a pair of underwear. Lin Chen, however, would not allow such a trivialization of the Eternal Dragon's powers. Furthermore, he had formulated his own intentions regarding the wish. Hovering before the Eternal Dragon, Lin Chen posed a question. Eternal Dragon, may I inquire if you can grant immortality? Immortality is beyond even the gods. I cannot fulfill such a wish, the Eternal Dragon replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen surmised the truth. Even the dragon's powers have their limits, and the notion of immortality had evidently surpassed its capabilities. Lin Chen, in his recent wish, yearned for eternal life for himself and those he cherished. However, since the divine dragon was unable to fulfill this desire, he remained undeterred, contemplating alternative solutions. What means do you possess to enhance longevity? He inquired. In the realm of the underworld, there exists a renowned elixir known as the Fountain of Youth, a divine water utilized by the gods to concoct the elixir of immortality. Mortals who partake in its essence can significantly prolong their years. The Fountain of Youth? Yes, I shall have that, he exclaimed. This wish proved remarkably simple. In the next moment, the divine dragon's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and a silver flask descended from the heavens, gracefully landing in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen opened the kettle and discovered it contained a colorless, odorless liquid of indeterminate origin. Enough for 3 to 5 individuals if consumed by one person. Your wish has been granted, so farewell. With that, the divine dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls in midair, spiraling gracefully before soaring off towards various corners of the world. After retrieving the elixir of immortality into the system space, Lin Chen turned to gaze at the castle where Sun Wukong and the others were imprisoned. Since he had already revealed himself, it was time for a meeting. Lin Chen smiled gently and then soared towards the castle. Upon seeing Lin Chen approaching, Wulong and Pu Er were taken aback, hastily transforming into small animals and scurrying back through the entrance of the prison. This is bad. This is terrible. That strange person is coming for us. Wulong exclaimed in terror as he resumed his original form. Do not worry. I am well acquainted with that individual, Bulma said, having composed herself and ceased her tears. Moments later, the wall shattered, and Lin Chen entered the prison. Greetings, everyone. Lin Chen Gitch, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to leap into his embrace, only to be caught by his hands and gently set back on the ground. Lin Chen gently patted Bulma's head, just as he had in the past, and said to her, Bulma, it has been a long time. Bulma replied, Brother Lin Chen, I am no longer a child. Lin Chen smiled faintly, refraining from uttering a word as he turned his gaze towards the others, having witnessed Lin Chen's effortless breach of the barrier moments ago. Yamati and Wulong Puer greeted him with utmost respect, their expressions laden with deference. In contrast, Sun Wukong appeared visibly intrigued, his countenance radiating innocence. Big brother, you are truly remarkable. I exerted all my strength just to create a small hole in this wall, yet you managed to break through it entirely. Lin Chen smiled and said, with diligent practice, you too can achieve it. Diligent practice? Ever since my grandfather passed away, I have been striving to improve. You possess a tail as well. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the tail coiled around Lin Chen's waist. Is that a genuine tail? Indeed, it is. Lin Chen extracted the tail coiled around his waist and waved it behind him. Like you, I am also a Saiyan. Saiyan? My goodness, are they extraterrestrials? Yamcha and the others immediately straightened against the wall. Little Goku gazed at Lin Chen with a look of confusion. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from a distance. Bulma stepped out from the wall to take a glance, only to quickly retreat. Brother Lin Chen, Those people have returned. Outside the castle, a colossal robot was charging towards it, piloted by the very King Pilaf who had been sent flying by Lin Chen with a single slap. Curse it. Return my dream of world domination. King Pilaf bellowed as he forcefully pressed a red button on the control panel. Instantly, the robot raised its right arm, extending a massive cannon from its forearm. Boom. The next moment, a shell was launched towards the castle. Everyone, be careful. Yamcha shouted as he embraced Pua and dove to the ground. Oolong desperately wriggled his behind, trying to squeeze into Yamcha's arms. Only Lin Chen, Bulma, and Goku remained still, with Bulma trusting Lin Chen and Goku utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. But a second later, a tremendous explosion erupted where the shell landed. The towering castle was instantly reduced to rubble. Ha ha, ha ha ha. King Pilaf laughed maniacally at the vanishing castle. Ash and Xiaowu were left in tears. Master Pilaf, all our possessions were in the castle. Be quiet. What do I care about money? I must eliminate them to quell my rage. However, no sooner had Pilaf spoken than his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, Ash and Xiaowu gaped, staring at the monitor. Beneath the ruins of the castle, Lin Chen emerged, unscathed, slowly levitating from the debris. Chapter 69. Goku's future choice revisited. Upon seeing Lin Chen suspended in mid-air, Pilaf and his companions found themselves momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, the three of them screamed in unison, a ghost. Amidst their cries, a Kamehameha wave soared through the air, piercing the robot's armor. Boom. In a fiery explosion, Pilaf and his companions were sent soaring once more. I will return. As they disappeared into the sky, Bulma leaped with excitement. Brother Lin Chen, we won. Yamcha and the others stood in stunned silence. Yet, no one noticed that little Goku had been fixated on the full moon above, his eyes becoming increasingly dazed. Roar. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a primal howl, his body visibly enlarging at an alarming rate. What is happening? It's a transformation, Lin Chen sighed. Calling out to Yamcha and the others, everyone, get away from here. He has lost control. Lin Chen then took Bulma in his arms and rushed outside, distancing themselves from the now giant Goku. Brother Lin Chen, what is wrong with Goku? Why has he turned into a monster? Bulma asked anxiously. He looked at the full moon. Saiyans transform into gigantic apes upon seeing a full moon, succumbing to a berserk state. Goku is still young, and he will lose all reason in this form. Lin Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, what about you? Do not worry, I can control my transformation. And I did not look at the moon, Lin Chen reassured her. What about Goku? Bulma inquired urgently. Do not fret, I will handle this situation. Upon finishing his words, Lin Chen vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he found himself behind Sun Wukong, even in his colossal ape form. Wukong's combat prowess barely exceeded a mere 100 points. Indeed, he bore the hallmark of a protagonist. With a sigh of admiration, Lin Chen extended his hand and grasped Wukong's tail. Although Wukong was not fully aware, his instinct for battle alerted him to the grip on his tail. His massive form twisted around, and he raised his fist to strike Lin Chen with great force. Thud. Lin Chen effortlessly caught the fist, which was larger than his own body, and with a swift motion, Wukong's tail fell to the ground. His enormous form began to shrink rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon, soon reverting to his original size, unconscious. Brother Lin Chen, are you all right? Bulma rushed over, her concern evident. I am fine. Please find a garment to cover Wukong, lest he catch a chill, he replied. Bulma turned and noticed that little Wukong was lying on the ground, completely bare. Initially, she feared he might be dead, but soon the sound of his snoring confirmed he was merely asleep. Folding her arms, Bulma remarked, I once heard Wukong mention that his grandfather was slain by a monster. Could it be that this monster is none other than himself? Perhaps so, though still a child. A Saiyan transformed into a great ape is no ordinary foe for mere humans, Lin Chen responded. However, gazing upon the now weak Wukong, with a power level barely exceeding 10, Lin Chen was struck by a thought. Wukong's future nemesis, Vegeta, had already surpassed the strength depicted in the original tale. And even his brother Raditz boasted a power level exceeding 10,000. Shouldn't he assist Wukong in hastening his training? Ding. The system detected the host's hesitation regarding Wukong's future and activated the ultimate choice system. Choice 1. Allow Wukong to grow independently. Reward. Universal textbook on cheap perception. 1 point in time. Choice 2. Return Wukong to Planet Vegeta. Reward. Universal textbook on King Kai's fist. Choice 3. Train Wukong for 1 year, enhancing his power level by 10,000 points. Reward. 1 vial of 100 cell solvent. Is it truly my decision to shape Wukong's destiny? Lin Chen smiled slightly, beginning to ponder. To be honest, after witnessing the growth of Planet Vegeta upon his return, he had gradually developed a more indifferent attitude towards matters on Earth. Initially, he insisted that Bardock send son Goku to Earth, seeing in him not only the potential for astounding strength but also the promise of his son, Gohan, as a testament to the fusion of Saiyan and Earthling bloodlines. In Lin Chen's view, should Planet Vegeta's development ever stagnate, Goku on Earth would be their final hope. However, with the smooth progress of Planet Vegeta's development, Goku's combat prowess had become somewhat unimpressive to Lin Chen. After all, the rewards from his chosen tasks had significantly enhanced his own combat abilities, rendering him far superior even to an average Super Saiyan at the second level. Thus, for him and for Planet Vegeta, Goku's potential aid seemed, at least until he attained the realm of Super Saiyan 3, rather inconsequential. The only value Earth held for Lin Chen now was as an observer and a fan of Dragon Balls, watching familiar tales unfold before his eyes. With this in mind, Lin Chen arrived at a decision. System, I choose one. Regarding Goku, Lin Chen resolved to let nature take its course. At least until Goku possessed the ability to venture into the cosmos, he did not intend to interfere excessively. Upon reflection, it became evident that Goku's initial growth in combat power was not rapid. He belonged to the type that flourished through accumulation over time. Although the battles on Earth did not hasten Goku's evolution into a formidable warrior, they laid a solid foundation for him. It was these experiences that allowed Goku, with the qualities of a lower-tier fighter, to eventually become the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Should Lin Chen interfere with his growth now, he might indeed strengthen Goku in the short term, but it could also stifle his potential for growth, akin to pulling seedlings out of the soil to hasten their growth. It was better to allow him to develop gradually. Ding, host choice confirmed. Rewards have been credited. In Lin Chen's system space, a universal video textbook appeared, and his attribute panel increased by 1 point in time-related metrics. Shortly thereafter, little Goku finally awakened from his slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he was oblivious to the transformation that had occurred and instead wondered why his clothes and tail had disappeared. Yamcha and the others had initially planned to conceal the truth from Goku, fearing that he would feel guilty for causing his grandfather's demise. But Lin Chen revealed the reality of the situation. Huh? I ended up causing my grandfather's death? Indeed. Even the innocent Goku found it difficult to accept the truth once it was unveiled. Lin Chen, brother, this is too cruel, Bulma remarked. No. This is all for his sake. Lin Chen embraced himself with both arms and solemnly addressed son Wukong. Wukong, all of this is due to your inadequacy. If you were sufficiently powerful, even in your transformed state, you would maintain your consciousness. Ultimately, you simply lack practice. Upon hearing this, Wukong clenched his fists as if resolutely determined, and said, Brother Lin Chen, would you be willing to teach me how to cultivate? Chapter 70. Parting ways at Lin Chen's wedding. You wish for me to teach you cultivation? Lin Chen regarded Wukong with a frosty demeanor. Yes, you are so formidable, and I desire to learn from you. Wukong's face displayed a rare seriousness. Very well, as long as you can touch me, I shall impart my knowledge to you. Lin Chen replied. All right. Little Wukong nodded vigorously, adopting a posture of readiness. However, at that moment, his stomach let out a loud growl. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, little Wukong said, Oh dear, I'm quite hungry. Could you wait while I find something to eat? No need, Lin Chen replied, tossing Wukong a celestial bean. Eat this. What is this? Wukong inquired with curiosity, placing it in his mouth and chewing, his eyes widening in astonishment. Incredible. I am completely full. My strength has fully returned. What is this marvelous item? This is a celestial bean. One can satiate one's hunger with just one. Brother Lin Chen, do you have any more? Might you spare me some? If you can manage to touch me, I might consider it. Well then, here I come. Little Wukong re-established his stance and, with a mighty shout, charged directly at Lin Chen. Despite his fervent spirit, the disparity in strength was evident, given Wukong's current capabilities. Even a mere touch of Lin Chen was unattainable. After indulging Wukong for a time, Lin Chen grew impatient. I shall counterattack. Be wary. What? Before Wukong could fully comprehend, Lin Chen's tail struck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Wukong. Yulong and the others rushed over, gently tapping Wukong's head to rouse him. Brother Lin Chen, wasn't that a bit too harsh? Bulma inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lin Chen shook his head and said to Wukong, Wukong, do you now comprehend the chasm that lies between us? The disparity is far too great. You cannot glean anything of value from me, and it would be perilous for you to train in my presence. Little Wukong scratched his head, displaying no signs of despair, but rather expressed with a hint of regret. Alas, it seems that way. Observing his innocent demeanor, Lin Chen smiled, pondering that perhaps Wukong's simplicity was one of the reasons for his rapid growth in the future. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen inquired, Wukong, do you remember Master Roshi? Wukong replied, you mean that old gentleman? Of course, I remember him. He is the second strongest person I have encountered, aside from you, Brother Lin Chen. You should seek him out for training. He was your grandfather's master, and considering your current prowess, it would be most suitable for you to train under him. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Bulma has also trained with Master Roshi. Since Lin Chen has made his choice, he is unwilling to alter son Wukong's future. Moreover, Wukong can indeed acquire a wealth of martial arts knowledge from Master Roshi. Really? That's wonderful. I shall go to Master Roshi's to train and grow stronger. Wukong exclaimed. Wukong, I will accompany you. Yamcha suddenly interjected. Yamcha? Pua questioned with curiosity. Pua, I too wish to become stronger. After encountering Lin Chen, I realized how naive my past self was. I must grow stronger and, in the future, become someone who does not fall short in comparison to Lin Chen. At the very least, I cannot be outdone by a woman like Bulma, Yamcha added silently to himself. Haha, that might prove to be quite a challenge for you. Bulma chuckled. What about you, Wulong? Pua inquired. Oh, I think I'll pass. Bulma, may I accompany you to the city? I've heard there are many girls in the big city, Oolong remarked, glancing at Bulma. Fine, but you should know, your lecherous tendencies are quite bothersome. If you don't want me to go, just say so. With that, each individual resolved their own futures and parted ways. Lin Chen swiftly utilized instant transmission to depart the scene with Bulma and Oolong. Observing the trio's sudden disappearance, Goku could not help but exclaim, "Brother Lin Chen's technique is truly remarkable. I didn't even catch a glimpse of how he left." Indeed, Yamcha echoed, reflecting on the multitude of formidable individuals in the world. In West City, after bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at Bulma's home via instant transmission. Here, Lin Chen was reunited with the long-missed Tais and the Brief family. After 6 years apart, Tais appeared more mature and undeniably feminine. For Tais, being a human on Earth during those 6 years was a challenging ordeal, and upon seeing Lin Chen, tears welled in her eyes, reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms. Feeling a surge of regret, Lin Chen embraced her and earnestly professed, "Tais, we have known each other for so many years, marry me." Tais murmured softly, having awaited this moment for far too long. "Ah," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How could this happen so quickly? What are you saying, Bulma? Tais has been waiting for so many years," Mrs. Brief reproached. Yet, Bulma stomped her foot in frustration and retreated to her room in a huff. "My dear," Bulma Tais gazed at her sister's departing figure, wishing to explain. However, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, I understand her feelings." Tais recognized that Lin Chen was already wed to a Saiyan princess, and thus, she had no qualms about sharing her husband with her sister. Nevertheless, Lin Chen shook his head, stating, "No need to say anything. I regard Bulma as a sister. In the future, she will encounter someone suitable for her." A month later, in West City, Lin Chen and Tais' wedding took place. The ceremony was grand. Given Lin Chen's status as the Saiyan King, although the wedding was held on Earth, numerous gifts, including rare gemstones gathered from various planets, were sent from Vegeta. Additionally, allies such as Bardock were present, and Hannah appeared to impart wisdom about Saiyan royal customs to Tais. Many of Tais' friends, including Gak, attended. But it was unfortunate that the pioneering inventor of the first time machine, Dr. Dashing, had already passed away. The wedding festivities lasted an entire day, concluding with Lin Chen carrying Tais into their bridal chamber that evening. The chamber, located in West City and not far from the Brief residence, was purchased by Lin Chen with a fist-sized diamond after deciding to marry Tais. Prior to the wedding, the entire villa had undergone extensive renovations. Once alone together, Lin Chen produced a flask of the elixir of immortality. "Tais, take a sip of this." Although curious, Tais did not question it further and took a sip. After tasting it, she asked, "What is this?" "The flavor is peculiar. It's not poison, is it?" "This is the elixir of immortality I received as a wish from the dragon. A single sip can extend your lifespan by centuries. As a Saiyan, I frequently traverse the cosmos, and with this, you need not worry about aging." "Why would I worry?" Tais responded with a shy smile. Yet, deep within, she felt a surge of joy. No woman would shy away from the prospect of eternal youth. "Tais, we should rest now." After a moment of happiness, Lin Chen gently embraced Tais' smooth form, whispering softly in her ear. The lights in the room gradually dimmed. Chapter 71. Experiencing the legendary Super Saiyan 2 following their wedding. Lin Chen and Tais embarked on a honeymoon. As the wife of the Saiyan King, Tais' honeymoon was anything but ordinary. Their footsteps traversed nearly every planet under Saiyan dominion. During this time, Lin Chen savored rare moments of relaxation. For the first time since his rebirth, he devoted time to enjoying life rather than training. Yet, the blissful existence was all too fleeting. As the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen finds that his moments of leisure are quite scarce. After the honeymoon, he prepares to resume his training. Notably, Tai Si did not return to Earth post-honeymoon. Instead, she ventured to the planet Yadrit. Upon discovering that Lin Chen's instant transmission could be learned from the inhabitants of Yadrit, Tai Si resolved to acquire this skill herself. Given that Lin Chen spends the majority of his time on Planet Vegeta, she did not wish to remain passive, awaiting his return to Earth, and thus expressed her desire to journey to Yadrit. Moreover, one must not forget that Tai Si's primary vocation is that of a novelist. For a writer, what ability could possibly surpass the utility of instant transmission, allowing one to travel wherever they please? In terms of combat prowess, after Lin Chen utilized the potential development technique, Tai Si's battle power surged to over 10,000. Consequently, Lin Chen harbored no concerns for her safety and promptly sent her on her way. The Yadrit people are a peaceful race, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict, and they readily acquiesced to Tai Si's request. Once it was confirmed that Tai Si had commenced her training, Lin Chen departed from Yadrit, intent on attending to his own matters. For Lin Chen, the paramount task at hand is to utilize the reward obtained from his recent temporal traversal, the legendary Super Saiyan 2 experience card. Host, Lin Chen Battle Power, 680. 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Elementary Martial Arts Genius Talent, Basic Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Ki. Techniques: Planet Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Split Wave, Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Since his journey through time and space, Lin Chen's battle power has seen a remarkable enhancement. Typically, once battle power exceeds 1 million, the rate of training diminishes significantly. However, thanks to the system's rewards, Lin Chen's baseline battle power has nearly quintupled. Coupled with the 50-fold increase from the Super Saiyan transformation, his battle power has escalated far beyond mere quintupled levels, reaching an astounding 300 million. Upon transforming into the fabled Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's battle power not only surpassed 100 million, but soared past 300 million. This figure, when compared to the battle powers of Son Goku and others from another timeline, suggests that he may even surpass Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form. Nonetheless, the path is endless, and formidable adversaries abound in this era, compelling Lin Chen to avoid stagnation. Beyond honing his skills and enhancing his strength, Lin Chen is eager to explore further transformations. The ordinary Super Saiyan has, besides the first form, additional forms such as Super Saiyan 2 and 3. In the realm of legends, Lin Chen's transformation into a Super Saiyan, though distinct from the ordinary, is expected to encompass further metamorphoses. Yet, such transformations have never been depicted even in the original narrative, leaving Lin Chen in a state of uncertainty. Thus, the Ultra Super Saiyan 2 experience card he obtained through a quest is of immense value to him. Although the experience lasts only an hour, it is ample time to illuminate a path toward greater strength. One day, Lin Chen instantaneously transported himself to a remote and desolate icy planet. Despite its seemingly barren appearance, beneath the frost-laden surface lies a clandestine stronghold of cosmic pirates. Lin Chen became aware of this location after visiting the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol to accept a mission aimed at eradicating these space marauders. He had embarked on this mission to harness the power of Ultra Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, merely transforming without engaging in combat would not allow him to fully appreciate the magnitude of this power. System: activate the Ultra Super Saiyan 2 experience card. Having prepared himself, Lin Chen commenced the use of the experience card within the system's confines. As his words fell, his aura surged uncontrollably. It was as if an internal switch had been flipped, effortlessly ushering him into the legendary Super Saiyan form. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. In a brief span, Lin Chen's combat prowess astonishingly soared beyond 300 million and continued to escalate. With the eruption of his energy, the icy planet beneath him began to tremble violently, unleashing a terrifying energy surge that triggered piercing alarms within the depths of the pirate base. What is happening? Are we under attack? Bellowed the leader of the cosmic pirates, resembling a shark in appearance, from the control room. Soon, he was met with panicked exclamations. Boss, the energy detector has exploded. There is an energy source exceeding our limits outside. What? Everyone, hurry and investigate who dares to disturb us. Instantly, numerous pirates with combat powers ranging from thousands to tens of thousands surged forth from the hidden entrance of the base. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, now a Super Saiyan, marveled at the sensation of his power still amplifying. 350 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million. When Lin Chen observed his combat power stabilizing at 660 million through the system, the sudden enhancement of strength finally ceased. The yellow-green aura surrounding him, akin to roiling oil, surged violently before transforming into a jet-like form. His previously upright yellow-green hair grew even longer than before. The most striking transformation was the luminous yellow-green arcs of electricity encircling him, crackling with energy. Host: Lin Chen. Combat power: 668 million. Is this the form of the legendary Super Saiyan 2? Lin Chen could distinctly sense the surging power coursing through his body, filling him with an overwhelming sensation. The relentless energy that emerged seemed eager to be unleashed. At that moment, a tempestuous wave of energy blasts surged toward him from below. These were the cosmic pirates escaping from their secret base, launching an assault against Lin Chen. At this juncture, the disparity in strength had entirely surpassed the comprehension of these cosmic marauders. It was akin to ants being oblivious to the immense power of a human. Although the pirates could perceive the astonishing aura emanating from Lin Chen, they were incapable of grasping the magnitude of the difference between them. The ignorant fear nothing, and thus, without hesitation, these cosmic pirates initiated their attack. Chapter 72. The terrifying power of the next target. Energy blasts rained down like raindrops but were shattered by the electric arcs that danced upon Lin Chen's skin before they could draw near. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at these individuals, and a cruel smile suddenly graced his lips as he slowly raised his right hand. The relentless blizzard that had been sweeping across the planet abruptly ceased at that moment. In the next instant, a verdant orb of light materialized in Lin Chen's palm. This orb was a reservoir of astonishing energy, so potent that it created an effect akin to a black hole, drawing in all surrounding matter into its luminous embrace. Perish. Lin Chen gently tossed the energy orb towards the band of cosmic pirates, watching as it drifted slowly in their direction. In an instant, the orb expanded to an immense size, radiating a blinding light that left the pirates agape in astonishment. Although they had been unaware of Lin Chen's formidable power, The sight of an energy orb capable of obliterating a planet instilled a profound realization of fear within them. Yet, at this juncture, it was far too late. The terrifying energy orb swiftly engulfed the pirates and plunged downward, ultimately burrowing deep into the planet's core. Moments later, a brilliant glow erupted from the fissures created by the orb, illuminating the planet's interior with vibrant sparks reminiscent of fireworks. Spaceships scrambled to escape from beneath the icy expanse, only to be consumed mid-flight by molten lava erupting from the depths below. In a short span, the icy planet succumbed to a thunderous roar, collapsing into mere dust. As the remnants of the planet's destruction faded, Lin Chen's figure emerged in the cosmos, observing the scene with an air of indifference before erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. However, this mirth was abruptly halted, as if awakening from a haunting nightmare. Cold sweat beading on his brow. Was this truly my doing? Gasping for breath, Lin Chen gazed at the obliterated planet, grappling with the realization that he had just annihilated a world. Moreover, this act had inexplicably ignited a sense of exhilaration within him. What was happening? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He surmised that he had just experienced a fleeting bout of uncontrollable rage. However, he questioned why. Despite having undergone a transformation of his legendary bloodline, he had nearly succumbed to this frenzy. Upon inquiring within his mind, the system responded, "Ding. The energy of the legendary Super Saiyan 2 is immensely overwhelming, surpassing the control limit of the bloodline modification. The host must elevate his mental strength to effectively harness this power." Mental strength? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen promptly retrieved his last few precious spirit tree fruits from the system's inventory and consumed them without hesitation. As the essence of the spirit tree fruits entered his body, pure mental energy was continuously absorbed and refined by Lin Chen, gradually restoring his composure. Yet, he sensed that as his consumption of the spirit tree fruits increased, the enhancement of his mental strength became less pronounced. It appeared that ultimately, he still needed to cultivate his mental power through self-discipline. An hour swiftly passed. Lin Chen floated in the vast expanse of the cosmos, simultaneously savoring the fleeting essence of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation while quietly reflecting on this ephemeral experience. Through the lens of his recent surge of power, Lin Chen had come to a profound realization. The legendary phenomenon of the Super Saiyan's berserk state was a manifestation of an individual's spiritual strength being inferior to their physical prowess. Unlike the ordinary transformation into a Super Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan's immense energy overwhelmed those possessing the bloodline, rendering their minds incapable of harnessing this power. For instance, both Broly and Kale from Universe 6 succumbed to their berserk states due to inadequate spiritual fortitude. Conversely, when Kale fused with Caulifla to become Kefla, the ability to maintain clarity became evident. At that juncture, Kefla possessed a dual reservoir of spiritual power, enabling her to master the energy of the Super Saiyan transformation. As for Lin Chen, despite his perfect bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, he too was not exempt from experiencing a berserk state. While he could deftly control his power during the Super Saiyan 1 phase due to the inherent changes in his bloodline, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed during Super Saiyan 2, his mind teetering on the brink of chaos. Moments ago, the surge of his power had transformed him into a being as ferocious as Broly himself. It appeared that my next objective must be to cultivate and fortify my spiritual strength. As for Super Saiyan 2, once my spiritual energy reaches an adequate level, the breakthrough shall be within my grasp. That brief hour of experience was not a mere illusion. Lin Chen had etched that sensation into his memory. He was confident that with sufficient spiritual power, he would successfully ascend to the Super Saiyan 2 form. From that day forth, Lin Chen embarked on a new cycle of training. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Lin Chen was still immersed in his cultivation, while Tai Si, who had gone to the planet Odrat, had yet to return. As the year 750 of the AG calendar approached its midpoint, memories of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, in which the young Sun Wukong had participated for the first time, began to surface. Such an exhilarating event was not something Lin Chen could afford to miss. He had made arrangements with Bardock and his wife to visit Earth and witness Sun Wukong's growth on that day. However, an unforeseen incident forced Lin Chen to interrupt his journey to Earth. Had Hannah been injured again? Upon hearing the report from Paragus, Lin Chen was taken aback. Paragus explained, "My apologies, Your Majesty. There has been a misunderstanding. The princess is not injured. However, according to the latest news we have received, she may be pregnant." Pregnant? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting a surprise even greater than when he had learned of Hannah's potential injury. At his urging, Paragus hastily recounted the situation. According to his account, Hannah had encountered an unforeseen incident while on a mission. At that time, she was leading an expeditionary force engaged in a planetary protection mission commissioned by the Galactic Police Organization, with the task set at the highest level of difficulty. The adversary was none other than King Cooler, one of the two most dangerous individuals classified by the Galactic Police after Frieza's demise, and Cooler was Frieza's elder brother. The planet named Ivrith had recently been designated as a target for conquest by Cooler's forces. Ivrith was a planet with a rich history and advanced technology, renowned for possessing the most comprehensive library in the universe. Upon learning of the threat, the inhabitants immediately sought urgent assistance from the Galactic Police Organization. The Saiyans were dispatched as reinforcements to the region. The incident that befell Hannah occurred just as she arrived on the scene and commenced combat. Chapter 73. The Battle of Iverth. Iverth was a planet bathed in crimson hues. The sporadic bursts of cannon fire and energy fluctuations only served to deepen the planet's red appearance. At that moment, a large spacecraft, commonly utilized by the Galactic Police, hovered above the planet. Unlike the usual Galactic Police vessels, this ship bore the emblem of the Saiyans, as it was commanded by Princess Hannah and her elite Saiyan strike team. The ship was piloted not by Saiyans, but by astronauts dispatched by the Galactic Police to assist them. As the vessel began its descent through the atmosphere, one of the pilots announced, "Princess Hannah, below is Iverth. We have detected Cooler's ship hovering over the capital. Then let us descend and confront them. Prepare to open the hatch," commanded Hannah. However, another pilot interjected, "Wait, Your Highness. The Avrithians have just sent a distress signal. Their evacuation convoy is under attack. We must prioritize their rescue." "What? I was hoping to engage Cooler," Hannah lamented. But she quickly acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed to assist them first." Meanwhile, below, the sounds of artillery echoed amidst the rising smoke. An evacuation convoy of Avrithians that had fled from the capital was being toyed with by a contingent of Cooler's warriors. The Avrithians, a subhuman race with physiques comparable to Saiyans, but with red hair and pointed ears, lacked the innate combat abilities of Saiyans. Nonetheless, they were an ancient race equipped with advanced technology, enabling them to develop individual weaponry akin to Iron Man's. With such gear, even an ordinary Avrithian could boast a combat power exceeding 10,000. Thus, the Avrithians were not to be trifled with in the cosmos. Yet, at that moment, the situation on the planet appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, with their once proud technological prowess reduced to mere ineffective gestures against their foes. They now faced the notorious Cooler Corps, whose warriors, while fewer in number, were all elite fighters, each boasting a combat power of over 10,000. The most elite mech squad, though consisting of only 3 members, each possessed a staggering combat power exceeding 100,000. As the gap in strength between the Avrithians and their adversaries became glaringly evident, they found themselves with little recourse. Periodically, armored Avrithians would vanish beneath the onslaught of energy blasts, amidst the despair of the Avrithian convoy, as they helplessly witnessed their protectors fall one by one. A sudden sight caught their attention. A group of human warriors with tails and black hair soared through the sky. "Huh?" One of Cooler's warriors, noticing the unidentified forces approaching, quickly alerted his comrades and activated his power detector to assess the newcomers. "Lord Frieza, it appears reinforcements from the Avrithians have arrived. Their combat power is..." Before he could finish, his detector exploded. Soon after, the detectors of other warriors also succumbed to the overwhelming energy, detonating in rapid succession. Frieza, who had been commanding the mech squad from a distance, soared into the air, only to be taken aback. The incoming forces were not Avrithians at all, but Saiyans. "Fools. It's the Saiyans. Forget the Avrithians. Prepare for battle." Even the renowned mech squad, upon seeing the Saiyans, could not afford to be complacent. The past 6 years of turmoil faced by the Frieza force had made the Saiyan strength abundantly clear to all. Frieza had encountered Saiyans before, particularly one with a scarred face, an experience that haunted him due to its near-fatal consequences. "Lord Cooler, the Saiyans have arrived." Just as Frieza's words fell, the Saiyans charged into battle. The Cooler Corps warriors, who had been dominating the Avrithians, suddenly found themselves overwhelmed. Most of them were no match for the fierce Saiyan fighters, especially a leading female Saiyan who surged forward with unstoppable momentum, cutting through the opposition like a hot knife through butter. With a mere flick of her arm, a barrage of energy spheres rained down upon her foes, turning them into mere husks. The already outnumbered Cooler Corps found themselves in dire straits. Just then, a purple figure ascended into the sky, emanating a combat power that caused the engaged Saiyans to pause. Unlike the detectors used by the Cooler Corps, which were calibrated for their forces, the Saiyans utilized power detectors from Earth, allowing them to clearly perceive the terrifying strength embodied by that purple figure. Combat power, 16 million. "Princess Hannah, it's the Ice Demon. I see it." The leading Hannah's expression grew grave, though the figure before her was purple, contrasting sharply with Frieza's white form. The resemblance in appearance and the long tail made it unmistakably clear. This was Cooler, the leader of the Cooler Corps and Frieza's elder brother. "Everyone stand back. I shall handle him." Upon Hannah's declaration, she instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden figure standing not far away ignited a flicker of anger in Gula's eyes. "These accursed Saiyan apes. It seems they are encountered everywhere. Should I make a move?" With a resounding crack, Gula's tail lashed violently at the air behind him. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead locking in a tense standoff with Hannah. The atmosphere grew oppressive, thick with anticipation. Whispers rippled among the onlooking Saiyans. "Is that Gula? Such terrifying power. It surpasses even Frieza. Fear not. Our Princess Hannah possesses a battle power of 18 million. Indeed, Frieza is dead. What does Gula amount to now?" Chapter 74. The Lost Power. Hannah, the pregnant female Super Saiyan, was the one who defeated Frieza, wasn't she? Gula licked his lips, his gaze deep and menacing. Ever since learning of Frieza's demise at the hands of a Super Saiyan, Gula had been seeking ways to augment his strength. Unlike Frieza, Gula was cautious. He would not provoke a Super Saiyan without absolute certainty of victory. Consequently, during the 6 years that Lin Chen ventured into the parallel universe, Gula's forces maintained a strategy of retreat and defense. However, it became evident that mere evasion would not suffice. Clenching his fist, Gula muttered, "Before I acquire sufficient power to deal with that Super Saiyan, I shall first eliminate you, woman." A murderous intent surged forth in an instant. "Huh? Are you about to strike?" Hannah sensed Gula's malice and burst into laughter. Ever since she acquired the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, she had never feared anyone in battle, save for Lin Chen. Not even the Ice Demon could intimidate her. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. And as the droplets cascaded upon the two combatants, these two formidable warriors, each with battle powers exceeding 10 million, sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies surged forth, colliding midair. The sounds of fists and feet striking one another echoed incessantly. Their blurred figures danced through the air like leaves caught in a tempest. Gula's warriors struggled to keep pace with the frenetic movements, only able to hear the explosive sounds reverberating around them. On the Saiyan side, although many found their eyes unable to track the rapid exchanges, a significant number closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the flow of energy to sense the movements of the two combatants. The perception of energy. Since Lin Chen received the task reward, he entrusted the universal textbook on energy perception to Vegeta Star, embarking on a mission to promote it throughout the planet. Although the duration of this promotion has been fleeting, a considerable number of warriors, frequently engaged in battles, have already grasped the concept. With the aid of energy perception, they can barely keep pace with the combat speed of Hannah and Asia. How infuriating. How despicable the Saiyans are. Why? Isn't the Frieza race the strongest in the universe? Why can I not triumph over the Saiyan? Gula's teeth nearly ground to dust. Ever since witnessing the tragic demise of his brother, he has been relentlessly training, yet despite this, he still fails to close the gap with the Saiyans. Furthermore, the opponent he faces is merely a female Super Saiyan. He has heard that the one who vanquished Frieza is none other than the Saiyan King, the true mightiest Super Saiyan. The female Super Saiyan before him ranks only second. After 6 arduous years of training, can he truly be unable to best even the second strongest Super Saiyan? Suddenly, Gula was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch, nearly causing him to spit out blood. However, what tormented him more than the pain was the overwhelming humiliation and rage. I am Gula, the king of the universe. How can I possibly lose to a woman? As Hannah pursued him, Gula's tail unexpectedly lashed out, striking her face with an unexpected blow. This attack was merely an impulsive reaction fueled by Gula's fury, with no expectation of any significant effect. To his astonishment, Hannah's movement suddenly slowed, and she was hit squarely. Instantly, Hannah shot away like a cannonball, soon becoming a mere speck in the sky. Gula was momentarily taken aback, wondering why that last strike had been so effective. The Saiyans around were equally astonished, questioning how Princess Hannah could have been suddenly struck. At that moment, 2 Saiyans whispered to each other, "Hey, did you feel that?" "What?" "Princess Hannah's energy seems to have weakened." "Ah? How could that be?" In truth, it was not just these 2. Many other Saiyans who had learned energy perception noticed that Princess Hannah's energy had inexplicably diminished. Some skeptics picked up their power scouters and confirmed that Hannah's combat power was, indeed, steadily declining. What is happening? Hannah herself was perplexed, having just begun to warm up, yet suddenly feeling a loss of strength. It must be an illusion. Hannah attempted to increase her energy once more and charged back towards Gula, reigniting their battle. After a brief exchange, Gula seized an opportunity during a dodge and landed a powerful kick to Hannah's chest. Although she managed to cross her arms to absorb the blow, she could not mitigate its force, and once again, she was sent flying. "Princess Hannah, are you alright?" Someone inquired through the communicator. Hannah struggled to regain her composure, her breathing more labored than before. "Why? My energy is draining." Hannah was bewildered, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. Observing her actions, a female Saiyan's eyes lit up, and she whispered urgently into her communicator, "Your Highness, we must retreat. There may be a change in your condition." "What? What is wrong with my body?" "Your Highness, you may be pregnant." Upon hearing this conversation, the other Saiyans were stunned. Pregnant? Many suddenly came to a realization. For female Saiyans, once they reach pregnancy, their combat power inevitably diminishes. No wonder Hannah's strength had suddenly begun to wane. Upon this revelation, the Saiyans quickly surrounded Hannah, ensuring her safety while hastily retreating from the scene. At this point, the avert evacuation convoy had already departed, and they had no reason to remain for a prolonged battle. Seeing the Saiyans retreat, Gula's subordinates returned to his side. "Sir, congratulations. You have defeated that Super Saiyan," Frieza exclaimed. "Foolish. Can't you see they are the ones retreating?" Gula scolded, turning back to the direction of the retreating Saiyans, his mind filled with doubt. How strange. Why did that female Super Saiyan's power suddenly weaken? Could there be some sinister plot at play? Gula pondered, uncertain of the current situation. He wished to pursue and eliminate the female Saiyan to remove any obstacles for a full-scale conflict with the Saiyans in the future. Yet he feared it might be a trap. After gazing intently at the direction the Saiyans had fled for a while, Gula finally clenched his fists. Frieza, verify whether the Everton database has been moved. Once the task is completed, we will depart immediately for outer space to await my orders. Lord Gula, what do you mean? I intend to deal with those Saiyans. Chapter 75. A false alarm leaves Gula terrified. Let me go. I am not finished fighting. Your Highness, please return to the spaceship at once. We need to conduct an examination. On the other side, although Hannah was extremely reluctant, she was forcibly escorted back to the spaceship by a group of Saiyans. In fact, halfway through their journey, Hannah could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan, and her power had plummeted to 500,000. Simultaneously, on their way back to the ship, the other Saiyans quickly informed Vegeta Star of the situation. Now that Hannah could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen was the only one capable of confronting Gula. Upon returning to the spaceship, Hannah was immediately ushered into the medical room, where the ship was equipped with Galactic Patrol medical instruments capable of conducting a thorough examination. However, it was soon determined that Hannah was not pregnant, but rather suffering from food poisoning. What? Food poisoning? Upon hearing this news, Hannah was so enraged that she nearly dismantled the machine, only to be struck by severe pain, causing her to collapse onto the medical apparatus. How could a mighty Super Saiyan like me be poisoned? Hannah protested weakly. Princess Hannah, did you consume anything unusual today? Inquired the attending alien medic. Hannah thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled one item. I think I had some fruit from Joga. Crash. The entire room fell silent. Hannah looked at them quizzically and asked, what is wrong with you all? A female Saiyan jumped up and exclaimed, Your Highness, Joga is from the Ball Star. Their planet is heavily polluted, which means the food there is laden with super heavy metal contaminants. The Ball Star inhabitants' digestive systems have adapted to such toxins. So Joga can eat it without issue, but any being from another planet would surely perish. Your Highness, you are merely experiencing stomach pain. It is likely due to your being a Super Saiyan. I find it perplexing why that fruit is so unpalatable. Upon learning that Hannah was not pregnant, but merely suffering from food poisoning, the Saiyans aboard the spacecraft felt a mix of relief and disappointment. After all, ever since Lin Chen led the Saiyans into a new era akin to a phoenix's rebirth, the question of Lin Chen's offspring had become a topic of great interest among many Saiyans. If the princess truly were with child, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for all Saiyans. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the spacecraft. Disaster. It is Gura. This is dire. The princess cannot engage in battle now. We must protect her. Regrettably for the Ivorite, retreat is our only option. Weighing the pros and cons, the Saiyans decided to withdraw. With only a handful of warriors boasting combat power exceeding 500,000 choosing to remain behind to delay Gura and facilitate the ship's escape. Outside the spacecraft, Gura hovered before it, a chilling smirk gracing his lips upon realizing that the female Saiyan had vanished. He had suspected that something unusual had occurred. And now it seemed evident. Otherwise, why would she not show herself? Drawing a deep breath, Gura shouted, That woman, come out now. Our battle is far from over. The thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Moments later, the hatch of the Saiyan ship opened, and Gura anticipated the emergence of the enigmatic woman. Instead, he was met with several ordinary Saiyans, whom he regarded as insignificant as ants. Humph. So, the female Saiyan has indeed encountered some misfortune? Gura sneered. Your opponent is us. To cover the ship's retreat, these Saiyans unleashed their full power, launching a deluge of energy waves toward Gura. However, to Gura, these attacks were mere tickles. Seeing these warriors act like foolish jesters against him, Gura's conviction deepened that the female Saiyan must have encountered trouble. After all, how could Saiyans, by their very nature, choose to flee without a fight? Seizing the opportunity, Gura was determined to exploit any chance to strike against the Saiyans. Supernova, Gura declared with a cruel smile. Pointing his finger as a colossal fireball of immense energy materialized above him. The fiery orb surged toward the Saiyans and their ship. As the enormous fireball advanced, the Saiyans, who had initially intended to buy some time, were engulfed by despair. Their energy waves struck the fireball, but were utterly ineffectual, consumed entirely by its might. Meanwhile, the spacecraft, having turned around, was unable to accelerate in time, helplessly watching the fireball draw near. As the end seemed imminent for the Saiyans, Gura erupted into laughter. The slaughter of these Saiyans was merely the prelude to his future obliteration of Planet Vegeta. Yet, at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the monstrous fireball. Sensing the approaching threat, the figure turned, their gaze steely. In the next instant, a vast yellow-green aura erupted like a volcano. From a distance, Gura was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this figure. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, disregarding the fate of the fireball behind him. It must be noted that Gura's instinctive reaction was astute. Just as he made his escape, the newly appeared figure opened their 5 fingers and, with a powerful thrust, halted the enormous fireball in its tracks. With a triumphant laugh, the figure then lifted a foot, sending the planet-destroying energy fireball soaring into the sky with a swift kick. Boom. Moments later, the fireball detonated in outer space, transforming the skies of Ivorite into a spectacle of color. As the dense energy dissipated, the figure turned to the stunned Saiyans and inquired, "Where is Hannah?" "Your Majesty, Lin Chen." Several Saiyan warriors, suddenly regaining their composure, were filled with tears of gratitude. Prepared to kneel in the air before Lin Chen. "Enough of this. We must not waste time. Where is Hannah?" "The princess is aboard the ship. She is safe," a Saiyan warrior responded. Lin Chen exhaled in relief and then inquired, "Is she truly pregnant?" "No." Upon hearing this, several Saiyans wore expressions of bitter amusement. "Your Majesty, Princess Hannah is not pregnant. She merely has an upset stomach." "An upset stomach?" Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to feel relieved or somewhat disappointed. "You should return and attend to the princess. I shall undertake this task." With that, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward the direction in which Gula had fled. Initially, he had intended to witness the Grand Martial Arts tournament, but now he was compelled to be here. He could not vent his frustrations on Hannah, so he would have to take it out on Gula instead. After all, it would be best if the ice demon were to perish. In the next moment, Lin Chen surged after Gula. Meanwhile, Gula was racing back to his spaceship with nearly all his strength, urgency propelling him forward. It must be him, that very individual who slain Frieza. The moment Lin Chen appeared, Gula instantly recognized him. After years apart, the Super Saiyan had indeed grown even stronger. Even in a fleeting glance, Gula could sense the immense power radiating from him. "I am Gula, the Cosmic Emperor. Why am I so terrified? Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable." Just then, Gula heard a sound behind him, reminiscent of something tearing through the air. He turned, only to be nearly paralyzed with fear. There, behind him, Lin Chen loomed like a golden specter, closing the distance with alarming speed. "Don't!" Gula screamed in panic, powerless to halt Lin Chen's relentless advance. In desperation, Gula clenched his teeth and concentrated his energy into a single sphere, hurling it beneath him. This energy orb contained enough potency to obliterate a planet. Upon witnessing it, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and redirected his course toward the sphere. In an instant, Lin Chen stood before the energy orb, offering no defense. Instead, he shouted, and a vibrant yellow-green energy shield materialized, absorbing the ferocious impact of the orb. The horrifying energy erupted in an explosion that could annihilate a planet. Boom! The colossal and terrifying energy dispersed, transforming the orb into a massive inferno that surged thousands of meters into the sky. The clouds above were instantly scattered, invisible ripples radiating through the fabric of space. In that moment, the entire planet seemed to tremble. Gula dove into his spaceship, and as soon as he landed, he commanded, "Take off. Engage full speed immediately." "What? Lord Gula, the spaceship's engines haven't warmed up yet. Full speed could cause an explosion," a pilot warned. But before he could finish, a beam pierced through his skull. "Is there anyone else who wishes to chatter? Depart at once." Gula barked in exasperation. As the smoke on the planet's surface dissipated, Lin Chen stood unscathed in midair. He looked up to see Gula's spaceship ascending through the atmosphere, raising his hands to his waist, preparing to execute the Kamehameha technique. In the next moment, Lin Chen instantaneously teleported behind Gula's ship and forcefully thrust his hands forward. Kamehameha! A thick golden energy wave surged forth, poised to engulf Gula's vessel. Yet, almost simultaneously, Gula's ship abruptly vanished, leaving behind a trail of explosive sound as it sped away. So close, Lin Chen thought. Resigned to the fact that Gula had escaped, he turned back toward the Saiyan spaceship, reflecting on how he had missed the Grand Martial Arts tournament due to this ordeal. He felt compelled to address Hannah, for it was her fault he had missed such a momentous occasion. He could not quell the resentment brewing within him without reprimanding her. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space not far from Ivlet Star, Gula's ship suddenly halted from its high-speed flight. The interior erupted with piercing red alarms. Now calm, Gula stood motionless in the center of the command room, arms crossed. "Lord Gula, the ship's engine is damaged and requires time for repairs," reported Frieza. Gula acknowledged. Then inquired, "Frieza, what is the status of the Ivlet database?" The Ivlet people were renowned as one of the oldest civilizations in the cosmos. While their power seemed insignificant to Gula, their planet housed a database preserved for millennia, containing numerous secrets of the universe. Gula had dispatched forces to attack Ivlet Star primarily for the potential strength-enhancing knowledge within that database. The analysis has commenced, and technicians are searching for information related to power enhancement, Frieza continued. "By the way, Lord Gula, I overheard the technicians mention an intriguing planet they discovered in the database, which has been classified as a forbidden zone by the Ivlet." "Oh, what is the name of this planet?" "It is called Bigo Star. According to Ivlet records, it is said to be sealed with a demon that once obliterated countless ancient technological civilizations." Gula's tail struck the deck with a sharp clap. "Frieza, once the ship is repaired, set a course for Bigo Star." "Yes, Lord Gula." Thus ended the momentary scare triggered by an upset stomach. Upon Lin Chen's return to the Saiyan spacecraft, he initially intended to reprimand Hannah thoroughly. However, upon encountering her, she dashed into his embrace, weeping, "Your Majesty, I am not pregnant." Lin Chen, unfazed, replied, "Well, if you are not pregnant, then what is the fuss?" Yet, Hannah lamented, "I truly wish to bear your child." With a reassuring smile, he said, "No worries, We can always try harder in the future. All right, Your Majesty, let us begin at once. Without consideration for their surroundings, including the medical bay, Hanasiya lunged towards Lin Chen. This unexpected encounter caused Lin Chen to miss the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Acknowledging that returning to Earth would likely prevent him from witnessing the event, he resolved to dedicate himself entirely to the cultivation of his mental prowess. Additionally, he planned to mentor Bardock during this period, as the Saiyan warrior whose combat capabilities now ranked just below Lin Chen's. Bardock had finally surpassed the million mark in strength after Lin Chen's potential enhancement. Based on Lin Chen's observations, Bardock's S cells were primed for further training, suggesting he could become the third Super Saiyan on Planet Vegeta, following Hanasiya. With the emergence of a third Super Saiyan, future crises akin to the recent incident on Planet Evil would not necessitate Lin Chen's direct intervention every time. Thus, he decided to personally guide Bardock. Meanwhile, on Earth, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, as it had in the past, with Goku and the Turtle Hermit, under the alias Ching Long, facing off. The outcome remained unchanged. The Turtle Hermit narrowly triumphed. Believing there was little left to teach Goku, the Turtle Hermit suggested he embark on independent training. At that moment, Bulma inadvertently mentioned the Korin Tower and the Lookout, places she had visited with Lin Chen during her youth, igniting a spark of longing in young Goku. He resolved to train there after locating his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. However, during his journey, Goku was ambushed by the Red Ribbon Army, leading to a fierce contest for the Dragon Balls. As young Goku bravely ventured into Muscle Tower, a blonde girl suddenly appeared on the streets of West City. I finally returned home. Tai stretched her limbs, excitement radiating from her as she surveyed the familiar surroundings, oblivious to the bewildered gazes of passersby. Hey, did that girl just appear out of nowhere? Yes, it seems she did. Is she a ghost? Chapter 77, The Misfortunes of the Red Ribbon Army finally. Taking a deep breath, Tai's noticed the stares of those around her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and placed her finger on her brow. In the next instant, the astonished crowd witnessed Tai's vanishing once more. While her previous disappearance could be attributed to a mere optical illusion, this time, the onlookers genuinely believed they had witnessed something extraordinary. A chorus of screams erupted. The source of this small commotion, Tai's, was now atop a nearby building. Having been away from Earth for several months, she had learned the art of instant transmission from the Yardrat people. Longing to reunite with her family, she began sensing their whereabouts. Are Bulma and the others at home? That's odd. Bulma's energy feels chaotic. Is she in battle? As she noted the disarray of Bulma's energy, an explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and gunfire. What is happening? Tai's furrowed her brow and promptly activated her instant transmission. When she materialized again, she found herself in the familiar confines of her home. Yet the scene before her was one of chaos. Dr. Brief and his wife cowered behind a table as Bulma engaged in combat with a purple-haired female soldier. Tai's initially considered intervening, but noticed that Bulma and the soldier seemed evenly matched and did not require assistance. Thus, she greeted her parents. Dad, Mom, what is going on? Tai's, you're back? Dr. Brief exclaimed, momentarily forgetting their fear as he rushed to embrace his daughter. Tai's, darling, let me see you. The sight of their eldest daughter momentarily alleviated their anxiety. Even Bulma turned to exclaim, Sister. Seizing the opportunity, the female soldier attempted to ambush Bulma. But Tai swiftly extended her hand, unleashing a wave of energy. The soldier was sent hurtling back as if struck by an invisible force, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Sister, there are more enemies outside, Bulma shouted, responding to her sister's call. Tai stepped outside and beheld a peculiar army with strange insignias engaged in a firefight with the West City security forces. The security personnel appeared eager to storm Dr. Brief's home for rescue, while the army sought to stall their advance. One or two, this is my home, Tai's cried, charging forward and dispatching soldiers with a flurry of punches and kicks. A tank aimed its cannon at Tai's, but before it could fire, she obliterated it with a powerful energy blast. The surrounding security forces, having observed the chaos, were momentarily stunned to see a girl single-handedly destroy a tank. Clapping her hands, Tai's returned indoors. Dad, what is going on? What is that army outside? You took care of them all? Tai's, after months apart, you've become a little troublemaker. Doctor, Brief exclaimed in astonishment. Shut up. I just saved you, all right? Ultimately, it was Bulma who explained the recent events to her sister. It turned out that the peculiar army was none other than the infamous evil organization known as the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army, equipped with cutting-edge technology and substantial financial resources, along with a cadre of ruthless warriors, instills fear even in regular military forces. Recently, the Red Ribbon Army has set its sights on Dr. Brief's Universal Capsule Company. Over the past few years, due to its collaboration with the Saiyans, Dr. Brief's company has launched a series of innovative products that incorporate extraterrestrial technology, including high-strength alloys and new anti-gravity engines. These advancements have drawn the attention of the Red Ribbon Army, which had previously overlooked the Universal Capsule Company, prompting them to attempt to recruit Dr. Brief on multiple occasions. However, Dr. Brief has unflinchingly declined their offers, leading to today's assault. Under the command of Colonel Violet, the Red Ribbon Army dispatched a special operations unit intending to abduct Dr. Brief's family, but their plans were thwarted by Bulma's vigilance. The security forces of West City, alerted by the commotion, engaged in fierce combat with the Red Ribbon Army outside. Had it not been for Tai's timely arrival, the outcome would have been uncertain. The Red Ribbon Army is formidable, and although Bulma has trained in martial arts under Master Roshi for several years, her interest waned after Tai's married Lin Chen, resulting in a decline in her skills. Those dastardly Red Ribbon Army! How dare they bully my family? Mom and Dad, wait at home. I shall destroy the Red Ribbon Army now, Tai's declared, clenching her fists. Tai's, don't act impulsively. Bulma interjected. Yes, sister, while you seem stronger. The enemy has proven too powerful for even the regular military. Bulma and the others urged her to reconsider. If we don't confront them, do you wish to be kidnapped daily? No, surely not. Bulma replied, taken aback. Dr. Brief grimaced. It is indeed a possibility. The Red Ribbon Army spares no effort. Quickly, let us take down the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma shouted. All right. Tai's nodded and approached the still unconscious Colonel Violet. Hey, stop playing dead. Tell me where the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters is. Violet lifted her head and sneered. Dream on. I will never betray my organization. Without further ado, Tai's unleashed a powerful energy wave, blasting through the wall beside Violet. Upon witnessing the gaping hole, Violet trembled and exclaimed, I'll talk. Please spare me. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, once a formidable force that instilled dread in countless hearts, news of calamities began to pour in. First, Colonel Silver's search team was defeated, and the Dragon Balls were stolen. Subsequently, the northern stronghold of Miss Rutha fell under attack. When the enemy's image was revealed, General Red was incensed. A mere child? Our proud Red Ribbon Army has been bested by a child? Unbelievable. His aide, Officer Black, shared his astonishment. Yet before they could recover, another distressing report arrived. Colonel Violet's unit, sent to abduct Dr. Brief, had met with total annihilation. What? General Red erupted in fury. Violet, that useless fool. Relay my orders. Summon all elite members to headquarters immediately. And the assassin Tao Pai Pai. I want those who dare to oppose us to understand that the Red Ribbon Army is invincible. Yes, sir. The Red Ribbon Army sprang into action. Their mobilization capabilities, rivaling that of world governments, quickly gathered generals from across the globe, along with the world-renowned assassin Tao Pai Pai at headquarters. Humph. What a trivial matter. Upon learning that the Red Ribbon Army's task was to deal with a mere child and capture Dr. Brief, Tao Pai Pai scoffed. Fine, do as you wish. But I will not compromise on payment. Of course, General Red nodded. While Tao Pai Pai was his last resort, he would not skimp on resources. The other generals also regarded the mission lightly, believing that the preeminent Red Ribbon Army could easily handle a child and a scientist. Little did they know that as they congregated, an unexpected figure soared towards the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, Tai's. Although she had mastered instantaneous movement, her sensitivity to energy was still developing. Thus, she chose to fly directly. As Tai's approached, the reconnaissance aircraft detected her presence, causing the crew to panic. There is someone flying in the sky. Quick, notify headquarters. However, before they could relay the message, Tai's effortlessly shot down the aircraft, which exploded midair, the sound reverberating below. One plane even crashed onto the Red Ribbon Army's base, shaking the ground. What is happening out there? General Red bellowed. Sir, we are under attack. A soldier reported. Who dares to assault the Red Ribbon Army? Just then, a woman's voice echoed throughout the base. Red Ribbon Army, you dare to provoke the Brief family? With a thunderous crash, energy waves descended upon the base like cannon fire, obliterating a significant portion of the compound. Before General Red and his comrades could react, their surroundings were consumed by explosions, leaving them no time to respond. As Tai surveyed the remnants of the Red Ribbon base, she exhaled deeply. Despite her combat prowess exceeding 10,000, marking her as one of Earth's strongest, this was her first experience with taking a life. Yet, her thoughts quickly settled, knowing she had vanquished irredeemable villains. Curse you, Lin Chen. Ever since I've been with you, my temperament seems to have grown akin to a Saiyan. Tai's lamented before teleporting away. Unbeknownst to her, her interference had caused the Red Ribbon Army, which was meant to have further encounters with Son Goku, to exit the stage prematurely. After Tai's departed, an elderly figure arrived at the now desolate Red Ribbon Army base. A nightmare? Is this truly a nightmare? How could our Red Ribbon Army be annihilated in an instant? Who is responsible for this? At that moment, the old man suddenly noticed a photograph clutched in the hand of a corpse amidst the rubble. The individual in the photograph was unmistakably Sun Wukong, the one who had shattered Miss Ruta. Is this little imp to blame? Unforgivable! I, Goro, vow to avenge the Red Ribbon Army with these very hands. Just then, a mangled hand emerged from the debris. Dr. Goro turned to look, his eyes widening in shock. It's you? Humph. Just in time. If it were you, there would be no chance of a failed creation. Meanwhile, beneath Korin Tower, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong arrived and unexpectedly encountered the Bra family. Not only did he find his grandfather's 4-star ball, But he also discovered that the towering structure before him was the very Korin Tower that Bulma had once mentioned. Korin Tower? I've heard from a friend that there is a sage atop it. Indeed. It is said that if one can ascend the tower through their own strength and drink the sacred water bestowed by the sage, their power will greatly increase. How wonderful. This is indeed the place. The mere thought of the sage atop the tower, and the Supreme Kai's temple even higher up, as Bulma had once described, filled Sun Wukong with excitement. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the tower and began his ascent toward the summit of Korin Tower. Although the narrative diverged from the original tale, Wukong still found himself intertwined with the cat sage of Korin Tower, potentially gaining the sage's approval to ascend to the Supreme Kai's temple in the future. Ding. Historical revision confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 time point. On the distant planet Vegeta, Lin Chen was engaged in meditation training with Hanaxia. This mirrored the imaginative practice that Krillin and Gohan had undertaken on their journey to Namek, where they sparred mentally during their meditation. Although in the original story, this training method arose from necessity, it effectively sharpened mental acuity. Thus, Lin Chen adopted it as a means to hone his own spirit. Just as he was immersed in his practice, he suddenly received a notification from the system. What is this? A windfall from the skies? How did I earn a time point inexplicably? System? What is going on? Ding. The historical revision was influenced by those connected to the host, thus allowing the acquisition of time points. Connected to me? Who? What have they done? Lin Chen's queries remained unanswered until, shortly thereafter, Tai Si arrived on Earth through instantaneous movement, providing the much-needed clarification. Acknowledging that the plot had become quite chaotic due to Tai Si's interventions, Lin Chen ultimately admired the formidable power of historical rectification as the narrative regained its course. Chapter 79. A call from Namek to the Grand Elder. Planet Vegeta. Following Tai Si's arrival, Lin Chen accompanied her on an exploration of Planet Vegeta and its neighboring celestial bodies. He then entrusted Hanaxia to accompany the newly skilled Tai Si, who had just mastered instantaneous movement, on cosmic adventures. Meanwhile, Lin Chen resolved to recommence his cultivation. His previous period of meditation had subtly enhanced his mental fortitude, yielding significant results from such training. Thus, Lin Chen intended to concentrate his efforts on focused cultivation in pursuit of a breakthrough. Coincidentally, on Earth, Goku and his companions had concluded their recent adventures, with the next major plot event being the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, set to unfold 3 years hence. Although Goku's journey to Korin Tower had lessened some narrative elements, it was unlikely to detract from his prowess. Having contemplated the happenings on Earth, Lin Chen redirected his focus to his immediate training. Mental fortitude training is an arduous endeavor, distinct from physical training in that, when injured or fatigued, one cannot simply consume a senza bean to recover. Instead, recovery relies solely on the passage of time, allowing the spirit to recuperate. Nonetheless, it is not entirely without recourse. In truth, there exists a substance that can serve a similar restorative function for mental strength, akin to the senza bean, the fruit of the spirit tree. Lin Chen had already validated this with the last few spirit tree fruits in his system space. While these fruits no longer significantly enhanced Lin Chen's overall power, they were nonetheless a veritable elixir for mental energy. A mere bite could instantaneously restore depleted mental strength. Alas, had he known of their profound utility, he would not have so recklessly destroyed the spirit tree in the past. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a tinge of regret for his impulsive actions back then. Should he consider seeking out the divine dragon one day, requesting it to conjure some spirit tree fruits for him? As Lin Chen pondered, he made his way toward the council chamber. Recently, as a form of mental reprieve, he would visit the council chamber after each training session to observe King Vegeta and Paragus as they handled state affairs. This not only served as a means of relaxation but also allowed him to voice his own opinions and experience the essence of kingship. However, before he could leave the palace, King Vegeta and Paragus arrived at his residence, seemingly with matters to discuss. Your Majesty Linkus, the object you left behind has suddenly illuminated. It may be a sign that something has transpired on Namek, King Vegeta remarked, producing a green crystal orb resembling a Dragon Ball. Lin Chen cast a glance and recognized the crystal ball in his possession as the very object given to him by the Namekians upon his departure from their planet. At that time, the Namekians had informed him that this was a communication sphere created through the wishes granted by the dragon. There existed a pair of these spheres, allowing contact regardless of the vastness of the universe. The illumination of the sphere signified a crisis on Namek, calling for Lin Chen's immediate assistance. Before venturing into the parallel dimension, he entrusted this communication sphere to King Vegeta and his comrades for safekeeping. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Lin Chen noticed it emitting a soft, azure glow in a rhythmic pattern. Was Namek in peril? Vegeta, I shall investigate. After offering some instructions, Lin Chen swiftly activated his instant transmission. Namek, the origin of it all, was where he had first garnered the strength to contest King Vegeta for the throne, thanks to the Grand Elder's potential development. Thus, he held a profound respect for the Namekians. However, upon his hurried arrival on Namek, he found the situation to be far from what he had anticipated. Prior to his instant transmission, he had presumed that Namek was under siege by external foes. Yet, upon his arrival, everything appeared as tranquil as ever. The planet showed no signs of conflict, nor did it emanate any malevolent aura. What could be the reason for this? With lingering doubts, Lin Chen once again employed instant transmission, this time to the abode of the Grand Elder. There too, the absence of battle signs was evident. Strange indeed. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to land, the door to the Grand Elder's dwelling opened, and Nail emerged, bowing respectfully to Lin Chen in the sky. Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder has been awaiting you for quite some time. Nail, what is the situation? Is there not an external invasion? Namek is safe. This time. The Grand Elder has some personal matters he wishes to discuss with you. Personal matters? The Grand Elder will elaborate further. Lin Chen chose not to inquire further, instead following Nairu to the residence of the Grand Elder. It has been quite some time, Grand Elder. After several years, the Grand Elder appeared significantly aged. In truth, Lin Chen, well versed in the narrative, understood that the Grand Elder's lifespan was indeed drawing to a close. It has been a long while, Mr. Lin Chen. You have grown even stronger than before. The Grand Elder slightly opened his eyes, only to close them once more. Lin Chen inquired, Elder, have you suddenly contacted me regarding a matter of importance? I just heard from Nailu that you have a personal request for my assistance. Indeed, the Elder replied. I have sought out Mr. Lin Chen with the hope that you might aid me in dealing with an individual, a Namekian. A Namekian? Lin Chen responded, taken aback. Mr. Lin Chen, the Elder sighed softly. The truth is, not long ago, an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar visitor arrived from Namek. And it is this individual whom I wish for you to confront, a Namekian of pure malevolence. A malevolent Namekian? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, as a name unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Regarding the purely malevolent Namekian, he recalled that aside from the still-sealed Demon King Piccolo on Earth, there was but one other individual, the Super Namekian. Slug? The Grand Elder was slightly astonished. Mr. Lin Chen is aware of him as well? Indeed. Slug was once one of the dominators who contested for universal supremacy against the Frozen Demon Clan. It is entirely reasonable that you would have heard of him. Could it truly be Slug? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, recalling information regarding this individual. Slug, a character from the Dragon Ball movies, is a Namekian who, much like the Guardian of Earth, was sent to another planet to escape the cataclysm that befell Namek. However, unlike the Guardian, Slug possesses a more profound and unadulterated malevolence, embodying a super Namekian with a wicked heart. In Chapter 80, the focus shifts back to the target Slug. Mr. Lin Chen, the Elder explained, not long ago. Slug arrived and forcibly seized the Dragon Balls of Namek, summoning the eternal dragon Purunga. Through Purunga, Slug fulfilled 3 wishes. The first wish restored his youth. The second wish granted him a lifespan far surpassing that of his former self. The third wish endowed Slug with an almost immortal regenerative ability. As long as the core of his brain remains intact, he can endlessly regenerate his body. Upon hearing the Elder's explanation, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his heart laden with confusion. Elder, when Slug attacked, why did you not summon me or Vegeta? How could you allow him to take the Dragon Balls so easily? Lin Chen had once promised the Grand Elder to protect Namek. If they had sought assistance at that time, even in Lin Chen's absence, the inhabitants of Vegeta would have hastened to their aid. According to the Grand Elder, by that time, Shirag would have already grown old and frail. Even as a super Namekian, he posed little threat. Why, then, did they endure in silence until all their wishes were fulfilled before reaching out? Lin Chen found it somewhat incredulous. The Grand Elder, upon being questioned by Lin Chen, fell into silence. After a moment, he suddenly addressed Nailu, saying, Nailu, I wish to speak privately with Lin Chen. Please leave us for now. Understood. Nailu departed obediently. Only then did the Grand Elder speak. Mr. Lin Chen. It was I who instructed Nailu and the others not to seek your assistance when Shrag arrived. Furthermore, it was I who directed the elders to hand over the Dragon Balls to Shrag. What? Grand Elder, why would you do such a thing? Lin Chen was filled with confusion. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Mr. Lin Chen, to be perfectly honest, Shrag is, in fact, my child. What? Years ago, when Planet Namek faced a catastrophic disaster, many intelligent Namekians, like myself, bore children imbued with our essence, sending them into the cosmos in hopes of preserving our bloodline. The deities of your planet and Shrag were among these children. Regrettably, very few of them survived. Shrag fled to a planet called Shrag, and I sent him there, believing that the inhabitants of that world were not particularly formidable, ensuring that even as a child, Shrag would manage to survive. However, I lamentably overlooked one critical fact. The planet Shrag is, in truth, a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The malevolent energies on that planet transformed Shrag into a wholly evil Namekian. With that, the Grand Elder let out a long, sorrowful sigh. Lin Chen embraced himself, silently listening to this untold tale from the past. The Shrag planet is one that is perpetually shrouded in darkness, with thick clouds obscuring its surface from the sun's rays. Consequently, resources on this planet are exceedingly scarce, and its inhabitants are driven to a relentless struggle for survival amidst the violence. The young Namekian, much like a blank canvas, is easily influenced by the external environment. It was during this time that Shrag became tainted by an abundance of malevolence, transforming into the embodiment of pure evil that he is today. Lin Chen profoundly resonated with the elder's words, for was it not the case that the deities on earth, having succumbed to the malevolent thoughts of humanity, gave rise to the manifestation of the malevolent King Piccolo? Clearly, the malevolence encountered by Shrag was far more overwhelming than that faced by the deities, thus transforming him into a purely evil Namekian, unlike the deities of Earth, who managed to retain their benevolence through their avatars. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remarked, "Elder, is it perhaps your remorse that compels you to allow Shrag to utilize the Dragon Balls?" The elder sighed deeply, responding, "Indeed. When Shrag arrived on the planet demanding the Dragon Balls, I immediately recognized him. In my endeavor to inspire a change in Shrag, I revealed his lineage to him, hoping he would amend his ways. However, upon hearing this, Shrag insisted that in order for him to reform, he must be granted the Dragon Balls. Little did I anticipate that the darkness within Shrag was far too potent. It was your naivety that led to this." Lin Chen muttered to himself, surprised that even the so-called wisest elder would act foolishly when confronted with familial bonds. After regaining his youth, Shrag did not harm the Namekians before departing. But it was not long before I heard that he had begun to reorganize his own forces, with numerous planets already falling victim to his attacks. Because of my influence, Shrag has become even more powerful. The deaths of those individuals weigh heavily on my conscience. Therefore, Mr. Lin Chen, I implore you, find Shrag and put an end to his malevolence. Confronting Shrag, is it? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. According to the portrayal in the Dragon Ball movie, Shrag, as a Super Namekian, was rumored to possess strength surpassing that of Frieza and Super Saiyans. However, his performance in the film ultimately proved to be rather unremarkable. Yet, this was a reality diverging from the original work, and it remained uncertain how formidable Shrag truly was. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Refuse the Grand Elder, reward, 1-time point. Choice 2. Agree to the Grand Elder's request, confirm Shrag's location with Zuno, and swiftly eliminate him. Reward, Namekian regeneration ability. Choice 3. Locate Shrag without any external assistance and capture him alive to bring back to Namek. Reward, introduction to psychic powers, basic telekinesis. Upon seeing the choice system activate once more, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Refusing the Grand Elder for a mere time point was a choice he would not even contemplate. However, the subsequent two options warranted careful consideration. The two choices were evidently contrasting. One promised a swift resolution, while the other implied a laborious endeavor. Yet, both rewards appeared intriguing. The Namekian regeneration ability was undeniably appealing, as it ranked just below the regeneration capabilities of the Magians. Should Lin Chen acquire this ability, coupled with his extraordinary physique, the final result could rival that of Cell's regeneration prowess. As for the psychic powers, Lin Chen quickly grasped their significance. In the Dragon Ball universe, there existed 4 distinct forms of power. The first was pure physical strength, manifested through strikes and kicks. The second was the power of ki, utilized in techniques such as Kamehameha and energy blasts. Both could be categorized as physical attack powers. The remaining 2 forms of power pertained to the mental realm. One was magic, an area in which Majin Buu and the wizard Babidi excelled. The other was psychic ability. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, Kaioshin epitomized psychic prowess. And Frieza also seemed to wield such powers, as evidenced when he employed a form of psychic force to kill Krillin. For Lin Chen, while the Namekian regeneration ability was advantageous, it merely enhanced his physical robustness. Conversely, psychic ability, being reliant on mental strength, could address Lin Chen's current shortcomings. Historically, the Saiyan race exhibited a deficiency in mental strength. Their transformation system merely amplified physical power without enhancing mental fortitude. For ordinary Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta, this lack might not be significant, but for Lin Chen, it was a different matter. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 form imposed stringent demands on his mental capacity. If Lin Chen aspired to progress further in the future, he needed to devise ways to continually hone his mental strength. Consequently, he could not afford to overlook the psychic ability reward. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly made his final choice. System, I choose 3. Ding. Confirming host choice. Please complete the task promptly. At this juncture, Lin Chen addressed the Grand Elder. Elder, I accept your request. Leave Shrag to me. The Grand Elder cautioned, Mr. Lin Chen. Shrag is exceptionally powerful. He is a combat-type Namekian. I am aware that you have attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet even then, you may find him quite formidable. Moreover, due to the powers of Dragon Balls, Shrag possesses an extraordinary recovery capability. Please exercise caution. I will be careful. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Elder, are you aware of Shrag's current whereabouts? Shrag has transformed a planet into a spaceship and is currently elusive. The last I heard, he was in search of something. In search of something? Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate. Lin Chen nodded. Due to the constraints of the task, locating Shrag could not rely on external forces like Zuno and the dragon. Thus, Lin Chen had prepared for a long-term search. Upon returning to Vegeta, he promptly issued directives for the Saiyans to gather intelligence on Shrag's whereabouts. Even the Galactic Patrol received Lin Chen's commission. Simultaneously, intelligence regarding Shrag began to pour in. According to the Galactic Patrol's records, in his youth, Shrag displayed an innate and formidable combat prowess, defeating the elite warriors of Shrag Star and declaring himself king, dubbing himself a demonic entity. He gradually amassed a following and began to wreak havoc across the universe. At the height of his power, Shrag was notorious as a cosmic villain alongside the Frozen Demon. However, as he aged, Shrag's influence waned, and reports of his activities diminished significantly. Nonetheless, recent investigations indicated a resurgence in the activities of Shrag and his crew, with 3 planets having been attacked by them. Strangely, these planets vanished from their respective star systems after the assaults. Given the increasing size of the planets, the Galactic Patrol suspected that Shrag might be replacing his planetary spaceship. It was likely that these 3 planets had been repurposed for interstellar travel. Upon receiving the report, Lin Chen inquired, "What of their current whereabouts? We have initiated a search. However, Your Majesty Links, the universe is vast, and locating Shrag's crew will be challenging unless they strike again. Otherwise, it may take considerable time." "Take your time," Lin Chen responded. Lin Chen understood that haste would not yield results, so he refrained from insisting on immediately locating Shrag's whereabouts. After all, this mission had no time constraints, allowing him to cultivate while patiently waiting. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a planet shrouded in thick clouds sped through space at an astonishing pace. This celestial body was none other than the transformed planet ship belonging to Sherlag and his associates. Inside a palace on the planet's surface, Lin Chen's target, Sherlag, was attentively receiving reports from his subordinates. "King Sherlag, we will reach our destination in 1 week," one of the subordinates announced. Indeed, Sherlag, a towering Namekian seated on the throne, nodded. Compared to Piccolo, Sherlag's physique was more imposing. Now rejuvenated, he radiated pure energy. Below him stood several trusted aides, some natives of Sherlag's planet who had allied with him, while others were demon subordinates he had sired. Most wore attire of the demon race or Sherlag's planet. But one particularly short alien with purple skin stood out in the Frieza Force battle uniform. Upon hearing the report from a subordinate, one of the aides turned to the alien clad in battle gear. "Lacassel, the treasure of Dale should be on this planet, correct?" Lacassel, beaming with a broad smile, replied, "Lord Doradebo, I cannot guarantee that. Dale's never trusted anyone. Only he knows the true location of the treasure, so we must search one by one." "Search one by one? That would consume a great deal of time," protested Doradebo, a demon warrior. At that moment, Sherlag suddenly burst into a deep, rumbling laughter. "Time, ha ha ha. I am not lacking in time, Doradebo. There is no need for haste." "Yes, my king," Doradebo lowered his head. However, Lacassel, while having ample time, could not afford to squander it. "If we ultimately fail to locate Dale's treasure, or if it lacks that item, you understand the consequences. Rest assured, my king, the seed of the spirit tree is surely within Dale's treasure. This information is infallible. Please, my king, trust me." Sherlag snorted coldly, his dark eyes shifting towards the screen, his thoughts drifting to the spirit tree mentioned earlier. As their conversation had revealed, Lacassel had once been a subordinate of the Saiyan Dales. Though Dales and his main army had been obliterated on Planet Vegeta, remnants of his subordinates still lingered in other corners of the universe. After learning of Dales' demise, these individuals scattered, and Lacassel sought refuge under Sherlag, bringing news of utmost importance. In the past, to prevent backlash from the natives during the planting of the spirit tree, which could lead to failure, Dales had preserved a seed of the spirit tree as a backup. Beyond this seed, he had also kept a portion of the spirit tree's fruits he had harvested for emergencies. These treasures were stored collectively, referred to by Dales' remaining subordinates as Dales' secret treasures. Lacassel held the key to their whereabouts. Chapter 82, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament commences. Sherlag had heard whispers of the spirit tree fruits. They were life-giving fruits that condensed the essence of a planet. Consuming them would allow one to absorb the life essence of an entire planet, significantly enhancing one's strength and extending lifespan. Although Sherlag had little desire for longevity now, he still craved the enhancement of his power. After all, he had not forgotten the humiliation brought upon him by the Ice Demon clan after his strength waned with age. In his youth, Sherlag was a notorious and fearsome emperor, unmatched in the North Galaxy. However, after encountering the Ice Demon clan, he suffered a devastating defeat. The Ice Demons were formidable adversaries, rivaling even the Super Namekians, and their longevity was paramount. Hundreds of years passed, and while Sherlag aged and weakened, his former rival, King Cold, remained youthful, having sired 2 children of considerable power. Consequently, Sherlag's territories, amassed through years of conquest, were entirely consumed by the Ice Demon clan, leaving him to retreat to his home planet, Sherlag Star. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Now that Sherlag had regained his strength, he was poised for revenge against the Ice Demon clan. However, he had heard that the genius Frieza from the clan had been slain by a Saiyan, a revelation that left him feeling as if there were greater forces at play. Though confident that he could now confront Frieza, Sherlag resolved to first acquire the spirit tree fruits to bolster his power. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. During this time, Lin Chen had inquired about Sherlag's whereabouts on multiple occasions, but due to Sherlag's apparent pursuit of something, he rarely lingered in one place. Each inquiry left Lin Chen empty-handed. Fortunately, there was no deadline for dealing with Sherlag, and Lin Chen remained unhurried, steadily cultivating and quietly awaiting an opportunity. At that moment, on Earth, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence once again after 3 years. Lin Chen had missed the 21st tournament due to an oversight by Hanasia, and he was determined not to miss this one. After arranging numerous matters, he returned to Earth with his 2 wives, inviting the Bardock couple along as well. This time, I must observe closely, Lin Chen exclaimed, his enthusiasm puzzling Hanasia and the others. While it was understandable for the Bardock couple, who were eager to see their son, they wondered what excitement Lin Chen could derive from a contest among fighters whose power levels barely exceeded 1,000. They were oblivious to the significance of the tournament for Lin Chen. It represented a deep-seated sentiment. Were it not for the embarrassment of overpowering the weak, Lin Chen would have considered participating himself. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, as he journeyed to Earth, a report echoed from a desolate planet in a corner of the galaxy. King Sherlag, we have found it. Dale's secret treasure resides on this planet. Upon hearing this, Sherlag rose with excitement. Excellent. What are the spirit tree fruits and seeds? All have been located. 1 seed and 20 spirit tree fruits. Well done, Sherlag exclaimed, settling back into his golden chair with exhilaration. Quickly, bring everything back to me. Also, immediately investigate the star maps for nearby planets suitable for planting the spirit tree. I must immediately cultivate the spirit tree, my lord. The nearest planet is merely a week away, and if we proceed at full speed, we might reach it in merely 3 days. However, it appears that this planet falls under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, as calculated meticulously by my subordinate. The Galactic Patrol? When did I, Schlag, ever need to fear that bunch of incompetents? Set the course at once. I am eager to plant the new spirit tree fruits. Schlag's voice was low and brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately stood at attention and chorused, yes. Witnessing this, Schlag erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. Once I consume these spirit tree fruits, what do icy demons and Saiyans think they are? I shall make them know who the true cosmic sovereign is. Papaya Island, the venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Following the thrilling duel between Sun Wukong and Master Wu Tian at the last tournament, the popularity of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament surged dramatically, prompting numerous martial artists to enroll in the upcoming competition. Even the eternal rival of Master Rashi, Master Crane, has allowed his 2 proud disciples, Tianjing Fan, a name altered to avoid censorship, and Dumpling, to enter the fray. Thus, this tournament promises to be unprecedented in scale, at least from the perspective of Earthlings. However, for Lin Chen and his companions, who have come to spectate, the so-called grandeur is diminished by the fact that the skill level of most participants does not even surpass that of newly born Saiyan infants. My dear, I truly cannot fathom why you are so eager to witness such a contest of such caliber, Hannah said with a languid stretch. Lin Chen cast her a glance, expressing his dissatisfaction. If you do not wish to watch, you might as well return to Vegeta. That simply will not do. It is quite a rare occasion for me to visit Earth, and I am eagerly anticipating a delightful meal. In contrast to Hannah's calm demeanor, Bardock and his wife exhibited a noticeable awkwardness, particularly in their casual attire, which made them feel rather uncomfortable. Your Majesty, must we truly dress this way? And this hat is such a nuisance, Bardock remarked, adjusting the wide-brimmed hat that occasionally bobbed due to his hair, before lowering his face mask. If we do not dress this way, Kakarot will recognize you at a glance, given how strikingly similar you two are, Lin Chen replied. Are you intending for a father-son reunion today? That would hardly be appropriate, so we must endure this. Bardock responded with a hint of reluctance. Rather than disrupt his son's training on Earth, he felt it necessary to tolerate the discomfort. Lin Chen, I heard Bulma has also arrived. Shall we join them? Tai Si inquired. Certainly. Subsequently, outside the venue of the preliminary matches, Lin Chen and his companions encountered Bulma and her entourage, which included the previously met Oolong and Pu'er, as well as the newly introduced Lan Chi. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Tai Si approaching, Bulma's expression abruptly shifted. Bulma, it has been quite some time. Lin Chen greeted her. Hello, Lin Chen Ji, Bulma replied, her mouth twitching slightly as she lowered her head, her voice becoming softer. What was that name again? Right. Saiyan. Oolong and Pu'er exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 83. The assault of the androids. Since Lin Chen and Tai Si's marriage, Bulma had maintained her distance from him. Although their residences on Earth were merely separated by a street, it was rare for Bulma to visit. Lin Chen observed everything with a sense of resignation, shaking his head in lamentation. It was not that he failed to comprehend the thoughts of the young girl. Rather, the future of Bulma was not destined to intertwine with his own. After some time, the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament drew to a close, culminating in the selection of the top 8 contenders: Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjing Fan, Jiaozi, Chenglong, Yamcha, Renlang, and Baput. This outcome bore little deviation from the original narrative. The official competition was scheduled to take place on the outdoor martial arts stage in the afternoon, and the lunchtime interlude allowed Wukong and the others to reunite with Bulma. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen approached Wukong and exchanged greetings. Lin Chen, big brother. It has been ages, Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with the joy of reunion. Yamcha, having witnessed Lin Chen's formidable strength, bowed respectfully in his presence. As for Master Rashi, Encountering Lin Chen again made him as anxious as a mouse in the presence of a cat. Only Krillin remained oblivious, perplexed by the fearful demeanor of his companions. Wukong. Who is he? Why does everyone seem so frightened? That individual is an unparalleled powerhouse. Even Tin Master Roses would be no match for him. Yamcha whispered discreetly. Although Master Roshi was displeased by this remark, he refrained from disputing it. Upon hearing this, Krillin was instantly taken aback. After exchanging pleasantries, the group shared a meal together. However, Bardock and his wife chose to remain apart, fearful of being recognized by Wukong. In the afternoon, the finals of the martial arts tournament commenced as anticipated. The course of the competition unfolded much like the original tale, albeit with slight variations. Tianjin Fan, who could have easily advanced to the finals, encountered difficulties from the outset against Yamcha in the first round. Lin Chen's presence had spurred Yamcha to cultivate his strength earlier than in the original timeline, resulting in a combat power of 160. In contrast, his opponent Tianjin Fan possessed a power of merely 180. As the first match of the finals, their confrontation showcased a level worthy of the championship. Ultimately, after a strenuous battle, Tianjin Fan triumphed over Yamcha through a diverse array of techniques, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. Observing this outcome, Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that his presence had indeed elevated the strength of Wukong and those around him compared to the original narrative. Remarkably, Wukong seemed to have been invigorated by Lin Chen's influence, boasting a combat power of 220 points higher than his original strength. In the original storyline, Tianjin Fan was destined to win the title of champion at this martial arts tournament. But it now seemed likely that Wukong would seize his first championship title ahead of schedule, just as Lin Chen was engrossed in the unfolding drama. Taisi tugged at his sleeve, brandishing a mobile phone. Lin Chen, it seems there is trouble at home, she exclaimed urgently. At home? At Dr. Brief's residence? Yes. Father insists we return immediately. He mentioned someone named Tao Bai has arrived. Tao Bai? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Wasn't Tao Bai killed by Tai Si in the past? Even if he had somehow survived, according to the original storyline, Tao Bai would only emerge again after undergoing mechanical modification for the 23rd martial arts tournament. How could he possibly be here at Dr. Brief's residence now? How infuriating. I haven't even watched the finals yet, Lin Chen lamented. After all the effort to witness the martial arts tournament, why couldn't these people patiently wait for him to finish watching before causing a commotion? Lin Chen, perhaps I should return alone? Tai Si suggested, perceiving the situation. After all, she could teleport, and she felt confident that no one on Earth could pose a threat to her. However, Lin Chen remained uneasy. The timing of Tao Bai's appearance felt off, and he sensed that something was amiss. Let us go together, he decided. Huh? Lin Chen, are we leaving? Hannah asked, puzzled by Lin Chen's sudden decision to depart. Though she had repeatedly claimed that such competitions were uninteresting, after watching several matches, she had discovered the inherent enjoyment and gradually became engrossed in it. We need to check on matters at Tai Si's home. Would you prefer to stay here? Lin Chen inquired. Tai Si quickly shook her head, gripping Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen smiled and greeted the Bedak couple and Bulma from a distance before instantly teleporting away. The sudden disappearance of the three caused quite a stir at the scene. Huh? Did that Saiyan leave? Bulma, do you know what happened? The finals are about to begin. Oolong inquired, puzzled by Lin Chen's abrupt exit. Bulma was equally bewildered, unsure of the situation. The unexpected departure of Lin Chen created a ripple at the martial arts tournament. But soon, as the finals commenced, everyone's attention shifted back to the competition stage. Due to Yamcha's sniping and Goku's enhanced strength compared to the original storyline, this final indeed diverged from the source material. Ultimately, Sun Wukong easily claimed the championship, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, under Master Roshi's guidance, reformed their ways. As Goku jubilantly leaped on stage, Lin Chen, having instantly returned to Dr. Brief's home, gazed in disbelief at the figure appearing before him. Though the clothing and appearance had slightly altered, the person before Dr. Brief was unmistakably the assassin Tao Pai, as Lin Chen remembered him. But hadn't Tao Pai perished during the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army? Even if he survived, he should have been reduced to mere fragments. Any return would surely render him a cyborg. Yet, here's to Tao Pai, completely human in appearance. Wait? Lin Chen's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Dad. Tai's rushed to Dr. Brief and his wife, confirming their safety before pointing at Tao Pai and asking, Hey, who are you? Why are you trespassing in my home? Miss Tais, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The figure resembling Tao Pai exclaimed, seemingly focused on Tais. You know me? Who on earth are you? Who am I? You don't recognize me? Huh? Why should I know you, old man? My former name was Tao Pai. My current name is Android 11. Remember this name, for it belongs to the one who will end your life. The original Tao Pai, now Android 11, wore a chilling smirk. What is an android? Tais asked, utterly confused. But Lin Chen's eyes widened in realization. He finally understood why the supposedly deceased Tao Pai appeared before them now. He had been transformed into an android. This revelation indicated the presence of a mastermind behind Tao Pai's transformation. Hey, Dr. Gero. I know you must be watching us through him. Show yourself. Lin Chen shouted suddenly. Upon hearing his words, Hannah showed a perplexed expression, while Dr. Brief's eyes widened. Dr. Gero? Lin Chen, Are you saying he is Dr. Gero? I have seen him. He doesn't look like this. No, he isn't Dr. Gero. The person before us is merely an android created by Dr. Gero, who must be observing us through his eyes. Isn't that right? Suddenly, Tao Pai Pai's eyes emitted a red glow, and shortly after, a voice entirely different from Tao Pai Pai's emerged from his lips. Kid, you actually know about me and the androids? Indeed. I'm Dr. Gero, the top scientist in the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Brief, incredulous, exclaimed, Dr. Gero? You joined the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed. No one supported my research, only the Red Ribbon Army provided ample funding and resources. Thanks to them, I could pursue my ambitions. But everything was destroyed 3 years ago, and the culprit was none other than your daughter, Dr. Brief. Me? Tais was taken aback. What does that have to do with me? What? You don't remember? Although Tao Pai Pai's expression was icy, it was clear that Dr. Gero was furious. You dare forget? I have not spent a day without seeking vengeance. To defeat you, I have gathered your data and researched tirelessly. What stands before you now is my latest creation, Android 11. The preparations for revenge have been completed. After I kill you, I will eliminate that kid named Sun Wukong and use this android to reign supreme, restoring the Red Ribbon Army. This is my vengeance. Just as Dr. Gero's emotions reached a crescendo, Hannah, unable to contain herself, yawned. Tais, how much longer are you going to listen to this guy ramble? Hurry up and deal with him. True, Tais replied, hands on her hips. Dr. Gero, I am quite powerful. Your android will soon be rendered obsolete. Indeed, your power is astonishingly inhuman. Although you have never revealed your strength to the world, I know that in comparison to you, those martial artists are mere jesters. Your true power is far more impressive than anything in your novels. Hey, what is wrong with my novels? I am a best-selling author, Tais retorted. Ignoring her, Dr. Gero continued, soon you will witness the reality. My Android 11 possesses strength far beyond yours. Huh? Him? I can't even sense his energy. What strength could he possibly have? Tais scoffed. You will see. 11. Attack. Kill Tais and eliminate the others to accompany her in death. Yes, Dr. Gero. Android 11 responded and raised his hands, adopting the familiar starting stance once used by Tao Pai Pai. Tais, appearing unfazed, readied herself for battle. But at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly called out, Tais, be careful. Androids have no energy signatures. This guy might truly be stronger than you. Tais was momentarily stunned. In that instant, Android 11 lunged forward, kicking Tais into the sky, shattering the roof as she flew out. Tais. Dr. Brief and his wife gasped in shock. Don't worry, Doctor. Hannah and I will keep an eye on Tais, Lin Chen assured. Upon concluding his words, Lin Chen soared from the rooftop alongside Hannah. In the sky, Android No. 11 was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Tais. However, it appeared that Tais was at a significant disadvantage as Android No. 11 effortlessly deflected all of Tais' assaults with a mere single hand. What could be the reason? Tais' combat prowess should exceed 10,000. How could he be bested by this entity, whose very presence was imperceptible? Hannah mused curiously. Androids lack a life force. They rely solely on their bodily energy. As Lin Chen spoke, he produced a combat power detector. Unlike the method of sensing energy fluctuations through one's aura, the combat power detector directly perceives energy itself. Therefore, Lin Chen believed that this device would prove useful in confronting the artificial beings. Indeed, when he aimed the combat power detector at Subject 11, the display screen revealed a reading, a staggering 120,000. Lin Chen couldn't help but be astonished. This Dr. Gero, truly a marvel of his own, had astonishingly elevated the combat prowess of the original Android 11, Tao Bai Bai, whose fighting capability was merely around 100 in his former life, to an astounding 120,000. This magnitude of strength surpassed that of numerous formidable races within the universe. Even during the era of Frieza in the original narrative, such power could be considered top tier. Now, at this juncture of the storyline, merely approaching the saga of Majin Buu, Dr. Gero had already created such a formidable being. It was no wonder that in a little over a decade, he would be capable of producing androids 17 and 18, who could even surpass Super Saiyans. As Lin Chen marveled at this, the celestial Taisi ceased her assault, panting heavily, sensing something amiss. She had exerted her utmost effort. Yet the opposing Android 11 had effortlessly deflected all her attacks with but a single hand. Was the disparity between them truly so vast? Lin Chen had claimed to be the strongest Earthling for several years. How could this happen? At that moment, number 11 displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, "Is that all? It's my turn." He raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, preparing to jab at Taisi's forehead. Given the disparity between their strengths, a successful strike could potentially end Taisi's life. However, just as he was about to deliver the blow, a hand suddenly seized him. No. 11 looked in astonishment at Lin Chen, who had unexpectedly appeared before him. When did you arrive? Taisi is my woman. If you wish to harm her, have you consulted me first? With a firm grip, Lin Chen effortlessly crushed the wrist of android number 11. Chapter 85, The Fate of the Most Powerful Choice, Dr. Gelo. My hand. Number 11 exclaimed, taking a step back, fury evident on his face as he glared at Lin Chen. How did you do that? Who are you? I am Lin Chen, the husband of Taise, he replied. Lin Chen? Thousands of miles away. Dr. Gillow shuddered involuntarily as he observed the dangerously potent aura emanating from Lin Chen through the surveillance monitor. Could this be the Lin Chen mentioned in the intelligence reports as Tay's husband? The surveillance robots had failed to detect him. I had thought that rascal was dead. Who on earth is he? You dare to damage my body. Android number 11. A new type of artificial human created by Dr. Gillow through human modification rather than being entirely mechanical, retained a fragment of the emotions of his predecessor, Tao Bai. This included the proud disposition that Tao Bai once possessed. For Tao Bai, his body was a source of immense pride, especially since it had nearly been shattered due to Tay's actions in the past. Subsequently, with Dr. Gillow's assistance, he had been granted a powerful and perfect form. Thus, Tao Bai cherished this body like a precious treasure. Now, witnessing its damage, number 11 erupted in rage. Calm down, number 11. This fellow is peculiar. Dr. Gillow, monitoring the situation remotely from his laboratory, noticed the abnormal indicators of number 11 and urgently cautioned him. Unlike the later models, number 17 and 18, Android no. 11 adhered to Dr. Gillow's commands without question. Upon hearing this, number 11 instantly regained his composure. Beep, beep, beep. A series of strange sounds suddenly emanated from No. 11's head, followed by a smirk as he coldly remarked, "No wonder you're so arrogant. Your energy index surpasses even that of Tay's. I understand now. The cultivation of this woman, Tay's, was taught by you, wasn't it?" Lin Chen smiled and remarked, "Do you possess an energy detector within you? Indeed, your energy is commendable. But alas, mine far surpasses yours. Just now, I deliberately suppressed my own energy to teach Tai a lesson. Now, I shall allow you to experience what true terror feels like." Upon hearing the words of his opponent, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. "True terror? Very well. I am eager to witness it." Seeking death, number 11 roared, launching himself at Lin Chen with ferocity. Every punch and kick he executed, had it struck Tai, would have instantly obliterated her. However, regrettably for him, he was not facing Tai, but Lin Chen. Suddenly, a sound of air being sliced through echoed. And by the time number 11 regained his senses, Lin Chen's face was alarmingly close to his own. "Dr. Grow, your technical prowess is indeed impressive. Yet it pales in comparison to reality." The cold, indifferent voice of Lin Chen reached number 11's ears, and in the next moment, Lin Chen had raised his hand to grip number 11's neck. You, number 11, being an artificial being, would not find himself unable to breathe from such a hold. However, the issue lay in the fact that number 11 discovered he was utterly unable to escape Lin Chen's grasp. How is this possible? Within the confines of the research facility, Dr. Gero's eyes widened in astonishment. "Number 11, what are you doing? Stop conserving energy. Use all your strength at once." I what? Dr. Gero, do you understand the vastness of the universe? Although number 11 is indeed invincible on Earth, his power pales in comparison to the formidable entities within the cosmos. To them, crushing number 11 would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The universe? Could it be? You are not from Earth? Number 11 suddenly emitted Dr. Gero's voice. Correct, but there is no reward. Cold sweat broke out on number 11's forehead as he felt Lin Chen's grip tightening. It was likely that soon his neck would meet the same fate as his previously crushed wrist. In that moment, even as an artificial being, fear began to overwhelm him. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." If he were on the ground, number 11 would undoubtedly kneel before Lin Chen, with a face full of desperation. He pleaded, "I beg you, I will never commit wrongdoing again. Please spare me." "Spare you? What are you?" Before Lin Chen could finish his words, a sly grin suddenly appeared on the face of number 11. With a swift motion, his left hand pointed forcefully at Lin Chen's head. Boom. A surge of energy, concentrated with all of number 11's might, crashed violently against Lin Chen, resulting in a tremendous explosion on his face. However, to number 11's utter astonishment, as the dust settled, Lin Chen was revealed to be completely unscathed, gazing back at him. How is this possible? My utmost effort with the energy wave, and yet, this farce can come to an end. With a firm grip, Lin Chen swiftly severed number 11 into two parts. As the shattered remnants of No. 11 cascaded to the ground, Lin Chen effortlessly unleashed two energy blasts, obliterating the remains into mere dust. At this juncture, even Dr. Gero would find it impossible to resurrect this former top assassin. Having completed this task, Lin Chen descended back to the earth alongside Tai's and the others. Upon landing, Hanaxia, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Lin Chen, was that fellow a robot? A combat machine with a power level of 120,000? Such technology exists on Earth? The genius who invented it rivals Dr. Brief." Lin Chen responded, "Indeed. Is that so?" Hanaxia exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Brief's brilliance has earned him universal acclaim. His development of the universal capsule technology remains unmatched throughout the cosmos. It's astonishing to discover that Earth's technological prowess is so formidable. Indeed, Dr. Gero is undeniably a genius, Brief remarked. It's just unfortunate that he has allied himself with the Red Ribbon Army. Both Dr. Willow and Dr. Gero are prodigies among humanity, yet they have chosen to succumb to depravity, a truly lamentable fate. However, Your Majesty, such individuals pose an immense threat. It would be prudent to eliminate them swiftly. Fortunately, we are on Earth. Otherwise, ties would be in peril, Anaxia cautioned. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen had yet to make a decision when suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host's intent to take action against Dr. Gero has triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Ignore Dr. Gero and allow him to act freely. Reward. Intermediate superpower. Time stop technique. Choice 2. Eliminate Dr. Gero to prevent the subsequent creation of artificial beings. Reward. A gravity chamber with 1,000-fold intensity equipped with a training robot. Choice 3. Subjugate Dr. Gero to serve under him. Reward. Advanced version of instantaneous movement. Chapter 86. Goku and Lin Chen, the two who saved the world. Regarding the options concerning Dr. Gero, faced with these three choices, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. It is undeniable that Dr. Gero is an extraordinarily rare super genius within the Dragon Ball universe. One could even assert that he is the true guardian of human dignity in this world. Not to mention the artificial being known as number 11 he has created. If events unfold as expected, Dr. Gero will likely develop androids 16, 17, and 18, surpassing even Super Saiyans. Not to mention Cell in his perfect form, whose power rivals that of Super Saiyan 2. To extinguish such a brilliant mind would indeed be a tragic loss. Thus, Lin Chen refrained from making an immediate choice and continued to ponder further. System, could you elaborate on the rewards this time? What distinguishes time stop technique from instantaneous movement? The time stop technique is a superpower that halts time. Unlike instantaneous movement, which allows a 2-second pause in time but prohibits the use of energy during that interval. Time stop? That indeed presents an alluring superpower. I recall that in the original Dragon Ball, only Hit and Goldo from the Ginyu Force possessed related abilities. However, this time stop technique appears to be akin to Goldo's ability, yet the restriction of not being able to use energy during the time halt seems overly limiting, rendering even flight impossible. And what of the training robot from Choice 2? The training robot can transform into a Super Saiyan, a member of the Ice Demon clan, or an Namekian, engaging in realistic combat simulations. Moreover, it can adjust its combat power from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Lin Chen nodded. This reward was indeed an exquisite tool for cultivation, along with the 1,000-fold gravity chamber. Ever since the creation of the 500-fold gravity chamber, Dr. Brief had informed Lin Chen that, constrained by energy and material limitations, the prospect of developing a higher magnitude gravity chamber was nearly impossible without a significant technological breakthrough. Therefore, acquiring the 1,000-fold gravity chamber through conventional means seemed unlikely for Lin Chen for at least the next decade. As for the third option, the advanced version of instantaneous movement, it detected that the host already possessed the Jabite instantaneous movement, thus this advanced version of instantaneous movement was a combat-oriented variant. A combat-oriented instantaneous movement? Lin Chen immediately comprehended the situation. This must be akin to the instantaneous movement exhibited by Metal Cooler in the Dragon Ball universe. Apart from the God of Destruction's unparalleled teleportation abilities, there exist primarily three forms of instantaneous movement. One is the teleportation of the Yardrat people. Another is the exclusive teleportation of the Supreme Kai, and the last one is that of Metal Cooler. This advanced version of instantaneous movement is likely the latter. This form of teleportation can be activated at any moment, although the distance may not be extensive, as long as the destination lies within the visible range. One can teleport to wherever they can see. At present, Lin Chen's teleportation requires a considerable amount of time to activate, rendering it nearly impractical during combat. Should he attain an advanced version of this teleportation, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. The three rewards available for selection each possess distinct advantages, making the decision exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, the sole consideration remains the impact of these three choices on his future. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before ultimately arriving at his decision. System. I choose 3. Ding. Confirmation of host choice. Please complete the task promptly. Rewards will be issued upon the submission of Dr. Grow. After confirming, Lin Chen inquired of Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Dr. Grow's residence? Dr. Brief, after a brief contemplation, replied. I recall that his research facility is situated in the mountains near the northern metropolis. Lin Chen nodded and said, All right, Hannah, accompany me on this journey. Taisei. You shall remain here to look after the doctor and the others. Lin Chen, are you heading to confront Dr. Glow? Dr. Brief hesitated, adding, if possible. Could you spare his life? He's a genius, and it would be a great loss to see him perish. I will consider it, Lin Chen replied. While Lin Chen was occupied with matters concerning Dr. Glow, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Goku's triumphant victory. As Goku and his companions celebrated, Bardock prepared to take Kaiotsu away. Kaiotsu, our son has grown once again. Indeed, though still quite weak, you are correct. He is brimming with potential. Just as the couple was about to depart, Bardock suddenly sensed a faint aura of malice nearby. As a seasoned warrior, Bardock was particularly attuned to such energies. Although the presence was slight, it was indeed close by. What is the matter, Bardock? Kaiotsu inquired. Wait a moment, Bardock responded, producing his power level scouter. After donning the device, he scanned the surroundings and discovered an individual with a power level of approximately 160 lurking behind the tournament stage. Seeing this, Bardock exhaled in relief. Such a minor character posed no threat to his son. However, their plans to leave would have to be postponed. Kaiotsu, let us wait a moment longer. It seems our son is about to face a challenge. Very well, she agreed. The couple then held their breath, soaring into the sky to observe the unfolding events below. Soon, they witnessed the entire sequence in which Dabura, a subordinate of King Piccolo, seized the Dragon Balls and killed Krillin. Moments later, a furious Goku pursued Dabura but was defeated due to his hunger. Bardock and Kaiotsu, intent on testing their son, continued to observe from the shadows, even as Goku momentarily lost consciousness. However, when a Namekian appeared, they were taken aback. A Namekian? How could one possibly be on Earth? Bardock and Kaiotsu were acutely aware that Namekians were a race with combat prowess rivaling that of the Saiyans. Although the Namekian below exhibited a power level of only around 230, it still surpassed that of Goku. Indeed, despite Goku's enhanced strength compared to the original story, he ultimately fell short against King Piccolo, losing by a narrow margin. As Goku's heart ceased to beat, Kaiotsu nearly rushed to confront King Piccolo, only to be forcibly restrained by Bardock. Do not act impulsively. Check your scouter. Goku still shows signs of life. Upon hearing this, Kaiotsu realized the truth of his words. Bardock, don't you have sense of beans? Let me go down and give one a Kakarot. No, we cannot interfere with Kakarot's training, Bardock insisted, maintaining his composure. His Majesty, King Lynx, once stated that the training on Earth is laying the groundwork for Kakarot's future development, and I wholeheartedly agree. Perhaps this trial will enable Kakarot's power to ascend once more. Look, his companions are arriving. Under their watchful gaze, Yajirobe, just as in the original tale, revived Goku, who then set off towards Korin Tower with his assistants. Even though Goku now had the option to seek Lin Chen's help, he chose not to do so. Krillin, I will avenge you personally. One Dr. Glow, one King Piccolo, Lin Chen and Wukong, unbeknownst to the world, commenced their respective endeavors to save humanity. Chapter 87. Subduing Dr. Gero. Regarding Dr. Gero's research facility, Dr. Brief only possessed a general understanding. Many years ago, prior to Dr. Gero's disappearance from public view, a scientific magazine had conducted an interview with him, which mentioned that his research facility was situated in the mountainous regions of the northern metropolis. Although it was possible that Dr. Gero had relocated, Lin Chen distinctly remembered that the research facility was indeed hidden within a secret mountainous area. Thus, without further contemplation, he took Hanasiya and soared northward. In the frigid Chulin Mountains, a blanket of pristine snow enveloped the peaks, creating a vast, wide expanse that stretched into the distance. In such a desolate region, locating a well-concealed secret research facility was no simple task. As Lin Chen and Hanasiya began their search for Dr. Gero's whereabouts, the sky unexpectedly darkened. Your Majesty, why has the sky turned black? Hanasiya exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the pitch-black heavens. Someone is summoning the Dragon Balls, Lin Chen replied, raising his gaze. It must be King Piccolo restoring his youth. Remarkably, despite Wukong's enhanced abilities, he still fell short against King Piccolo. However, this was beneficial. The more life-and-death battles he endured, the further Son Wukong would grow. With this thought, Lin Chen activated the power level detector, switching it to life detection mode. If he wished to witness Wukong's final confrontation with King Piccolo, he needed to act swiftly. The detector, improved from Bola's original design based on the Frieza Force's technology, retained many of its functionalities, including the ability to detect life signals. This feature could identify life forms above the level of insects, making it advantageous for tracking down Dr. Gero in the desolate northern mountains, where few creatures emitted life signals. Searching in this manner would undoubtedly yield better results than aimlessly wandering. Indeed, after more than an hour of searching, Lin Chen finally uncovered the secret entrance to Dr. Gero's research facility. He summoned Hanasiya, and together they approached the entrance. Before them stood a formidable steel door, half a meter thick, obstructing their path. Your Majesty, allow me. I shall open the door, Hanasiya declared. Very well, Lin Chen replied. Hanasiya stepped forward, deftly channeling her energy to unleash a brilliant key wave that blasted a gaping hole through the entrance, revealing a corridor beyond. Dr. Gero's research facility was not only situated in a remote location but was also exceptionally fortified. Shortly after entering, a swarm of robotic sentinels charged forth, opening fire without hesitation. How absurd! Hanasiya scoffed, waving her hand, which unleashed a tempest that obliterated all the robots in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within the facility, Dr. Gero was drenched in cold sweat, consumed by despair. Why must there be such powerful beings in this world? Had I known, I would never have dispatched my androids so hastily. If only I had more time. More time? What could you possibly achieve with it? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed behind Dr. Gero. He spun around to find Lin Chen and Hanasiya standing before him. If given time, my androids would surely defeat the two of you monsters. He retorted. Huh? Those scrap heaps? Hanasiya replied disdainfully. Yet Lin Chen understood that Dr. Gero was not speaking idly. The androids he would create in the future could indeed challenge even the gods. Such a genius was undeniably worthy of subjugation. Pushing Hanasiya aside, Lin Chen stepped forward and stated, Dr. Gero, you must realize that you have nowhere to escape. I present you with two choices. First, you may ally with me. I will permit you to continue your research on androids, but from this moment forth, your loyalty shall not lie with the long-defunct Red Ribbon Army, but with me. Lin Chen, in the Saiyan Kingdom I govern. Saiyans? Are you not Earthlings? Dr. Gero gasped, his eyes widening. Indeed, we hail from Planet Vegeta, including the very sun Wukong you wish to eliminate. No wonder you possess such strength. It is because you are, in fact, facing extraterrestrials. Lin Chen continued. As for the second option, should you refuse to submit to me, then let your research be buried alongside you in this cave. Upon Lin Chen's declaration, a terrifying aura emanated from him, rendering Dr. Gero nearly immobile, his body trembling uncontrollably. What will it be, Dr. Gero? Life or death? What will you choose? Lin Chen spoke with an air of indifference. At that moment, Dr. Gero found himself rendered speechless, paralyzed by the overwhelming fear instilled by Lin Chen's presence. Despite his future potential to create androids capable of rivaling deities, he remained merely an ordinary human. Observing this, Lin Chen retracted his imposing aura. Instantly, Dr. Gero felt as if he had emerged from suffocation, gasping for breath. He struggled to lift his head and gazed at Lin Chen, asking, What do you wish from me in exchange for my submission? You need not do anything extraordinary, simply continue your research. We Saiyans are a warrior race, often required to venture into battle, yet our numbers are limited. Your androids may one day serve as invaluable allies to the Saiyan race. In contemplating how to best utilize Dr. Gero post-submission, these were Lin Chen's immediate thoughts. Traditionally, Saiyans had employed cultivated beings for training and combat assistance with Dr. Gero's androids. Such reliance would become obsolete. In terms of training and support, androids would undoubtedly prove far superior to their cultivated counterparts. Dr. Gero, I shall inquire once more. Do you wish to follow me? Lin Chen sought confirmation. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Gero finally bowed his head and conceded, I understand, Mr. Lin Chen. I am willing to submit to you. Ding. Congratulations, host, on subjugating Dr. Gero. Reward, advanced instant transmission. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Lin Chen noticed a transformation in the instant transmission section of his attributes panel. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded, saying, Very well, Dr. Gero, prepare your laboratory. For in the future it shall be established on Planet Vegeta. I shall arrange for some extraterrestrial scientists to assist you. Chapter 88. The Demise of the Dark Lord. I understand, my lord, Dr. Gero responded. A flicker of trepidation crossing his mind as he contemplated the prospect of conducting research on an unknown planet. However, at that moment, he felt Lin Chen's hand resting upon his head. My lord, what is this? I am enhancing your strength. Otherwise, in your frail state, you would be crushed upon arrival at Planet Vegeta, where the gravity is tenfold that of Earth. In an instant, a brilliant light emanated from Dr. Gero's body, and he suddenly felt as though he had regained decades of youth. Power. My body is brimming with power. Thanks to Lin Chen's potential unlocking, Dr. Gero's combat prowess soared to over 900, comparable to that of the lower-tier warriors on Planet Vegeta in the past. Work diligently, and perhaps one day I shall restore your youth, Lin Chen remarked. Yes, indeed, my lord. Thank you, my lord. At that moment, Dr. Gero appeared to be merely at the inception of his advanced android research, with the creation of androids possessing combat abilities far surpassing Earth's warriors yet to commence. Therefore, it took him only a brief period to utilize the universal capsules to transport all the equipment from his laboratory. My lord, I am ready. Lin Chen nodded, casting a glance at the now empty laboratory, before inquiring, have you taken the computer from beneath the laboratory? Lin Chen recalled that there should still be a computer in the underground research facility of Dr. Gero, the very machine that continued the subsequent research after Dr. Gero's demise, ultimately culminating in the creation of the ultimate android, Cell. Underground? However, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback. Sir, there is nothing down there. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen realized he might have overthought the situation. It appeared that Dr. Gero had not yet expanded his research facility. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Lin Chen swiftly teleported alongside Dr. Goro and Hannah to Planet Vegeta. Hannah, I leave Dr. Goro in your capable hands. Please make the necessary arrangements. I have urgent matters to attend to back on Earth. After entrusting Dr. Goro to Hannah, Lin Chen returned to Earth, his objective being the unfinished battle against King Piccolo. In the original narrative, this marked the first significant boss battle faced by Sun Wukong, and Lin Chen was determined not to miss it. At that moment, the rejuvenated King Piccolo had infiltrated the royal palace of the human kingdom, declaring himself the new king. Sun Wukong, having endured the torment of the ultra-divine water, finally harnessed its power along with his Saiyan Bloodline, achieving a rebirth and reaching a combat power of 270, slightly surpassing King Piccolo. As Lin Chen soared above the palace, he encountered Bardock and his wife, who had not yet departed. Bardock, you are still here? Your Majesty, Bardock and Jine bowed. Kakarot is en route. We intend to see how you will handle this Namekian. Then let us await the outcome. As in the original story, Master Roshi had already perished while attempting to thwart King Piccolo, having exhausted his strength while executing the evil containment wave. Tian Jingfan, inheriting Master Roshi's will, came to challenge King Piccolo alone after learning the evil containment wave's technique, only to discover that the rice cooker used for the technique was broken, forcing him to confront King Piccolo head-on. However, at that time, the Z fighters were still quite weak, unable to produce warriors capable of defeating extraterrestrial foes through Earth's martial traditions alone. Just as Tian Jingfan faced imminent defeat, little son Wukong finally arrived. Kakarot's combat power is already 270? How did he manage to increase it by a third in less than a few hours? Giant exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Sun Wukong's displayed power. This is the marvel of Earth, Lin Chen remarked, reflecting on the extraordinary nature of this seemingly insignificant planet. Despite its diminutive stature in the universe, Earth possessed many wondrous phenomena, ultra-divine water, Namekian Dragon Balls, rarities that existed on this very planet, which was indeed remarkable. Under their watchful gaze, the battle between King Piccolo and Sun Wukong commenced, escalating into a fierce confrontation around the palace, with countless energy blasts ravaging the surroundings, rendering what was once a ruined palace into a desolate wasteland. Gradually, as the battle neared its conclusion, King Piccolo, despite exerting all his might, realized he was no match for Sun Wukong. At a critical moment, King Piccolo seized the immobile Tian Jingfan, intending to use him as leverage against Sun Wukong. Haha, you better not move, or I shall crush his skull. Tian Jingfan, how infuriating. Little Sun Wukong, filled with reluctance, found himself paralyzed with fear. Observing this, King Piccolo maliciously picked up a stone, preparing to use this opportunity to cripple Wukong. Don't move, kid. If you do, he's as good as dead. King Piccolo sneered, aiming the stone at Wukong, then suddenly exhaled sharply. With a crack, as the stone hurtled towards Sun Wukong, a figure unexpectedly appeared to shield him. Huh. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the person before him, while in the sky, Bardock gasped in shock. Oh no. Jine, you fool. The figure that had appeared in front of Sun Wukong was none other than his mother, Jine. You foolish child, why haven't you killed that Namekian yet? Auntie, what are you saying? If I move Tian Jingfan, why are you so soft-hearted? You are nothing like a Saiyan. Very well, let me assist you this time. With that, Jine swiftly appeared beside King Piccolo, effortlessly severing his left arm and rescuing Tian Jingfan. My hand, King Piccolo screamed, completely taken aback by the emergence of an unexpected powerhouse. What on earth had transpired during his centuries-long confinement? All right, kid. I have saved your friend. Now swiftly eliminate this Namekian. Understood. Thank you, Auntie. Sun Wukong shouted, channeling all his strength into his right fist and charging at King Piccolo. In a frenzy, the disarmed King Piccolo recklessly hurled several energy blasts at Sun Wukong. The blasts collided with Wukong, erupting in brilliant flashes. However, amidst the brilliance, Sun Wukong suddenly darted out, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through King Piccolo. Chapter 89, The Rescuer Must Save Himself. King Piccolo could hardly believe his eyes as he looked down, discovering a gaping hole in his chest. I lost. He let out a bitter laugh, suddenly expelling a white egg from his mouth and tossing it towards the distant northern lands. My son, you must avenge your father. The source of evil must not be extinguished. With a violent explosion, King Piccolo was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The interval between King Piccolo releasing the egg and his complete annihilation was alarmingly brief, and those present scarcely noticed. Yet, high above, Lin Chen and Bardock witnessed everything with clarity. Jine on the ground felt the same way. Seeing her son fail to eradicate the threat entirely, she prepared to intervene once more. However, Bardock's voice suddenly resonated through her communicator. Enough, Jine. Your interference has been ample. Kakarot must rectify his own missteps. Very well. Jine relented, withdrawing her hand as she allowed the egg to vanish into the horizon. Shortly afterward, Yamcha and others, resolute in their determination to aid Tian Jingfan, arrived. Upon learning that King Piccolo had been vanquished, they erupted in jubilant celebration. We won. Wukong defeated King Piccolo. Wonderful. King Piccolo has been eliminated. Wukong, you saved the world. Assisted by others, Wukong managed a wry smile, saying, it wasn't solely me. Had it not been for this Auntie's help, both Tian Jingfan and I might have perished. Auntie. The others, hearing this, finally noticed the presence of an additional individual. Although Yamcha did not recognize her, Oolong, Puar, and Launch found the woman somewhat familiar. As for Bulma, she immediately identified her as the Saiyan who had come to Earth with Lin Chen, realizing her presence meant Lin Chen was nearby. Bulma looked up and soon saw Lin Chen and Bardock descending from the sky. Brother Lin Chen. Hello, Bulma, and greetings to all. Lin Chen gracefully descended to the ground, greeting them with a smile. It's you. Yamcha exclaimed, unable to conceal his displeasure. Why have you only just appeared? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why didn't you come to our aid? Are you unaware that Master Roshi and Krillin have perished? With audacity, a fierce energy suddenly erupted from Bardock, forcefully sending Yamcha sprawling. Oolong and Puer hastily rushed over to assist Yamcha back to his feet. Meanwhile, Tian Jingfan was taken aback. In just a fleeting glance, he discerned that these two newly emerged men were likely even more fearsome than the Demon King Piccolo. Enough, Bardock. Lin Chen called out to Bardock, then turned to the equally perplexed Goku. Goku, do you also think I should lend a hand? Yes, yes. Big brother Lin Chen, you are so formidable. If you had acted sooner, many lives could have been spared. But we are not from Earth. Why should we save you? Lin Chen suddenly replied. Upon hearing this, Goku was momentarily taken aback, and Tianjin Fan was rendered speechless. Goku, do you recall what I once told you? We are not Earthlings. So the fate of the Earth holds no significance for us. Lin Chen spoke. This universe is fraught with peril. And beings like Piccolo the Demon King are merely trivial in comparison. We can save you once, but we cannot perpetually guard Earth. If you wish for Earth to truly be at peace, it is essential that you harness your own strength. Those who save others must first save themselves. Only by possessing the power to protect Earth can you genuinely safeguard its tranquility. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan were rendered speechless. Although Yamcha was reluctant, he had to concede that Lin Chen was right. If they had been strong enough, this chaos instigated by Piccolo would not have claimed so many lives. But Master Roshi and Krillin have perished. Yamcha lamented. That is not a concern. We can revive them with the dragon, Wukong replied. Tianjin Fan, upon hearing this, grimaced. Wukong, you are unaware that the dragon has already been slain by Piccolo. What? Then what about Grandpa Roshi and Krillin? Wukong exclaimed, trembling in shock. Fear not, the dragon was created by the gods. As long as we beseech the gods, the dragon can be brought back, Lin Chen asserted. God. Wukong was taken aback. Oolong scoffed. How could there possibly be a god in this world? No, gods do exist. Bulma interjected suddenly. Wukong, the god resides atop Korin Tower. I once ascended there with brother Lin Chen. Then what are we waiting for? Nimbus Cloud. Wukong immediately summoned Nimbus Cloud, ready to journey to Korin Tower. Wait, Tianjin Fan called out to him. The Korin Tower you mentioned. Is it the legendary sanctuary of martial arts? Indeed, I trained there once. And it was due to the assistance of a sage named Cat that I was able to defeat Piccolo, Wukong explained. So the legends are true. Please take me with you. I want to grow stronger. This encounter with Piccolo has shown me how much I still lack, and I must become stronger. I will not let you rescue me again next time. Tianjin Fan declared. I want to go too. Yamcha stepped forward. This time I was of no help. But I will surely catch up to you. Everyone nodded vigorously. Very well, let us journey to Korin Tower together. The three, invigorated by their fighting spirit, prepared to embark on their path to Korin Tower. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan boarded a plane, while Sun Wukong leaped onto Nimbus Cloud. Brother Lin Chen, thank you for your guidance. I will continue to grow stronger. Wukong called back from Nimbus Cloud. When I am powerful enough, I hope you will come and teach me, Brother Lin Chen. All right, I shall await that day, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Then farewell. Wukong waved at them before departing. Just then, a voice called out, Kakarot. Sun Wukong turned to see a strange man beside Lin Chen. Uncle, is something the matter? Do your best to grow stronger? Bardock urged, suppressing his emotions. Stay safe. Jin added. Wukong nodded at them before vanishing into the horizon. Goodbye. Bulma, Launch, Oolong, Pure. Tianjin Fan and Lepin bid farewell to everyone and hurried after Wukong. After their departure, Lin Chen also took his leave from Bulma and the others, returning to Vegeta's star. Chapter 90. The Saiyans at the Divine Temple. After parting ways with Lin Chen, Wukong took Tianjin Fan and Yamcha to Korin Tower. Having defeated Piccolo, Wukong was granted permission by the Cat Sage to meet the god at the Divine Temple. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha had to start anew by climbing Korin Tower. As the two began their ascent, the Cat Sage guided Wukong to the summit. Insert the Rui Bang into the groove. It will extend and allow you to reach the Divine Temple. And here are these bells. They are your credentials to meet the god. Wukong nodded and, following the instructions, used the Rui Bang to ascend into the clouds, quickly disappearing from sight. The Cat Sage stroked his beard, smiling softly. Lin Chen was correct. The martial arts on Earth have lagged behind for too long. For the safety of Earth, it is time to revitalize its martial arts. Those who save others must first save themselves. By the way, Wukong will surely be astonished when he meets the two at the Divine Temple. Wow, this is fast. I can hardly see Korin Tower now. Soon, passing through thick layers of clouds, Wukong finally beheld the Divine Temple suspended in the sky. With precision, the Rui Bang was inserted into the groove at the base of the temple, and Wukong climbed the side ladder, leaping onto the temple, gazing at the magnificent palace. Wukong was filled with curiosity when he spotted a figure not far away. In the original story, it was Mr. Popo, the servant of the god, who greeted Wukong. However, in this world, the person who appeared before Wukong was a young man with black hair, seemingly a few years older than him. Are you the god? I am not. My name is Broly, and I am a candidate for the next god. The young man before him was Broly, who had been living in the Divine Temple for many years. Candidate? What does that mean? Wukong blinked. The god has said that one day I will become the next god. Wow, so you were considered a god then? Hello. I wonder if you could help me revive the dragon? Wukong bowed. I'm afraid that is something only the god can accomplish. If you wish to see him, you must pass a test, Broly replied coolly. A test? Does having this bell not suffice? Wukong produced the bell from the Cat Sage. Broly glanced at it and stated, the bell merely grants you access to the test. To meet the god, you must undergo additional trials. What kind of trials? Simply put, you must touch me, Broly said. Huh, why does that test sound so familiar? Wukong muttered, perplexed. Oh well, let's begin. Alright, the original test was meant to be a martial contest. But I do not favor fighting. Really? What a pity, I find martial contests quite enjoyable. Ever since defeating Piccolo, Wukong felt invincible, believing few could surpass him. However, unbeknownst to him, the being before him was a formidable opponent far beyond his reach. Here I come. With that, Wukong suddenly vanished from his spot. Yet, in the next moment, he felt something strike him, sending him tumbling to the ground, just 2 steps from Broly. Ouch! What was that just now? Wukong exclaimed, bewildered as he stood up, finding nothing amiss. Strange, could it have been my imagination? Mr. Broly, here I come. This time, Wukong unleashed the afterimage technique, attempting to catch Broly from behind. However, as he executed the move, he was struck again, resulting in a swollen face. Ouch, that hurts. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong lifted his head, only to be rendered speechless, for he had finally discerned that the force striking him was none other than a tail belonging to Broly, which astonishingly resembled his own. You too are a Saiyan? He inquired. Indeed, Broly acknowledged. It was brother Lin Chen who brought me here. Lin Chen? You mean Lin Chen? Ah, so it is him. No wonder. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Broly replied calmly, you may return, while you have triumphed over Demon King Piccolo. Your strength is insufficient to meet the Supreme Kai. Yes, I apologize. I was presumptuous. But I must meet the Supreme Kai. I need to revive everyone quickly, or I shall not return. So, Broly raised an eyebrow. May I train here in preparation? Yes. I wish to undergo rigorous training and pass the trials to meet the Supreme Kai. Even with our vast disparity, you refuse to give up? Indeed. Wukong clenched his fists, nodding vigorously. Broly smiled faintly, reflecting. This Wukong is indeed his brother Lin Chen described, utterly unlike the typical Saiyan. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, who had been observing from the shadows, resolved to meet Wukong. Consequently, Wukong encountered the old Supreme Kai, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Demon King Piccolo, and witnessed the Supreme Kai resurrecting the dragon. After fulfilling his mission at the Supreme Kai's realm, Wukong received astonishing news. Son Wukong, you have defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved the world, which is truly remarkable, the old Supreme Kai praised. However, regrettably, Demon King Piccolo is not dead. He left behind a doppelganger even more powerful than himself, which will inevitably threaten the world once more. For certain reasons, Broly and I cannot confront it directly. So for the next 3 years, you must train here to safeguard Earth's peace in the future. I understand. Brother Lin Chen taught me that we must rely on our own strength to protect the Earth, not on others. Wukong asserted. Your awareness is commendable. The Supreme Kai nodded in approval. Soon after, the dragon was revived, and those slain by Demon King Piccolo returned to life, including Master Roshi and Krillin, who awoke from their coffins. Aware that all this was Wukong's doing, and that he had gone to the Supreme Kai's realm to train, Krillin resolved to ascend Korin Tower for self-improvement. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, as the Z-Warriors were inspired by Lin Chen's chain reaction to train more diligently than ever, news arrived for His Majesty Lin Chen. Galactic Patrol has confirmed the whereabouts of Shrek. In the Saiyan Palace, Lin Chen received urgent intelligence from Paragus. Lin Chen inquired. Are you certain? They won't slip away this time, will they? It is highly unlikely, Your Majesty, for according to the intelligence gathered by the Galactic Patrol, it seems that Schlag is attempting to cultivate the Spirit Tree. Chapter 91, The Battle for the Spirit Tree. The Spirit Tree? Did I not already destroy it? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Years ago, upon merging with the Transcendent Bloodline, he encountered Dales, who was attempting to cultivate the Spirit Tree's fruit on Planet Vegeta. In order to complete the designated task, Lin Chen effortlessly reduced both Dales and the Spirit Tree to nothingness. Yet now, a Spirit Tree has emerged once more, and it is in the hands of the malevolent Namekian, Slug. Paragus remarked, Your Majesty, the specifics remain unclear. According to intelligence from the Galactic Patrol, Slug's forces had previously seized control of a planet under their jurisdiction, Lalala. Upon discovery, the Galactic Patrol dispatched officers to intervene, only to be repelled by Slug's troops. They now hope that we can deploy a special operations team to provide immediate assistance. The Spirit Tree. Lin Chen stroked his chin. Although he once believed that the fruit of the Spirit Tree had lost its significance for him, it remained an invaluable asset for the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, providing a rapid enhancement of strength in a short span of time. Moreover, for him, the Spirit Tree's fruit could still aid in honing his mental prowess. Therefore, come what may, Lin Chen was resolute in not missing the opportunity to acquire the Spirit Tree this time. How long does it take to travel from Planet Vegeta to Lalala Star? He inquired. It is quite distant. Utilizing the high-speed spacecraft of the Galactic Patrol, it would take approximately a month, Paragus replied. That far? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lalala is situated in the Eastern Galaxy, which exceeds our operational radius. Hence, the Galactic Patrol suggested that, if possible, it would be best for Your Majesty to take action personally. Understood. Inform the Galactic Patrol that I shall personally intervene. Additionally, Paragus, organize a team to investigate the Northern Galaxy for planets suitable for sustaining life, yet devoid of any intelligent beings. Paragus raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, are you implying? If feasible, I intend to secure the seeds of the spirit tree. Lin Chen affirmed. I comprehend. I shall commence the investigation at once. Paragus, having experienced the benefits of the spirit tree's fruit, was well aware of its merits. By the way, Your Majesty, will you be acting alone this time? Lin Chen replied. Summon Bardock and Hannah, and find 5 elite warriors. I will use instant transmission to take them along. Lin Chen made his decision. While he could likely handle Shrag alone, it was prudent to bring additional allies to avoid any unforeseen complications. Paragus nodded and promptly began to gather personnel. As Paragus busily sought out allies, an elderly man suddenly intercepted him. Lord Paragus, what is the urgency? Paragus glanced at the individual. Dr. Glow? His Majesty is embarking on a mission, and I am to assemble a team. Is there an issue? And no, nothing at all. I was merely curious. Is Lin Chen, or rather, His Majesty Lin Kai, undertaking this mission personally? Is the adversary particularly formidable? Dr. Glow inquired with keen interest. Indeed. Otherwise, why would His Majesty need to take action himself? Paragus replied, narrowing his eyes. Dr. Glow, since you are new to Planet Vegeta, it would be wise to refrain from prying into such matters and focus on your research. Why yes, I understand. Dr. Glow nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Paragus ignored him and continued his search for personnel. Soon, Bardock and the others arrived beside Lin Chen. Apart from Bardock and Hannah, the additional warriors brought by Paragus were all formidable, none possessing a power level below 100,000. After briefing them on the mission, they placed their hands on Lin Chen, who then activated instant transmission, whisking everyone away to Lalala Star. Lalala Star was an agricultural planet, lacking the development of civilization. However, after being discovered by a civilization under the Galactic Patrol, it was transformed into a verdant agricultural hub, dedicated to cultivating various crops. Yet now, this once vibrant planet appeared desolate, devoid of any greenery. The flora had withered, and life had been extinguished, save for a colossal tree that extended beyond the atmospheric layers, resembling a vast canopy that blocked the warm sunlight from the star. Beneath this immense tree, the demonic soldiers of Shrag's Legion patrolled vigilantly, guarding against any theft of the developing spirit tree fruits. Meanwhile, within Shrag's spacecraft, he savored a spirit tree fruit he had procured from Dowers' treasures, impatiently demanding, how much longer until the spirit tree fruits are ripe? My lord, they should mature by today at the latest. Excellent. This spirit tree indeed produces food fit for the gods. Just consuming a few has filled me with vitality in every cell. If I could consume all the fruits on this planet, no one in this universe would stand against me. Just as Shrag roared, the energy detector on the spacecraft emitted a series of urgent beeps, followed by a shout from the crew. My lord, an unknown individual has suddenly appeared on the planet. Their power level seems extraordinarily high. Extraordinarily high? How much? Shrag queried. My lord, their power level exceeds 3 million. We dare not continue scanning, or the detectors risk exploding. 3 million? At this revelation, several of Shrag's immediate subordinates gasped in shock. One particularly giant subordinate nervously urged, My lord, this situation seems dire. Please, recall everyone. Shrag, however, coldly lifted his gaze, fixating on the intruder. The subordinate trembled, hastily adding, My lord, what I meant was, without allowing him to finish, Shrag pointed at the intruder, unleashing a beam of energy that silenced the subordinate forever. A mere 3 million power level, and you expect me to retreat? Preposterous. I, Shrag, do not require such cowardly subordinates. Why yes, my lord. The others echoed in agreement. Shrag cast aside his cloak and strode confidently towards the exit. Let us go. I wish to see which fool dares to covet the fruits of my spirit tree. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companions were equally astonished by the colossal presence of the spirit tree that overshadowed them. Compared to the spirit tree on Planet Vegeta, this one was immensely larger. The size of the spirit tree was dictated by the life energy present on the planet, as Lalala was an agricultural planet. Its vitality far surpassed that of the former Planet Vegeta, rendering the spirit tree nearly tenfold in size. Particularly, the fruits adorning its branches resembled a myriad of stars, countless and resplendent. Your Majesty, there must be thousands of spirit tree fruits here. Hannah exclaimed. This planet is likely larger than Planet Vegeta, which may account for this abundance. Bardock remarked. Lin Chen clenched his fists and addressed them. These fruits of the spirit trees belong to us Saiyans. Hanija, Bardock, take your men to deal with Shrag's subordinates. I shall confront Shrag myself. Yes, Lord Lin Chen. Bardock immediately nodded in agreement. However, Hanija interjected, Your Majesty Lin Kex, allow me to handle Shrag. You? Lin Kex replied. Hannah, have you checked the scanner? Shrag's battle power has reached an astonishing 20 million. What? Hanija exclaimed, hastily activating the energy detector. Bardock and the others also turned pale, quickly checking their own devices. Moments later, gasps filled the air. How could a Namekian possess such formidable power? Hanija questioned in confusion. While she was not entirely ignorant of Namek, she knew that the fighters from that planet generally had power levels in the thousands, with some even lower, akin to that Namekian on Earth who possessed less than 1,000. Now, however, A Namekian with a battle power exceeding that of the Ice Demon had suddenly emerged, leading everyone to suspect their devices were malfunctioning. Yet, the Saiyans who had arrived on Lalistar had mastered the perception of energy. When they set aside their detectors to sense Shrag's aura, they were immediately struck by an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, far surpassing that of Frieza, and even more potent than the ancient Gula they had encountered on the planet Avert. Shrag was a super Namekian, akin to a super Saiyan, the mightiest among Namekians. Hannah, you are no match for him now, Lin Chen remarked. Then what about you, your majesty Lin Kex? Hanaja's complexion grew pale. Since gaining the ability to transform into a super Saiyan, she had never felt such a sense of helplessness. Do not worry, if it were another super Namekian, I might find it challenging, but Shrag is still far from my level, Lin Chen replied with a hearty smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. In truth, had the being standing before Lin Chen been Piccolo from the original story, fused with the gods during the Android saga, even Lin Chen, who possessed the bloodline of transcendence, would find it quite difficult to contend with him. For at that time, Piccolo's power was at least 5 times greater than that of Frieza, with a battle power of no less than 500 million according to the original analysis. Converted to Lin Chen's world, that would equate to approximately 50 million in normal form, not to mention the extraordinary abilities mastered by the Namekians. Lin Chen is indeed not to be underestimated. However, compared to the future version of Bic, Shrag appears somewhat lacking in experience, possibly due to his prolonged period of decline, even though he has now regained his youth. His combat prowess is only marginally superior to that of Frieza and his ilk. Hanasia gently nodded and then regarded Lin Chen for a moment. Your Majesty, upon our return, I hope you can guide me. I wish to grow stronger. Of course. Lin Chen smiled faintly, observing that Hanasia, who had always shown disdain for cultivation, was now provoked by Shrag. As he watched Hanasia and her companions charge at Shrag's subordinates, Lin Chen stretched his limbs. Since returning to his own world, he had not encountered an opponent worthy of unleashing his full potential. I hope you will not disappoint me. At that moment, the demon warriors emerging from the spaceship came under attack from Bardock and his group. Before them, these fighters, whose strength barely reached tens of thousands, were effortlessly dispatched as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Lord Shrag, upon witnessing one of his direct subordinates scream as he was vaporized by a wave of energy, Shrag snorted coldly, preparing to retaliate. Yet, at that instant, Lin Chen appeared before him. Shrag was taken aback, for he had sensed no indication of Lin Chen's presence prior to his sudden appearance. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. Even with Shrag's keen eyesight as a super Namekian, he had failed to perceive Lin Chen's movement. Shrag, your opponent is me, Lin Chen stated calmly. You are a Saiyan? Shrag's gaze fell upon the tail at Lin Chen's waist. Indeed, I am Linkus from Planet Vegeta. Linkus. Shrag's eyes narrowed. Was this not the name of the legendary Saiyan who had slain the tyrant Frieza? So it's you? Saiyan, I have heard you killed Frieza. That is truly remarkable for someone of your kind. But if you think that makes you invincible, you are sorely mistaken. As Shrag spoke, a murderous intent began to seep into his tone. With my current power, killing Frieza was as effortless as squashing an ant. I bear no grudge against you Saiyans. If you are wise, you will leave at once. Otherwise, once I harvest this batch of spirit tree fruits, your Planet Vegeta will be my next target. Lin Chen let out a disdainful laugh and raised his hand, summoning a beam of deathly light that shot directly towards Shrag. The golden beam flew through the air with astonishing speed, striking Shrag squarely. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. However, as the smoke cleared, Shrag remained unharmed. Albeit his clothing was considerably tattered, and his helmet lay shattered, revealing the iconic 2 antennae of the Namekian race. Seeking death, Shrag roared, his aura erupting with a chilling darkness that momentarily stunned the battling Saiyans around him. How formidable! This presence is indeed more powerful than both Frieza and Cooler. Hannah and the others widened their eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, filled with concern for Lin Chen's safety. Shrag, almost reveling in his own power, unleashed his aura, believing Lin Chen to be paralyzed with fear. But then, to his astonishment, Shrag noticed Lin Chen's lips curve into a smile. To intimidate someone with sheer force, one must do it this way. What? Shrag was momentarily taken aback. Yet in the next instant, Lin Chen suddenly bellowed, and a torrent of energy surged forth as if a long-dammed reservoir had burst open, cascading wildly into the atmosphere. The continuously erupting aura now terrified Shrag and his subordinates. They stared wide-eyed, completely entranced. Above the desolate Lala Lala planet, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of golden lightning struck down with explosive force. The very ground beneath them trembled. Small rocks lifted into the air by the immense power. Chapter 93, Transformation into a Giant. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 130 million. As Lin Chen's aura finally ceased its explosive surge, his form had undergone a remarkable transformation. Shrag looked on in disbelief. You are. I heard you were a Super Namekian? Apologies, but I am a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Super Saiyan. Shrag's face stiffened as he beheld Lin Chen, radiating golden flames, his hair standing on end. As a being who had lived for centuries, Shrag had certainly heard the legends of the Super Saiyans. I see now. No wonder your kind was able to vanquish Frieza. Indeed, remarkable. But before me, Shrag, you shall all perish. With a mighty roar, an energy wave erupted from Shrag, radiating outward. The debris drawn up by Lin Chen's power and the rumbling thunder above shattered or dispersed under this force. Simultaneously, Shrag launched the first punch of the battle. Bang! Shrag's furious punch connected solidly with Lin Chen's face, followed by a flurry of blows from various angles, landing with heavy thuds. The speed of his strikes increased, cracking like firecrackers in the sky. Witnessing Shrag's overwhelming dominance in the battle, his subordinates cheered joyously. Long live! King Shrag is invincible. Destroy these Saiyans. Go, my king. Meanwhile, the Saiyans stood frozen, their expressions frozen in fear. Suddenly, they heard Bardock shout, "Don't lose heart. King Lin Chen's energy has not diminished in the slightest." They all stared in surprise. At that moment, Lin Chen, who had been taking the hits, finally threw his first punch in the fight. Bang! His fist struck Shrag's face just as he was about to attack, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a gaping, bottomless crater. Gasped. The demonic warriors collectively inhaled sharply. "Shrag, this is how you land a punch," Lin Chen remarked calmly. At the bottom of the crater, Shrag's limbs were shattered and broken, yet his wish to the Dragon Balls granted him rapid recovery. Despite his incredible healing ability, he could not escape the pain, his face contorting in agony. Super Saiyan. Impressive. Had this been before my rejuvenation, you would likely have been the strongest in the universe. But alas, I have wished for my youth. Now, I am invincible. Prepare to feel despair. Witness the true power of a Super Namekian. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently, and a terrifying aura erupted once more. Anyone capable of sensing it realized that Shrag's power was surging again. How is this possible? How could that Namekian possess such strength? 30 million, 40 million, 100 million, 150 million. Lord Bardock, Shrag's combat power has exceeded 200 million. What? As the crowd stood in shock, a towering, grotesque Namekian emerged from the depths of the crater. This enormous Namekian could only be Shrag. Is this the transformation of a Namekian into a giant? Lin Chen pondered as he gazed at the titan-like Shrag. The Namekian transformation differed fundamentally from those of other cosmic races, being a physical enlargement that also amplified his combat power tenfold. Previously, Shrag's power was at 20 million. Multiplied by 10, it surpassed 200 million. This overwhelming and colossal aura made even the Super Saiyan Hana tremble. How do you feel, Saiyans? Can you sense the infinite power within me? Now, prepare to meet your end. Shrag roared, launching himself into the sky. Despite his enormous size, his speed remained undiminished, even more agile than before. Bang, bang, bang. Shrag and Lin Chen exchanged blows, their forms becoming mere blurs, appearing and disappearing across the sky and ground. The golden flames in Shrag's energy swelled, engulfing the Lala Lala planet as if it were facing the apocalypse, with various disasters unfolding everywhere. Occasionally, Shrag's demonic warriors were caught in their clash, obliterated in an instant. The others, witnessing this, fled to the ground to avoid being swept away. Heavens, how could the power of a Namekian be so formidable? It rivals that of King Lin Chen? What do you mean rivals? His aura has already surpassed that of King Lin Chen. Such formidable adversaries are unlike any the Saiyans who followed Lin Chen have ever encountered. Since learning that Lin Chen has become a Super Saiyan, they have believed that their Lord Linkus is the strongest in the universe. Little did they expect that today, someone would surpass Linkus in terms of combat power. This cannot stand. I must assist His Majesty. Upon seeing Lin Chen seemingly at a disadvantage, Hanaxia immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to lend her aid. Wait. Bardock grasped Hanaxia's arm. Your Highness. In battles of such caliber, even you cannot intervene. What then? Do you expect me to stand idly by while Linkus is defeated? Do not fret. Your Highness, have you not realized? Although His Majesty Linkus may not match that Namekian in strength, he is at least holding his ground. Indeed? What is the meaning of this? Only now did Hanaxia begin to comprehend, despite the evident disparity in combat power against that Namekian. How is it that Lin Chen still manages to maintain his footing? This question also intrigued Shrag. You nimble monkey. The ongoing battle left Shrag feeling particularly vexed. Despite his power far exceeding that of his opponent, the situation on the battlefield remained evenly matched. Do you not understand? How foolish. To possess such strength, yet lack the skill to wield it. You have disappointed me greatly. Effortlessly dodging Shrag's attacks, Lin Chen's tone bore a hint of regret. He had initially believed that Shrag's enlarged form would allow him to unleash his full potential, yet to his dismay. Perhaps it was due to being sent to Shrag's planet at a young age, where he became virtually invincible since adulthood, facing few challengers. Therefore, despite being a Super Namekian, Shrag's application of power left much to be desired. Chapter 94, The Non-Existence of Immortality Disappointed? Absurd. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly before me? Shrag's thunderous voice reverberated through the air. His face contorted with rage, he swung his massive fist with a roar. Like a meteor. His colossal punch was both overwhelming and awe-inspiring, yet just before it could strike Lin Chen, he evaded it with uncanny foresight. On Namek, there exists a unique technique known as chi perception. A Namekian who, like you, wandered to other planets during the calamity on Namek. Refine this skill into a unique martial art that allows one to anticipate an opponent's movements without the need for sight, relying solely on sensing the flow of chi. Compared to that Namekian, your power, though formidable, remains ineffectively utilized. Upon hearing Lin Chen's nonchalant remarks, veins bulged on Shrag's forehead. Silence. The missed punch suddenly swept toward Lin Chen again, only to be effortlessly dodged once more. Instead, Lin Chen stood atop Shrag's fist, beginning to sprint along his arm. Bang! Lin Chen's fist struck heavily against Shlag's face, leaving him dazed with stars dancing before his eyes. Following that powerful blow, an onslaught of rapid strikes ensued, akin to a thunderous tempest. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Shrag's head, culminating in a powerful convergence of his palms that erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. The Kamehameha, a wave of energy, resplendent in golden light, surged forth like a roaring dragon, unstoppable as it collided with Shrag's cranium. As the brilliance faded, all eyes beheld the shocking sight. Shrag's head had vanished entirely. Almighty King, King Shrag, lamented the demon warriors in despair. Meanwhile, the Saiyans erupted in jubilant cheers. Victory! Long live His Majesty, Linkus! Amidst the revelry, these elite Saiyan warriors from Planet Vegeta pondered Lin Chen's earlier words with newfound insight, particularly Bardock, who grasped the profound truth, sometimes the disparity in strength does not solely dictate the outcome of a battle. Lin Chen's words were like a revelation, profoundly resonating with everyone present. However, just when all believed that the situation was settled, Lin Chen did not lower his guard, instead fixating his gaze upon the headless corpse of Shrag. Suddenly, Shrag's head violently emerged from his body, shocking those around him. Even the demon warriors were astonished to see that Shrag could resurrect even without his head. Gasping for breath, Shrag glared at Lin Chen, his eyes ablaze with fury. How infuriating! My power surpasses yours. Why is this happening? I refuse to accept it. With a sudden roar, Shrag opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful energy blast. This attack was even more formidable than Lin Chen's Kamehameha, capable of penetrating the mantle if it struck the ground. Yet, what use is an extraordinary attack if it cannot hit its target? Just before the energy blast reached Lin Chen, he vanished, reappearing beneath Shrag, and surged upward, his fist brimming with ferocious power. How could you be so fast? Shrag barely managed to raise his arms to block the strike. Bam! A searing pain erupted from his chest, and upon looking down, he was horrified to find a gaping hole where his chest had been. Shrag howled in rage, his face contorted in agony. However, he quickly turned and sneered at Lin Chen, who had ascended into the sky. With a surge of energy, the hole in Shrag's abdomen rapidly healed, restoring him to his former state. Saiyan, you are indeed powerful, but I have wished for immortality from the dragon Purunga. No matter how many times you kill me, I shall never perish. With the enhancement from the Namekian dragon, Shrag's regenerative abilities were now comparable to the future android cell. It seemed that Shrag's energy did not suffer the typical limitations of Namekians, who would expend considerable stamina after regrowing limbs. Unless faced with an insurmountable power disparity, Shrag was nearly invincible. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Lin Chen. Immortality? That does not exist before me. It merely implies a heightened recovery ability. Should I reduce your entire being to nothingness, how will you resurrect? Lin Chen scoffed. Shrag, momentarily taken aback, erupted into laughter. Ridiculous. With your meager strength, how could you possibly render me to nothingness? I shall witness your attempts. Then watch closely. Lin Chen bellowed, his body instantly expanding, his already formidable presence intensifying. He grew to a height exceeding 2 meters, surrounded by a blazing aura of yellow and green flames. For the first time since returning to his world, he revealed the legendary Super Saiyan form before all. You, how have you transformed again? Shrag swallowed hard, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Not only he, but the entire planet felt the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Chen, rendering them almost immobile, including Bardock and Hannah. How terrifying. Is His Majesty not a Super Saiyan? Are there forms beyond Super Saiyan? Hannah, a Super Saiyan herself, could keenly sense the vast chasm between her power and Lin Chen's. The other Saiyans, feeling the suppression of their bloodline, found themselves unable to utter a word. Ha ha ha, you charlatan. Do you think merely changing your appearance will allow you to defeat me? Shrag laughed defiantly, only to hear Lin Chen respond. Of course. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from sight, reappearing beside Shrag's head, delivering a powerful blow to his forehead. The impact caused Shrag's head to burst like a balloon, crashing to the ground. However, when he arose, his head had already regenerated. What happened? Your power. Shrag, dazed, struggled to comprehend how the Saiyan had transformed so drastically with just a slight increase in size. Could this transformation amplify his combat prowess as well? You need not rise. Lie down and await your demise. Lin Chen commanded from the air, flipping his palm downward with force. The Lin Chen descended, and with a single hand, grasped Slag, effortlessly pulling the giant figure from the ground despite being less than 1/10 his size. Damn it. Slag suddenly spread his arms wide and seized Lin Chen with all his might. Ha! You cannot escape this time. I shall crush you. Yet, as Slag exerted his strength, he discovered that he was utterly incapable of applying any pressure. No matter how hard he tried, he could not crush Lin Chen as he had envisioned. How is this possible? Why is it like this? Slag, Do you believe yourself to be the strongest? Yet how can you comprehend the truth that there are always greater forces beyond your own? Lin Chen spoke in a chilling tone. With ease, he pried apart Schlag's hands. And then, under the contorted expression of his opponent, he hurled Schlag into the sky. Subsequently, he forcefully launched 2 green energy orbs from his hands. Massive meteorites. The 2 energy orbs pursued Schlag, suddenly expanding in midair, resembling 2 verdant suns. Upon contact, Schlag's body was subjected to severe destruction and erosion under the overwhelming energy of these orbs. Every cell within him was disintegrated beneath this power, dissolving into nothingness. Please. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. At this moment, Schlag finally sensed the imminent threat of death. He comprehended that Lin Chen's earlier words were not mere jest. He indeed possessed the ability to obliterate Schlag in an instant. Even with Schlag's enhanced regenerative abilities, if every single cell within him were to evaporate simultaneously, restoration would be impossible. Fully aware that he was on the brink of being consumed by death, Schlag let out a desolate roar, his face contorting in despair. Lin Chen silently observed the unfolding events when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. A reminder for the host. You still have an uncompleted task. Find Schlag without any external assistance and capture him alive to bring back to Namek. Almost forgot. Lin Chen was taken aback, with a swift gesture of his hands. 2 energy orbs dispersed instantaneously. At that moment, only the head and a small portion of the neck of Schlag remained. Lin Chen swiftly moved before Schlag, seizing him by the head and coldly inquiring, Schlag, do you wish to die or surrender? I surrender. I surrender. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen hurled Schlag's head towards the ground. Hannah, Bardock, eliminate Schlag's subordinates. I must seize control of this planet immediately. The fruits of the spirit tree belong to us. Understood, Your Majesty. Upon receiving Lin Chen's command, Bardock and Hannah, regaining their focus, began to engage Schlag's subordinates. Waves of shock rippled through the sky. With Bardock's and Hannah's combined combat prowess, averaging several 100,000, alongside a Super Saiyan, dealing with these weaklings, whose power barely reached tens of thousands, was akin to a tiger among sheep. The demonic beings and warriors of Schlag's planet were no match for them, in the air filled with anguished cries. Ah, King Schlag, save me, help me, my king. These cries were soon engulfed by a searing energy. At that moment, Schlag's body had recovered. Yet the wounds to his spirit were not so easily mended. Although Lin Chen had returned to a normal state, no longer exuding a dangerous aura, the terror of having been so close to death left Schlag utterly demoralized. He reverted from his giant form and knelt on one knee beside Lin Chen, trembling, completely ignoring the pleas of his subordinates. At last, the cries faded away, and there was no surviving member of Schlag's faction left on the planet. Guided by Hannah and the team's combat power detectors, none could escape the relentless pursuit of the Saiyans. Your Majesty, the planet has been thoroughly cleansed. Moments later, Bardock and the others arrived at Lin Chen's side, also kneeling. Bardock, hold off on notifying the Galactic Patrol of our completed mission. Stay here and wait until the spirit tree fruits are ripe for harvesting. Understood. After issuing his commands, Lin Chen turned to Schlag and asked, Schlag, what do the seeds of the spirit tree look like? My lord, from what I know, each spirit tree bears 1 to 2 golden fruits. Which are the seeds of the spirit tree? Schlag replied, not daring to withhold information. Did you all hear that? Remember to preserve the seeds. I have other matters to attend to. I need to take this fellow away for a while. You all stay here and gather every fruit you can collect. Understood. Your Majesty. After giving his instructions, Lin Chen placed a hand on Schlag's shoulder, and in the next instant, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at Namek. Upon witnessing the familiar surroundings, Schlag was momentarily taken aback. My lord, what is this? Lin Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he listened to the system notification resonating in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task of locating Schlag without any external assistance and capturing him to bring back to Namek. Rewards are now being issued. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge pertaining to supernatural abilities flooded Lin Chen's consciousness. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 680, 000 bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline skills, instant transmission. Beginner martial arts genius talent, basic potential development technique, perfect control of chi, beginner telekinesis. With a slight smile, Lin Chen remarked, this is Namek. And there is someone who wishes to meet you. Meet me? Lin Chen once again placed his hand upon Schlag's shoulder, and this time, he leapt directly into the abode of the Grand Elder. Upon encountering the Grand Elder before him, Schlag was taken aback. It is you? Schlag. The sudden appearance of Schlag astonished Neru, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, he soon realized that Lin Chen was also beside Schlag. Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded slightly and addressed the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have fulfilled the agreement we made. I have brought Schlag before you. His fate, whether life or death, is now in your hands. What? Schlag exclaimed in astonishment. He had believed he had narrowly escaped his doom, only to discover that his calamity had merely been postponed. In an instant, he contemplated fleeing, but Lin Chen, who had been prepared, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form and swiftly struck Schlag down to the ground. Chapter 96. The Grand Elder's enlightenment and the purification of Shrag, please. Spare me, my lord. Shrag pleaded, collapsing to the ground and shielding his head in desperation. Do not act rashly, or I shall take your life. Lin Chen let out a cold snort and raised his gaze towards the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The power of Shrag now far surpasses that of your Namek star. Without my intervention, he alone could annihilate all of you, so you must consider this carefully. As Lin Chen spoke, the Grand Elder and the others were overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from him. Such formidable strength seemed to make the very planet tremble. It was no wonder that even Shrag, a being of superlative prowess from Namek, was no match for him. Indeed, they had not erred in their judgment. This young man was undoubtedly their savior. Regaining his composure, the Grand Elder remarked, Mr. Lin Chen, please temper your aura for now. If this continues, Namek itself may not withstand it. Very well, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen released his aura and gave Shrag a kick. What do you intend to do with him? I have little time and cannot linger with you. The Elder nodded, then opened his long-closed eyes to gaze at Shrag. I never anticipated, Mr. Lin Chen, that when I entrusted you with this task, you would capture Shrag alive instead of simply killing him. My gratitude is profound. In fact, bringing him back to Namek is far preferable to executing him. The Elder sighed, saying, Mr. Lin Chen, I must trouble you to stay a while longer and keep an eye on Shrag for me. I need to gather the Dragon Balls from Namek. The Dragon Balls? You wish to summon Shinron? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the Elder's intentions. Indeed, I'll leave Shrag in your care for now. Very well. Lin Chen crossed his arms, prepared to observe how the Grand Elder intended to deal with Shrag. Judging by his demeanor, it did not appear that he harbored any intentions of killing Shrag. Rather, he seemed to be gathering the Dragon Balls for some other purpose. Lin Chen found himself utterly perplexed, while Sherlag knelt upon the ground, his face etched with despair. Amidst the varied thoughts of the onlookers, elders from various villages continually arrived, clutching Dragon Balls. Upon encountering Sherlag, they were taken aback, assuming he had returned to demand more Dragon Balls. However, upon laying eyes on Lin Chen, they soon realized the situation was not as it seemed. Setting down their Dragon Balls, the elders convened and discreetly summoned Neru to inquire about the circumstances. Neru, what is happening? Why is Sherlag back? And Lin Chen too? I do not know. This is all the arrangement of the Grand Elder. Finally, as the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, the Grand Elder rose from his chair and personally summoned the dragon. With his invocation, the skies over Namek darkened ominously. Those who have collected the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. The Dragon Purunga declared with formidable presence. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and, with all his strength, shouted towards Purunga. As he spoke in the Namekian language to articulate his wish, Lin Chen remained unaware of the words being uttered. Yet he noticed that, upon the Grand Elder's final syllable, the expressions of Neru and the others transformed dramatically, and even Sherlag beside him began to tremble violently. Why? Why would you do this? Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at them and called out to Nairu. Nairu, what wish did the Grand Elder express? Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder desires the Divine Dragon to dispel the malevolent thoughts within Shrag. Dispelling malevolent thoughts? Wait, isn't Shrag a purely evil Namekian? How can one dispel malevolence? Indeed. Purunga lowered his head, his 2 snail-like antennae floating in the air. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. There are no benevolent thoughts left within Shrag, only pure malice. To dispel malevolence would be tantamount to extinguishing his life. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder seemed to have anticipated the answer, yet he spoke with a hint of regret. I understand. It is as I feared. Thus, Divine Dragon, can you purify Shrag's malevolence? Shrag's power has surpassed mine. I am unable to fulfill this wish, Purunga replied. Perhaps you alone cannot, but if someone were to assist you, would you be able to succeed? The Grand Elder inquired once more. I can certainly try, but it would require the entirety of my strength and the consumption of 3 wishes. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, then addressed the others. Everyone, listen closely. From this moment forth, Shrag shall be the new Grand Elder. The miraculous power of the Dragon Ball shall endure. The Grand Elder? What? A multitude of elders widened their eyes in disbelief, and Shrag himself found it hard to accept. What does the Grand Elder mean? Are we truly to bestow the position of Elder upon Shrag? Lin Chen was equally perplexed. What was happening? He had traveled a great distance to bring Shrag, only to discover that he was to become the Grand Elder of Namek? How could such a nefarious villain possibly assume such a revered position among the Namekians? Had the Grand Elder lost his mind? At that moment, Nera seemed to grasp the Grand Elder's intentions and cried out, No, Grand Elder. Is it truly worth it for someone so steeped in blood? Shrag's current state is my fault. If not for my influence, he could have been a good child. My mistakes must be rectified by me alone. The Grand Elder, leaning on his staff, approached Shrag, placing a hand on his chest. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Shrag exclaimed in alarm, yet he refrained from making any reckless moves due to Lin Chen's presence. Do not worry, your consciousness will remain unaffected. You will still be yourself. The Grand Elder reassured with a smile. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's actions, Lin Chen finally comprehended that the Grand Elder intended to merge with Shrag, using his own benevolence to assist the dragon in purifying the evil within Shrag's heart. Grand Elder, Lin Chen began hesitantly. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you. It is thanks to you that I have the opportunity to atone for my sins. Farewell, may the Namekians enjoy eternal peace. with the Grand Elder's disappearance. The Dragon Paranga's eyes emitted a crimson glow, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Shrag. Shrag appeared to endure immense suffering, screaming in agony. Lin Chen then witnessed a dark mist suddenly erupt from Shrag's mouth. At that moment, the third elder, Muley, shouted, "Mr. Lin Chen, that is Shrag's malevolent intent. Please assist the dragon in purifying it." Purify? How? With your energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and clasped his palms together. Kamehameha. The golden energy wave surged towards the dark mist, crashing through it and dispersing it until it vanished completely. Chapter 97. The Grand Elder of Namek. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, Grand Elder. Just as Lin Chen dispersed the dark mist with his energy, the Dragon Paranga, with his blood-red eyes, spoke and then vanished from sight. As daylight returned, Shrag rose from the ground. Lin Chen stood aside, gazing up and down at the creature once known as Shrag. The Namekian. Although his appearance remained that of the original Shrag, his essence had undeniably transformed completely. No longer did he exude any trace of malevolence. Instead, he radiated a warmth and serenity reminiscent of the esteemed Grand Elder of the past. However, it seemed that much of his power had been siphoned away by the forces of darkness, leaving the current Shrag significantly weaker, with a combat strength reduced to approximately 5 million. What has happened to you, Shrag? Lin Chen inquired. I am neither Shrag nor the Grand Elder, the Namekian replied, gazing at his own form. I have forgotten even my own name. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned to Neru and asked, Neru, what transpired just now? How could Shrag have changed so drastically? Neru sighed and responded, in order to dispel the malevolent thoughts that plagued Shrag. The Grand Elder has undergone a process of assimilation with him. What you eliminated just moments ago, Mr. Lin Chen, were the remnants of the evil thoughts accumulated within Shrag's former body. Normally, such malevolence would give rise to new incarnations, and if those were destroyed, the original would perish as well. However, thanks to the life force provided by the Grand Elder's assimilation, Shrag's essence endured, separate from the demise of the manifestations. I never imagined the Grand Elder would go to such lengths for Shrag. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. At that moment, the second Elder of Namek stepped forward and said, Shrag, although I find it difficult to comprehend the Grand Elder's intentions in accordance with his last wishes, you are to be the new Grand Elder of our Namek. Shrag turned his head, and the previously evident hostility that had always lingered on his face was nowhere to be seen. I understand now. After merging with the Grand Elder, I have grasped the truth of the matter, and I harbor no resentment towards him any longer. From this day forth, I shall inherit the Grand Elder's will and strive for the peace of Namek. With that, Shrag turned to Lin Chen and bowed deeply, saying, Mr. Lin Chen, I am grateful to you. Had you killed me on Lalistar, I would never have had the opportunity for rebirth. Lin Chen never anticipated that the events would culminate in such an unexpected finale. The Elder, who was destined to pass away several years later, had departed this world prematurely, merging with Sherlager. Consequently, the narrative of this world is likely to descend into chaos in the future. However, upon further reflection, Lin Chen realized that with Frieza already deceased, the anticipated battle for the Dragon Balls on Namek would no longer occur, rendering any further plot considerations unnecessary. After bidding farewell to the Namekians, Lin Chen returned to Lalistar. At this juncture, the fruits of the spiritual tree on the planet had all been harvested, and even a seed of the spiritual tree had been successfully discovered. Upon tallying their gains, it became evident that Lin Chen and his companions had reaped substantial rewards, as the abundant life essence on Lalistar had yielded at least 1,000 spiritual tree fruits. Lin Chen first took out a dozen spirit tree fruits and distributed them among the Saiyan warriors participating in the mission, ensuring that each received several as a form of reward. Having consumed the fruits a few times, Lin Chen understood that their enhancement of combat power was rather limited. Their greater benefit lay in bolstering mental strength and revitalizing one's vital energy. Thus, a few fruits per person sufficed for their needs. As for the remaining fruits, Lin Chen planned to retain half for his own cultivation of mental fortitude, while the rest would be designated as rewards for the valiant Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. In the future, he intended to plant the spirit tree once more upon discovering a suitable planet, with the aid of the dragon's power. It was conceivable that Planet Vegeta could yield even more spirit tree fruits, making it possible to generously provide each Saiyan with one. By that time, it was likely that the collective strength of the Saiyans would experience a significant leap forward. After arranging everything, Lin Chen, along with his companions, collaboratively destroyed the spirit tree on planet Lalala, and then, with a swift teleportation, vanished from the planet. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Since the return with a bounty of spirit tree fruits, many, including King Vegeta, had embarked on a new wave of training. This surge was partly due to the invaluable spirit tree fruits, which greatly aided their cultivation, and partly inspired by Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan transformation displayed during the battle on Shrag. The Saiyans, known for their tenacity, were aware that they could not match Lin Chen's pace, yet King Vegeta and the others were unwilling to fall too far behind. Particularly, Hanaxia felt a profound sense of inadequacy from this experience and frequently sought Lin Chen's company to train together upon their return. One day, after thoroughly besting Hanaxia in training, Lin Chen exited the gravity chamber and encountered Paragus. Paragus, have you not been training? He inquired. My talents are mediocre, falling short compared to your majesty and the likes of Bardock. I have resolved to devote my efforts to the grand endeavors of Planet Vegeta and your majesty, Paragus replied. Bowing his head, Lin Chen smiled, realizing that he was not intentionally showcasing himself. Indeed, among Lin Chen's closest allies, Paragus possessed the most unremarkable aptitude. Although he fathered the prodigious Broly, Paragus's own capabilities could only be deemed average. Without the enhancements Lin Chen had previously bestowed upon him and the fruits of the Tree of Might, he would scarcely attain a battle power of 500,000. Pray tell, what is the matter at hand? Lin Chen inquired. Your Majesty, it pertains to Dr. Gero. He has presented a request that I find difficult to adjudicate. Paragus replied. While the Saiyans lacked scientists, numerous others inhabited different planets. Since Dr. Gero's arrival, Lin Chen had entrusted Paragus with liaising with him. Any needs that Dr. Gero had could be directly addressed by Paragus. During this time, Paragus had been overseeing the construction of a new research facility for Dr. Gero while simultaneously recruiting experts in biology and robotics from other planets to assist with his research. Hearing that Paragus was faced with a matter beyond his capacity to resolve piqued Lin Chen's curiosity. Oh, what request is it that you find insurmountable? Paragus leaned closer and whispered a few words into Lin Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. I understand. I shall go and assess the situation before making a decision. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 98. The direction of Dr. Gero's research on androids. Dr. Gero's research facility was not located on Planet Vegeta, but rather on a small asteroid within the same star system. Given that Planet Vegeta's gravity was 10 times that of Earth, even with Dr. Gero's enhanced battle power, the unfamiliar gravitational conditions posed a significant burden. Furthermore, considering that the extraterrestrial assistants accompanying Dr. Gero were unlikely to be formidable warriors, Paragus ultimately decided to establish the research facility on another planet. As they were within the same star system, travel between the two locations remained convenient, with a mere 10-minute journey by spacecraft from Planet Vegeta. When Lin Chen arrived at the research facility via instant transmission, he found Dr. Gero engaged in a heated debate with several alien scientists. This design must be executed this way, but that is utterly unreasonable. As long as it conforms to scientific principles, it is rational. Lin Chen cleared his throat and spoke. Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero, who had been embroiled in a heated argument, momentarily froze. When he turned to see Lin Chen, he swiftly dismissed the crowd and hurried over with a face full of respect. Your Majesty Lin Chen, what brings you here? I heard from Paragus that there have been some issues with your recent research, so I came to take a look. Lin Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed his surroundings and remarked, This is my first visit here. Would you mind showing me around? Of course not, Dr. Gero quickly replied, leading Lin Chen on a tour of the research facility. From the laboratories and experimental rooms to the production workshops and living quarters, the compact research institute was fully equipped, encompassing all essential components. As Lin Chen toured the facility, he inquired, Dr. Gero, is it true that Paragus mentioned your desire to obtain Saiyan corpses for research? Indeed. Your Majesty, Dr. Gero replied. However, I implore you not to misconstrue my intentions. My goal is not to desecrate the Saiyans, but rather to enhance my android technology through study. Dr. Gero continued, You may already be aware, Your Majesty, that my android technology is fundamentally a form of human modification. The androids I previously created for the Red Ribbon Army, including the one you destroyed, Android 11, were all products of bodily enhancement. Now, as we are far from Earth, I wish to investigate the Saiyan anatomy. I believe that by utilizing the inherently superior physique of the Saiyans as a foundation for modification, I could produce even more formidable androids. I regret to inform you, Dr. Gero, that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Saiyans hold their bodies in high regard. They would never allow you to manipulate them at will. However, Your Majesty, Lin Chen shook his head and said, Dr. Gero, I am well aware that you possess the capability to fabricate androids out of thin air, do you not? Out of thin air? Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback. In theory, it is indeed possible. I once created one for the Crimson Satin Brigade. Then let us continue our research in that direction. Lin Chen stroked his chin and said, Dr. Gero, I now present you with two choices. One is to create androids from nothing, and the other is to provide you with the corpses of some cosmic criminals for your research on modifications. However, I personally prefer the former option. Create androids from nothing? Indeed, Dr. Gero, I am aware that your previous intention in crafting androids was to create super warriors to vanquish the foes of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, now that you serve us Saiyans, the purpose of your android creation should evolve accordingly. Lin Chen remarked, the Saiyans do not currently require super artificial warriors. Rather, we need fighters who can assist us in battle and artificial beings capable of sparring with Saiyans. In other words, we require mass-producible artificial warriors instead of a select few elite fighters. Focus your future research in this direction. Once the technology has matured, perhaps you may delve into the study of super soldiers. I I understand, Dr. Gero replied, bowing his head, uncertain whether he had truly grasped the essence of Lin Chen's words. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly tossed a fruit to Dr. Gero. Your Majesty, could this be a fruit of the Tree of Might? Dr. Gero inquired, frowning at the rather unattractive specimen in his hand. This is indeed a fruit of the Tree of Might, capable of invigorating cellular vitality. Dr. Gero, you must be of considerable age, yes? This can prolong your lifespan and enhance your combat prowess, Lin Chen explained. What? Such a thing exists in the universe? Dr. Gero exclaimed with delight. For someone of his years, nothing could bring greater joy than the prospect of extending his life. Cautiously accepting the fruit, Dr. Gero's expression shifted. The initial hesitation, regret, and reluctance on his face transformed into renewed respect for Lin Chen. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty. I shall realign my research focus. However, if possible, I would appreciate a sample of a universe being's body. Lord Paragus has provided me with several assistants. I believe I can pursue both lines of research concurrently. Very well. I shall have Paragus make the arrangements, Lin Chen replied, preparing to take his leave. Yet, just then, a thought struck him, and he turned back. By the way, Dr. Gero, are you conducting research on genetic technology? Genetic technology? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Dr. Gero asked, taken aback. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Dr. Gero, and after a brief pause, he smiled and said, It is well that there is nothing. Farewell. With that, Lin Chen executed a swift teleportation, departing from the research facility. Upon his return to Planet Vegeta, he materialized directly before Paragus. Your Majesty, you have returned, Paragus remarked. Indeed, I have made arrangements with Dr. Gero. Paragus, in the future, should any extraterrestrial beings perish at our hands during missions, please ensure their remains are collected and brought back for Dr. Gero's research, Lin Chen instructed. Your Majesty, does this imply your consent for his experiments on modifications? Paragus inquired. Lin Chen nodded slightly, stating that as long as the Saiyans' body was not exploited, he would allow it. However, His Majesty Paragus suddenly displayed hesitation. What troubles you, Your Majesty? Lin Chen inquired. I have heard that Dr. Gero had previously created artificial beings with battle powers exceeding 100,000 using human capabilities. To produce such warriors is a technology one have never encountered before. Thus, I am concerned that one day, Dr. Gero might forge artificial beings surpassing our Saiyan strength. What then? Do you believe he can achieve that? Lin Chen asked. I merely sense the possibility, Paragus replied, lacking confidence. Yet, Lin Chen understood that his concerns were not unfounded. In the original timeline, Dr. Gero indeed accomplished such feats, transforming ordinary humans with battle powers below 5 into artificial warriors possessing strength greater than that of the universe's tyrant, Frieza. Chapter 99. 3 years' time. It was precisely due to his knowledge of Dr. Gero's future accomplishments that Lin Chen recognized Paragus's worries were not without merit. Your Majesty, numerous technological civilizations in the universe have been obliterated by their own creations. Such occurrences must not be taken lightly, Paragus asserted. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, I understand, Paragus. Keep a close watch on Dr. Glow. Understood, Your Majesty. Paragus replied with a nod. Meanwhile, in the office of the Biochemical Engineering Department at North Metropolitan University, a figure was engaged in light-hearted banter with several professors. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming email notification pierced the air. Professor, it seems you have a new email. Upon hearing this, the figure turned and remarked, Really? Please hold on a moment. The figure approached their computer, and upon seeing the sender of the new email, they froze momentarily before closing the laptop. I apologize, everyone, but I must attend to something and leave now. Then, goodbye, Professor. Farewell, Professor. Without further ado, the figure took their laptop and departed from the university. Time passed. Though it was difficult to gauge how long, and in the mountainous regions of the northern city, a flying vessel finally descended into a basin nestled within the mountains. The earlier figure leaped from the vessel, surveying the surroundings, and soon spotted a peculiar red stone. As they reached out to turn the stone, a rumbling sound echoed around them. Suddenly, a massive iron door emerged from an otherwise unremarkable cliff, its surface adorned with a vivid red emblem that caused the figure to furrow their brow. After concluding matters concerning Dr. Glow, Lin Chen resumed his cultivation. And time flew by, swiftly approaching the end of 3 years. On a desolate planet far removed from Vegeta, Lin Chen gazed at his own form with exhilaration. Silver arcs of electricity crackled around him, illuminating the space. Your Majesty, is this truly your legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? Incredible! With such overwhelming energy, you must be the most formidable Saiyan in existence, exclaimed Hanasia, her face aglow with excitement from a short distance away. Bardock was also present, witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Truly, Your Majesty, this aura is undoubtedly divine in nature. In the legendary saga of Lin Chen, the Super Saiyan transformation evokes a profound fear in even the pure-blooded Saiyans. However, his current form, the legendary Super Saiyan 2, while less intimidating than its predecessor, inspires an irresistible urge to pay homage. This epitomizes the might of the Saiyan King. As Lin Chen sensed that his energy had ceased to grow, he eagerly inspected his attributes. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 710 million. For the past 3 years, Lin Chen had devoted himself to honing his mental prowess rather than focusing on physical training. Nevertheless, through the power of his lineage, his base combat strength had gradually increased to 1 million. To be candid, in terms of the growth of his base combat power, Lin Chen's progress over the years paled in comparison to that of Hanasia and Bardock, whose base powers had reached 1 million and 9 million respectively. However, Lin Chen felt no shame, as he had prioritized the enhancement of his mental faculties during this time. Through relentless training and the consumption of spiritual tree fruits, Lin Chen's mental strength had solidified to a degree sufficient for him to transcend into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. In this Super Saiyan 2 state, Lin Chen's combat power could amplify by a factor of 100. With a base of 1 million, this escalation resulted in a staggering combat power exceeding 700 million. Furthermore, thanks to his mental fortitude, Lin Chen no longer experienced the emotional turmoil he had faced when utilizing the experience card. Yet, he pondered how he might react in the heat of battle. With this thought, Lin Chen called out, "Bardock, Hannah, come at me together for some practice." "Your Majesty, the gap between us is insurmountable." Hanasia protested. "Enough talk, let us fight," Lin Chen commanded. Upon hearing this, Hanasia was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, while Bardock hesitated for a moment before following suit. Indeed, in these 3 years, Bardock had undergone a personal breakthrough, becoming the 3rd Super Saiyan on Planet Vegeta. Unlike Lin Chen's seamless transformation and Hanasia's gradual elevation, Bardock's metamorphosis had been fraught with difficulty. Ultimately, under Lin Chen's guidance, he had achieved his transformation through meditation, envisioning the devastation of Planet Vegeta by Frieza and harnessing extreme anger. Nonetheless, having transformed through his own efforts, Bardock's strength had soared to 38 million, surpassing Hanasia and even the ancient Gula. As the 2 Super Saiyans stood before him, Lin Chen smiled and addressed Hanasia. "Hannah, unleash your full power." "Your Majesty, that would be quite embarrassing." Hanasia hesitated. "Enough with the excuses." Lin Chen's voice rang out, leaving Hanasia feeling aggrieved. Bardock, perplexed, wondered what Lin Chen meant, given that Hanasia had already transformed. In the next moment, Hanasia suddenly shouted, her muscles swelling dramatically, much like Lin Chen's transformation into the legendary form. Her stature greatly enhanced. Her aura erupted, ultimately surpassing Bardock's. "Hannah, your combat power must be around 50 million now?" Bardock inquired, astonished. "According to Lin Casey, I am currently in the 2nd tier of Super Saiyan 1, Hanasia explained. 2nd tier of Super Saiyan 1? So there are transitional forms between Super Saiyan 1 and 2? Bardock exclaimed, taken aback. Seeing his bewilderment, Lin Chen clarified, "Bardock, there are several transformation stages within the Super Saiyan lineage. My current state is what I refer to as Super Saiyan 2, while your forms are categorized as Super Saiyan 1. There are multiple tiers within the transition from Super Saiyan 1 to 2. You are in the standard Super Saiyan form, or Super Saiyan 1st tier, while Hanasia has surpassed your level, reaching Super Saiyan 2nd tier. There are also 3rd tiers, in the ultimate form, Super Saiyan full power. Different stages yield varying combat power enhancements. Due to your lineage, your Super Saiyan transformations initially offer a 20-fold increase, but upon entering the 2nd tier, this escalates to 35-fold, with even greater amplification in subsequent tiers." Upon hearing this, Bardock could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, what about you?" "My lineage is of the legendary Super Saiyan, which is said to manifest once in a millennium. Thus, my legendary form amplifies my strength by 100 times, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, my enhancement has reached 200 times. Chapter 100, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, 200 times? Bardock was astounded, feeling the disparity between him and Lin Chen was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet, Lin Chen's words illuminated a path for Bardock's potential growth. Although he might not possess the talent to advance himself, the knowledge he acquired today could prove beneficial for his son in the future. "Now, Bardock, Hannah, let us engage." Lin Chen's authoritative tone snapped them back to focus. "Let us go," Bardock roared, unleashing all his energy without reservation. Hanasia was prepared too, gathering her full strength and launching a powerful energy wave towards Lin Chen. In that instant, energy surged around Lin Chen like a raging inferno. The ground trembled, and the air vibrated with intensity. Boom! A deafening roar erupted across the planet, engulfing everything in a sudden burst of golden light. As the radiance faded, Hanasia and Bardock lay unconscious on the ground. Shortly thereafter, in a mysteriously manifested dwelling on the barren plains, Lin Chen served each of them a cup of hot coffee. "My apologies, I may have overexerted myself a tad. Your Majesty, you've bullied me." Hanasia lamented, her expression one of grievance. Bardock, rubbing his head, looked pained. "Ha ha," Lin Chen chuckled. Despite his efforts to temper his strength, the vast difference still left Hanasia and Bardock at a disadvantage. "Thanks to you both, I have now fully mastered my new transformation. Even amidst battle, I have maintained clarity, and after 3 years of rigorous training, My mental strength has indeed allowed me to perfectly control the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. I wonder what transformations await me beyond this form. Is it Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps something entirely different? Lin Chen took a deep breath, his face displaying a look of anticipation. Given his current pace of cultivation, it seemed that attaining the level of a destruction god in the future was not an impossible feat. By the way, what year is it now? Lin Chen suddenly recalled that, unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have been cultivating for quite some time. Your Majesty. It is now the year 756 of the Ike calendar on Earth, approximately around February or March, Bardock remarked. His precise recollection of Earth's timeline clearly indicated that he had been paying close attention to Earth, or rather, to his son Goku. The 23rd martial arts tournament is approaching, isn't it? I remember I had made plans with Tais to attend it together. Have you seen her lately? Lin Chen inquired. Hannah shook her head. It seems Tais has been in seclusion to write. I haven't seen her in quite some time. Then we shall go together this time. Bardock. What about you? Bardock hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I will join as well. Then let's set off. Hannah, we shall first return to Planet Vegeta. All right. By the way, Your Majesty, I have a matter I wish to seek your counsel on, Bardock suddenly asked. What is it? After a brief pause, Bardock replied, Your Majesty, since we acquired the fruits of the Tree of Might, the average combat power of the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta has significantly increased, and Kakarot's gap from them has become ever wider. I am contemplating whether I should provide that boy with some guidance. However, I recall you once mentioned that it would be best not to disturb Kakarot's training on Earth. Indeed, Lin Chen comprehended Bardock's intentions. With the introduction of key perception on Planet Vegeta, the average power level of the Saiyans was growing stronger by the day. In stark contrast, Goku, another Saiyan, found himself increasingly distanced from his brethren. As someone who cherished the original characters like Goku, Lin Chen was initially reluctant to disturb the inhabitants of Earth, wishing to avoid significant alterations to the storyline. However, witnessing the improbability of subsequent events from the original narrative unfolding, it seemed that the moment had arrived for Lin Chen to intervene. Lin Chen then said, Very well, Bardock. After this competition concludes, we shall have a word with Kakarot, but allow me to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Bardock expressed his delight, saying, It would be wonderful for your Majesty to lend a hand. As the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament drew near, Lin Chen and his companions made their way to Earth in advance, eager to witness the upcoming contest. On the 7th of May, the venue of this year's tournament, Southeast Island, was shrouded in persistent rain. The reunited Lin Chen family, along with Bulma, Oolong, and Pure, arrived at the entrance of the venue. As soon as they alighted from their vehicle, they spotted Master Roshi and Launch, both holding umbrellas. Hey, Bulma, Oolong, Pure. Launch greeted them warmly, waving her hand in encouragement. Upon seeing Bulma's stunning attire, Master Roshi felt a surge of excitement and was tempted to approach her. However, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and halted in his tracks, for he caught sight of Lin Chen's formidable family. Master Roshi. It has been a long time, Lin Chen said with a smile, waving his hand. Haha, indeed, it has been a while, Master Roshi replied with an awkward chuckle, quickly diverting his attention to engage in pleasantries with Bulma and the others. Lin Chen, that formidable being, is truly not to be trifled with. Fortunately, after exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen engaged in a conversation with Tais. Where are Bardock and the others who came to Earth with you? Tais inquired. Did I not mention? Goku has grown considerably. He resembles Bardock almost perfectly. Bardock fears recognition, which is why he refrains from approaching, Lin Chen elucidated. I wonder why you Saiyans find it difficult to reunite, even as father and son, Tais pondered. At that moment, Tais abruptly paused her speech and turned her gaze to one side, prompting Lin Chen and Hanasia to follow suit. There are 5 notable energy signatures, Tais remarked. With an average combat power exceeding 400, the strongest among them boasts a power level of 500. Could it be Kakarot and his companions? Hanasia speculated. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that Wukong and his companions had become significantly stronger than in the original tale. Moments later, 5 figures swiftly darted past and came to a halt before Master Roshi and the others. Krillin, Tianjing Fan, Yamcha, Dumpling, you all have arrived. Master Roshi and Bulma eagerly gathered around. It's been such a long time. Krillin and the others greeted with cheerful smiles. Ah, you're back. Have you all grown stronger over these 3 years? Master Roshi observed the 4 with immense satisfaction. We trained for a year at Karen Tower alongside Wukong. And just like him, we earned the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly realm, Krillin proclaimed proudly. The heavenly realm? That is truly remarkable. No wonder you 4 have improved so much, Master Roshi exclaimed sincerely. By the way, where is Wukong? Why didn't Teehee come with you? Wukong? Isn't Teehee right here? Krillin said, pointing curiously behind him. Only then did Master Roshi and the others notice a young man, who bore a striking resemblance to someone they knew, standing behind Krillin and the others. Bulma rubbed her eyes, looking at the youth with bewilderment. Wait, are you Wukong? Indeed, it's me. Did you not recognize me with this cloth wrapped around my head? Son Wukong replied, removing the fabric from his head. It's truly Wukong. Master Roshi and the others were astonished. They never imagined that the little boy they once knew had grown into such a handsome young man. Wukong, you've grown so much taller. Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning. Yes, I've unconsciously grown taller over these 3 years. I only realized it when I noticed Krillin seemed shorter. Wukong, if you keep saying that, I might get upset. Krillin retorted playfully. Haha. By the way, Bulma, your lips look incredibly red. Are you unwell? That's just lipstick, Bulma replied, rolling her eyes with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, despite his height increase, Sun Wukong remained as naive as ever. Suddenly, Bulma blinked. She recognized that the grown-up Sun Wukong bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else. Lin Chen. It's been a while. Sun Wukong exclaimed upon noticing Lin Chen, bowing deeply in respect. Do your best and perform well? Yes. This time, I will definitely become the champion, Sun Wukong declared with confidence. Wukong, I want to lose to you this time, Tianjin Fan said, clenching his fist with determination. Wukong, we all underwent the same training, so be cautious, Yamcha added confidently. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Wukong and his companions proceeded to the registration area to sign up, preparing to participate in the preliminary rounds. Watching them depart, Master Roshi sighed with emotion. They have all become so powerful. It seems my era is truly coming to an end. Old man, your era is over, all right? My sister is far stronger than you. Bulma laughed. Master Roshi shrugged. Taisi is Lin Chen's assistant, so how could that be compared? Haha, you know it well. On the other side, Taisi observed the departing figures of Sun Wukong and the others, asking Lin Chen, this time, it should be Wukong winning the championship, right? It seems so. Lin Chen nodded. He had sensed Piccolo's energy earlier, but regrettably, it was significantly weaker than Wukong's, even falling short compared to Krillin and the others. Lin Chen speculated that this might be attributed to Krillin and the others having commenced their training at the temple ahead of schedule. The training period for Wukong and his companions has significantly preceded that depicted in the original narrative. In stark contrast, the newly emerged Piccolo remains entrenched in solitary training, thus placing him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. It is likely that the divine being refrained from incarnating within an ordinary individual to participate in this competition, having discerned the gap in power between Piccolo and Wukong's group. This time, whether it be Krillin, Tianjin Fan, or even Yamcha, each possesses the capability to surpass Piccolo. Unlike Wukong, they will not show mercy towards Piccolo, rendering the divine being unnecessary to intervene personally. Sensing the divine being's intentions, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Piccolo. The deluded demon king, who harbors dreams of a resurgence, is destined to face a harsh reality this time. Yet, in the absence of the fated clash between Piccolo and Sun Wukong, one wonders what other highlights this martial arts tournament might unveil. Perhaps I should personally sign up for a match? At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard a voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Participate in the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament and seize victory. Reward. Combat Power 100, 000. Choice 2. Allow contestant Mark to claim the championship. Reward. Divine Magic. Choice 3. Do nothing. Reward. 1 point of time. Upon hearing this long-awaited choice, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although the rewards were not of the highest caliber, they were certainly intriguing. Having missed one tournament and watched 2, it was a rare opportunity for the system to present a selection task for this competition. Choice 1 was out of the question. He had no intention of personally entering the fray to bully the weaker for the sake of 100, 000 combat power. Lin Chen was not that brazen. Choice 3 also seemed rather dull. Having a selection task only to do nothing was no different from being a slothful fish. However, who exactly was this contestant Mark mentioned in Choice 2? Just as Lin Chen pondered this, a commotion erupted from the nearby crowd. A group clad in karate uniforms pushed through the throng, making their way toward the registration desk. Leading them was a young man with long hair. Hey, we are here to register, the youth exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The person at the registration desk immediately responded, certainly, sir. What is your name? My name is Mark. I am destined to become the world champion. Make sure to remember it well. So, it is he? Realizing that the system required his assistance for this individual, Lin Chen glanced at his combat power. Mark. Combat power, 12. Ahem. Lin Chen was momentarily choked by his own saliva. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he muttered to himself, damn. I knew the system had no good intentions. After all this, the most appealing reward turns out to be the most challenging, with a combat power of 12. How am I supposed to compete for the championship against Goku and the others, who have surpassed 500? However, he reassured himself, this task might be unachievable for others. But Lin Chen possessed an array of methods at his disposal. System, I choose option 2. A chime echoed. Host has initiated selection. Please complete the task promptly. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Chen addressed Taisi and the others. You two should accompany Bulma to the venue. I need to step out for a while. Huh? Where are you going, Lin Chen? Your Majesty, may I join you? Taisi and the other inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen shook his head in refusal, stating, no need. I'm just wandering around, that's it. Goodbye. With that, he executed a swift teleportation, vanishing before the crowd. much like the previous martial arts tournament. This preliminary contest would also unfold in an arena format, determining the final 8 competitors. At this moment, Sun Wukong and the others had already donned their martial arts uniforms, preparing to commence the competition. Look, this is the outfit I specially commissioned from the lower realms, Krillin boasted, proudly wearing the uniform emblazoned with the character for Turtle. Everyone shared a similar sentiment. Yamcha and Sun Wukong also donned their martial attire, flexing their wrists, their eyes brimming with confidence. After 3 years of diligent training in the celestial realm, nearly everyone had made substantial progress. This was inevitable as aside from the deities, there existed an extraordinary master in the heavenly realm. Due to his influence, even Din had significantly improved compared to the original narrative. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. As if sensing something amiss, he became alert, and it was not just him. Tianjing Fan also bore a grave countenance. Wukong, did you feel that? Just now. An immensely powerful aura flashed past. Krillin pointed toward a distant cloaked figure, questioning, could it be him? No, that aura is far stronger, Wukong replied, puzzled. Strange. I can no longer sense it. Just as Wukong and the others were searching for the source of that aura, Lin Chen concealed himself, covering his mouth. Once he confirmed that Wukong and the others had ceased their pursuit, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, these fellows are quite perceptive. I almost gave myself away. If not for external interference, this final match would likely have been a contest among just a few of them. Lin Chen gazed at Wukong and his companions in the distance, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, unfortunately, it is regrettable that the champion of this martial arts tournament has already been predetermined in favor of my chosen contestant, Mark. Chapter 102, the Dark Horse contestant Mark. Before long, due to Chi-Chi's appearance and her confrontation with Wukong, all eyes were drawn to the scene. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen called Mark aside. Hey, is it truly the case that there is a female contestant seeking my autograph? Mark inquired, hands on his hips, following closely behind Lin Chen. Indeed. She is quite bashful and is hiding over by the restroom, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen stifled a laugh, remarking on Mark's naive nature, making him rather easy to deceive. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the restroom. Mark glanced around, puzzled, and inquired, where is everyone? What about the female contestant you mentioned? Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, Mark collapsed to the ground, having been struck from behind by Lin Chen, whose hand had transformed into a blade. Lin Chen smiled faintly, then bent down to grasp Mark's shoulder. All that remained was to awaken his latent potential. If Dr. Gro could elicit over 900 combat power, surely this fellow could surpass 1,000. Confronting the likes of Sun Wukong and his companions should be a trivial matter. As Lin Chen pondered, he swiftly employed the technique of instantaneous movement, transporting Mark to a desolate wasteland devoid of any presence. Abruptly unleashing Mark's latent potential might attract the attention of Wukong and his companions, necessitating a change of location. Once everything was in readiness, Lin Chen grasped the still unconscious Mark and directly invoked the technique for potential development upon him. A golden flame subsequently erupted from Mark's body. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the potential within this Mark was shockingly minimal. What on earth? Who is this individual? His potential is so limited? Upon completing the technique, Lin Chen was faced with the disheartening revelation that Mark's combat power had only increased to a mere 50. The highly effective potential development technique, which could significantly enhance human capabilities, had only managed to augment this fellow's battle strength by a few dozen points. This is outrageous. System, are you kidding me? With only 50 points of combat power, how can he possibly contend with Wukong and his allies? Alas, fortunately, I have other treasures at my disposal. He promptly retrieved a fruit from the Tree of Spirits. Although Lin Chen possessed an ample supply of these fruits, they were considered immensely valuable throughout the universe. To bestow such a treasure upon an ordinary passerby made Lin Chen feel a pang of reluctance. Nonetheless, in pursuit of completing his task, he had little choice but to proceed. As Lin Chen gently lifted the still unconscious Mark, he surreptitiously placed the fruit of the spirit tree into his mouth. However, he did not anticipate that as he assisted Mark in consuming several bites of the spirit tree fruit, Mark would suddenly awaken. Ah, who are you? Mark exclaimed, rising to his feet, only to notice the remnants of the fruit by his lips. But, how dare you? Who sent you to poison me? Lin Chen stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the accusation. I offered you a divine gift, and you dare to call it poison? Yet, what shocked him even more was Mark suddenly bowing his head and forcefully expelling the very fruit he had just consumed. Not only that, but he even resorted to gagging himself to rid his stomach of the spirit tree fruit. Witnessing his precious spirit tree fruit being so carelessly wasted, veins throbbed on Lin Chen's forehead in frustration. You fool! Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Immediately consume everything you just expelled. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Lin Chen held an energy orb in his hand, and with a swift motion, he hurled it towards a nearby massive boulder. A thunderous roar echoed as a mushroom cloud erupted in the distance. Mark, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt his legs weaken, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Lin Chen covered his face with his hand, utterly speechless. What should he do? Even after unlocking his potential, he possessed a mere 50 points of combat power. He had consumed the fruit of the spirit tree only to regurgitate it. This Mark was simply beyond redemption. How could someone like him possibly secure the championship? System, is it possible to make a different selection? Ding. The host's choice has been confirmed. There can be no regrets. Her face annihilation. Damn. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. He had been thoroughly deceived by Mark this time. Was there truly no other way? Gazing at the unconscious Mark, an idea suddenly struck Lin Chen. Eureka! Esteemed contestants, thank you for your patience. The preliminary rounds of the 23rd World Martial Arts Championship are about to commence. Please gather in the center. Upon hearing the staff's announcement, all participants hurriedly assembled. After the host introduced the competition rules, the drawing of lots began. Meanwhile, the karate competitors who had registered alongside Mark were in a state of frenzy. Have you found Mark? No. That guy. He wouldn't have run off, would he? As the group anxiously searched for Mark, he finally returned. Mark, where on earth have you been? If you don't hurry up and draw lots, you'll lose your qualification. Mark scratched his head, looking bewildered. I think I just went to hell for a moment. A demon wanted to poison me. His companions paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Fortunately, the drawing of lots commenced, sparing Mark from further ridicule. After the draw, under the arrangement of Jiaozi, Sun Wukong and his companions were not placed in the same competition bracket, and Mark too was fortunate enough to avoid Wukong and others, taking the place originally designated for a heavenly being. Humph. Thankfully, I possess telekinesis, otherwise, I would be doomed. Lin Chen thought to himself from his hiding spot on the roof. Unbeknownst to anyone, Mark's draw had been tampered with as well. Soon, competitions in each bracket were fervently underway. Thanks to their training in the celestial realm, all participants easily advanced to the finals, including Jiaozi, who should have been eliminated but effortlessly defeated his opponent, securing a spot in the top 8. Then, it was Mark's turn. Although he possessed only 50 points of combat power, his potential had been unlocked by Lin Chen, allowing him to surpass the capabilities of an ordinary person. In his presence, there was virtually no rival. Even Mark's teammates were astonished. The usually foolish Mark seemed to have become significantly stronger. Haha, I must not be dreaming. I have truly returned from hell. Behold my strength. This is the power gained from my rebirth through fire. Hey, old man, hurry up and compete. At that moment, a shrill voice interrupted. Dressed like a masked hero, Majiro Bu expressed his impatience. Upon hearing this, Mark scoffed and charged towards Majiro Bu, shouting loudly. This guy is just an ordinary person. Majiro Bu was about to push Mark off the stage when he suddenly found himself unable to move. The next moment, Mark's fist came crashing down. Boom. Haha. Do you feel that? I call this move the Hell Iron Fist. Mark yelled. You. Majiro Bu desperately attempted to regain control of his body, but it was futile. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, and Majiro Bu was sent flying off the stage. Wow. The spectators gasped in astonishment at the sight of Majiro Bu soaring off the platform. The referee stood in shock, taking a long time to react before announcing the victor. Mr. Mark from the city of Satan. Wukong and the others were equally astonished. I didn't see that coming. This guy is quite formidable, isn't he? That person, judging by his aura, should have been Majiro Bu, right? I never expected Mark to defeat him. Thus, the morning passed, and the final 8 competitors emerged. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Mark, Tianjing Fan, and Jiaozi. Seeing the results, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, my telekinesis worked. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on. Chapter 103. The Misfortunate Piccolo. How can someone with a mere combat power of 50 possibly claim the championship? After much contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately arrived at a singular conclusion. Cheating. Fortuitously, the celestial deity of Earth had previously provided Lin Chen with a flawless demonstration. In the original narrative, the Earth's divine being, in order to contend with the newly emerged Bic, had employed divine magic, taking possession of a mortal on Earth, subsequently defeating formidable adversaries and advancing to the semifinals. Although Lin Chen is not yet adept in the divine arts, he possesses the skill of telekinesis. To achieve the legendary transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Lin Chen diligently honed his mental prowess, allowing his telekinesis, though still at a rudimentary level, to wield power far surpassing that of the current contenders, none of whom boast a battle power exceeding 1,000. Previously, when Mark faced off against Midgeroop, it was Lin Chen who secretly lent a hand, enabling Mark, whose battle power was a mere 50, to triumph over Midgeroop, who had nearly reached a power level of 200. With the preliminary rounds concluded, the bracket for the quarterfinals was swiftly revealed. The first match featured Krillin versus Piccolo. The second, Son Goku against Chi-Chi. The third, Yamcha versus Tien. And the fourth, Kaioshin against Mark. Soon, the first match commenced. As the competitors entered the arena, the atmosphere among the audience swelled with excitement, spurred on by the host. Upon seeing his opponent, a small bald boy, the self-styled demon boy Piccolo sneered, "Boy, surrender now. My sights are set on Son Goku. You are but a trivial distraction unworthy of my time." Krillin, harboring a simmering fury within, recalled that he had once perished at the hands of Piccolo's offspring. This confrontation was nothing short of a quest for vengeance. I have undergone profound changes in these past 2 years. I have been training against a monster. You are nothing in comparison. A monster? Huh. What sort of monster could possibly stand before me? Piccolo chuckled derisively. Below the arena, Observing Krillin's opponent was none other than the formidable Piccolo, Bulma expressed her concern. I wonder if Krillin can handle this. No worries, Master Roshi replied confidently. I can sense a monumental change in Krillin. I am curious about the nature of his training over the years. It is truly impressive. At that moment, the host called out, let the match begin. As the words echoed, Krillin instantly grasped the cue. His speed was such that ordinary spectators could scarcely perceive his movement, and even Piccolo struggled to track him. Impossible. Thud. Krillin launched a punch that sent Piccolo hurtling off the stage. As Piccolo struggled to regain his composure midair, he noticed the purple blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes blazing with fury. How could this be? My opponent is supposed to be Son Goku. How can I not defeat this insignificant being? Enraged, Piccolo discarded his cloak, unleashing the full extent of his power, which, though formidable, only registered a battle power of 350. In contrast, Krillin's power had exceeded 400. Indeed, while Piccolo possessed great potential, his lack of structured guidance had left that potential largely untapped, rendering him inferior to Krillin. Pathetic, Lin Chen murmured from the audience. Even those backstage, including Goku and his companions, could not help but echo the sentiment. What? Piccolo's lips twitched upon hearing Krillin's words. I never imagined that I, who could not best even a minion of the Demon King Piccolo, would now be deemed weak by you. The training at the Heavenly Palace is truly remarkable. That Broly fellow is indeed a monster, Krillin reflected. The Heavenly Palace? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Chen and the others had undergone training there. But what of it? I am Piccolo. I am destined to rule this world. Just then, before Piccolo could finish his declaration, Krillin swiftly darted in, landing a heavy blow to Piccolo's abdomen. In an instant, Piccolo collapsed, unconscious on the ground. What? The host, initially prepared to commentate, was left dumbfounded. The audience, who had been stirred by Piccolo's earlier bravado, also found themselves bewildered. What was that guy's name again? Pincus? Big? I don't know. He seemed weak. I expected more. Yet he lost so swiftly? The crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Meanwhile, the host rushed over to count down for the fallen Piccolo, who remained unresponsive even as the count reached 0. The host then declared Krillin the victor. Haha, I won, Krillin exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to embrace Goku and the others who rushed onto the stage. Seeing Krillin's transformation, Master Roshi sighed in relief. It seems my era has truly come to an end. Medical personnel swiftly arrived to carry Piccolo away on a stretcher. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before utilizing instant transmission to appear backstage. Backstage, Piccolo regained consciousness, fully aware of his defeat, and he was consumed by rage. At that moment, he had yet to fully reform. Infuriated, he threatened to annihilate the entire venue. I care not for this competition. I am Piccolo. I shall slay all humans. Just then, a voice echoed in Piccolo's ear. Piccolo, you must accept your loss. With your current abilities, you are leagues behind Son Goku and the others. Startled, Piccolo turned swiftly but found no one there. As he was caught in confusion, a figure suddenly emerged beside him. I am right here. What? Piccolo turned, astonished at the presence of this human. He had completely failed to track the person's movements. Who are you? If you wish to grow stronger, you must come with me to a certain place. With that, Lin Chen seized Piccolo and instantly teleported them away from the scene. The medical staff on site were left utterly perplexed, clueless as to how a perfectly fine person had vanished without a trace. Is it haunted? Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, Lin Chen and Piccolo materialized in the temple courtyard. Broly, Lin Chen called out, and shortly thereafter, Broly appeared with a flash. Big brother Link. Lin Chen forcefully tossed Piccolo before him, saying, Broly, from this day forth, let this fellow train here under your watchful eye. Ensure he does not escape. Understood, Broly replied. Chapter 104. The Unstoppable Mark. What? Is this not the Heavenly Realm? Why have you brought me here? At this moment, Piccolo finally recognized his surroundings and turned to question Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen paid him no mind and instead instantaneously appeared before the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Gazing at the Supreme Kai, Lin Chen preemptively smiled. I know what you wish to ask, given your prolonged observation. You must have noticed that this Piccolo is unlike the one from before. He is no longer a mere demon. With a bit of guidance, he may yet find redemption. But why bring him here? The Supreme Kai inquired, perplexed. Isn't Piccolo your doppelganger? Guiding him is naturally your responsibility. Well then, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Chen prepared to return to the lower realm. Yet suddenly recalling something, he halted and added, by the way, if Piccolo proves obstinate, let Broly handle him. For such a proud individual, a fist may be the most persuasive argument. Subsequently, Lin Chen vanished from before the Supreme Kai and Kibito. The Supreme Kai sighed and turned to Kibito, saying, Kibito, what do you think I should do? Kibito replied, Supreme Kai, Lin Chen speaks truthfully. This Piccolo is indeed different from the past Demon King. Perhaps you could genuinely lead him to amend his ways. Very well. I shall give it a try. After all, this is a consequence of my own misdeeds. The Supreme Kai then set off towards Piccolo's location. Meanwhile, Piccolo was heard fuming. Damn it. Who are you guys? Why are you all so incredibly strong? I refuse to accept this. Upon Lin Chen's return to the lower realm, the second match of the top 8 had already commenced. Fortunately for Lin Chen, he arrived just as Goku sent Chi-Chi flying out of the arena, leading to her explosive revelation of identity. When Chi-Chi disclosed that she was the little girl Goku had encountered during his quest for the Dragon Balls, Goku was struck with realization. Ah, so it is you. I had said that if you gave me what I wanted, I would take it. You finally remembered. Goku thought to himself, feeling conflicted. Back then, I thought a wife was something delicious. Well then, let us marry. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in cheers. Lin Chen, stifling a yawn, watched Goku and Chi-Chi display their affection, a scene he had witnessed countless times and had grown weary of. Yet, Tai Si and Hannah were captivated by it all. Hannah turned to Lin Chen and remarked, Lin Chen, Kakarot is actually marrying a human. I wonder if Bardock will approve? How could he disapprove? Besides, I must tell you, the offspring of a Saiyan and a human possess innate battle prowess that exceeds that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Is that true? Hannah asked, half in disbelief. How do you know? Have you and Tai Si already? I have not. Tai Si exclaimed, shaking her head in a panic. The two then directed accusatory glares at Lin Chen, who could only manage an awkward chuckle in response. Next came the match between Tian Fan and Yamcha. Both had trained in the heavenly realm, rapidly advancing in strength, yet Tian Fan's foundational skills and talent far surpassed Yamcha's, leading to a predictable victory for Tian Fan. Then it was time for the match between Dumpling and Mark. As Mark bounded onto the stage, laughing and striking various karate poses while blowing kisses to the beautiful spectators below, Yamcha watched with envy. Why isn't my opponent him? Unbeknownst to him. As he envied Dumpling's fortune, Midgey's Bay pondered, this little fellow is truly unfortunate to face such a formidable opponent. What a weakling. Watch me dispatch you in just a few moves. Dumpling, observing Mark's feeble energy, prepared to use his powers to push Mark aside. But at that moment, he was stunned to find his abilities sealed. What's going on? While Dumpling was bewildered, Mark seized the opportunity. What a perfect moment. Prepare yourself. Explosive flying kick. Mark's kick sent Dumpling hurtling through the air, crashing against the wall. I can't believe I lost. Dumpling cried out before losing consciousness. Witnessing Dumpling's swift defeat, Goku and Tian Fan were left in shock, unable to comprehend how Dumpling had been vanquished. They were further puzzled as they realized they didn't even understand how Dumpling had lost, for Mark's earlier attack had seemed utterly ordinary. Dumpling, wait for me. I shall avenge you. Tian Fan clenched his fists. The semifinals featured Goku versus Krillin and Tian Fan versus Mark. Goku and Krillin quickly determined a victor, leading to Tian Fan's match against Mark. Determined to avenge Dumpling, Tian Fan, however, was also swiftly defeated by Mark shortly after stepping onto the stage. Why? This guy seems so weak, yet he is so strong. Tian Fan was left in astonishment after his defeat. Meanwhile, Goku was filled with excitement. This is wonderful. I thought there were no opponents left on Earth to excite me aside from Broly and Lin Chen, but it seems there are still many formidable fighters in this world. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination as he eagerly leaped onto the stage. Mr. Mark, let us commence the finals post-haste. Mark scoffed as he ascended the platform. Just as the referee was about to declare the match underway, Mark interrupted. Wait. Mr. Mark, is there something you need? Just a moment. I have meticulously prepared for today's final match. Prepared? As the crowd looked on in confusion, Mark produced a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. Boom. The spectators widened their eyes in anticipation of what the capsule contained. Soon, they beheld Mark retrieving 4 wooden planks. Mr. Mark, what are you doing? Goku inquired cautiously, only to be met with Mark's sharp retort. Do not interrupt me. My apologies. Mark, holding the 4 wooden planks, fixed his gaze intensely and then hurled them into the air. Oh my. The 4 planks were struck repeatedly by Mark before falling to the ground, each splintering into 2 pieces. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, Goku? This will be your fate soon. Mark bellowed, pointing at the broken wood. Perfect. My earlier performance was simply flawless. Though Mark believed so, the audience, including Goku and his companions, remained silent. For anyone with discernment could see that compared to the aerial battles Goku and his friends had engaged in, Mark's display seemed rather unimpressive. Chapter 105. The Unexpected Champion. My name is. Is he serious? Dumpling. How did we lose to such a character? Tianjing Rice. I find it utterly perplexing. In the backstage, several individuals from the defeated team expressed their bewilderment. Even the referee, donned in sunglasses by the arena, couldn't help but remark, Mark, what was that about? Was my performance not flawless? Mark turned, frowning, and replied, Isn't that a drop of sweat on your forehead? You witnessed the previous match of Sun Wukong. Didn't you? Oh. Mark dismissed. Those are mere special effects. They cannot deceive my eyes. Special effects? Huh? Wukong was taken aback. Observing this, Mark pointed at Sun Wukong and stated, What do you say? I've seen through your pretentious tricks, Haven Ti. If you dare, let us compete fairly. But I'm not being pretentious. Sun Wukong retorted, feeling wronged. Enough of this nonsense. Referee, commence the match. Mark exclaimed loudly. Oh, very well. The referee complied, declaring, thus, the finals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament shall now begin. As soon as the referee's words echoed, Sun Wukong suddenly brought his hands together. Mark, allow me to demonstrate whether I am indeed being pretentious. Kamehameha. What? Why is Wukong starting with such a move? Is he not concerned about exhausting his stamina? The astonished expressions of Lin and the others mirrored their disbelief. They were not the only ones taken aback. Lin Chen had not anticipated this either. Mark's earlier comments had prompted Wukong to unleash the Kamehameha right from the outset. Before he could even utilize his telekinesis, he could only watch, wide-eyed. As Mark was engulfed by the Kamehameha, boom, a mushroom cloud erupted in the arena. Good heavens! Lin Chen could not help but cover his face with a sigh. What on earth was that cursed Mark thinking when he uttered those words? With his combat prowess of barely 50, how could he possibly survive being struck by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha? My heavens! No one could have anticipated that the decisive battle of the world's foremost martial arts tournament would commence in such a tumultuous manner. I wonder if contestant Mark can still rise after the onslaught from contestant Sun Wukong. Rise? He is likely already reduced to mere fragments. Lin Chen shook his head. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the referee exclaim, "My goodness! Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness that?" The contestant Mark remained steadfastly on his feet. He has not fallen. Remarkable. Lin Chen quickly raised his head, only to discover that Mark had indeed not fallen. Although he now resembled an African with his once flowing hair transformed into a wild mane, Mark stood defiantly in place. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Lin Chen considered a potential explanation. Could it be the essence of the spirit tree's fruit? This Mark had truly evaded a calamity. Although he had previously expelled most of the fruit's essence, it was evident that he must have ingested some of the juice. It was precisely this essence that had augmented Mark's physical resilience to an extraordinary level, enabling him to survive even under Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Was this fellow's fortune not remarkably excessive? Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the transformed Mark, sporting an explosive hairstyle, bore a somewhat familiar resemblance. Huh? How did he end up like this? The tormented Mark clutched his body, continuously gasping in shock. Referee, this guy used a bomb. Shouldn't he be disqualified? Bomb? The referee was perplexed by Mark's words. Nonsense. He must have planted a bomb in the arena beforehand. Mark shouted. I'm sorry, Mr. Mark. But such a thing is impossible. Bastard. Mark glared at Sun Wukong. Even if everyone else is deceived by you, you cannot fool my eyes. Sun Wukong. Prepare to face my counterattack. Here I come. Rolling attack. Mark bent down and began to roll across the arena. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the rolling Mark. Uncertain of what this technique was, his expression was caught off guard by Mark's rolling maneuver. An opportunity. Take this. This is my strongest dreamlike special invincible power punch. This punch doesn't seem very powerful, does it? Mark believed he had seized the moment, yet Sun Wukong had already readied himself to counter the punch. Just then, Lin Chen's eyes widened. A perfect chance. Suddenly, everyone in the audience witnessed Sun Wukong's body being sent flying into the air like a piece of paper, landing outside the arena. Huh? I haven't even landed my punch yet? Mark blinked in confusion at the sight of Sun Wukong soaring away. But at that moment, the host, coming to his senses, raised the microphone and excitedly announced, "Incredible. Dear audience, contestant Sun Wukong has been knocked out of the ring. Thus the champion of this martial arts tournament has been determined. Let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate contestant Mark." Oh, although they couldn't fully comprehend the situation, the audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Ding! In Lin Chen's ears, the system notification finally rang out. Congratulations, host. You have completed the selection and have been rewarded with divine magic. A torrent of peculiar knowledge surged into Lin Chen's mind, momentarily disorienting him. However, he soon realized that his consciousness was now enriched with a plethora of wondrous magical knowledge, such as telepathy, possession techniques, and simple creation spells, among other enchanting abilities. While these may not significantly enhance Lin Chen's combat prowess, they each held extraordinary potential. Relieved that his efforts were not in vain, Lin Chen let out a quiet sigh. At that moment, a voice echoed from the arena. Mark, holding the referee's microphone, gestured for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from calling me Mark any longer. I have made a decision. From this day forth, I shall be known as Satan. I am the man returned from hell. Satan, 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 Satan. After a brief moment of astonishment, the audience erupted into a synchronized cheer, chanting the name of the new champion while applauding enthusiastically. The former Mark, now rebranded as Satan, stood with his hands on his hips, laughing boisterously upon the stage. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen's face was marked by a frown, as he finally recognized the familiar figure of Mark, who turned out to be none other than Satan himself. This was the same Mr. Satan who had unexpectedly claimed the accolades of Sun Wukong and his companions during the Cell Games in the original story. No wonder this fellow had such extraordinary luck. Chapter 106. Wukong's Wedding and the Development of Lin Chen's Z Warriors. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament had come to an unexpected conclusion. Following the event, Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, and others gathered together. Although Wukong had lost the match and forfeited his title, his friends still came to congratulate him. After all, the opponent this time was truly astonishing. He appeared weak, but was, in reality, terrifyingly powerful. Impressive, isn't he? This Mark, or rather Mr. Satan now. Wukong scratched his head and remarked. Indeed, this fellow must be feigning weakness. His true strength far surpasses all of ours. Tianjing Fan gritted his teeth. I must continue my training, and, once I grow stronger, challenge Mr. Satan. Wukong declared, clenching his fists with determination. Forget it, if you seek him out next time, you might meet your demise. A voice suddenly echoed from behind Wukong. He turned around to find Lin Chen standing there. Brother Lin Chen. By the way, what did you mean by that earlier statement? Having secured his rewards, Lin Chen no longer concealed the truth. As the others learned that Mark's victory was largely due to Lin Chen's assistance, their eyes widened in disbelief. What? So it was you, Brother Lin Chen, who helped Mr. Satan? Wukong exclaimed in realization. I was puzzled as to why this guy, despite his weak aura, was so formidable, Tianjing Fan said, still feeling disgruntled. Brother Tianjing Fan. His super abilities are far superior to mine, Jiaozi lamented, surprised by the vast disparity in their powers despite both wielding extraordinary abilities. Brother Lin Chen. You went too far this time. Why assist an outsider in defeating Wukong and the others? Bulma crossed her arms, visibly displeased. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly before offering a reasonable explanation. I merely wished to prevent them from becoming overly arrogant. After all, they struggled significantly against an opponent like Piccolo. Now even Krillin can easily defeat him. If I hadn't intervened, their pride might have caused them to stagnate. Krillin, perplexed, interjected, Wait, why did you specifically mention me? Am I that weak? Laughter erupted among the group. Once the mirth subsided, Wukong adopted a serious demeanor. Brother Lin Chen is right. Besides him, there are numerous powerful beings in this world that we cannot contend with. If we do not advance, we will surely regress. I will not halt my progress. Me too. Me too. Krillin, Tianjing Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi echoed in agreement. Excellent. In that case, I shall illuminate a new path for you. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Wait, Wukong, don't forget that we are still to be married. Turning around, he realized it was Chi-Chi. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's statement, everyone else suddenly remembered that Wukong was indeed about to tie the knot. Lin Chen smiled and said, Indeed, Wukong, while the universe is vast, marriage is paramount. The matters of cultivation can be discussed later. You should first marry Chi-Chi. Son Wukong was momentarily perplexed, and Master Rashi chimed in. Yes, I almost forgot. Wukong. Chi-Chi is a wonderful girl. You must not let her down. Why not host a grand wedding? Taisi suddenly suggested. Her words were met with enthusiastic agreement from many. A few days later, atop the Baozi Mountain, a magnificent wedding took place. Although Wukong's home was devoid of possessions, Lin Chen's assistance ensured the ceremony was filled with joy and festivity. Moreover, Wukong's parents, Bardock and Jine, arrived at Lin Chen's request. Lin Chen sensed that the future for Wukong and his companions was about to change significantly. Bardock and Jine no longer needed to remain hidden in the shadows. It was time for the father and son to reunite. Upon discovering that the two individuals who had once aided him during the battle against the Demon King Piccolo were, in fact, his parents, Wukong's innocent visage was graced with tears for the first time. You are my parents? He asked, astonished. Yes, Kakarot, we are your parents. I am Bardock, and this is your mother, Jine. Father, mother. Wukong embraced them tightly, weeping openly for the first time in front of everyone. As Wukong reconciled with his parents, Tianjing Fan and the others were filled with emotion. No wonder I felt that Wukong's grown-up appearance was so familiar. We had seen his face back during the battle with the Demon King Piccolo, one remarked. I never expected that Wukong was an alien. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Huh? You didn't know? Yamcha queried in surprise. Krillin, did you know? Why didn't you say so earlier? Krillin replied, equally puzzled. Didn't I mention it? The wedding festivities continued vibrantly until dawn, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. It was during this time that news of Chi-Chi's pregnancy reached Lin Chen. Realizing that Chi-Chi was likely expecting future son Gohan, Lin Chen understood it was time for Wukong and the others to depart. After the conclusion of the world's martial arts tournament, Lin Chen had promised to guide Wukong and his friends on a new path of cultivation. He had refrained from intervening in their training, adhering to his principle of not disturbing those on Earth. Yet, with the world undergoing transformation, his previous resolve had lost its significance, especially since in the original storyline, Wukong's eternal rival, Vegeta, had surpassed a combat power of over 500,000, creating a significant gap between them. If this continued, Wukong and his companions might become inconsequential in the future. For those who once cherished Dragon Ball, this would render it utterly uninteresting. Thus, Lin Chen devised a training program for the Z-Warriors. However, to avoid delaying Gohan's birth, he chose not to execute the plan immediately, waiting until now. At last, the moment had arrived to implement his strategy. After settling the pregnant Chi-Chi in West City and enlisting the help of Tais and Bulma to care for her, Lin Chen took the unburdened Wukong to the Heavenly Temple. There, Krillin, Tianjing Fan, Yamcha, and Dumpling awaited him. Also present was Piccolo. Clad in a cloak and wearing a stern expression, they had all gathered at Lin Chen's behest. Hey, Wukong, Krillin, Tianjing fan, Yamucha, and Dumpling exclaimed. Long time no see. Is that Piccolo over there? He seems to have grown stronger. Wukong remarked in surprise. Indeed, Krillin scoffed. I heard that guy was taken to the heavenly realm for training after the martial arts tournament, and in less than a year, he has made remarkable progress. Now, when I spar with him, I feel a bit apprehensive. At that moment, Lin Chen clapped his hands. Everyone, assemble. And you, Piccolo, why are you standing so far away? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Piccolo dared not hesitate and flew over, yet he maintained a clear distance from Wukong and the others. Lin Chen, can you now explain the new path of cultivation you mentioned earlier? Wukong inquired, his anticipation palpable. Lin Chen smiled and said, the reason I have gathered all of you today is to take you to a new place for training. Everyone present, except for Piccolo, has already undergone cultivation under Kailan Tower and the Celestial God. Although you have grown remarkably strong, I must inform you that beyond the confines of Earth, there are countless beings far more powerful than you. Hence, I plan to introduce you to the King of the Realm for further training. The King of the Realm? Who is that? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Just as Lin Chen was about to explain, an aged voice interjected, Mr. Lin Chen, allow me to introduce. Then, the celestial being approached, his face reflecting admiration as he spoke. The Lord of the Realm is the magnificent deity who governs the entire Northern Galaxy, endowed with immortal power. He is the highest divine entity in the Northern Galaxy. Apologies for the interruption, Lin Chen interjected, but you are mistaken. Above the Realm Lord exists the Grand Realm Lord, and above the Grand Realm Lord resides the Realm God, with even greater deities beyond that. Your knowledge is not entirely complete. What? The celestial being's face flushed with surprise. There are indeed more formidable gods? Coughing lightly, he continued. In any case, the place Mr. Lin Chen intends to take you is that of such a great being. Is he truly powerful? Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. Certainly more formidable than any of you at present, Lin Chen elucidated. Primarily, the Realm Lord possesses profound and unfathomable skills, along with training methods that far surpass those on Earth. You will have the opportunity to learn a great deal there. Is that true? Then let us hasten. Sun Wukong could hardly contain his excitement. To visit the Realm Lord, we must first secure the consent of the King of Hell. If we wish to journey to the underworld while alive, we will require the celestial being's power. This is the reason I summoned everyone here today. Therefore, Lin Chen addressed the celestial deity, saying, Celestial deity, I entrust this to you. Very well, everyone, please place your hands upon me. The crowd nodded in agreement and collectively laid their hands on the celestial deity. Moments later, with a mere thought, the celestial deity caused everyone to vanish from the temple, only to reappear in the realm of the underworld. The scenery of the underworld was starkly different from that of the mortal realm, suffused with hues of golden yellow. Gazing upwards, one could only behold vast expanses of golden clouds. So, this is the underworld. Apart from Bick, the others exclaimed in astonishment, their faces awash with surprise. Lin Chen found himself in this realm for the first time, taking in his surroundings while also memorizing the location for future reference, so that he could teleport here independently without relying on the deities. Previously, his ignorance of the underworld's geography had rendered him unable to traverse it, but now, this inconvenience would be alleviated. Soon after, under the auspices of the celestial being, the assembly was introduced to the imposing King Yen, receiving permission to proceed to the serpent path. However, just as Lin Chen and his companions were about to follow a ghostly attendant towards the serpent path, King Yen suddenly cast a glance at Lin Chen and inquired, Wait a moment, human, what is your name? The group halted, and Lin Chen raised his head to meet the gaze of King Yen, responding with a smile. My name is Lin Chen, though you may also call me Lynx. What is it, Your Excellency? Lynx, are you a Saiyan? Indeed. King Yen furrowed his brow momentarily before shaking his head. It is nothing. You may continue on your way. For the serpent path is perilous. Understood. With that, Lin Chen and his companions resumed their journey. As they vanished from the throne room of King Yen, one of the ghostly attendants, intrigued, asked, Your Excellency, what was peculiar about that human? King Yan's expression turned grave as he replied, You were unaware? I observed him just now. His lifespan should have concluded over a decade ago. What? Is he a living dead? No, he is very much alive. It is indeed curious how he has transcended his fate and continues to exist. King Yen shook his head, perplexed. At that moment, following the ghostly attendant's lead, the group circumvented the grand hall of judgment in the underworld, hastening their steps until they reached the entrance of the serpent path. It was marked by a colossal serpent's head, its gaping maw resembling a bloodied cavern, beyond which lay an endless expanse of golden clouds, with a serpentine form winding endlessly atop the shimmering horizon. Lin Chen stood atop the serpent's head and addressed the gathering. Esteemed friends, the terminus of this serpentine path leads to the planet of the Realm King. The Realm King resides yonder, and that is your destination. Here are several dozen celestial beings, which shall serve as sustenance for your journey. Consume them sparingly, for should you deplete them, you must devise your own means. As he tossed the celestial beings to the group, Clint inquired curiously, Mr. Lin Chen, are you not accompanying us to the planet of the Realm King? No. I certainly intend to go. However, I shall not travel alongside you. Lin Chen replied. Why not? Because your pace is too slow. And I have no time to traverse this path with you. Lin Chen smiled, and in an instant, a formidable aura erupted from his being. He then turned and soared towards the end of the Serpent Road, swiftly transforming into a mere black before vanishing from sight, leaving Wukong and the others behind. Lin Chen made a beeline for King Kai's planet. In the original tale, Wukong, with a battle power of around 500, took nearly half a year to traverse the 1,000,000 kilometers of the Serpent Road. However, for Lin Chen, this distance was but a fleeting moment. Soon, he arrived in the vicinity of King Kai's planet. As Lin Chen descended upon the planet, which possessed 10 times the normal gravity, the North Kai, resembling a stout insect, stood with his hands clasped behind him, awaiting his arrival. Greetings, King of the Saiyans. The North Kai smiled as he looked towards Lin Chen. Beside him, his pets, the gorilla Babarus and the grasshopper Gregory, also regarded Lin Chen with curious expressions. Hello, North Kai. Lin Chen smiled and remarked. It appears that you have been keeping an eye on me, North King. The North King's sunglasses gleamed with a hint of light as he replied, Indeed. You are the remarkable individual who has reformed the Saiyans and defeated Frieza. I have been following your exploits closely during this time. Now, do tell. What brings you here today? I am aware that you have a group accompanying you, seeking training under my guidance, but what is your purpose? I hardly believe I possess anything of value to impart to the legendary Super Saiyan. No, I know that you, King of the Realm, possess many extraordinary techniques. Might you share them with me? Chapter 108. Instant mastery of King's Fist. When one speaks of the King of the Realm in the Dragon Ball universe, one cannot overlook these two formidable techniques, the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Prior to Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the King's Fist served as a means for Goku to stage comebacks and challenge foes beyond his level. The Spirit Bomb, on the other hand, remained Goku's ultimate weapon against formidable adversaries until the conclusion of the narrative. Having the rare opportunity to visit King Kai's planet, Lin Chen's primary objective was to master these two techniques. Previously, he had encountered missions offering the King's Fist as a reward, but had missed those chances. This time, he was determined not to let it slip away again. You wish to learn my techniques? Indeed. I have heard that you, esteemed king, have diligently observed the martial arts of the lower realms and devoted your life to the study of several techniques. I find this quite intriguing and wonder if you might be willing to teach me? The North King pondered for a moment and then said, Your information network is rather impressive. Frankly, since you have rid me of the menace that is Frieza, there is no issue in teaching you my ultimate techniques. However, I must warn you, you must tell me a joke that makes me laugh. My sense of humor is rather discerning, and ordinary jokes will not suffice. Lin Chen had anticipated such a turn of events and remarked, This is simple. Listen closely. 3 little rabbits are doing their business. The first produces long pellets. The second forms round balls, and the third surprisingly shapes them into triangles. When asked about the third rabbit, it replied, I molded them with my hands. With my hands. The Northern King's expression froze, and he could not help but clutch his stomach, bursting into hearty laughter. This laughter from the Northern King persisted for several minutes, causing the gorilla Baburus and the grasshopper Gregor to worry that he might be malfunctioning, prompting their frantic shouts. After a considerable time, the Northern King finally composed himself, adjusting his dark glasses at the corners of his eyes. Well then, King of the Saiyans, I find your joke quite amusing. I shall take it upon myself to educate you. But the extent of your learning will depend on your own efforts. What do you intend to teach me, Lord Kai? Lin Chen feigned ignorance. The Northern King replied with pride. I possess a technique that I have meticulously developed over countless years of observing martial arts in the lower realms. A technique I have named the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin is a method that forcibly augments one's physical combat power, theoretically, as long as the body can endure it. One can continually enhance their strength. Upon reaching this point, the Northern King suddenly furrowed his brow. By the way, this technique bears a striking resemblance to your Super Saiyan form, both exponentially amplifying one's combat power. Lin Chen, do you still wish to learn it? Lin Chen harbored a greater desire to master the Spirit Bomb. Yet adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, he did not wish to overlook the King's Fist technique. After all, in Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku had later employed the Super Blue King's Fist, significantly enhancing his combat prowess beyond that of Super Saiyan Blue. Although Lin Chen was uncertain whether this technique could be utilized in his current realm, he deemed it prudent to at least familiarize himself with its fundamentals. Lord King, I humbly request your guidance in mastering this technique. Very well, replied the North Kai, his sincerity evident. Since you are so earnest, I shall impart my knowledge. However, I must forewarn you that this technique is the result of years of my research. Should you manage to grasp it within a month, you may indeed be deemed a genius. The North Kai chuckled heartily, his ample flesh quivering with mirth, before proceeding to elucidate the intricacies of the King's Fist technique to Lin Chen. Lin Chen listened intently, unable to suppress his admiration for the North Realm King. Although he bore the appearance of a comedic figure, his knowledge of martial arts was undeniably at a masterful level. However, it must be noted that while the King's techniques might be difficult for an ordinary person to grasp, for Lin Chen, who possessed extraordinary abilities, It was an entirely different matter. After absorbing the North Realm King's explanation, Lin Chen spoke, "Esteemed King, I believe I have a general understanding. Could you please demonstrate your King's fist once more?" "Certainly," replied the North Realm King, leaping to a clear area before immediately showcasing the King's fist. King's fist. Ding. The talent of a novice martial arts genius has been activated, acquiring the technique of King's fist. Bingo. How fortunate I am. King's fist. Lin Chen took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar, instantly unleashing a surge of dark red light from his body, indicative of the dark red aura emitted after executing the King's fist. The North King, caught off guard as his sunglasses slipped askew, was left astounded. A month later, Lin Chen had fully grasped the principles underlying the King's fist. In truth, thanks to his innate martial arts talent, he had mastered the technique on the very first day. The subsequent time was devoted to delving into the intricacies of the King's fist. This technique, observed by the king from the lower realms, could significantly enhance the user's speed, strength, and aura in a short span, resulting in a dramatic increase in combat prowess. However, this came at a considerable cost, inflicting severe negative effects on the body. To illustrate, utilizing the King's fist felt akin to enveloping oneself in a layer of detrimental effects that drained one's vitality. During its execution, the user's health would continuously diminish, and should it reach zero, their body would collapse without fail. Having comprehended all aspects of the King's fist, Lin Chen began to rigorously test his limits. Initially capable of executing the technique at 20 times its standard intensity, Lin Chen ultimately discovered, over the course of a month, that his physical body could withstand an astonishing 100-fold increase. This enhancement was nearly equivalent to the augmentation he experienced in high in an instant. The earth surrounding Lin Chen was reduced to powder, vanishing without a trace. On the diminutive planet King, it seemed as though a tempest had arisen, throwing everything into chaos. "Wow, Lin Chen, enough. Stop now, or you'll destroy Planet King." Just as the King of the North finished speaking, the storm abruptly calmed, and the previously unscathed Lin Chen collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his body in a horrifying manner. "Oh dear, what have you done? Look at yourself." The King of the North rushed to Lin Chen's side, alarmed at the sight of him lying on the ground, clearly gravely injured. At that moment, the King of the North suddenly heard Lin Chen's faint voice. "King of the beans." "What? Beans? Do you have the beans?" Upon looking down, the King of the North indeed saw a bean that had fallen to the ground from Lin Chen's hand. As the King of the North, he was well aware of what these beans were, and quickly picked one up to place it in Lin Chen's mouth. Moments later, Lin Chen finally began to recover. "Phew, I almost thought I was going to die." Since merging with the bloodline of the Super Saiyan, it was Lin Chen's first encounter with death so closely. Earlier, he had attempted to use the King Fist in his Super Saiyan form for the first time. He had initially believed that, based on his previous studies of the King Fist, its application in Super Saiyan form would last only a short time. However, the reality was far from his expectations. Utilizing the King Fist in Super Saiyan form was not merely an increase in burden. According to Lin Chen's recollection, it felt as if he had suddenly been afflicted with a debilitating debuff that drained his health. Even the formidable body of a Super Saiyan could not withstand it, resulting in an instantaneous depletion of his vitality. Lin Chen had merely employed the King's Fist for a few fleeting seconds when his entire body teetered on the brink of collapse. Had he not promptly consumed a magical bean, he might have succumbed entirely within moments. The North King, witnessing Lin Chen's survival, took out a cloth to wipe the perspiration from his brow, his demeanor reflecting a lingering apprehension. Although the exact nature of the situation eluded him, it was evident that the transformation into a Super Saiyan had imposed an immense burden on the body, exacerbated by the King's Fist, a strain far beyond what a human physique could endure. Henceforth, these two techniques must never be employed simultaneously. Bear this in mind. "Is there a way to improve this, Lord King?" Lin Chen could not help but inquire. The North King pondered for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and replied, "There is no solution. I am not a Saiyan, and I cannot even comprehend your transformations, let alone devise a remedy." Reluctant to concede defeat, Lin Chen, bolstered by the magical beans, endeavored several more times, even attempting to experiment with the legendary Super Saiyan form. However, aside from enduring considerable torment, he made no further progress. Thus, he could only conclude that the King's Fist was indeed unfeasible in the Super Saiyan state. Subsequently, Lin Chen shifted his focus to another of the King's unique techniques, the Spirit Bomb. Regrettably, this technique too held its own peculiarities. According to the King, the Spirit Bomb could only be executed by those with a pure heart. Even the King himself could merely manage to utilize it with great difficulty due to his inability to meet the requisite purity. Although Lin Chen could not be deemed malevolent, his thoughts were intricate, rendering him far from pure. Thus, he found himself forever estranged from this technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, skeptical as ever, sought an opportunity to have the King of the Realm demonstrate for him. After an agonizing month, Lin Chen had witnessed the King of the Realm perform the energy bomb technique no fewer than 30 times, yet he still failed to awaken his basic martial arts talent. Reluctantly, he had to concede that the King's assertions were indeed true. The energy bomb was simply beyond his grasp, even with the system at his disposal. The king of the realm expressed a tinge of regret over this matter, lamenting, "What a pity for my energy bomb. I had thought you could master the king's fist in a day, and perhaps even perform miracles with the energy bomb." Seeing the king's wistful demeanor regarding the energy bomb, Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "My lord, a few others will be arriving shortly. Perhaps one of them will be able to learn the energy bomb." The king waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. "Let us hope for that." At this juncture, Lin Chen prepared to take his leave, saying, "Thank you for your guidance during this time, my lord. I shall take my leave now." "Indeed, Lin Chen. I hope that in the future, you will continue to guide the Saiyans towards the right path, rather than becoming a second Frieza." "I will," Lin Chen assured him. And with a wave of his hand, he activated his instant transmission. As he vanished before the king's eyes, the king of the realm paused, pondering. Is this the instant transmission of the Yardrat people? This fellow truly is a prodigy in martial arts. After departing from the king's planet, Lin Chen did not immediately return to Earth. Instead, he traveled to the midway point of Snake Way. Below him, Goku and his companions toiled tirelessly along the path. Having only just completed half of the entire Snake Way journey over the past 2 months, Lin Chen gazed downwards, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he descended before the crowd. "Ah, big brother Lin Chen, what brings you here?" The assembled individuals inquired, astonished. Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile, "I have completed my training and am ready to return." Upon hearing that Lin Chen had already finished his cultivation while they were still en route, a wave of despondency swept over them. However, at that moment, Lin Chen presented each of them with a peculiar fruit. "Big brother Lin Chen, what is this?" Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. "This is the spirit tree fruit. Consuming it will greatly enhance your strength," Lin Chen explained nonchalantly. "What?" At his words, the group immediately began to devour the fruit with fervor. They harbored no fears of deceit, for it was unnecessary. Lin Chen could easily handle them without lifting a finger. Within moments, as they consumed the fruit, they felt a tremendous change occurring within them, a surge of vibrant energy manifesting in their bodies. Mere seconds later, they sensed their power multiplying several times over. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Chen proceeded to employ his potential development technique on each of them in succession. After a brief sequence of actions, even the weakest among them, Dumpling, saw his combat power soar past 15,000. The disparity compared to their previous selves was staggering. Heavens, this power is incredible! Even the usually stoic Piccolo could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. However, he soon pondered a pressing question, asking, "Lin Chen, why do you wish to enhance our combat abilities?" "Because I believe you are too weak," Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen candidly expressed, "Do not delude yourselves into believing you are invincible. In comparison to the current standards of our planet Vegeta, you are merely at the level of lower-tier warriors. The extent of my assistance to you is limited to this. Hurry to King Kai's planet and diligently enhance your abilities. If you fail to keep pace with the times, you will inevitably be left behind." With that, Lin Chen vanished from sight before the gathered crowd. Chapter 110, the Saiyan Martial Arts Tournament. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. On this day, all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, regardless of their previous locations, returned home. This was the first time since the lifting of the cosmic travel ban that nearly all Saiyans had congregated in their homeland. The reason for their return was to participate in the inaugural Saiyan Martial Arts Tournament, which was set to take place on Planet Vegeta in the near future. To trace the origins of this tournament, one must look back 2 years. After concluding his training on King Kai's planet and returning to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen received a suggestion from Bardock. Having watched 3 consecutive Earth martial arts tournaments, he believed that a similar competition could be held on Planet Vegeta. Saiyans inherently possess a passion for combat. Thus, such a tournament would undoubtedly resonate with them and create a significant stir on their home planet. Bardock proposed the idea of hosting the Planet Vegeta martial arts tournament, not only to provide all Saiyans an opportunity for expression, but also to assess the current strength of the Saiyan warriors. Since returning to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen has recommenced his monotonous training, striving for a higher level of enlightenment. To pass the time, he readily acquiesced to Bardock's suggestion. After much deliberation, the two established numerous regulations for the upcoming martial arts tournament. For instance, if the tournament on Planet Vegeta is to be held multiple times in the future, each event will occur every 10 years. The competition rules, modeled after the World Martial Arts Tournament, stipulate that killing is prohibited. Falling out of the ring or losing consciousness constitutes a defeat. The only relatively troublesome aspect is the rewards. While Earth-S tournaments offer monetary prizes, Saiyans have little interest in currency. After discussion, they ultimately decided to offer the fruits of the Tree of Might as rewards. Furthermore, the victor would have the opportunity to challenge the 3 Super Saiyans currently residing on Planet Vegeta. Initially, Lin Chen believed that such rewards might not entice Saiyans to participate. However, he underestimated their fervent desire for combat. Even in the absence of prizes, the mere thrill of the contest was sufficient to captivate their interest. Moreover, although the 3 Super Saiyans, including Lin Chen, would not compete, the final rankings would serve as a testament to the Saiyans' prowess. Thus, when the announcement of the tournament was made, within just a few days, over half of the Saiyan population had signed up. Those Saiyans who had been away on missions hastily returned to register. Ultimately, nearly all adult Saiyans participated, while Earth-S tournaments typically attract only a few hundred participants. The scale of the tournament on Planet Vegeta reached several thousand. Consequently, a full year was dedicated to the preparation of this grand event. The entire organization was overseen by Bardock, who applied all he had learned during his time on Earth to the setup on Planet Vegeta. He even reached out to members of the Trade Federation for assistance in constructing large competition arenas throughout the planet, each equipped with high-power energy shield systems. This endeavor consumed a significant portion of Planet Vegeta's financial resources. Nonetheless, there was no dissent regarding this expenditure. Even King Vegeta and Paragus wholeheartedly supported the tournament. As the day of the competition drew nearer, the fervor for training among the Saiyans approached its zenith. During this period, the number of Saiyans undertaking missions decreased significantly. With the majority gathering at various training facilities across the planet, those with ample resources even procured private training equipment. For instance, King Vegeta reportedly acquired a gravity chamber that could be adjusted up to 50 times the normal gravity for his son, Vegeta, to utilize. Finally, on the day of the martial arts tournament, as the sound of instantaneous transportation echoed through the air, Ties appeared before Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen was finalizing the details of the tournament with Bardock. Upon noticing her arrival, he remarked, "You're here? It seems you arrived a bit early." Ties responded with a smile, "I wouldn't want to miss such an exciting event. I plan to incorporate all of today's happenings into my novel." Although Ties had primarily been on Earth recently, she occasionally visited Planet Vegeta to see Lin Chen, though she was aware of the upcoming martial arts tournament. "Let us go and witness it together. The preliminary rounds are about to commence." Lin Chen led Taisi out of the royal palace. As soon as they stepped outside, Taisi sensed the powerful auras of the Saiyans on the planet. "Oh my, how formidable," she exclaimed. "Though I have visited here numerous times before, this is the first occasion I have felt such an overwhelming presence." Alas, while the people on Earth are indeed diligent, you are correct. In comparison to others in the universe, they remain rather feeble. With a light chuckle, Lin Chen led Taisi to the venue of the grand tournament. This time, a total of 65 grand arenas had been established on Planet Vegeta, aside from the largest arena designated for the final showdown. The remaining 64 served as stages for the preliminary rounds, drawing inspiration from the experiences of Earth's prestigious martial arts tournament, and considering the unique circumstances of Planet Vegeta. The preliminary phase of this tournament would adopt a selection format. Thousands of registered contestants would be divided into 64 groups, engaging in chaotic skirmishes across the 64 initial arenas. The last remaining contenders on each arena would emerge as the final 64 competitors. Upon hearing this rule, Taisi's interest was piqued. "Wow, a grand brawl? This is far more exhilarating than the martial arts tournament on Earth." "Lin Chen, did you know? I heard that Earth's renowned tournament has been suspended due to funding issues." Each brawl arena measured 500 meters in both length and width, significantly surpassing the dimensions of the Earth's tournament. Considering that Saiyans possess the ability to manipulate flight, the organizers had implemented visible energy barriers, according to the rules. If a contestant ventured beyond the bounds of the energy field for more than 3 seconds, they would be deemed out of the competition and disqualified. The inaugural tournament of Planet Vegeta's top 64 competitors was about to commence. This round would unfold simultaneously across all 64 arenas, with only those who stood victorious having the privilege to compete in the final match. Saiyans, unlike their Earth counterparts, were known for their straightforwardness. As the atmosphere became charged with anticipation,